New Gore-Tex products are made for life. Made for getting there. Made for life's adventures. Made for life's highs and its lows. With durable products that stand the test of time. Made for going further. Together.
Going to be the winner of the 2024 amazing performance.
She's gonna be facing the finish line of the Gran Canaria Classic.
Our confidence was stand through the cattle guard and towards the finish line for 2024 champion.
New Gore-Tex products are made for life. Made for getting out there. Made for life's adventures. Made for life's highs and its lows. With durable products that stand the test of time. Made for going further. Together.
Mount Fuji 100.
And we're 4.5 hours into the Mount Fuji 100-mile as part of the World Trail Majors with the very great help of Mountain Outpost. My name's Corinne Malcolm, joined in studio today. Jeff Browning, how are you doing?
I'm good.
Yeah, you enjoy the run that we got to sneak out on?
I did. It was nice and hot.
Yeah, probably an indicator of what the runners will be experiencing today. I don't think the sun is quite up there. It's 4:30 in the morning, local time in Japan. So we're going to get to watch sunrise with the athletes as they make their way into Aid 2. But we do know they are expecting to have a very warm day locally in the Mount Fuji area, up into about 25 or 26 degrees Celsius, into the mid 80s Fahrenheit. And I think you said 70% humidity?
Yeah, the forecast is 70% humidity today, so they're going to be dealing with humidity, they're going to be dealing with heat, and obviously if it's 80 degrees and humid, that's pretty hot.
Yeah, that's very hot.
Especially for spring.
Early spring, they haven't had that many hot days like that thus far. In talking to folks earlier this morning, it sounds like they've had a couple days that have been maybe as warm or almost this warm, but definitely no days that have been warmer than today. So the runners right now are kind of, we think, actually up on that big climb before they descend back towards Aid Station 2. If you're just joining us, what you're going to see today, you're going to see F1, F2, F3. Colloquially, we oftentimes use those to indicate female 1, female 2, female 3. But today, when you see F2 on your screen, which you'll see a lot of in the coming probably 30 minutes or so, that is F2, the second aid station, around the 50-kilometer mark. We mentioned earlier that the challenges of these first two aid stations are spread out quite a bit, and I'm wondering if you've thought any more about kind of how that might be impacting the runners that are out on course.
Well, I think this second section is a 27.2 kilometer section, and there's a big climb, kind of a rolly section across the top, and then a big descent down to F2. So this is going to be, they've come out and they've had a net downhill in the first 25K to F1, so the first aid station. So this is where they were going to experience their first major climb, and I'm interested to see how that shakes out with a faster start.
Yeah, what they actually look like when they get there. Speaking of fast starts, we do have splits from aid station 1. Again, that was about 25K into the race, but that was quite a while ago. We're talking, just about 2 hours in from a race time perspective. So kind of if we reflect back on what that looked like, the men's pack, there's actually a lead pack of about 4 men at that point that were all really tight together, led by John Stingray Onifa, again, an athlete from the Philippines, but I believe is actually living in Japan right now. But then he was followed by the 2 Chinese athletes we highlighted in the preview. Deng Guomin and Chi Guda are both in that group, as well as last year's second place finisher in the men's race, Yuya Kawasaki, is also in that group, and they're separated by all of 19 seconds. So
they're
virtually
running
together. Yeah. Then there's a little bit of a gap, I think, back to 5th, like maybe another 2.5 minutes or so. So all very tight together within that men's, let's say, top 6 or 7.
Yeah, they're all within, the top 7 are all within 7 minutes of each other, so it's still a tight race.
Yeah, and when we speak about going out fast, so they came through in just under 2 hours, I want to say. Like 1:56 maybe, 1:57 for a split through there. Courtney DeWalter in the women's lead pack has also made their way through. Oh, the sun is rising behind Mount Fuji on your screen.
Oh, look at that.
Oh, it's going to be spectacular, you guys. The runners are getting
they
a
have
treat.
Bluebird Day morning at least.
And this is actually from that aid station that we'll be headed to. On the women's side, just to give you an update of where the results currently stand, Courtney DeWalter is well out in front. She's got about a 7-minute lead over anyone behind her. Behind her is a Japanese athlete, Yukari Somaya. I'm actually going to do some digging because I don't think she was in my race preview. And so I'm going to find out a little bit more about her. And then just behind her and running basically together, you have Liu Jun and Nicole Bitter of the U.S. So definitely a little bit more spread in the women's field, particularly like between Courtney and the rest of the field. But Courtney went through almost 15 minutes slower than the first men. And I just think that's very indicative of like Courtney running a very smart, thoughtful race. And I'm curious to see, we can actually check like how many men came through that aid station ahead of her. It looks like she actually came through with a pack of men probably. It looks like men in places 9th through 18th, including Anthony Lee is in that group, all came through together with Courtney in that group as well, all about 2:10 on the clock. So she should be running in a large pack of runners actually, which will make this aid station potentially very exciting based on maybe any carnage or separation that occurred throughout that zone. Do we have audio from Marco in the field? Working on audio from Marco in the field. This is going to be our in-field correspondent. We can't hear you quite yet, unfortunately.
We're hoping to get audio soon.
But yeah, again, Marco lives not that far from where the race takes place and has a ton of insight into not only the race itself, but also into many of the individuals who are competing today. I think that's the yakisoba that they were talking about this morning, and like a kind of a fried noodle dish that runners can take part in here at the aid station. I'm going to run this race for the food, I think.
It looks good.
Yeah, you're going to slow down. You're going to bring your own butter and slow down a little bit, but, it'll be fun.
Yeah. Yeah, so it looks like we have a pretty, there is a really big group of that 8 through almost, it looks like probably through almost the top 20 men.
Are running as a pack.
They're running as a pretty big pack still. And remember, they had a very net downhill, very runnable first 25K to that first aid station, mostly roads and dirt roads and some pavement.
Yeah, we've got Marco's audio. Good morning, Marco.
Hey, good morning. Yeah, the sun just came up, as you can see. Yeah, it's getting brighter and brighter, and I see the supporters team also coming through, so I'm trying to catch a few people for questions.
Awesome. We were talking about how warm it's supposed to get today, but you're looking quite comfortable in a down jacket.
I am. At the moment it's still about maybe less than 10 degrees Celsius, but then as the day continues, I think today is going to be about 25 to 26 degrees Celsius during the day, so mid-high 70s, but at the moment it's still quite chilly. All right, let's go.
Let's go.
Yeah, for you U.S. people out there, it's 50 degrees.
If you live in
Hi,
Arizona,
excuse me. I'm English live podcaster. Is it okay if I interview you?
Yeah.
So who are you coming for to support?
I come to support Alexandre Bouchex from France.
Right. He's doing pretty well right now.
Yeah. More quickly we previous, but we are very happy. I hope everything is good because he suffered a little with right leg, so we hope everything is okay. It's the first time I can see him, so I check everything and I give some rice, some Coke, of course, and I hope in Coca-Cola, not Coke, okay, and some food and see.
Can I see what you have prepared for him?
It's because we don't know. It's not the same system in France. In all the normally we have some table and some chair, but we have nothing. So we just find a solution to put everything like everybody. I discover next year we will come back. I have everything. It's okay. And so we have some. I prepare all the time some rice, and he take the rice and he go and eat rice. It's not only because we are in Japan. He always eat rice, and some water, and some hydration, with a powder. And he have a little bag, and he take what he wants to go to the next CP. I prepare, and he take what he wants. Before the race, he prepare everything with number for all the CP, and I have just a box, with a lot of things for improvisation. So that's it.
Fantastic.
And some hot salted soup. Yeah, that's it. I don't know if it's my English is so bad. Sorry about that.
No, not at all. Thank you so much. I'll let you continue your preparation.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Marco, do you have any
Hey,
sense of how
yeah,
far folks are from the aid station? Like, when are we expecting the leaders to make it into you at the 52-kilometer mark?
I haven't checked the GPS just yet, but I was looking at it earlier. I think it takes maybe another 10 to 15 minutes, but we're expecting them anytime soon. So just for context, about 10 minutes ago when I was here outside, there were only 2 support group who just arrived, but now at the moment, as you can probably see around here, there are around 10 groups of support crew already arrived. Can you yeah. So the cameraman right now is helping to just have a pan shot of how many to let you see how many people is around the corner right now. So in terms of location, it will be where you see the A station from the other camera view. The runners will be coming out from the A station to the support area where they will get their individual support.
That's so cool. Marco, we had some questions earlier in the chat when we first got up and rolling this morning about, you know, what might be different at an aid station in Japan at a race like this than at a European aid station or at an aid station in the US.
Right. Shall we go check out some of the food and drinks that they have? And then maybe I can do a little bit of an introduction of what is the usual suspect in terms of food and beverages. I don't know if you saw the campfire earlier from the other camera view, but then about 20 minutes ago, when it was still completely dark, the local volunteers set up a fire right over there. So you can tell it's still quite cold. Yeah.
Oh, I see.
で、入り口から入りましょう。And so I want to guide you through where the runners will be coming in, and then I will go through station from station. さあ、入り口からちょっとどういう食べ物とかあるか紹介しよう。So there's a trail, just turn the camera around. Runners will be coming through the trails towards the A station. You can see the clock right now here. It says 4:43.
It's a beautiful spot for an aid station.
Isn't it? All right. So right now you can see the instruction that says support area. So if you are top runner, probably you will just run straight through and go to where I interviewed Alexandra's support crew earlier. But otherwise, for regular runners who want to get the A station goodies, you're coming through, and on here you can see these are the water station. There are about 10 of them. And then next to that is the coffee station. And there's also hot water in case they want to make like an instant milk tea or whatever. So there's tea over here as well. And then energy drinks.
It's so organized.
I know. I know. And I also want to show you like the number of volunteers that we have. Volunteers. There's so many volunteers helping out at each A station. Sorry, Jeff, I think I cut you off. What were you trying to say?
Oh, I was just saying I just love Japan. It's just so organized. It's so great.
Yeah, we're waiting for you to come back.
Yeah, I will.
What is it over here? Okay, so it says limited to one item per person. I think it's like amino acid BCAA energy gel with grapefruit flavor. All right. And then you have the food corner right here. So you have banana for sure, a regular. Some cream bread. I can totally see runners will just get the whole bag and then put it in the bag and they eat it on the way out. And different types of bread. This is like with anko, which is like red bean paste inside as well. Some of them is already unpacked. This is salt tablets, regular, and then some rice crackers. And then some like bite-sized, like Cliff Bar-ish granola bars. And I think, oh yeah, we have to showcase this corner. So these are the hot real fruit right here. I think they are gonna make yakisoba, which is like deep pan-fried, how do you say it? Pan-fried soba noodles. Yakisoba ちょっと映って惣菜を。やっぱ寒いんですか？
寒いです。
もう It is so cold, so they are like warming up their hands with the frying pan. Yeah, so that's it.
I think you've convinced everyone just from our aid station tour, food tour, that we all have to go do a race in Japan now. It's official.
Yes. I mean, obviously, Mount Fuji 100 is a big race. It's probably one of the biggest trail running event in Japan. But in general, like you can see this, what we call omotenashi, the accommodations that we give to the runners. But yeah, it's quite regular in terms of what they provide here. Usually in the midnight sessions and the coldest, they're giving us like the yakisoba right here. So this is what they're gonna give to the runners. Close up, stick rated. How does it taste? 味どうですかね？ちょっと食べて。
I love it so much.
It's delicious, she said. All right, hand it over back to you.
Amazing. I need to run the race. It's official. We've made it. We've made it a thing. I do think, Marco, that you're going to have probably 3 or 4 guys that are going to come in really tight together. From the tracker,
Okay.
it looks like Stingray, so John Ray, Stingray.
Yep.
Onifa should be in that group, as well as the 2 Chinese athletes that were highlighted in the
Yep.
preview. Chin and I'm remembering
Chen
names.
Guidu and
And
Dan Guomin,
Gomin.
I think.
Yep,
Yes,
exactly.
yes.
And then I think Yuya Kawasaki should also be with them as well. They came to the first aid station really close together, and I believe they should be fairly close together coming into the aid. And then at the last aid station, the men running in places maybe like 8 to top to 20th were basically all together, and Courtney DeWalter was kind of smushed in the middle of that group with a 7 or 8 minute lead over the next woman. So you should have maybe 3 or 4 guys come in pretty close together, and then a little bit of a gap, and then potentially a very large pack of runners coming in all at once. It'll be very exciting.
Sounds good. So I guess for my camera crew, maybe we can go, like I showed you earlier, camo at the entrance where they're coming in, so I can see how many people are coming in. But then as soon as they get in, I will also go out to the support area to just see who are the support crew, and then maybe I can catch up with some of the support people once they send
Yeah.
out the runners.
Awesome. Yeah, and like Anthony Lee's crew should be getting ready in that group, etc. So and Peter Mortimer's crew should be getting set up. So there should be a bunch of really fun folks to talk to in not that long.
Sounds good. Excited.
Sweet.
All right,
What a
speak to you in a
race we
bit.
have. Yeah,
Yeah,
we'll talk to you
thanks,
soon,
Marco.
Marco. Thank you. We've got a race on our hands. I know we're only 52K in. There's a lot that can happen. This is the faster part of the race
Yes.
course, but it's finally daylight. We sent the runners off around midnight local time, about 8 a.m. here in the Phoenix area where we're sitting in studio with Mountain Outpost. And it's finally, the sun has come up bright and early. We got to see the sunrise around Mount Fuji, which was just absolutely beautiful. I'm hoping the runners are taking some of that in. We were giving you a hard time earlier that you don't take a whole lot in while you're racing, but I'm really hopeful that they're getting a moment. The mountain is out, which is a big deal.
It really is.
And temperature is going to start to get warm.
Yeah, it will. And now we're getting a little bit of footage of some of the hills. You can kind of see how steep they are. That is one thing that really stuck out to me when we were climbing. A lot of the climbs were pretty steep during the race. So, and then you'll have flat sections in the valleys, so they're very runnable in the valleys, and then very steep terrain around. So it's kind of extreme topography. It's a combo race, like I said before. There's lots of runnable, but then there's lots of true mountain terrain as well.
Yeah, so the other race that we'll keep referencing that's going on this weekend, and not that actually. I guess it'll kick off at about 4 p.m. on Friday. So once this is all said and done, local time here is Madeira, and Madeira actually has a lot of that too. For having like 24,000 feet of climbing, like smushed into 75 miles.
Right.
It's got a lot of really flat, fast running too, because you like have these big climbs and then you hit levadas. Same sort of thing here. You hit these like kind of like valley areas that are very fast in between these kind of very steep, like little ridgeline hills.
Yeah.
And I haven't spent any time in this part of Japan. I was in Hokkaido in January and got to experience really good skiing on the North Island. for 2 weeks, and it was absolutely amazing. But it gave me a taste of what existed kind of beyond that zone, and you can tell that the running here has a real mix of stuff. They've had a lot of fast, flat kind of dirt road running, but they definitely have some very punchy and often technical climbing and descending.
Yeah. And looking at the live tracker, and sometimes the live tracker can be a little have a little bit of a lull, but looking at the live tracker right now, we look like we have Anthony Lee is running in the top 10 right now for Americans, and then Courtney's hovering right around top 10 or 15. It's hard to tell.
Yeah, that was
that
was a huge pack of individuals that came through at Aid Station 1. So we do imagine that she could be inside the top 10. She could be 15th, but it's like she's definitely running. She came through that Aid Station in a large pack of male runners. So I'm curious to see where she's kind of settled into when they hit this. Again, the second Aid Station, or F2 that you're seeing on your screen, Fumoto, is about 52 kilometers into the race. Runners seeing their crew for the first time. They did not have crew access at Aid Station 1. They'll see their crew here, and then I wonder if they don't see them until crew 4 again, if they have to skip crew 3. Aid Station 2 and 3 are pretty close together, and then there's a bigger spread, though, all the way out to Aid Station 4, which actually also acts as the finish line.
Right.
Because they'll go run a big loop from there near the lakes that are on the other side of Fuji.
Yeah. And F4, the finish line, when they go through that the first time, is right just under the 100K mark. So we're coming into the 52.5 kilometer mark. We should have runners coming in the next, hopefully, 10 or so minutes, we're guessing.
Yeah, that's my guess, around the 5 hour mark. I feel like for a flat, faster 50K start to the race, I feel like 5 hours is not unreasonable given the leg speed on the guys that are on the front of this race. Again, we can highlight kind of some of the results. The guy who was second at this race last year is part of that mix, where our cameras are kind of looking up the trail, trying to keep an eye out for what might be coming. The two Chinese runners that are in that field, they actually finished 4th and 5th back at the Hong Kong 100K in January. So they are coming in with really good fitness as well. But I wanted to highlight John Ray Onifa, who was leading through the last Aid Station again, an athlete from the Philippines living in Japan, fan favorite. When I've done commentary at other big European races that he's oftentimes in, the chat goes wild for John Ray, Stingray. They just want to know where he is the entire time. It's amazing. He's already raced a lot in 2024. He races frequently. He's one of those like race fast and often. But already this year in 2024, he has wins at the Nine Dragons Ultra Trail 50K, the Lantu 70K, and the Vietnam Ultramarathon 70K. I think there was one other race on his 2024 calendar already that he was, I think, in the podium or 4th place. So he's just had a really, really solid start to 2024 and is clearly coming into this race with really good leg speed.
Yeah. And we'll see how going out this hard, how that pans out in the last third of this race. Yeah, with the heat especially too. Yeah, you can make a lot of mistakes early. I don't know. Have you ever made mistakes in a race? I have a few times. I was gonna say that honestly surprises me. It always reminds me that why I race the way I race, and for another 5 to 7 years. So every once in a while, you need a reminder and do something stupid. So I have gone out too fast a few times. Western States, one of my DNFs, 3 DNFs in 24 years. That's one of them. Going out too fast. Paid the piper. Yeah, sometimes it's like when your eyes are too big for your stomach. Exactly. There's a little bit of that definitely takes place in races like this too, where you outrun your fitness sometimes, or you just get too excited about a very specific goal, generally like a time goal or a place goal. That was the problem. I was 49 and it was my last year in my 40s, and I was going after the 40 to 49 record. Mike Morton's 40 to 49 record at Western States. There you go. That will definitely punish a person. Yeah, exactly. I paid the piper. Yeah, 100%. There is probably some confusion over which John Ray we're talking about, because for an American audience, you're thinking our John Ray, our Hoka US Boulder boy adjacent. Right. John Ray. No, this is John Ray Onifa, or Stingray, beloved runner in the
the Asian trail running scene in a really big way. Man, she's a pretty mountain, huh?
Yeah, it really is. Yeah, you're seeing first light, so the runners are finally going to be able to turn off their headlamps. And
I mean, they had a clear sky last night. This morning, I guess technically, we're only a couple days past the full moon, so they should have had pretty decent light on the dirt roads. I don't know how forested any of that area is. You know, if you're not under thick canopy, you know, you can really get away with turning off your headlamp pretty early. You can get away with, you know, kind of getting sneaky at times, particularly on like flats or uphills. Downhills, you need a lot of light, but those flats or uphills, when you don't have tree canopy cover, you can get away with very, very limited like light coming from a headlamp, which is pretty impressive.
if you're just tuning in, it looks like we're going to have a clear morning, possibility of clouds this afternoon rolling in, and possible showers tonight. So this would be Saturday night in Japan, our Friday night.
Yeah, I know. The whole being like 17 hours ahead can be very confusing at times. Both my younger brothers were born in Japan. I lived on Okinawa until I was 6, and they joke they get to celebrate their birthdays twice because they were born on, one day in Japan, but it was a day earlier in the U.S.
Oh, that's pretty
So
funny.
my parents got to call their parents, my grandparents, and say, "Oh, you'll have a grandson tomorrow."
It looks like they're getting close to the aid station by the tracker. So we've got the lead men coming in soon.
Yeah, that's Yuyao Kawasaki, the second place finisher from last year with bib 206, I believe. And at least one of the Chinese athletes is with him as well. That looks like Guomingden in that mix. Like, I am assuming Chin Guido is also in that group. And 206, we'll pull up that bib number 2. Yeah, Kento Timura might also be in that group as well.
And the last few kilometers coming into this aid station is a slight uphill. So they're coming in they had a huge downhill, and then they had a slight uphill about the last maybe 3 to 4K coming in. So we should be seeing them soon.
Yeah, they'll definitely have picked up speed through that last section. I'm just pulling up Kento Tamari's kind of past race results. It's someone that we have not talked about as of yet, but looks like he is part of this lead pack. Finished 4th at a 30K not that long ago. Looks like end of March. Was 9th back at the 100K at Doi Inthanon in December. So ran a really solid 100K there. That will have gotten him a qualifier into either CCC or UTMB. So cool to see more Asian athletes toe the line at big races, like the UTMB World Series final. But yeah, a bunch of mostly it looks like the race history that I have from 2022 and 2023 are all Japanese based, and I think this looks to be his first 100 mile. So that is also very exciting.
Yeah. Here, looks like we have our lead men coming in on the live feed right now.
Burnin' rubber.
Yeah, looks like they're moving well. Looks like we have a group of 3.
Nice.
There they are.
203. Nice, and bib number 2 as well in that group. Is that runner in the back of the pack, or the back of that group of 3?
Yeah. Trying to find out who that is.
I know, I just have all the wrong tabs open right now. It's infuriating. That is one of our Japanese athletes. I believe that is our second place finisher from last year. That should be Yuya Kawasaki.
Yeah.
Last year's second place finisher. A stud of a Japanese athlete. looking to move his way up the podium one spot potentially this year. Hanging with
Yeah.
Dengwoman.
And I'm sure he's thought about that for a whole year,
You know,
being second.
wouldn't surprise me.
Yeah, these guys are moving well right now. And remember, we're only 52.5K in, so.
Yeah, they've been running for just over 5 hours at this point in time. And our camera runner is leading them into the aid station where they will probably run straight through and directly to their cruise. We'll also get official splits there and splits back to the chase pack as we get these athletes in to the aid station. But your top 3 men right now, rounding the corner into aid to 52.5 kilometers into the Mount Fuji 100-mile race. Quick little river crossing, dry river crossing there.
Yep.
A little bit of rocks. We've got Boulder Zone Ellie Pell texting me, asking how Anthony's doing. She's at work. Can't check the live results. I'll let her know. Don't worry, Ellie. Why isn't it on at Scratch?
Yeah, these guys are looking pretty smooth right now. I'll see if I can. Are you trying to find Anthony?
Yeah, try to locate. Geolocate our Boulder boy.
Yeah, here they come. Into
Okay, so
aid
the other
station.
the other guy that is with them, I believe, is Kento Tamura, another Japanese runner who we just talked about briefly, who I think this is his first 100-mile race.
So it looks like they're gonna run. Looks like he's running right through and looking for his crew.
So notably not in this group is John Oniva, Stingray. So he should be in the next group of runners,
Yep.
though.
He looks like the last time I looked at him on the tracker, he was in that chase pack, towards the front of the chase pack. So
Yeah, once these guys go through, we'll be able to talk. I love the little chair. That is the world's tiniest.
look at that.
That is smaller than the camp chairs we bring to the finish line of daybreak racing races to try to do interviews with. That is the tiniest chair I've ever seen.
Look at that. Looks like he's going to get some noodles down.
Oh, yeah, and he's a Goldwyn athlete, so that's a Japanese-based apparel company. Our boy, Dylan Bowman, works with them.
Yep.
We're hungry in studio. It's pretty great getting to watch noodles happen.
Yeah, I'm
But-
very hungry.
Yeah, we'll probably tag Zach Marion in and out for one of us to go eat here in a sec. I'm really actually curious once these men are through and we get Marco's audio again. I'm curious to ask him about the third male in this group, Kento Tamura, because that's a pretty new name to me, and I'm wondering if Marco has any insights into if this is in fact his first 100-mile race.
I'm pretty sure it is. I might have a note on that.
Like, I don't know that I have complete access to all of his results, but from what I can find over the last 3 years, there's nothing longer than
This is his first 100.
the 100K at Doi
It is
Intanon.
his first 100.
That's really cool. I mean, Doi Intanon runs long, I would say, as a 100K. It's a very slow 100K, but
Yep.
First 100 miles, you only make that jump once.
Yes, and we'll see how he does later. He's in and out. He looks like he's already standing up. He's eating. His transition may be pretty quick here.
Yeah, and I think a fourth runner has also come in based on what I just saw fly by. Looks like we're changed a shirt. Yayu Kawasaki's took his headlamp off. His crew person there is getting everything resituated for him in his pack. Again, that's Goldwyn athlete, Japanese athlete, second place finisher here last year He's got the lowest bib number on next to the race director who started in wave 4 with bib number 1 on. So that's got to be quite the honor to have bib number 2 for this race.
For sure.
We got runners that are all smiles right now, seeing their crew getting aid for the first time from their personal crew. They did have an aid station about 25 kilometers into the race. 27K later, they've actually made it to see their crew for the first time, just over 5 hours in.
Yeah, and again, we talked about this earlier, but those are the first 2 sections are very long. You know, we're talking about 15 plus miles in between aid. You know, most races, you know, most of us are used to 6 to 10 miles and maybe in the front of the pack carrying maybe a leader. So, you know, it was about 50 degrees for them last night. So, you know, most of them probably only need to be drinking about a half a liter an hour probably.
Yep, and we've got 203 is out. That's Chinese athlete, Den Guomin. And 202 is out. That's the other Chinese athlete, Chin Guido. So they, along with Yaya Kawasaki, all 3 of those men look to be out of the aid station. I do think we get an in and an out split potentially from this aid station. We'll keep our eyes on that. But right now, those are your top 4 men, with Kento also in that mix. Hey, Marco. That was a wild aid station stop.
So the first 2 Chinese runners, as you mentioned, already left the aid station. So maybe I can grab the support crew and talk for a few seconds, and then I can go back to Kento, who's just getting ready just behind, next to me on the right-hand side, with the support crew, and see if we can get a little bit more insight. How does that sound?
That sounds amazing. Thank you, Marco.
Right. 访问你几句嘛？他刚才怎么样？觉得他的？
我觉得状态还是挺好的。然后因为前几名都很近嘛，时间差的也不多，下一站到时候再看看。基本上还是按照自己的预计时间在跑。
So this is Deng Guoming's support crew. So she's saying that he's doing pretty well. So just everything is doing on time. So because he's running with the groups, so he's just trucking along at the moment. Thank you so much.
No, not really. I really enjoy the atmosphere here. And thanks for the North Face Japan team. Gave me a lot of advice for the preparing, like everything, the carpet, and yeah.
Okay. Thank you so much. See you in the next station.
Amazing. Yeah, the 2 Chinese athletes, the 2 Chinese men that are out in that top 3 group just came through looking really calm and composed.
Yeah, they look really strong, and they're just running neck to neck, going out of the aid station as well. I think I have Deng Guoming's, Chen Guidu's support here as well. Maybe I can grab her and talk for a second.
That sounds great.
你好，可以访问你几句吗？
你好，你好，你好。
你是陈贵度的 support 对吧？你可以讲英文吗
？Okay.
Okay, so can I talk to you for a little?
Okay.
Yeah, so we have an English broadcast on live right now. So how is he feeling at the moment?
I think he's feeling good now, and because he changed his clothes into a vest, so I think he's better now. Because he's very afraid of the cold weather, but now it's better. Yeah.
Did he say anything coming in the aid station to you? Anything he needs, or anything he's not feeling good or feeling extremely good? Like how did he give you any comment?
No, he just check his members. You see the first group, and nothing. It's okay.
Okay.
I think he's okay. Wow.
All right. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Was that Kento's?
Yes,
crew?
Kento just left sprinting out of the aid station, and everyone was commenting he's running really fast.
It's his first 100 mile, is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct. And so this is his first 100-mile attempt. He won the Kai 70K last year. So he's sort of a curveball coming in. Everyone was having high expectation on him and see how he will play out in the longer distance. Maybe I can grab the support of Kento and see if I can get some insight on that.
Yeah, that'd be amazing.
すいません。英語中継の担当マルコですけれども、ケントさんのサポートですね。はい。今日はどうですか？今の調子は。
初の100マイルなんで、まだちょっとここからわかんないですけど、ここまでは順調に走ってますね。
So it is his first 100 mile. I don't know how it would look like going forward, but at the moment he seems pretty strong. なんか彼から特になんかコメントとか、どういう調子、自分のどう感じとか、そういうコメントあったんですか？
ちょっと水分がF1 から F2 までで心配になったみたいですけど、ここでしっかり補給できたんで、そのところは問題ないみたいですね。
So it looks like he was a little bit worried between F1 and F2 about his hydration, but he took in a lot of water and then rehydrated at F2, so he's feeling much better right now. ありがとうございます。なんか彼は今回期待してるなんか自分のポジションというか、なんか特に今アメリカチームはなんかケントさん誰ですかみたいなちょっと情報がなくて、どういうなんかもしそういうインサイトとか情報があったら教えたいんですけど。
彼はもともと駅伝、日本のその駅伝を大学までやってて、でそのロードランナーだったんですけど、2年前からトレイルやり始めて、で去年この UTMF の会でチャンピオンになったんですけど、今回が初の100マイル挑戦してて、でまだ若手ですけど、今回も初めてということで、初めてですけど優勝を狙って走りたいということでここまで取り組んできたんで。
So I was asking what is his expectation for his first 100 mile, and I just learned that he used to be a ekiden runner, so the relay runner when he was in college. So very fast road runner, switching to trail running 2 years ago, and he said he's aiming for winning the race. ありがとうございます。
Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, so I will give it back to you, and I'm just going to look around and see. I think John, Stingray, Onifan may come in a little bit later, and the support crew is just right next to me, so I might talk to the support crew once John come in, but at the moment I'll just pipe back to the studio. Thank you so much.
Yeah, sounds good. Thank you, Marco.
Thank you.
Wow, so an Ekiden relay runner. Have you ever witnessed one of those, either like seen any video from it?
I have not, no.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's this big college relay race, and they like there's a lot of like pride amongst performing really well in it. And these Japanese runners, they wear these sashes, and they run. I mean, the 10K splits from them are just absolutely insane. So that's what you're saying. This Kento has like did that throughout college. Like has a really fast road running background, but this is his first 100-mile race, and so his expectations aren't too high. There's probably some outside expectation on him. It sounds like there was some real high outside expectation on Kawasaki as well, who finished second here last year.
Right.
And left in first at this aid station. We do have leaving aid station splits. Kawasaki getting out in first, about 20 seconds back, the two Chinese athletes left as well. And then 3.5 minutes back or so was the young newcomer to the 100-mile distance, Kento Tamura, is also out of the aid station now.
It might be a newcomer to the 100-mile distance, but obviously no stranger to running fast and running hard. So we'll see if he's able to take that fitness and smooth like peanut butter, spread that over the whole course. And when you're running those much faster races, it's real easy to get caught up and I have to be with first place at all times versus the experience that comes with running 100-mile races or most ultra marathons is you get comfortable with losing sight of first place and you say it's okay, like I have a chance to reel them in later and I need to focus on my own race. And I'm not to say that he's racing out of his fitness, but I can see that being part of the mentality. And I remember that being fresh into the sport of like, I can't let go of the top three guys. Like I have to see them at all times. Otherwise I'm not in the race anymore. And that's not true in ultras.
Yeah, it's super interesting because he does have some trail and ultra experience, but nothing over the 100K distance, but did finish in the top 10 at Doyen Thanon's 100K, which is a slow, we'll call it a slow, very non-runnable 100K, which is very different from his more road running prescribed background, right? So that is a big stretch there. So hopefully and that was just back in December, just before the new year. So hopefully he took a lot of experience from that. I also love that we talked to one of the Alexander's crew as well, crewing a French athlete who's running in the top 10. They were talking about how, we're so used in Europe and in the US, when you have a crewable aid station, you've got some tables and benches that you can set up at. Here it's this coned off area outside of the aid. So there's no chairs, there's no sheets or blankets or anything to lay your stuff out on. And so they had purchased, it looked like a large piece of plastic to put their stuff down on. But the Chinese crew, Deng's crew, was saying that the North Face Japan organization gave her a lot of like hints and tips coming into today to say, okay, like, bring this rug so that you can like set stuff on it, do this and that. And I think that is like pretty cool that there is a learning curve. We think we know a lot, and then you show up to a race like this and you're just throwing a totally new curveball.
And I think anytime I've traveled and have gone somewhere, a different culture and experienced their ultra running scene, it's always been, vastly different through Europe. It's through Central America, through, Australasia. Like, it's always been a little, like, those little tiny nuances that might make a pretty big difference in your race in terms of, like, oh, we're always expecting this here, or it's just standard to have that there. Like, it's going to change. And that's, like, not just for you, but for your crew as well. That's kind of the fun of traveling the world and going and seeing new places and, experiencing these different cultures. That's, for me, that's one of the more rewarding parts of trail and ultra running is I get to spend a vast amount of time somewhere new and experiencing an entirely new culture. Also really exciting is sitting here, at this first aid station and kind of seeing where a few game plans might be starting to get laid out a little bit. I think we're going to start to see who's going to want to take the first bit chill, knowing that they've got to go into, a warm day and they want to preserve some energy and they want to burn more of their matches later on in the race through the more technical sections, and who wanted to take advantage of the road and who want to take advantage of the really, really fast 50K.
Yeah.
So this will be really exciting to see so the second aid station, I should correct myself there.
Yeah, so the next individuals we anticipate to come into this aid station are John Ray Onifa, so our athlete from the Philippines. He, or known as Stingray affectionately, should be the next athlete to come in. Just behind him, it looks like is likely Courtney DeWalter. There's a little bit of a delay in how quickly their trackers update, but it should be John Stingray Onifa. It should be Onosuka-san should be in that group as well, one of the other male athletes in the field. Courtney DeWalter should be in that mix. Her tracker just updated a minute ago. She should be coming down onto that roadway quite quickly. She does have quite a big lead over the chasing women, probably about 10 or so minutes once we get to this aid station at a minimum. For the French fans that are watching, Alexander should be in that next group. So we're talking men 5, 6, 7, 8 should all be in very quickly, along with Courtney DeWalter.
Are we shocked?
No. Are we excited?
Absolutely.
Heck yeah.
Absolutely. Our little representative out there just completely shredding every course she attempts to go do her thing on. Does it with so much joy and excitement and just a smile on her face through most of it. I've seen her dig deep sometimes. I've seen her not smile. But by and large, that's more the rare experience than seeing her just always so exuberant. And so I'm excited to see her coming through here. She's got, look at these picturesque views that are just absolutely amazing.
And for our U.S. audience, our Anthony Lee fans, he should also be in that next group of men, kind of in that 6 to 10 position. We should see all of those guys coming in here pretty darn quickly. Again, the next athlete in should be John Ray Onifa, followed by likely Courtney DeWalter and Onosuka-san, one of our Japanese runners here. I just want to make sure I have the right data pulled up. Yeah. Tomonoro Onosuka should be one of the next athletes in as well, and has actually finished third at this event last year. So has some experience on this race course. Might know what they're doing.
Yeah, and I think that, when you, and I've said this about like Tyler Green at Western States, when you finish second place, there's only one thing, like one goal to go back and do, and that's to win the thing. And so you kind of run with a little bit more of a nothing to lose. Like, I've already gotten second here. I've already have been here in this position. So at this point, I want to take a few more risks and see if I can really take that next step into the top podium spot. So I'd imagine your, second and third place returning champions, they're only gunning to improve. So they might take a few more risks here, and I'd be interested to see their splits this year compared to last year.
Yeah, and I don't know much about, I think the weather. I can do words. I think the weather was fairly, I don't think they had bad conditions last year. I think it was pretty stable conditions from what I can remember. We can have Marco reconfirm that for us. But yeah, I think they're pretty stable conditions. Our cameras are getting ready because we should have our next group of runners coming through here, but they have opened up a bit more of a gap on the chase pack.
This is a sizable gap on the chase pack.
Yeah, because if we look at splits from the Wave 1 men through here, they came through 11 minutes ago. They left the aid station. So the clock is running. Courtney was about 15 minutes back from the men's leaders at aid station 1. So I anticipate she'll be here in the next probably like 3 to 5 minutes.
And she typically runs pretty consistent, if not, her standard is to move up throughout the day.
So we do have an update on just how fast the newbie 100-miler Kento Tamura's is. His 5K PB, 14:08. Wow. His 10K PB, 29:11. His half marathon PB, 61 minutes.
Wow.
Can we talk about leg speed?
The dude's got turnover.
Yeah.
And
this is indicative of like Japanese running culture. Like there are so many Japanese distance runners, particularly on the road, that we will never hear about. And I remember, I think it was Japanese marathon trials for the Tokyo Olympics. Like the number of guys that were well under that, like 2:08 mark was just like mind blowing in comparison to what we sometimes struggle with in the US. And so, that speaks volumes. We've got a 61-minute half marathoner trying to throw down in his first ever trail 100. That is pretty sick.
That's the type of speed that our Jim Walmsley has when he qualified for.
I mean, that's faster.
It's faster.
It's faster.
It's that same like level of speed, and even faster, because when you're going that fast, like seconds add up when you're doing a half marathon, right? Like, I think it's going to be really interesting to see what he's capable of doing, and
that's
also
a future Western States runner. That's all I have to say. That's a get that boy to a golden ticket race.
Just let him touch a golden ticket race and see what happens.
Stat. That's a get that guy to Javelina, get that guy to whatever they decide the golden tickets races are going to be next year, because I can't you take that leg speed and someone who can like suffer through a race like Doyenton on 100K, and then you combine that with some experice, and that's a very
season. See what happens there. I mean, he's going to learn a lot from this race, which is going to be amazing. I mean, it's been really fun and exciting for me, at least. And I don't know about you, Corinne, but watching the Asian trail running community start to just really pop off the last handful of years in the trail and ultra running. Like, they're just consistently showing up and just crushing races here in US and in the Europe, and it's been so much fun to see that, and to see like Australasia pop off, like just that whole trail running becoming so much more prominent out there. And when you've got that many people who can run a sub 2:08 marathon that just want to dabble in trail and ultra, that's a dangerous.
And it doesn't always translate, right? We've had plenty of fast marathoners try their hand at trail, and it just doesn't stick. Something doesn't click. It's
True.
The mental side of it, etc. Personally, I'm way more scared of a fast road marathon than I am of a 100-mile, and that's just my own issues coming through. But what I will say is that like it's there's running talent, and then there's willpower, and there is an aptitude to be able to eat and drink for that long, and to troubleshoot and take care of yourself. And there's a lot that goes into successfully pulling off a 100-mile performance that goes well beyond leg speed, but it is really cool to understand where someone's coming from when you look at their running performances.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that, I would argue that just like track and cross country are different sports, someone running a 100-meter is going to be a very different athlete than someone running, a 10K or cross country races. And I think that road marathoning and ultra marathons are different sports in that same respect. They translate well to each other, but they're not the same sport. So out of the, you give yourself 100 marathoners who can go under 2:08 in a road marathon, there's going to be only a percentage of them that can translate those tools and add on to the toolbox that it takes to be successful in the 100-mile distance or 100K distance. So it'd be really, I mean, we might have one of those translative athletes who just has the raw talent and is able to gather the rest of the tools. And I'm excited to see how his day shakes out throughout the rest of this race.
Yeah, we are anxiously awaiting now. We're about We're nearly 15 minutes, I think, since our men's lead pack of 3 with the chaser, again, the very fast athlete we've been talking about, Kento San, have left the aid station. So time is really starting to clip by here. They did damage. There was a big climb and descent in this last section after a lot of really fast kind of dirt road running. So maybe there have been some things that have shooken up there. It's also a really long way between aid, right? We talked about this a lot. 27 kilometers between aid stations. This early in a race, like, are you dialed in on your nutrition? Are you dialed in on your hydration? And what does that actually look like?
Well, when you have that big of a split between aid stations, the margin for error is that much smaller. It's more thin. And so a small error can have catastrophic results. So it'll be really interesting to see who planned well for that 50K up to this point and who was taking a few more risks, who was who's going to pay the price on that. Also, you're not going to know you went out too fast until it blows up on you, right? Like, we've all experienced that. We're like, oh, this is fine, until it's not. So it'll be interesting to see how some of the runners come into this aid station. If you've got that flat road, then that climb up to get into this, like, you'll notice that you went out too fast on that climb and go, oh no, these legs need to turn around real fast.
Yeah, this is also the time of day, or just before this aid station was the time of day where people get really sleepy, right? They had to, once you make it to sunrise, all of a sudden you're like, oh wow, I feel exponentially better than I did 30 minutes ago.
Right.
But a lot of folks, here we go, we've got more runners coming in. A lot of people drop out actually in that like kind of pre-dawn time period because they have such a big low. That should be Stingray. We'll double check the bib. 205.
205 is...
Oh goodness, don't do this to me. That should be John Ray. Yeah, John Ray, Stingray.
Yep. John Ray Onifa.
Yep, and there should be a pack of runners coming in.
Yeah, he should be being chased at this point. He'll have
Courtney
quite a few
DeWalter,
behind him.
another Japanese North Face athlete, it looks like. Bib 7. I'll get a split on them.
And for those who are watching the live stream, no, I am not Jeff. Jeff did not magically sprout hair. I stepped in for a moment so he could eat. And we're going to let, I'm sure Corinne would like to see Courtney DeWalter come in, so we're going to allow Corinne the opportunity to see Courtney, and then we're going to shoo her off to go have a little lunch break, and then Jeff and I will take over for a few minutes.
Oh, that sounds delightful.
I know you want to see Courtney.
You know that I'm like I've got one foot off the desk right now because I'm like, I should go eat
food.
a burrito. But I will wait for Courtney and then I will get a burrito.
I love how this course has like this fun little mix of, she looks like he's running like between, like just got off that road and then shooting like between houses almost to get through this.
Yeah, they do link up a lot of like kind of public thoroughfares, it feels like, to connect these trails together.
Which can be really difficult when you're a runner and you're like, you get in your body and your legs get in this one mode of just turnover, and then all of a sudden you have to be more agile. And it's like, if you've done that one type of running for so long and then you come onto this really technical trail, all of a sudden it takes you a minute for your body to wake back up in that way and become more athletic.
Yeah, and one of the next athletes in behind John Ray Onifa should be Takashido, a Japanese athlete for the North Face Japan. Should be one of the next athletes in and has already won a 100K race this year. He won the Hiroshima Wagon Trail 109-kilometer race like a month ago. So he's got a pretty good 100K in his legs, but that should be one of the next runners in. He'll be wearing bib number 7. This is still Stingray on your screen being followed by a camera into the aid station, but coming in behind him should be bib number 7, again, who is Takashido, a Japanese North Face athlete who should be our next individual in based on how the live trackers are updating out on the course. But Courtney DeWalter might also be one of the next runners that we see. Anthony Lee should be in that group.
come on, Anthony. Anthony's a fellow Topo athletic athlete with me, and he's just had one heck of a year, and he's been building and building and building. I want to see him do so well out here. He came out and had a fairly successful race throughout most of the day, and then kind of said he fell apart towards the end of his bonking pretty heavily, so he's got some revenge on his mind here. So it'll be really exciting to see. Quick change of the shoes here. Isn't crew just like the absolute most selfless, amazing people, just taking your shoes off for you?
Yeah, keeping you put together. Yeah, changing shoes here, but yeah, the official split back from the lead pack, and John Stingray Onifa on your screen is now 27 minutes. So those guys at the front are pushing, I would say.
All four of them.
It's really hard to open up another 10 to 15 minutes over Courtney DeWalter, and that is what's happened at this aid station.
Yeah.
So that's some pretty big moves.
It's moves have been made. I think people are starting to lay their cards down and play what they came to play with, and we're really excited to see.
Yeah, we heard from the crew earlier that one of the athletes, they actually took time to change into like a tank top out of a short sleeve or a longer sleeve shirt, because he was really worried about how cold it was this morning. Was really afraid of it being too cold, so felt more confident leaving in daylight now in a tank top. We just saw her pour what looked like to be some sort of miso soup, something very brothy, into what looked like either noodles or rice in that little camp cook pot. Super efficient.
Super low chair. I would cramp so bad getting in and out of that chair.
We got to work on our mobility. Jeff's Jeff's doing his mobility right now while he's not at the desk, so this is perfect.
Jeff is the athlete that is never not athleting. They're really kind of taking. I mean, when you have this, you've hit that second aid station, you're 52K in. Like, now's a good time to take a breath. Who is this here? Coming in.
That looks like Takashi.
And
and Courtney DeWalter.
Those shorts.
So she's running in 6th currently. She's coming in right with the 5th place runner, and then she's followed by 2 more male athletes just behind her, one of whom might be Anthony Lee. A really great position for him to be in, actually, at this stage of the race, I would say. Running really, really smart. But yeah, so Takashi, though, runs for the North Face Japan. I believe that is who's right in front of Courtney. And then your race leader, Courtney DeWalter, bib 301. Mostly all smiles, I think, there.
Mostly all smiles. She's got a little dirty jersey, so I don't know if she went down back there or is just brushing up against stuff.
Yeah, they did have a climb kind of out of the valley up to a steep little point across a bit of a rib, and then back down again to connect into this aid station.
And that's a pretty common spot for like the hand wipe if you've got, grabbed mud or something like that, or like fell, took a little hand down. That's
you'd wipe it off back there.
Space.
Yeah, our queen, Courtney DeWalter, again, kicked off her season. Phenomenal performance at Gran Canaria. Someone asked, actually, if she wins here and she won at Gran Canaria, does that mean she just wins the World Trail Majors? Like, that's 2 wins. And I said, unless someone else gets 2 wins, and then you have to go to a tiebreaker, right?
Oh, my gosh, the beer mile tiebreaker.
If Rachel Drake goes to UTCT and wins UTCT, then they both have 2 wins, right?
That would be so much fun. Yeah, I say it has to be a televised. Mountain Outpost will televise the beer mile tiebreaker between the 2 of them.
I think that sounds like a rad idea. I think we'll have to pass it by a bunch of higher ups, but we can make this happen.
I think we can make that happen.
But yeah, so Courtney, I'm actually curious. So at the last aid station, Courtney had about a 7-minute lead over 2nd place. And at that point, it was Japanese athlete Yukari Somaya. So I'm going to do
Our French athlete, Alexandre,
should be in the aid station.
He's in the aid station now.
Cool.
Yeah.
So I know that there are a lot of French spectators actually watching on the World Trail Majors channel. Your boy, your French athlete, Alexander, has made it into the aid station. He's actually probably just right of our camera shot looking at Stingray, because his crew should just be to the right of where Stingray's crew is set up. I don't know if we'll get him in shot or not based on where that camera is.
Yeah, it looks like he came in roughly 4 minutes behind Stingray.
Cool. And there's Takashi, and then Courtney.
Yep.
Little uphill pavement climb into the aid station.
You know what's amazing about Courtney to me is she never really looks like she's going full speed. She's just so consistent.
She's very efficient, I think, and it's just like we don't understand how fast. Yeah, okay. Jeff is saying she has a very high cadence. I do think. Well,
wrong.
I think when she downshifts, she does really have a very high cadence. Oh, Jeff is grabbing one of our couch mics. We could mic him this whole time. He had no idea. Courtney, all smiles and waves in the aid station.
Oh yeah, I'm on.
Nice.
Yeah, I was saying that she has a very high cadence. I've had the opportunity to run with her quite a bit in races. Spent time with her, and she's very, very efficient runner, and she's a very good power hiker.
I think Alexander actually just gave her a high five when she came in because his crew set up right immediately on the right hand side, and I'm fairly certain that I saw him turn and give her a high five as she came in. So that is pretty
awesome.
sweet. And that's Takashi there with bib 3, last year's 3rd place finisher. So that will help us remember. Last year's 2nd place male is wearing bib 2. Last year's 3rd place male is wearing bib 3. Both Japanese athletes. Okay, so that's Takashi right there of North Face Japan.
Courtney doing her signature wet wipe on the face.
I think we've got a change up. Yeah, I think I misread one of our bib numbers. That should be, bib 1, Tomonori, Onisuka, I think that came through there. And we can check on the live tracker too, because that should have come up when they left, where they came into aid 2.
Yeah, it looks humid.
Yeah, they're wet. They're all wet, right?
Yeah. And we're looking at about 70. As the sun gets up, it's going to get even more humid. It's 70% humidity today.
Oh, Takashi's bib 7. There we go. I'm getting them all put together.
Number 3 is Tomonori Onitsuka.
And he was 3rd last year.
Yeah, her hair's very wet.
Yeah. A very humid morning.
Yeah.
Her and Kevin just have such a great aid station, like smooth vibe for her. Everything's dialed. And the fact that he's still smiling tells me that things are going well.
Yeah, he doesn't look too serious. Yeah, getting eye drops in. Yeah, so Court has actually had experiences at races that go overnight, like Run Rabbit Run, where basically your pupils can get really inflamed, and she's had some vision issues during the race, where she's literally gone race like ultra blind, essentially. And so she's really adamant about getting those eye drops in throughout the course of the race. Anthony Lee.
There's Anthony Lee right there.
So it looks like they're leaving together. Courtney came in just ahead of him, and they are now leaving side by side.
Nice.
She was really quick through that aid station.
Yeah, efficient. One thing we're learning with Courtney DeWalter in all things is just efficiency. All right, let's go to Marco.
Hey guys, so I have Kevin next to me. So Corinne and Jeff is on the other side. How are you, Kevin?
Excellent. How's everybody this morning?
How's everybody?
I'm loving the supporter bibs. Those are sick.
Corinne and Jeff are over here. Miss those guys.
Yeah, man.
How was Courtney feeling, like from your perspective? How is she moving?
She's moving well. Yeah, she looks really good. Just had one of the biggest climbs over here. Pretty tough section, but I think she moved through it really well. Came in quick, and yeah, it looks good.
I saw from the side you guys have some small talks. Like, what were you guys talking about? If it's okay to share.
Just telling her like how many miles she has until I see her again, and just how the race is going so far.
Did you tell her any jokes just yet?
Not yet. We'll save those for later.
All right. Can't wait to hear those. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you.
I also have John's
spirits.
wife on the other side. Let me see if I can grab her and talk for a quick second.
It's a busy little aid station.
Sorry to interrupt. Can I ask you for quick questions?
But can I go? They want to take this space.
Okay, sure. Okay, I'll come back to you in a bit. All right. maybe I can go to Anthony's support and ask for a few questions.
That'd be amazing because we actually only saw him leave the aid station, so we didn't get to see him in aid. So very curious to actually know kind of what he looks like and how he's feeling.
So I have Anthony support Yuri right next to me. So let me ask him a few questions and I can do the translation. ゆりくん、アントニーはどうだったんですか？
アンソニーは多分まだ元気だけど、結構急いでる感じかな。前狙って。
結構早めに出たんですよね。
多分20秒ぐらい。
So he was like, Anthony's feeling well, but then he's like also in a rush to catch up with the top leader. So he came in and came out in 20 seconds.
Wow.
Whoa.
That's very fast. When do they see their crew next?
次どこに会うんですか？
次はCP3 なんで、
Shojiko F3. So the next A station.
Okay, so not so far. I thought they might not get to see them until F4, and that's a long ways away.
Yeah. So you can see like as the top runners go out, that there's a change in the support area as well. So people are packing up, and then the second batch of supporters are coming in. So it's quite a scene right here. If you can pan out, just this is an overview of how it looks like right here. It's an A station at itself.
Yeah, I mean, remember there's nearly 3,000 runners in the race, spread across 4 waves. So it's going to get busy there.
Yeah. Okay, let me pass it back to you. And if I find John's wife again, I will please cue me in again, and I will talk to her for an interview.
Sounds
awesome.
good. Thanks,
Thank
Marco.
you, Marco.
All right.
Okay, go eat. Let's get Jeff back in here. Man, well, that was a fun first little bit there, eh?
Yeah.
Like the action, it's so hard in these races where you have such a big distance between aid stations, especially the first couple aids where and it's dark, you can't really get a vibe for what's going on. Even like runners coming in and out, it's just a quick pop in, you see them for a few seconds and they're gone, and you can't really see a whole lot of the action. So this is where the action starts to actually happen for the day.
Yeah, it really does. And we've had the top 11 men come through so far and check out, and the first woman, Courtney DeWalter. And it looks like American Anthony Lee is in 10th. He was in and out in 20 seconds. It sounds to me like from his crew that he's a little anxious to kind of reel in the leaders. And I think if it were me, I'd say relax.
Yeah, exactly.
He's running a good race. Just relax. They'll come back to him, I think.
I think Anthony's got this really interesting, renewed energy in the sport where he's been doing so well for so long, and he's just done so much over the years that he's starting to kind of hone in and find a little bit more success. The less he just goes high volume training, all the tons of racing, he's kind of starting to fine tune his game and getting stronger.
Well,
and
and
better.
a side note, he just went OFM before Hurt 100.
I've been talking to you for 5 minutes, Jeff, and we are
OFM
conversation.
I have to make a comment on OFM. I have to.
I love it.
He's really through our circle. He's really stoked on it right now. He's feeling really, really good. He's feeling strong. He's recovering fast, which is all what we've experienced as well. So look for him to move up, I think. That's my prediction.
You know, I've been on a couple training runs with him. I see how he's doing, and he is ready. But I think we've got Marco in the field with some updates. Yeah, Marco, how you doing, man?
Yes, good. I have Sachio-san, which is John's wife, next to me. So just want to ask her a few questions about how John is feeling.
He called me about 30 minutes ago, 45 minutes ago. He said the lower back is hurting, but he came in. But he's recovering. So I feel he's feeling okay right now. But he lost like 4 positions, so he's a little bit sad, but long way to go.
Yeah, it's still early, right? I saw him also spending a bit of time at the aid station changing his shoes. Is there any strategy planning that he's like making at the moment?
He didn't say anything. Just probably just wanna change the feeling, the attire, everything. He even changed the t-shirt. So yeah, just refreshing.
How do you feel?
I was worried a little bit, but I'm okay now. Yeah, long way to go. Just started.
Are you going to see him at the next aid station in Shojiko?
Yes. So I need to go.
All right. Okay, I'll let you go. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yeah. There are more runners coming in and out, so I will see if I can catch more support crew later. But at the moment, let me pass it back to you, and let me do some more research over here.
Awesome. Thank you, Marco.
Thanks, Marco.
Yeah, I mean, she said something very accurate. Like, it's just starting. Right.
Yeah,
that was the thing that hit me the most, is that's an experienced crew chief right there that knows, like, I was worried, but you know what? The day's just starting.
And things can turn around. And there can be a big shakeup because of this first 50K was fairly, or at least the first 30K was very, very runnable and fairly fast. It definitely will favor the road runners and those with a good leg speed, but that doesn't necessarily carry over to mountain running, which the last third of this course is very technical and trail, and it's hard to turn over that long.
Yeah, I was going to say, this is really 3 separate races, right? Like 3 separate strengths within a race. You've got the first section, it's very, very road heavy, very, very fast, flat tur throughout the day, and then you've got the next section that's going to be a combination, and then you've got that last section that is going to be the most technical section of the day, where really when you want to feel your best is through that section, because that's what's going to be the difference maker. And if you feel slightly not good there, you're going to fall off much further.
Yes, for sure. And in my experience there too, I was there in 2015. I was probably 10th or 12th most of the race, maybe even up to 15th if I remember correctly, and I was on the podium in 3rd. So I moved up about 7 or 8 places in the last 50K. So that's when people start to fade if they've gone out too fast, and especially road runners. One of the things, a good friend of mine, Max King, when I lived in Bend, Oregon, he's a really good road runner as well, and a really good fast runner, and one of the things he said about coming to the 100-mile distance, it doesn't necessarily carry over, because you can hold that big stride and high heel kick for maybe 100K,
right,
or 50, but you can't hold it for 100. At some point, you lose that stride length, and then you're shuffling. So I think this is one of those situations where we might see a pretty good shakeup in the last 50 to 70K. So it remains to be seen. Obviously, it's humid. It's forecasted to be almost 80 degrees today, and we're early morning still, so 70% humidity. It's around 50, a little over 50 degrees right now. So it's going to get hot, and it's going to get humid. And we already saw Courtney come through. And
this is our second-placed female coming in right now.
It looks like that might be it.
Let's take a look at the tracker. But no, you are absolutely right that you are getting, maybe, I don't know, everyone's got a different game plan. Some people are going to want to go out and say, I want to eat up as much of the course in the cool temperatures as I can, and then I'm going to intentionally slow her down a little bit through the heat of the day so that I can finish strong. There's a lot of game plans that can be executed, and everybody's going to be much better at the game plan that fits their strengths, right? So we don't know, is Anthony saving up that technical section for the end? Is he feeling like this is where he can make his move to catch back up because he knows what's ahead of him? Courtney's going to do what Courtney does and just she's going to do alter the course for sure.
Yeah, and this next section from F2 to F3, and if you look at the screen, you'll see F2, that's the aid station. And so from F2 to F3, it's an 18.2 kilometer section. There's one solid climb in the middle of it, but it's a net uphill to that climb, and then a big steep climb, and then a big steep descent, and then a pretty flat run-in the last few kilometers into the aid station. So this next section has some runnable, more runnable stuff in it as well. Looks like right now we have someone stretching their calves. Must be some cramping going on.
If you don't train as a trail runner, if you don't train for that specific high turnover, very calf intensive sections of the course, you do pay for it on these. Absolutely for sure.
Well, and I think one thing, an important thing to note about ultra running in general, especially this race, this is a race that definitely reflects that, and that is there are 4 distinct physiologies in ultra running, and that is flat running, uphill running, downhill running, and power hiking. So depending on the grade. So you need to have all of those strengths for this race because it has road sections, it has dirt road sections and flat valleys. And if you ever see any of these camera angles that pan out, there's really steep ridge lines, but then there's flat valleys in between. So you have to run across these valleys and then go back up over these ridge lines and these steep sections, and they're very steep. And that was something that really stood out to me. There was times when the grade was just crazy steep on power hiking.
You're really going through like the extremes of both ends of the spectrum. Like as you mentioned, like the spectrum going all the way from like power hiking to flat road running, and you have to traverse that entire spectrum from one end to the other very abruptly in a course like this. And that can be, to your nervous system, that can be pretty shocking to the muscles. And that's where we're seeing like where you would typically see like a lot of cramping happening, where it's like, oh, the nervous system is starting to get a little shocked. It's getting overstressed, overused. And that is, a high correlation with cramping.
Yeah. And I think another thing to note, we noted earlier, the first 2 sections are 25.3 kilometers and 27.2 kilometers. So over 15 miles between the first 2 aid stations in each section. And that's a long way in a typical ultra. It's more common to a 200-plus race.
Right.
And so if you don't have your sodium and hydration electrolytes kind of dialed in of how much you should be drinking and how much you should be carrying, you could come in pretty depleted by 50K into this race at this checkpoint, and now the temperatures are gonna start to rise because it's daylight. So we're right now about just shy of 6 a.m. At the race. So we're about 5 hours and 54 minutes into the race. So there's supposed to be some clouds roll in later because there's supposed to be a chance of rain this evening, but it's supposed to be mostly sunny this morning and then partly cloudy this afternoon.
Which is kind of the worst because you've had rain the last couple of days, and then it's going to have that just enough solar energy and heat to bring that
humidity
moisture off the ground and up into your face.
And you can see if you look around, there's puddles and stuff when they're panning around. And now we're looking at the crew spots just outside the aid station. So when you come into the aid station, you have to come in, and check out to go crew if you have crew. So they crew as you leave. Mm-hmm. So that's what we were seeing on that last video. I'm not sure this runner's number. It looks like we're still waiting for the second place woman. Courtney at the first aid station, Courtney DeWalter had about a little over a 7-minute lead on the second female. And we are still waiting for that second female to come in. So it looks like she's increased her lead by checkpoint 2 at this point.
Which is not shocking given the way that she races.
And she looked under control to me.
She did. She didn't look like she was running out there and like running outside of herself to chase anything. She's just kind of doing what she does. And that's just, she does an amazing job at running her own race at all times, no matter if she's in second, if she's in third, if she's in first, if she's got a 20-minute lead or she's 20 minutes behind, it doesn't matter. She runs her game plan so extremely well, which I think really contributes to her success.
Yeah, for sure. And also to kind of like give you a perspective on the top 10 men, right now, the top 10 men were from front of the pack to the 10th place person. We were about a little over 32 minutes apart, and there was a lead pack of men that were together, and then there were a chase pack, and there's fourth place was about 3 minutes back, and then there was a whole group that came in together that were about 30 to 31 minutes back, and that group included Anthony Lee from the U.S. and I think that group is the one I'd be looking at right now, maybe moving up in the last third of the race.
Absolutely, and I would love to see, and this is just a random thought, but I would love to see the data of who is in from, let's say, like 5th to 20th, or even let's go 10th to 20th, and see how many of them end up in the top 10. We'll say a split from like take 10th to 20th at mile 35, like 52K in, and then see who ends up in the top 10 there. Because I think when you do run for a podium spot, and I mentioned this earlier, like you're running with a little less opportunity for mistakes to be made. Like little mistakes, it's kind of like mountain biking. Like little mistakes have big catastrophic results when you are riding the line that aggressively.
Especially this early.
And, it's anytime you start to push yourself to a limit, it is that opportunity, like your margin for error is just so much more slim, and you just have to be more on top and more dialed throughout the day. And then when you do that all day long, just percentage chance means you are likely going to run into a wall at some point. We can even look at our fan favorite here in the U.S., Jim Walmsley. It's taken him each of his major races that he's had incredible success and broken unbelievable course records. It's always taken him multiple tries because he runs at the edge of his limit every single race, and he's out there chasing those, and that margin for error is just slimmed down to a point to where it takes one small thing to disrupt the entire day. But when you do land it, you get Jim Walmsley-esque results of course records and just incredible feats that are just amazing to watch.
Right.
Runners rolling around here, getting in and out of that aid station, taking advantage of the warmer foods. It sounds like it was kind of a bit of a chillier night. They're moving into the warmth of the day. I don't know about you, Jeff, but anytime I've run a race where I've had to run overnight, that sun coming up in the morning is just so like invigorating to me. Like I feel like, oh wow, the race just started. Like my mind like resets and my circadian rhythms are telling me that the day's just starting and I'm already 50K into a race.
Yeah, it's really, they started, again, if you're just joining us, they started at midnight in Japan. So they are about we're about to break 6 hours into the race, 5:59 right now. So it's 5:59 in the morning. The sun's been up for maybe 45 minutes or so, or an hour. It started getting light before 5 a.m. So they're all like now running in the daylight. Now we're going to see the temperature start to rise as the suns come up, and that humidity probably kick in a little more too. I think it's a little lower humidity right now, but the forecast is for 70% humidity.
Yeah,
at about 80 degrees.
As that sun comes out, like we said, it's going to bring some of that moisture off the ground. You can see in the aid station here, there are some puddles on the ground of this, wet blacktop. And, that is going to rise throughout the day. It's going to get pretty humid out there, which is then creates one new piece of the puzzle that you have to play with, and you have to learn how to adapt and adjust your game plan at 50K into a race and beyond. Getting some bottles in and out here. For those of you who are just joining us, thank you so much for joining the Mountain Outpost on the live broadcast of Mount Fuji 100. I am Zach Marion, joined by Jeff Browning, the one and only Bronco
What's
Billy.
up?
Oh, man, we let Corinne go have some lunch. Apparently, when you run in the morning, you need food afterwards. Recovery is a good thing.
Yeah, I was starting to fade before you gave me a little lunch break, and now I'm back. I feel better.
No, man, that's all it took. That's all we needed was to get you more wired, more energy over here.
Yeah, I had a ton of protein, so I'm feeling good. I think I had about 70 grams of protein, so I'm good.
Steak and eggs, man.
Steak and eggs. I
Slathered
had some
in butter.
carbs, too. I had potatoes. It was good.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Carbs have a place.
Common misconception that Jeff Browning does not eat carbs.
Yeah, I do eat carbs.
Speaking of carbs, man, those noodles look so... Like, I would love to roll into an aid station and have just a little bowl of noodles waiting there for me.
My only problem is I'm pretty good with chopsticks, but I could not eat it at the speed these guys are doing it.
I would be shaking, dropping.
I would just have to. I would have to have a spoon or a fork.
I would pour that thing right onto my face.
Yeah, right. Yeah, just give it to me in a cup. I'm gonna shoot it. Oh. So if you're just joining us, we're now looking at where they can crew just outside of the aid station. They come into the aid station, and then when they leave, there's a crew area before they check out and take off. We're looking at the aid station. I think one thing. Oh, looks like we got a maybe second place. This is a second place female right here. Looks like she just came in. So it looks like Courtney's increased her lead since checkpoint 1. We're at checkpoint 2. About 52 kilometers into the race. And we'll see when the second place female, I'm trying to get her number. I haven't
seen it yet. If she's been holding steady all day, that would be Yukari Somaya.
I'm going to try
but that's if it's the same athlete that was in second before.
Let me see if I can get
which would be 303. I haven't seen an update on the leaderboard yet.
Yeah, it hasn't updated on the leaderboard yet.
So let's see if we can catch her on her way out.
I'm trying to see her number. So it looks like we do have a second female coming in. We're trying to get her bib number.
It looks like 303. So that would be...
I'll let you look that up.
Yeah, 303 is going to be Yukari Somaya. And bear with me, please. I am going to slaughter a lot of names today.
Oh, me too.
So
that's what I'm relying on Corinne for that.
We rely on Corinne for everything.
Yeah, exactly.
She runs the ship at these things.
So now you can see that's where you exit from that crew area.
And that runner had taken a significant amount of time to sit down, have some food, and looks like change shirt. Looks like he's going to get himself out of here and ready for the next section of adventure.
And as soon as she leaves, we'll get a exact
split
between her and Courtney DeWalter, who's in the lead for the women.
Yeah, it looks like coming in there was a 25-minute, 38-second gap on.
It looks like she's leaving. Either that or she's coming to crew. I don't know which. She's definitely.
So you might show up as her as left since she has left the aid station, but we'll see.
Here she is. She's crewing right now. So she's gone into the aid station, did a little bit of something at the aid station, and now she is sitting
swapping some bottles.
Yep. Looks like she
looks pretty fresh.
Yeah, and she looks good.
Yeah,
she does not look like she's putting a bunch of pressure on. So
she was smiling pretty well in the aid station. They kind of took her time, walked through, got what she needed to get. She's not feeling the pressure and the rush to try to catch anyone.
Yep. Trying to see what that was. She just
take that headlamp off. It looked like a Vespa.
I think it was a Vespa.
I was gonna say there we go.
There's a little Japanese Vespa right there. A little wasp extract. Her fat burning's going up. Watch out.
She's never gonna bonk. She's on no bonk zone.
Exactly. That is an integral part of my race strategy as well. Oh, that looks good. What's that? Rice? In some kind of like a fried outer. Ooh, that looks good. That almost looks like a
giant egg roll with rice in it.
Oh yeah,
I'm sure there's a name for it, but we are just gonna go ahead and.
Looks like she has some strawberries there, some other kind of nutrition.
I need to go. After seeing all the noodles and this type of stuff, I'm gonna go run in Japan just strictly to enjoy the aid station.
Yeah,
I'm not gonna do what you guys do, which is go out and like just eat your own gels and your own stuff and like never. No, I'm gonna enjoy the aid station.
Yeah, I don't. I do my own thing. I can't during a race at least. I'm just looking forward to the day when I'm kind of take it back a notch and I'm not really racing anymore. Then I'll enjoy the aid station.
I don't know if that's ever gonna happen.
Oh, it'll happen, Zach. It's
Jeff Browning, the eternal athlete over here. The immortal.
I'm still motivated. To do everything. But
Still got that Bronco buck in him.
I do. I didn't think I would still have it at 52, I have to say. I thought I'd be like totally chill now with like a bunch of compression on and trekking poles and socializing at the aid station.
it.
Yeah, but I'm not. I'm still motivated.
Got that Trace and lean, just getting it done still.
Yeah, she's getting extra hydration. Again, this is one of the reasons that these athletes are spending a little extra time at this aid station. They just come through. This is only the second aid station, and it's 52 kilometers into the race. So the first one was at 25.3 and then 52.5. So they had two 15-plus mile sections. And this last section from checkpoint 1 to checkpoint 2 had a huge climb in it. And so they are now going to starting to see some heat. I've been trying to find a good website that get me on the ground weather, but in Japan, but I have not found that on Google. If anybody knows that, throw it in the chat. If you got a good link.
It is Vespa. It is Vespa.
It is
that
Vespa.
Definitely
Look at
looks
that.
like that's a Vespa right there.
That is a Vespa.
There you go, Jeff. You've
Boom.
been validated.
Second place woman's taking Vespa.
Man, yeah, no, this is a little caffeine drink right there.
That's quite a little spread.
Yeah, no,
Look,
she's got it.
Now, notice she has a little, like, look at her fork and everything, and chopsticks are in that little case. I need one of those.
That's a
cool.
full camping kit right there, ready to go.
Yeah,
Set.
for sure. So she should be leaving soon. She was just finishing up drinking. Looks like she's already had some food.
Yeah, and like as you mentioned, you've been away from aid and, you know, like seeing your crew for so long that, you know, taking some time at this aid station is really key, right?
It really
like
is.
you need to make sure. And also, let's not forget, they've been running since midnight, and this is now breakfast time, so your body is kind of going through that, like, hey, where's my food? Where's my breakfast? I should be having a meal right about now.
And most people probably would be having a little caffeine as well.
Yeah, a little
that morning caffeine. And now the next section is 18.2 kilometers. It's a net uphill, but there is a big climb in the middle. So we got another 12-mile section coming up with no aid in between. So really, really long sections in the first half of this race, or to nearly 97 kilometers before they really start to get. And then the aid stations get more. Have them more than often.
Between F3 and F4, the aid station 3 and 4, there is a 37 and a half, like 37.
26.7, right? I have 26.7.
26.7 kilometers.
So another 16-mile section after this 12-mile section, and for most, I mean, it's going to start getting hot.
Yep.
So the sun's out. It's forecasted to have sun all morning, partly cloudy this afternoon.
You can see the sun is definitely starting to come out as it lightens up out there. You can see the sun casting on the trees out there.
Yep.
Big shadows now, so it's gonna start to heat up. It's gonna start warming up very, very shortly, and not that it's gonna get overly hot, but it's gonna be just warm enough to get the humidity going, to get people take a little bit of energy out of you. And I think we got Marco out on the field. What do you got for us, buddy?
Hey, so I'm in front of Semia, the second female's roof station. So I heard you're commenting on the food. So maybe you can close up on the food just one more time to showcase again the goodness of Japanese food. This is the inari sushi. これが手作りですか? Did you made it yourself?
自分で手作りで本人が手作りで持ってきました。
Oh, she made it by herself, and then the support crew bring it over. 今日の調子はどうですか? How is she feeling?
今日はね、なんか初めての参加なんで、まあちょっと気負わず自分でね、ペースで走るという調子はいいと思います今日は。はい。
So apparently she's feeling pretty well, but then this is her first 100 miles, so she's just running her own race and not rushing it. I also heard that she's feeling good. She says she's feeling good, but having just some running nose because it was quite cold running through the night.
No, awesome intel.
Yeah,
All
great.
right. I also talked to Nicole Bitter, Zach Bitter earlier, so he's waiting over there. So I think you might come in a little bit later. So at the moment, only 2 female has come through, and we are waiting for more to come, and I will try to catch the support crew again to do some more interviews.
That would be
Awesome.
absolutely
Heading back
awesome.
to you guys.
Thank you so much, Marco.
Thanks, Marco. So she is now she's checked out. So she is 30 minutes behind Courtney. So Courtney now has a 30-minute lead. She's increased her. She was a little over 7 minutes at 25K, and now at 52K, she is officially 30 minutes ahead of second. So she has increased her lead by quite a bit.
I do have to say, Mr. Peter Defty in the chat called it out. It is Inari sushi. So I'm going to have to put that on the list of things that I am really excited to try at in my next races.
Yep. Shout out to Peter. She's taking Vespa. So
nice. And then, we also have Jilzy who updated us and said that it's going to be 70 degrees Fahrenheit, 80% humidity is what she's getting out there. It's
about 51 degrees right now.
Yeah, so that 19 degree swing, 20 degree swing you're gonna feel that quite significantly.
Yeah, that'll probably hit in about another 3 or 4 hours when they really start to feel that. But you can see from the footage there is some sun popping up, and look in the background. There are some big steep ridge lines. That's the one thing that stuck out to me in that race when I did it in 2015. That you have to run in between the valleys, and then you have steep ridge lines. It's some of the climbs are steeper than some sections of hard rock. There are some very steep, hard power hike sections. So you got to kind of have all the tools for this race.
Definitely strong legs.
Oh, there's
that's
a beautiful,
for sure.
beautiful.
Oh, that is amazing. Yeah, I mean I was going to ask you, Jeff, when you were out there, like how well established are the trails that you're running on? Are they pretty rooty, technical? Like walk us through kind of what your experience.
A total combination. There were very, very buff single track. There was now given I didn't get to do it when it was dry. It was wet, but it was here. This is a really good shot of how steep some of these are.
Yeah.
It's a very steep terrain. It actually looks a lot like the Northern Cascades a little bit to me when I was there. And there's a lot of deciduous trees too, which mixed in, which are really cool.
Yeah.
So if you see here, it's spring, so things are just starting to bud. You know, you can see up there in the higher elevations, some of those trees don't even have their full leaves yet. So the views will still be pretty good if you're going over those ridge lines when you're not in the pines. There's a great shot of Fuji. Look how beautiful that is in the morning.
She is gorgeous.
Yeah.
And remind me, Jeff, like these are very steep climbs, but poles are not allowed, correct?
They are not allowed. So
this is a poleless race.
Yeah, because poles end up being off the trail, and there's some very sensitive areas, and they don't want you poling off the trail.
That makes sense. That makes absolute sense. You can see the trail kind of cut into the ridge.
But if you
there.
see it, look at that single track right there. This photo this shot we're looking at right now. It is pretty overgrown at times on both sides. So poles would be kind of a waste. You'd be getting caught up in the underbrush.
Right.
But it is there are some very steep climbs. There's good buff single track. There's super technical rutted single track. There's overgrown single track. It's a whole combination. You get to do road. You're going to run roads too. That is a beautiful shot right there.
Absolutely amazing.
This was definitely one of the highlights of my international racing. Like Fuji is a gorgeous area.
No, I could absolutely imagine. And I could also imagine that high brush, the overgrown brush on both sides, catching the drone there, nice. That overgrowth on both sides is just going to like really trap in the humidity.
Well, I think another thing, that's a really good point, Zach. And I think one thing that you, that's an important thing to note right now is that the forecast today is only for about 3 to 5 mile an hour winds. So it's going to be pretty darn calm. And if it's calm, that means when you're in that underbrush, it's hot.
Yes,
70%
exactly.
humidity, supposed to be a high of close to 80 degrees today, or around 80 degrees. So these runners are going to have to really, it's going to pay off for those who know how to take care of themselves and drink enough and balance their electrolytes. And those who maybe aren't, maybe first-time 100-milers or fast road runners, they might struggle later.
Y'all are learning from one of the best to ever do it, Mr. Jeff Browning out here. Tips, like, I hope you're all taking notes at home, because that's stuff that you don't learn until you've gone through it. And then you're like, oh man, I really messed that up. What happened? And then you go through and dissect the race, and you learn about all these little things that, you know, Jeff, through your career that spans, ultra running career spans, what, 25 years?
This is my 24th season.
24th season of ultra running. Like, you have learned all the things, and mostly, I would assume a lot of it you've learned by personal mistake and personal experience.
There's a lot of trial
right?
and error in there.
Tons of it in there.
Well, now we coach it as a system. We've got it figured out now, but it took me 24 years.
I was going to say, it takes a while to go through and to learn it and to have made those mistakes, or just to slide for triathletes that works so well. I've only used it pre-race, and it will stay on all day, but if I've ever had a situation like this where it's been super humid, or I'm dousing with a ton of water, need to reapply, there's no tubes, you don't have to like mess with anything, just a quick spritz and you're ready to go.
Yeah. I always carry just a half the little tiny screw lid canister of Squirrel's nut butter. Works great.
Those also work really well. Oh, look at those beautiful views off the drone there.
Yeah, that's a very pretty shot.
And Jeff, remind me, I know you don't typically use pacers, but did this course allow pacers?
That is a good question.
We've got behind the scenes crew here coming up with our stats and information.
Jamil's going to look that up for us. I can't, I don't think you can either. I don't recall there being any pacers, because there's close to 3,000 runners on this course. If you added pacers, we'd have 6,000 runners on the course. I don't think that's happening.
Yeah, that was my inclination. I just wanted to double check before I shot off.
So you can see there's a little haze. And I think as the day progresses, that's supposed to turn into partly cloudy skies and cloudy skies by this evening. And there is a chance of rain tonight. There is a storm. If you look at the radar, I looked at the radar earlier. It looks like it's off the southwestern coast of Japan that's moving toward Fuji. So that's supposed to move in tonight and hit land and start to cloud up as the day progresses. But we are supposed to have sunny to mostly sunny skies this morning, and then partly cloudy skies midday on.
So as the man with all the science, I got to ask you, Jeff, when you're in a situation like this where it's muggy, it's humid, and you don't have any breeze to really get that evaporative cooling off, how are you cooling your core temperature down on a day like this where you don't have your normal, oh, there's a breeze, I'm going to cool off with some cold water, it's just muggy.
Yeah, it's just going to be muggy, and when you're in a dry situation, you can keep yourself wet, but you're already wet in this situation when it's humid. So, the best thing you can do is drink enough, know what your drink rate should be an hour in different temperatures, and know what your sodium per liter should be. So that's
keep the internals regulated.
Yep, and those who have that figured out or have it more dialed are going to run better in the second half of the race, especially since the front runners are going to be finishing in the day or at the end of the day. So the race is going to unfold in the afternoon. So we're at about 6:20 in the morning in Japan right now on Saturday morning. Remember, they're about 17 hours ahead of us, I think.
Mm-hmm.
And so it's still cool in the morning. I think this checkpoint 2 is about 52 degrees Fahrenheit right now, about 10 degrees, 11 degrees Celsius. getting some more shots of people running through with Fuji in the background.
This is a fantastic spot on the course here.
Yeah, it's gorgeous. It really is. It's a spectacular volcano.
We've got a question in Jason Kowalewski is asking what kind of shoe would be best for such a diverse terrain, like either a mild aggressive, a mid-aggressive trail, aggressive road, or maybe a combination based on aid station. Honestly, for me, I would probably plan on changing my shoes if it was that aggressive of a difference, which I don't normally like to change my shoes in a race. I like to just stick with just one pair, wear them all day, totally get something that will adapt to everything. And I found a couple pairs of shoes that would work for me in those situations. But when I've got a section of like clearly road-based speed, I'll probably go with a road shoe through that section. Unless it was a little muddy like this, then I might have like a light tread on a trail shoe. But I'd pick something that's going to give me that more, maybe a little more cushion because I'm not worried about the technicality of the trail. And then I would switch into something that's going to carry me through the more technical sections. But that's my game plan.
Yeah, I would. For me, I would probably be just a micro-lugged outsole trail shoe that's fairly light, something that runs well on the road, but also does well on trail. It does have steep terrain in this course, so as long as this course is dry. Now, with the year I ran it, I heard
it was a little muddy.
It was super muddy. I mean, it wasn't very fun. I have to say, through the night, it rained on us. The year I did it, it was typhoon season in September. They've moved it back to April now. They only had it, I think, 2 years in September. But they kept getting so much rain because it's typhoon season. So I had a different course because of that. It just wasn't the same. So, yeah, I think that's is a really tricky situation, shoe choice. But I do think that one thing to note about shoes, and this is a geeky side note.
I love the geek that Jeff brings to these things.
The foam in a shoe, think of it as like a bunch of little microscopic bubbles. And as you run in that shoe, once you get over about 40 or 50 miles, it starts to compress, and then you lose performance in the foam. So the best strategy in a 100-miler would be to switch shoes one time around halfway. Somewhere around halfway, and then you'll get the performance. And it takes about 48 hours for that foam to rebound. So that's why in training, if you're doing back-to-back long runs, you should never do it in the same shoe. You should do it in two different shoes, even if it's the same model. And so even in a shoe, if you have one specific shoe that's your favorite, you would want to switch about halfway through this race to get the performance benefit of the foam in the second half. So
that's
I would
exactly
just say
what I did at Cascade Crest last year. I ran in the same pair, or I ran in like two identical pairs essentially.
Yeah,
Switched
just swapped
at the halfway mark.
Exactly.
It's perfect.
Yeah, it works great.
Got all the rocks out of my shoes. Got some fresh foam. It was delightful. Yeah, but stressing that it's like a temporary change to the shoe that lasts about 48 hours versus like being like, I only get 40 to 50 miles out of my shoes.
Yeah,
like, that's not a great
don't
deal.
misunderstand me. It rebounds, but it takes about 36 to 48 hours for it to rebound. So your shoe needs to rest, just like you do sometimes.
Ooh, I like that. Adequate stress plus adequate rest.
Exactly.
Equals adaptation.
Exactly. You adapt when you rest.
I love it. I know. So I got to, while I wasn't on mic or on air, I did see that we did have our second place woman come through. And I was also just like, I was standing behind the desk where our team behind the team is working on monitors. The way that she was squatting at the aid station, did you notice that?
I missed that.
She was in she was in like a full yoga squat.
I love it.
Like butt to ground, completely like just like squatting at the aid station. It was amazing. We were commenting on like the very short chairs that aid station, like that crew members had brought in, but she was just fully like in the deepest squat possible.
This is an overlooked subject in ultra running, mobility.
Yeah, this is something that you are very passionate about.
I am very passionate about it. I do mobility every week, multiple times a week.
Yeah, I feel like all the time would be ideal. Not like what we're doing today, which is sitting very still. So I can tell you a couple weeks ago I did commentary for the Gorge 100K and then ran the 50K the next day. It was not pretty. I went for a shakeout after 12 hours of commentary that Saturday. and I managed like a 4 mile shakeout. And I was like, what are legs? What is running? Felt okay, but it's definitely not an ideal scenario to be.
Well, you know, I used to be a graphic designer for like 20 plus years, and I sat for years and years because standing desks weren't a thing.
Yeah.
And then, you know, maybe the second half of my career, they started to become a thing. And I was an early adopter of standing, and I felt so much better. My hip flexors and low back were always taking a beating when I sat all day, and hamstrings. I think it's not great for you. If you work at a computer out there, get a standing desk.
Yeah, or just the ability to move around. I have kind of one of those, like, I've got a standing desk, plus I've got like a kneeling kind of weird hybrid chair.
Oh, yeah.
And
I used to have one of those.
Yeah, I really, like, it helps a lot for me with like tighter hamstrings and whatnot. Just when I am seated, be in a position where I'm not completely shortening my posterior chain, keeping things a lot more open. And that has been incredibly helpful. Did I miss anything else while I was on my burrito break? Anything of significance?
No, I think we saw a second place woman come through. We were talking about the humidity and things heating up, and the early hot pace of those top 3 or 4 runners, top 4 runners, really.
It really seems like they were putting the hammer down. As we mentioned, it's really hard to put that much time on someone like Courtney. And Courtney still put a lot of time, you know, we're talking 20 plus minutes on the women behind her. We should, I think, probably have our 3rd and 4th women into the aid station, I would imagine, pretty quickly here.
Yeah, we haven't seen them yet. I at least have, I'm waiting on the tracker.
Nicole Bitter is just up the road, it looks like, from that aid station. She might be coming in 3rd. She was running pretty close to another gal at aid station 1, which was obviously 27 kilometers ago. So a lot can change in that time period, but I'm kind of wondering who she might have been by.
Peter Mortimer. Pete.
Best dressed on the day, let's say.
Look at that. Nice plaid shirt, Pete. Yeah. Looks like he's in and getting his crew stuff going. Looks like he maybe does he not have crew? I thought Siska, his partner, was there, but
yeah. So our next 2 women shouldn't be that far behind. We should have Nicole Bitter, and then the other athlete that was right with her at the last aid station shouldn't be that far behind her. And
he looks like he's all smiles.
Yeah, so the other athlete that should be coming in maybe in 4th. Oh, we don't have Marco's audio. Do we have audio on Marco?
We're missing the interview here.
Everything's your thing. Yeah.
We'll get a recap from Marco.
Did you get the audio?
Hey Marco, we missed what Peter actually said. Can you give us a little recap of what was going on there?
Yeah, sure. So I was asking where's the support. He was saying that it will be at the next aid station. So he was also saying he's running a little bit with Nicole, and Nicole should be coming in soon. So he's just catching up with Zach for a little bit before he goes out. He seems to be in pretty good shape, but he's also talking about like a little bit scared with the climb coming ahead.
Yeah, there's a steep climb coming.
Yeah, so cool to hear that he's like, I'll check in with Zach. I know I just was running with Nicole Bitter. She'll be coming in shortly. And she should be followed in close proximity with Liu Jun, a Chinese athlete, I think, running for China for the North Face Chinese team. Really some like very strong results kind of spread out last year with 6th at the Trans Jeju by UTMB in South Korea last October in the 100K race there. Ran and was 7th in an 85K in China later that same month. Had it looks like kind of a hard day at CCC back in September. We finished 41st there, but otherwise has like some pretty remarkable results in China. And the Chinese trail races are way bigger than I feel like a lot of stuff that we see in Europe and the US, and we just never hear about it.
Yeah, we don't.
But the fields are like massive, and there's a race I know happening in July, a race that actually the Chinese athlete was at last year that has like 10,000 participants in it.
Whoa. I hope they wave start that.
Yeah, they better wave start that. It's got a nice road to start or something.
We did get an update on pacers. You are not allowed pacers in this race.
Yeah, that's what I assumed.
Well, with this many in almost nearly 3,000 runners, that makes sense.
Yeah.
And you can see now on the video there is some water standing around. They have had rain this week and kind of about about the last 10 days or so of clouds. So.
Yeah, like most of the runners hadn't gotten to see the mountain actually until I believe yesterday. It came out of the clouds for the first time. So they're being treated to beautiful views today, although it definitely is starting to heat up and it is very humid out there.
Yeah. Yeah, I think it looks like winds are only a mile per hour.
Yeah, that is not not imparting a lot of breeze or cooling capacity.
Yeah, I think I just saw come through. If you'll look in the bottom left corner, you'll see what the temperature is. 11.1 degrees Celsius. That's about almost 52 degrees.
So still not crazy warm. It's not yet heated up. I wonder
it's
where.
It's saying overcast clouds, but if you can see, there's sun. There is a little bit of haze. But I think the humidity, as I saw it come through, is 89% right now.
That is basically raining.
Yeah, so that is why you're seeing, when we saw Courtney, there was a kind of when she came through, there was a close-up of her, and her hair was soaked.
Yeah.
So it is humid today, and it's going to be sunny, and it's going to be nearly 80 degrees, and we're looking at maybe 70 to 80% humidity or more.
That is, yeah, and we do know the humidity is gonna rise pretty considerably today because, in large part, there is not a storm per se, but a weather system that is moving in that we do anticipate will impact kind of the mid and back of the pack as rain moves into the forecast overnight for night 2 for these runners. Again, they started at midnight local time 6.5 hours ago.
So we have still only had the first 2 female runners come through, and
but again,
I'm looking. What was the who do we have? Who was second? What was her name?
Somaya was her last name. Give me 1 second. I can't recall. In part, 'cause I have to translate everything due to spelling. That's not right. Hold on.
Yeah, we've got tabs open with Google Translate.
just
going.
barely getting by. Yukari Somaya.
Yeah.
Came
so
through
Yukari was it's her first 100-miler.
She looked very calm. I got to see most of her aid station transition where she took a lot of time, ate a bunch of food, it looked like.
Yep.
The sushi items, she ate some noodles and broth, I believe, as well.
Yep.
She looked very, very calm and controlled.
And it sounded to me like we had an interview with her crew, and he said that she's just being conservative because it's her first 100. That's going to set her up really well later. So I think she's got a solid lead over third place female at this point because we haven't seen third place come through. So if she runs a really smart race, she's got a really good shot of staying on the podium and maybe even staying in second.
Yeah. No, she's setting herself up in a great position. I mean, Nicole Bitter is incredibly experienced. We do believe that she should be coming in here momentarily in third position.
And she does live in Austin, Texas, so
she's used to the heat and the humidity. The Texas runners, that is their everyday running experience, and it's definitely already been hot and humid there. And the big thing, I think many of us think of Nicole as a fast, flat runner, and that you might see the back part of this course and say, does that suit Nicole completely? But I think given the entire body of work and her just experience in the sport,
been in the top 10 at Western States.
Yeah, multiple times.
She can handle the heat
solid.
and humidity. Yeah, she's a solid runner, and she's a veteran. So she's running smart, and I'm sure if she's feeling good today and everything goes smoothly, I think she has a really good shot. She has a shot at maybe, if she's feeling good, moving up into second.
Yeah, which would be really cool to kind of see her run her way up in the field over the course of this race. Anything can happen. 100 miles is a long way to run.
It is a long. I don't care what Carl Meltzer says.
It is a long
way to go.
Yeah. Sorry, Carl. 100 miles ain't that far. Is that his thing? Yeah, it is. Turns out it is often very, very far. And that is okay. The runners are up to the challenge. They have 100 miles and about 23,000 feet of climbing or so over the course of today to get them from point A to point B at the finish. We're currently at aid station 2 52.5 kilometers into the race, 6.5 hours elapsed from a midnight start. So that is not Nicole Better. That is the Chinese North Face athlete. I wonder if Nicole has made it in or is doing something in the aid station. Yeah, and just the live tracking at the aid station hasn't updated for her, but that is the Chinese North Face athlete. Yanchi Yi. One. Yeah, Bib 307 has made her way into the aid station. This is actually not the Chinese athlete that I was thinking of. That Bib 3, that might be, Liu Jun might be in the aid station too. We might have 307 and 308. But Yan Chi is a Hong Kong-based athlete, based on what I'm seeing here.
It's a tough climb up there.
Sounds like I see Nicole Bitter there too.
Yep.
She's over by Zach now, getting
we've got
aid.
the 3rd and 4th place
women both in the aid
women
station.
in the aid station at
presently.
the same time.
Yeah, so we get a split into this aid station and out of this aid station.
Yeah, I'm trying to get a split in. It looks like they're...
It has updated. It hasn't updated Nicole yet.
Yeah, so...
There's a little bit of a delay on the update at the aid station.
Yeah.
Those are some good gummy candies. Good work, Nicole. They have these like great fruity gummy candies that are just like, I'm pretty sure gelatin and fruit juice, and they are so good.
And good for you.
They're delicious.
And you are a gummy connoisseur.
I am a gummy connoisseur. Sometimes it's for the gelatin. It's mostly for the sugar.
Yeah, so she obviously Nicole is a very seasoned veteran in this sport. So I'm sure she's running smart right now.
Oh yeah, so we actually have 5 women that are in the aid. So we have...
Yeah, we do.
We have Yan Chi Yi, we have Nicole Bitter, and we also have our 5th place athlete who has also made it in to the aid station. That is Bib 103. Get a name for you. Oh, it's Chizuru Ofuji. She ran this race last year, I'm pretty sure. Let me pull up my incredibly complicated asinine notes. I've spelled her name wrong several times.
Third? Is that her?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep, that is
she was
her.
3rd at last year's Fuji 100. So she's running. She's obviously can run a smart race too.
Yeah, knows the course, knows the terrain, etc. But yeah, we do have 5 women into the aid station, 3, 4, and 5 separated by 2 minutes and 10 seconds upon entry to the aid station. But again, that's Yanchi, Nicole Bitter,
and obviously there's a
Chizuru.
little bit of mud on the course because I'm seeing mud on legs and stuff. So and
Courtney, we saw mud on the backside of Courtney's shirt
so
as well.
If it's been raining all on and off over the last 10 days, and this course, some of the single tracks very, very, there's a lot of thick underbrush, so it doesn't get a lot of wind or air into the trail. So if it does get wet, it takes a while to dry out. So I'm sure there's still some pretty good muddy spots in this course. Because as you can see in the parking lot, there is water standing in the parking lot from the rain this week.
Yeah, and once those women, that's such a beautiful,
isn't it,
shot. It's
yeah, the
just
runners
before
run
7
right
a.m.
through
there.
the single track, right over this knoll.
Yeah.
What a beautiful shot.
And we do have Marco in aid station. So once the women leave the aid station, he's going to grab comments from their crew, which will be really cool to get updates from them.
And we still have all 3rd, 4th, and 5th place still in the aid station. And 6th has now come in. So we have
the race for the podium is looking
Ooh,
deep.
Yeah.
And that's Kanako Adamoto, who I believe ran. Sorry, I'm just cutting off my sentences mid-sentence as I have to pause to use my brain and think.
Well, and we also have, if you look at the tracker, for us Americans, all the Japanese names are in Japanese.
Yeah, which turns out is really hard to read when you don't know the alphabet.
Yeah, so we are having to use Google Translate to tell you who's who. So if there's a little bit of a pause, we apologize.
Yeah, it's because our brain's trying to compute.
We're getting a little shot of some crew food. I was saying earlier, I'm always impressed with the chopstick skills of Japan.
Yeah, you gotta practice.
I mean, I can use chopsticks pretty well, but I don't think I could use them in an aid station if I was trying to be quick.
Yeah, maybe not efficient for you.
Yeah.
So reflecting on Kanako Adamoto, who's also in the aid station, coming in 6th. She was 7th back in December at the Doyen Thanon Elephant 100K. 3rd at the Transjeju by UTMB 100K last year as well. 38th at CCC last year. So we've got a number of women who have kind of had similar performances, both in Asia and also, going over to Europe for their kind of first go at a race like CCC. So we've got a very kind of level playing field in this women's chase pack, it feels like.
Yeah, and they're looking very calm to me. This chase pack. None of them are looking like they're trying to really, really rush. They're getting what they need. Again, I've said this many times, but if you're just joining us, the first first 4 checkpoints are pretty far apart. And then the aid stations get closer together as the race gets over 100K. But that first 90K is there's only 4 checkpoints.
Yeah,
97K.
It's very spread out. It's not too spread out between aid station 2 and 3, but then it's all very spread out again between aid station 3 and 4.
Yeah, I think we have a 15-mile section, a 16-mile section, a 12-mile section, and another 16-mile section. These are long sections without aid.
I think that athlete was off to use the restroom. Marco might be able to catch Zach Bitter before he takes off. Yeah, do we have audio on Marco?
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Perfect.
All right, so I have Zach next to me. Is it okay if I talk?
Yeah.
How's
it going, guys?
Yeah, how is Nicole feeling?
She's doing good. She said that climb was a legit climb, which I don't doubt. But she's feeling pretty good. So I think you just got to keep moving slowly but surely on this one, right?
I saw that you are putting some music on for her.
Yeah, she wants to listen to some music between this one and the next aid station. So we got her set up with all her favorites.
Any surprises or both good and best so far in the race?
Yeah, I think the first that last kind of big climb coming into the aid station was a bit of an eye opener for her. So she's looking forward to getting back on the trail and working towards that next one. So she's ahead of schedule, I think, from where we thought she would be. So it's just kind of letting her know that she's got to keep moving even if it's slow, and she'll be in a good spot. So we're excited.
Awesome. Anything specifically she requested for you to bring her next aid station?
She said more calories. She's like, I need to get more calories, and I'm like, good. We can do that. We've got plenty of calories here for you. So
of Japanese
I think she's just gonna focus on getting enough food in, and it'll get warm this afternoon, I think, based on yesterday's temperatures. So getting fluids in will be important too. So we'll get her some water and some calories, and hopefully a little bit of caffeine to keep her moving.
I saw you have some really nice selection of the gummies, the Japanese ones as well.
Yeah, she loves the gummy bears and the gummy worms, so an assortment of those sort of things. So yeah, she's gassed up on gummy bears. We went through the Japanese candy aisle, so.
I think we lost Marco's audio.
Yeah, I think we lost his audio.
We're getting it back up. Yeah, Marco, we're still working on fixing your audio, but We'll be able to snag some interviews before people have to take off again. We'll let you know when we can hear you. So Nicole, bitter in good spirits. Sounds like she needs some more calories. Excited to eat some gummy bears. That was one of her favorites. And then he said that last climb that they went up was quote unquote a real climb. And
Yeah.
I think that is maybe surprising some of the athletes who looked at the first 50K of the course and thought, oh, okay, this should be pretty smooth sailing.
And this is something I was pointing out earlier when they were showing some drone footage of the surrounding ridge lines and hills. It's very steep between the valleys. So when you do the valley, it's flat and very runnable and not much rolling at all. It's fairly flat, or slight downhill, slight uphill as you climb down to the low point of the valley and then back out of it. But then you hit those ridge lines and they are steep. They kind of remind me actually of the Northern Cascades or someplace like that where it's really steep terrain. Super steep.
Yeah, a lot of vertical relief.
And
You're not at high altitude.
Yeah, and I would say one of the other things that stood out to me is some of the trails they took you up were pretty primitive and steep, like straight up, no switchbacks. We're talking 50 degree grade type stuff. Really steep.
I think that has surprised some people at races like Doyenthon as well, where the trails are quite primitive feeling. It sounds like we do have Marco's audio back up.
Yeah, you have my audio back on?
Yeah, we do.
Can you hear me okay?
Marco, catch us
All
up.
right,
What's
so
going on in the aid station?
Yes, so just talk to Zach. I don't know how much, did you get all the conversation from Zach? Do you
We
want
did,
a
yep.
quick recap on that? Okay, cool.
We did.
So maybe we can go to, I think, the third woman who was coming from Hong Kong, Angie Yang. So the support crew is just packing up right now. Maybe I can just ask a few quick questions. Hi, can you ask a few questions about how was Angie feeling?
Andrew's feeling good. He's a little bit earlier than expected, but she is great. She's really very, very good. And she can eat and she can talk. And I think she's in very good condition.
Right.
Yeah, so we'll wait for her at checkpoint 4. Okay?
Are you going to checkpoint 3?
We're going to go to checkpoint 3. Okay. So we'll see her in a while.
Did you come all the way from Hong Kong to support her?
Oh, yes. And with Chong's team. Yeah.
What did you bring for her this time?
She actually prepared everything for herself. Gel, congee, and ginger tea. Something simple. And she carry all the gels. So she doesn't need to eat too much at the checkpoints. Yeah.
Well, like from what you saw, she was moving pretty well.
She's moving pretty well. And too quick, actually. We asked her to slow down a bit. And she's like an hour earlier than expected.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. So we asked her to calm down because sunshine now. She will feel a little bit tough because she doesn't like too hot. Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Thank you
I'll
so
see
much.
at the next
Thank you.
station.
See you at the next station. Bye-bye.
Thank you. All right, yeah, so she was mentioning as well, the sun is coming up. I still have my down jacket on because I don't have time to take it off, but it is warming up quite a bit. Maybe I can also go to, you can see Chizuru Ofuchi is like lying down. She's feeling a little bit, I think, having hypothermia right now.
She tired?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, they got medical to her. Yeah, we were wondering if she was okay. Liam in the chat was wondering if she was okay.
Yeah. Yeah, she's getting some medical attention right now. Yes, the medical was asking if she wanted to warm up a little bit, so she's moving to the tent to have some rest. Moving into the aid station, though, I was next to her. She was feeling really well, and she always come up with this very positive vibe. And she was joking. She was running way too fast without knowing how fast the pace was. And so she was asking the other male runner, "Hey, what are you aiming at?" And then the guy was telling her 21 hours, and she was like, "Oh my God, it was way too fast." So I guess maybe that's part of the reason she was pushing a little bit too hard and needs some rest right now.
Yeah, it's very easy to get caught up in the race.
It's very, very easy. And it seems like a lot of those women maybe were running a lot faster than anticipated based on their crew. We did hear from Yeonji's crew that she needed to slow down, that she was there too early. So curious to kind of see what that actually looks like between here. I think they see them at aid station 3 is around the 70 kilometer mark, I believe. So 18K from here. So we'll get another check-in point as far as like how those athletes are actually looking and feeling.
Yeah. And I think it's important to note right now that just in the last 30 minutes, the temperatures have gone up 5 degrees Fahrenheit.
Solar, baby.
Yeah. We were talking about that this morning.
It's a real deal. We went for a run here, not that far from the studio in Phoenix, and it was much warmer.
76 degrees here when we ran, but the feel was 87.
Easy. Yeah, it felt so hot.
Yeah, it felt hot.
So we have another woman who just ran into the aid station
Another
there.
female runner just came in. It's from China, Liu Jun.
Okay, we've been waiting for Liu Jun to come in. Her tracker had kind of bounced her up ahead. That is, I guess, the issue with like our aid station splits are going to be the most accurate that we can get for everyone, and then the trackers that are on the top 40 athletes is what we've been told. Are going to bounce around quite a lot because they read at different rates, and so they're not always going to be the most accurate, particularly I think in the earlier stages of the race where there's so many trackers kind of near each other. That will hopefully change as the race goes on. But that was, I did anticipate her coming in earlier based on what her tracker was showing, so we'll keep an eye on that. I wonder for a lot of these athletes too, it oftentimes gets a little bit colder right before the sun comes up, you know? And so I wonder if on that last section before the sun came up, if it did chill a lot of those athletes down quite a lot. You're running, you've gotten sweaty, you hit a big climb where you slow down on. You're not moving quite as fast, maybe you're not staying as warm. And I do wonder if some of the athletes that we've seen that look to be coming in not quite as warm as some of the other athletes that we've experienced thus far today, if they had a little bit of that like pre-sunrise cool off.
Yeah, I think that probably could be a factor. Another would be thermal regulation when you're dehydrated. So if you're coming in with these long sections we've been talking about the whole time, it's easy to not drink enough. And if you're not hydrating enough, you're coming into these aid stations dehydrated, which really messes up your body temperature and regulation. So I think there's something to be said for that factor as well.
Yeah, and we can give you guys an update. We've been focusing on the women coming through here, but we can give you an update on what the men looked like when they left this aid station. At the very front of it was actually last year's second place finisher in the race, Yuya Kawasaki, left in first position, pursued though only 20 seconds back by the duo of Chinese athletes that we saw leave the aid station together. And again, that's going to be Den Gomin and Chin Guda, Guda left together. Then followed by the very young, very talented Kento Tamaru left in fourth position. So yeah, none of us can read kanji very well, it turns out. And the live trackers are, all the Japanese athletes' names are in kanji. So we are Google translating on the fly as well. But yeah, your men's second place finisher leading, pursued by the two Chinese athletes. And then the young, very talented Kento Tamura in his first 100-mile race left in fourth position. And then they had quite a gap between them and the chasing pack of the rest of the men's top 10. Like actually a quite sizable gap. We can give that exact split as an update, but we're talking 27 minutes between that group of four and the rest of the men's top 10.
Yeah, it's a pretty big gap. And in the women's race, we've now had the top 6 women leave checkpoint 2. Is that right?
Yep.
And they are about an hour and 11 minutes apart total, but Courtney DeWalter had about a 30-minute lead at checkpoint 2. And second place, again, it's in Japanese, and I need to translate. But she was 30 minutes back, and then we had Nicole Bitter and is about another...
Yeah, Yukari Somaya was in second position.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Japanese athlete in her debut 100 as well, 100-mile race as well.
And she looked very under control.
Yep, very, very calm, very collected.
And her crew even mentioned that she's being conservative today because she's never done 100 miles before. But so she's running smart, obviously talented if she's 30 minutes up on the rest of these chase pack women. And they're all about a minute apart. Third, fourth, and fifth are almost exactly a minute apart when they left the aid station each.
Yeah, they came in virtually together. A lot of that will change very quickly once they start running again. I do think, the strategy of some of the women that came in with Nicole, for example, Nicole has a lot more experience than some of those women. And Zach said, yeah, you got a little bit surprised by that climb. We know what's coming. Like, even if it feels like you're moving slow, you're actually moving really well.
Yeah.
And then the women around her, though, have been told, like, hey, you got to slow down a little bit. You got to relax a little bit. The sun is up. It's about to get hot. Like, you need to kind of calm down. So there's two very different strategies about to unfold potentially between that kind of chase pack of women making up, positions 3, 4, 5, 6.
Yeah.
But yeah, we've been at this aid station since right before the sun came up. Again, that's what you're seeing up in that top right-hand corner, F2 Fumoto. That is the location that we're at. It is 52.5 kilometers into the race. The next checkpoint 3, is at 70 kilometers into the race. So the athletes have about 18 kilometers between here and there. And that's actually the shortest space between aid stations they have experienced thus far. It was 25 kilometers to the first aid station, 27 or so to the second aid station. They've been out there by themselves a lot in the very, very early morning hours of today.
Yeah, I said this earlier. It's very similar. The first half of this race is very similar to aid stations that you would experience in a 200-plus race. So it's long sections, 15, 16 miles, the first two checkpoints, a little over 15 and a little over around 16, and then a 12, and then a 16. So just to get to checkpoint 4, and you're already 97K into this race at checkpoint 4. Which also doubles as the finish line. So they will come through checkpoint 4, which will be where they'll finish later. And then they go off into a big loop through a kind of a really technical trail section through some lakes area on the northeast side of Fuji.
Yeah, it looks like our camera is going to start bouncing around a little bit. I think that we'll probably end up sending Marco up to his next point on course here pretty darn quickly. Now that he's seen much of the top 10 women come into this second aid station, he'll start to bounce ahead as we track our men. I'm assuming we're talking over the thing that's on people's screens right now, which is a commercial for the World Trail Majors.
いや全然眺めは
Alrighty, we are live once again. Had to work out a few kinks, but we're all back up and running. Jeff, you've been typing away furiously. How is it going over there?
I'm getting there. We are translating Japanese names into the list of the top 10 men and top 10 women for quick reference, because the tracker through each checkpoint shows only the Japanese runners in Japanese. So obviously Corinne and I do not read Japanese.
Yeah, it's one of those things where it's funny, like I've had some Japanese practice, but forget that like when you arrive in a country like Japan, yeah, it's all written in a very different alphabet. And so it's like, cool, I could sound this out, but I actually don't know what all the symbols mean because my alphabet is very limited. So yeah, we've been working on kind of recollating the list of the top 10 men and top 10 women as they've made their way through F2. We're bouncing our field correspondent up the field. Marco's been hanging out for hours at F2 since before sunrise. It's now 7:14 local time, and he's going to try to bump up course, I think, out towards F3 or aid station 3 around the 70K mark, where our lead men should be hitting, I actually think, fairly quickly here. And then from there, we'll be waiting for, the one and only Courtney DeWalter, who is leading the women's race by quite a margin right now. I think running in 5th or 6th overall when she came through 50K in.
Yeah, and she's got about a 30-minute lead at checkpoint 2 at about 52 kilometers the last time we saw her, on her way to checkpoint 3.
And we do officially have an update during kind of that really fun temporary break there. We did have our top 3 men come into aid station 3, and it looks like the first 2 have left. So a little bit of a shakeup. When our men left that aid station, it was definitely a 3-way race with Yuya Kawasaki leading a chase pack, basically, of the 2 Chinese athletes, Chin Guda and Deng Gomin. They have now, all 3 of those men have made it to that aid station. They made it there in, it looks like, the last kind of 7:04 to 7:10 on the clock. So Yuya definitely kind of fell back. Yuya-san fell back during that section a little bit. We do know that out of that F3 checkpoint, the 2 Chinese athletes were not there for very long and have left.
Gone. Yeah, about 1 minute and 40 apart. So Guimin Din got in the lead by about 1 minute 40.
Yeah, Deng Gomin.
Yep.
Yeah, so Bib
over
203. Yeah, Bib 203 and 202, who've been racing much of the race together, or at least very near to one another. It's one of those things where it's like they could be totally running 90 seconds apart this whole time, or it goes back and forth on every climb and descent on the course, and they are seeing a lot of each other.
Yeah.
It's like what we see in a race, from checkpoint splits to what happens between the start and the finish line, only paints a very small part of the picture. You have no idea how much back and forth is actually going on out there. So those 2 gentlemen came in to the aid station with 7:04 and 7:06 on the clock. They were there for all of about 3 minutes total and have left. This is back at that aid station. This should be, I think, our 4th athlete in, and I believe this is Bib 206.
Yeah, and he's come in about 9.5 minutes behind the leader.
It's Kento. Yeah, it's Kento-san, Kento Tamura, who again is an incredibly fast road runner. We got some inside beta.
14. What's his 5K?
14:08 5K PB, a 29:11 10K PB,
He's
and
fast.
a 61-minute half marathon.
But it is his first 100.
Yep. He's run 100K. He ran the Doyenthenon 100K back in December, which is a very slow, challenging 100K race. Definitely, I would not consider it a fast race. I'd be curious to see him race something like CCC, which obviously is very mountainous, but the terrain underfoot is pretty smooth, I would say, versus a race like Doyenthenon. So we'll be curious to see how he fares in the back half of the race, but he's currently still sitting in 4th, which is the same position he left aid station 2 in, so 18 kilometers down the road, and he is still solidly kind of holding his own. And then there's a very big gap, or there was anyway, at checkpoint 2 between him and fifth. We're talking 25, 26 minutes.
Yeah. And it looks like the leaders, I think from first to fourth at checkpoint 2, they were about 3.5 minutes apart. And now we've got about a 9.5 minute gap from first to fourth.
Yeah, the two Chinese athletes have put on a surge in this section as well. I mean, they strung out the field a lot between checkpoint 1 and checkpoint 2 even, and they have continued to do so in this last 18-kilometer section. The two of them seem to really, I don't know that the other people are falling apart. I just think that those two athletes are really kind of surging at the front of the race, running really strong. And notably, they didn't go out on their own between the start and checkpoint 1, the first 25K. They actually were in a group of 4 or 5 men coming through that first checkpoint.
They're with Kawasaki on
so they have been biding their time a little bit, not running, as we might say, like too aggressively off the front, but it is definitely starting to heat up out there.
Yeah, it's getting hot, and as you can see, whenever we did have a little bit of a video feed of that checkpoint, they are sweating hard.
Yeah, they're coming in looking really wet and even really muddy. It doesn't look like much of a muddy race out there, but I think coming up and down that big climb between Aid 1 and Aid 2, we did in fact have some good solid mud on that section. So that's an aerial shot of the GPS trackers that are on these athletes. So again, those top 3 men are through that aid station. We do know that our 4th place male has come into there as well. Someone was asking about Stingray. He kind of fell back between aid station 1 and 2 a little bit in that field. And I think when he finally left the aid station, where was he sitting officially? He was sitting in 6th, but he had dropped several positions, and he was about 31 minutes back from the lead at that point.
It looks by the tracker that Courtney has moved forward in the men's field.
Yeah, I would say that is she
running third?
No, because we've already had 3 men come through. We've already had 4 men come through here.
Right.
So she's definitely still kind of sitting in that probably like
5th or 6th or 7th.
Yep, in that position, because our lead men have already come and gone through checkpoint 3, and then it is a very long way between checkpoint 3 and checkpoint 4. It's again 27 kilometers between those 2 checkpoints, so that will be in what will be probably the hottest part of the day for our leaders, or getting into the hardest part of the day, where you haven't had 8 and 27K, like you're carrying a liter of fluid. Is that enough?
No.
Yeah.
It's not enough.
It's not enough.
So those who plan their fluid intake through that section are going to be in better shape. All you veteran 100-milers out there know that when a race falls apart for people that go too fast, usually it shows up after 100K. So that's when you really fade and you lose your legs if you haven't managed your race well. So I'm excited for the next checkpoint, because that's when we're going to see who, after that checkpoint, then they start getting more aid, but there's still a lot of climbing.
Yeah, that's actually where the course gets much more punchy.
There's a lot of little climbs all over the place.
It doesn't look like much on the profile, but I think that each one of those climbs is going to hurt in a pretty profound way.
Yeah, if you look at those,
they're like a lot of 1,000-foot climbs, basically.
Yeah. There's a lot of 1,000-foot climbs.
And it's not, I don't think it's like flat in between either. I think it's like kind of a steady uphill grind from checkpoint 4 to checkpoint 7. But then there's like these little punchy 1,000-foot climbs thrown in, which might just be,
with not a lot of flat running in between.
Could be a death sentence.
If you went too fast, yes.
If you're falling apart there, it could get really ugly very, very quickly.
That's when everybody comes back at Western States, is in the last 30 or last 40K,
I mean,
50K?
I have historically, before the field changed even more, I don't feel like I ran Western States that long ago, but it was, 2018 and 2019, I would come through Forest Hill in like 20th in the women's field and finish top 10.
Yeah.
I took the Jeff Browning approach most years.
I came through there multiple times in the teens and ended up in the top 5.
Yeah, exactly. Like you can run people on the way down to the river. You catch a lot of people looking pretty bad. And
you don't want to give up, because there was one year I was in 7th and I moved into 4th in the last like 7 or 8 miles.
You never give up. It's not
You
over.
never give
it's
up
not
'cause
over
you-
till it's over.
Yeah, it would look. I mean, all of a sudden it was like, oh, there's one other person. Oh, there's another person.
They just start appearing. In
yeah,
particular.
they start appearing and coming back to you.
And as a woman in the field, sometimes I don't catch any women because they've all run really smart.
Yeah, but that year was a very hot year
But it's
when
a
that
bunch of
happened.
dudes, generally speaking.
Yeah, gotcha.
That's who I get to catch oftentimes.
Yeah, they're shuffling like a 13-minute pace.
Yeah, you're like, I can still run
Yeah, and they
10-minute
can't.
miles, baby.
and they
Yeah.
can't.
Yeah, so there will be people who have been patient early on, and we heard that from a lot of crews at F2 talking to some of the women that were in like spots like 3, 4, 5, who they were well ahead of splits, was what it sounded like. They were too fast to the aid station. The crews were worried about them a little bit, really kind of encouraging them to slow down as things heat up, etc. So I'm really very curious to see how those athletes fare as they make their way into the next section of the course.
Yeah, but remember that first 25K to 30K is a net downhill and mostly dirt roads, and some pavement. So that was a pretty quick section. So those who are, trained for that kind of running could probably run pretty smoothly through that and still make good time and still not blow themselves up. So it depends on what training entailed. If you were mainly focusing on vertical in your training, then that section might beat you up a little bit. But if you've balanced your training between vert and running, then you would run it better and you'd be able to handle that pace. So we'll see. We're going to see after 100K.
Yeah.
I'm excited for that. That's why I love hundreds, because there can be such a huge shakeup at the end.
Yeah, it's one of those things where it's like, it might look really certain. It might look like there's no questions asked, and then suddenly things really start to change. So that is oftentimes what we witness, right? I witnessed that actually at Gorge 100K just a couple weeks ago, where Elsa McDonald had built herself a nearly 20-minute lead, and then things kind of just started to come apart a little bit, and Lottie Brinks was feeling really good, and she closed down that lead and took the win.
Yeah, 20 minutes.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying.
In the last third of 100K.
These leads right now are nothing in the first 70K.
Yep, 100%. A lot could get mixed up between where the athletes are and where we will see them down the road. So again, only our top 4 men have come through that third checkpoint. It's our 2 Chinese athletes leading our 2 Japanese athletes, including last year's second place finisher. So the 2 Chinese athletes, Deng and Chi, have really kind of made a move off the front, with Deng leading. I'm hoping his friend. I'm hoping that their acquaintances at a minimum. Chin.
Maybe they're working together.
Yeah, so they came in with about a 2-minute gap in between them. They left with about a 1:40 gap in between them. But then they've got about 6 minutes between them and Kawasaki-san and the really young, talented, very interesting character, debut 100-miler Kento Tamura in 4th position. So we'll be waiting though, because the gap at aid station 2 between basically our 1st and 4th runners back to 5th, 6th, and 7th was over 25 minutes.
Yeah.
But in that next group should be Courtney DeWalter.
Yeah, and I think one thing that's interesting about the men's and women's field right now, the top 10 men are only at checkpoint 2. We're only 32 minutes apart from 1st through 10th, and the women are more spread out. Our 10th woman has come through checkpoint 2 and left, and they are an hour and 40 minutes from 1st to 2nd. But we have a big group of women that are all around the top. Our 4th through 10th are all about inside around 30 minutes apart. So they're all really every 3 to 5 minutes apart.
It's that, well, really it's like it's Courtney, an outlier. Then you've got, oh my goodness, I will remember her name by the end of this thing. Where's my notes app? Yukari San. She 30 minutes to her, but then 36 minutes back to Nicole, and then a very tight bunch of women kind of making up the bulk of that top 10 group. So you kind of have these 2 outliers off the front right now, and then a really packed together group of women. Again, we've had our top 4 men through aid station 3. Our infield correspondent is making his way. Mark was making his way to aid station 3 so that we can catch Courtney and hopefully Kevin at that aid station, see her come through there and get an update from Kevin as to how he feels Courtney is doing as well. But I do think that Courtney will likely be the next runner based on the tracker into the aid station.
Yeah, and I think Yukari in second. It is her first 100, but she
looked really calm, like really, really calm when we saw her at the aid station.
But she was very under control.
Didn't rush.
She has run 110K and won it.
And those can run
last
long.
year. Yep.
Those 110Ks can run very long sometimes.
She won that last year, so she does have some experience up to 110K, and she seemed very calm and cool and collected. So I think she looks like she's running a smart race right now too. So the question is, the big chase group is who's going to be on the podium.
Yeah, Jean in the chat suggested that maybe some of them considered taking advantage of those cooler temps at the start to try to kind of utilize them to their advantage. And while that can totally work,
it doesn't work very often.
If you do it at the expense of proper hydration, proper nutrition, that's where things really fall apart, I think.
And I find that most of the time that doesn't work very well.
Burning those matches early doesn't work for you.
It sounds good in theory. Like, I'm going to leverage it when it's cool, but it usually doesn't pan out.
Yeah, banking those miles almost never works. I'm going to break my mic
Not in
in
this
here.
distance. Not in a 100-mile distance. Maybe in the 100K distance, yes.
You can get away with a little bit more.
Yeah. And now we're looking at the map of, this is a pretty cool 3D map of the race course. And you can kind of see right now, top 10 men and women have been through checkpoint 2. Well, a lot of the men have been through checkpoint 2, but we've only had, I think at this point, I'm going to look real quick. We have had 4 men out of left checkpoint 3. So, and Courtney should be somewhat close to checkpoint 3.
Yeah, if you look at her tracker, if you have that tab open.
I do have that tab. If I can find which tab it is.
She is the next person to come into checkpoint 3.
So she is in 5th overall.
I believe so, yes.
If the tracker is correct.
Jean said it. I didn't say it was necessarily a good idea. No, it's a curious idea, Jean. We could be sold potentially, but and I do think people make that choice sometimes. And you're right, it's not always a good choice. Yeah. But I can see where you're like, you know what, I know it's going to get hot. I've had to make nutrition choices like that though, right? Where it's like, this is my nutrition early when my stomach feels good, when it's cooler, when it's easier for me to eat. And then this is my nutrition plan for later in the day when it's hotter, when my stomach feels bad, etc. So you can use those different kind of situations, be it early in the day, be it late in the day, be it hot, be it at higher elevation, etc. You can make choices to push or to hold back or to eat a certain way during that time period to the best of their ability.
I love it that he actually said it. I didn't say it wasn't actually.
I didn't say it was a good idea.
Good idea.
It's an idea.
2 exclamation points. I agree with you. Good.
Yeah. No.
Good point.
It's an idea.
Thanks for clarifying.
And you're right. And there's definitely people who might have made that choice, or it's just like you're excited. I think we talked about that earlier, right? You're excited. The gun goes off. I'm gonna make this mic work with me. I want to recline. The gun goes off, and you just like. We're getting laid back.
Yeah, we're starting to chill out.
We're
We've
waiting
been here for a while
hopefully
now.
seeing Courtney at aid station 3. You don't always make the best decisions when the gun goes off. I've interviewed so many, particularly men before Western States. # not all men, but before Western States, and I ask like what the goal is, and the goal is always to win, which I appreciate. But then I say, okay, so you've got a plan, and they're like, yeah, and I'm like, what happens to the plan when the gun goes off? And they're like, sometimes the plan goes away when the gun goes off.
I see that a lot.
Yeah.
It goes away.
You see
quickly
it disappear.
When everybody starts to go crazy up the hill. Yeah, it's hard. It's hard to
run your race, right?
It is really hard to run your race and be okay with people leaving and feeling like I'm losing ground on the pack.
Yeah.
But experience shows that it isn't won in the first 70K.
Generally speaking.
And I think when you see really good performances, especially in the men's field, you know, because I'm affected by the men's field the most, so that's what I pay attention to the most. I think you end up really, when you see guys, when they come on the scene and they're really fast and they blow up, they run a good 100K or a good 120K, eventually, after a few years, you see them lay back just a little bit in that first 60 or 70K, and then they nail it. And it's really cool to watch, you know?
When it actually comes together.
Yeah, look at someone like Jim Walmsley. Like he's a good example.
It's taken a few tries.
It took him a few tries, and then he learned to lay back just a little bit, and then he nailed it.
Yeah. Yeah, 100%.
And it doesn't even have to be a lot, but you have to lay back a little for you, for whatever your fitness level is.
We'll give it to you. No, but I tell it to athletes all the time, right, that they need to be really cognizant of running their own race and not burning matches early, particularly races where it might be really hilly early on. They're obviously, you know, it's obviously hard too when the race like this started really fast on a fire road, for example, and it's easy to feel just uncomfortable running a certain pace. Your average pace for the race still might be much faster than people sprinting out around you, but it can be really hard in those opening, 50K to settle into what is sustainable.
Yeah, agreed.
So, we all have egos, right?
Oh, yeah.
We all have egos. So, yeah, sometimes our ego steers the ship a little bit too hard, but yeah,
our own Zach Marion here in the studio just put a Mike Tyson quote up on the chat. Everyone has a game plan until they get punched in the mouth. That's a great quote. Pretty much true. Sometimes that punch in the mouth is heat and humidity and vert. Technical trails
in
the last 70K. So that's what I love about this course. This course is the new course, the way it's laid out, the changes they've made to it. I love it. Like, put all the fast stuff at the beginning, tempt people, and then you have all the hard trail at the end. That's awesome. That's like my kind of race.
I know. You already picked a different race for April next year, though.
I know. I'm really bummed I did, but I already committed to someone.
That's your fault, man.
I know. I'm speaking at a little motivational speaking before a 100-miler on the East Coast.
Fine. We'll let it slide.
I know.
We'll let it slide. But yeah, we're keeping our eyes pinned on the live tracker.
But now I'm having serious FOMO watching this race again and taking all the memories coming back to running it and going to Japan. It was so fun.
You're going to have to do what I call, which is JOMO, the joy of missing out, because you've already got something on your calendar.
I know. Actually, next year would have been really cool because it would have been my 10-year anniversary of being there. Huh.
Wow, didn't think ahead, did you?
No, I didn't.
And it's been a while since Americans have been,
I could run
or
a
international
double.
athletes have
I could
been
run
allowed.
a double.
Sure, why not?
Why don't I just run a double?
What's the spread between the two events?
Probably 3 weeks. It's perfect.
That's honestly right up your alley.
That's a double.
He's going, you've heard it here first,
and Western
folks.
States.
Perfect.
That'll be my training for Western States. A double in April.
You're a madman. Yeah, so it looks like on the live tracker, Courtney is making her way around a very interesting geographical feature by one of the lakes, and then she will be on her way in to Aid Station 3 or F3. We do have a camera on the ground there from the main race feed. I also think Marco is setting up as we speak at F3. Marco, you madman. We love it. Just in time. Excellent, excellent, excellent. They're calling you a sadist in the chat, my friend.
I might be a little bit.
You're like, I've made bad decisions before.
I mean, no pain, no gain, right?
Is that what it is?
Yeah.
Okay, we'll keep that in mind. We will keep that in mind. And honestly, not that far. I know we've got some French viewers that are really excited for Alexander as well. And he shouldn't be that far behind Courtney based on kind of what the running looked like kind of going into the last aid station, coming out of it. So for our French viewing audience, who I know you were waiting very stoically with bated breath for him to make it in there, he should be on his way and not that far behind Courtney. He was running in 5th in the men's field at the last aid station. So
Courtney and he were the same. It was very similar. They came in. I think remember they gave high fives.
Yeah, he high fived her, and then
right.
Anthony Lee left with Courtney, or right around when Courtney left. So we should see Alexander, Courtney DeWalter, and Anthony Lee all making their way into aid station 3. 301. That is Miss Courtney DeWalter. Fan favorite.
And you can kind of see on the tracker right now we have up, and here we are again.
And that's just us.
Just us lounging.
Just really reclining in studio. But behind them, 208 is Alexander, our French runner who we interviewed his crew earlier. Anthony Lee, I think, is right with him. So they should be coming in behind Courtney. Onitsuka's behind them.
I'm almost ready for like coffee number 2 for the afternoon.
I know, it's kind of one where you have to almost over caffeinate to feel like you can pull this one together. But yeah, Marco, our infield correspondent, is getting set up at F3 as we speak. What was that? What do we need?
I need a coffee boy. For the backstory there, my wife every morning, jokingly, sometimes I get up earlier than everyone, and she will text me from the bedroom in the kitchen and go, "Is coffee boy available?"
Oh, I love that.
That's why I'm coffee boy. And so I was thinking we need a coffee boy right now.
Everyone needs a coffee boy.
I need a coffee boy.
I made Zach Marion be my coffee boy at
Zach
Gorge
Marion,
Waterfalls.
you're our coffee boy. Where are you?
Zach's busy. He's like typing on 2 computers.
He's totally multitasking.
He's got headphones like half on his head right now. He's looking. I'm trying not to listen to you. He's looking.
We're messing with him.
He's looking minimally frazzled.
We've all been up since super early.
Nice, yeah. If you
and
guys
we stayed up late last
yeah,
night.
we stayed up way too late. If you're just tuning in, let us know who you're cheering for and where you're cheering from. It's always nice to kind of know who's watching this. That is Courtney DeWalter's dot on the screen. And they said watching ultras is like watching paint dry. I don't know what they're talking about. This is pretty intense. But we do know that there is a camera there should be a camera from the race feed at the aid station. It might not be very good, but there is a camera down there because we saw our 4th place male sitting down on a chair eating a snack briefly. And then I know that Marco is actively getting set up as fast as he can. So hopefully we get eyes on Courtney. And if not, we will at most get word from her crew post exchange. But it looks like this is our camera on the ground at F3. That's Alexander's crew there in the green. I know they're cheering on the green hat in the chat.
Yep. And it looks like, and I think it's either Jean or is it Jean that keeps giving us all kinds of good stuff.
He'll correct us in the chat.
Yeah. Tell us, is it Jean or Jean?
We're calling you out a lot, so I feel like you should just tell us how to say your name.
Say your name so we say it correctly.
It's like we're having a little one-on-one conversation.
Shout out to Ben Cook. Let's go Pete Mortimer in the chat.
Richard DeWalter, Minnesota.
Flagstaff
Go
guy.
Court. We love that.
Yeah.
The fam is out.
Yeah. Yeah, we want to pronounce your name right. Is it Jean or Jean? I have a friend from France that's Jean, so I'm used to saying Jean.
Coffee boy in the chat. There is Courtney DeWalter on your screen.
Oh my gosh, somebody said coffee boy. Who's coffee boy? Awesome.
Yeah, no, what you'll find when you do live commentary is that people start to heckle you. Dylan and Corinne's Hawaiian shirt is one of my personal favorite. Yeah, closer to John.
Okay, Jean. We will call you Jean.
Tuning in from New Zealand. Yeah, don't do work in New Zealand, Kate. Watch ultra running with us instead. Courtney DeWalter, ready to hear some jokes, I think.
Yeah, here we go. Here's a little shot of Courtney coming in.
Who is she running behind?
Yeah, I'm trying to look
Oh, I wonder, is that our Frenchman?
I'm thinking maybe.
I don't recognize the bucket hat. Nor can I see his bib number. We'll get an update here in a second. He's not showing up on the live tracker, which might mean he just doesn't have a...
I'm looking for a bib number right now.
We could be looking for bib number 3. Is one of the numbers we're looking for.
So it looks like Courtney is running in 5th overall at the moment.
Yeah, well, technically 5th/6th because she's running with the 5th place male right now.
Yeah, and they haven't checked them in yet, so they aren't quite there. Oh, did you catch his bib number?
Yeah, if it is bib 3.
Okay.
That's what I was thinking. Is he still wearing a headlamp on his bucket hat? Is that what's happening?
Totally.
You know, safety first, team.
Well, I think you have to carry a headlamp the whole time, so maybe he just doesn't want to carry it in his back.
Yeah, so Tomonori Onisuka. Bib 3, we believe, is with Courtney. We should get a split right now as they cross the timing mat at 70K. Oh my goodness, technology update.
Yeah, they're running stride to stride, so they're almost there.
Yeah, they don't have them registered in or out of the aid station yet, but it might just be delayed. I wonder if he's telling her Japanese dad jokes.
Probably.
Cleaning the face. That's kind of a classic Courtney move.
Yeah, signature.
Yeah, you want to feel fresh. So cleaning the face, brushing the teeth. We saw her put eye drops in at the last aid station. All of that is really helpful as far as just kind of feeling refreshed when you just feel sticky and gross, which it's definitely humid. So I wouldn't be surprised if she feels a little bit sticky and a little bit gross. I'm also just in love with the pinned on supporter bibs.
So this is 5th and 6th overall. North Face athlete Tomonori Onisuka. Right. If I'm butchering that, I apologize. So he is going to be 5th male, correct?
Yep. Sweet. Yeah, no, we're getting a little bit of audio through it, which is great. Yeah, once Courtney leaves, we'll get an interview with Kevin because he will have 27K before he can see Courtney again. So he's got some time to get over to aid station 4, which again will also be the finish area. They do a big loop out of aid station 4 to finish off kind of the back third plus of the race.
Yeah, it's obviously hot.
Yeah, it's definitely heating up, and it's very, very humid. I love that these are crew people for some of the other runners that'll be coming in around her, taking video of her in the crew pit.
Yeah, we're up in the 60s now for the runners.
Yeah, sunglasses on.
And we're at like over 70% humidity. We're in the mid 70s as far as humidity goes. So it's a humid day. She's already out.
Yeah, and so that mud that's on her back was there when she came into aid station 2. So I think she must have taken a slip or putting her hand down in some dirt or mud on her way into aid station 2 coming off that descent.
So she's already back out.
Yeah, she's very, very much in the zone. This is one of our camera runner feeds.
Yep, we're 7 hours and 47 minutes into the run. So now is when it starts to get real. Once you hit that 8 hour mark, it's usually about as long as your longest run in training.
Yeah, Yeah, I mean, you're at that 7 or 8 hour mark. Like,
yeah,
the longest thing or the closest thing she's done to this was race Gran Canaria back in February. I know at the Solomon team camp in Corsica, I think they did some pretty long runs, but we're talking maybe in the 50K distance or so. Time on feet, maybe 6 hours on a long day. So yeah, you're starting to push towards like something that is a little bit unusual in comparison to what you do regularly.
Yep. I always find there's like a little bit of a transition period when you hit that distance that's longer than your longest training run in a while. So it starts to be like, oh yeah, the body's like, we're done, right? We're going to the trailhead. We're going home to eat, right? And then eventually it adjusts and you get a second wind. But she's definitely focused now and leading this race by quite a bit. We're hoping to get a little bit of interview with Kevin after this, when she's back on the trail and not really following her anymore. So we'll see.
Yeah, I think Marco's trying to grab Kevin. Okay. Gotcha. So we have an issue with Marco's feet in general, it sounds like.
This is a good shot of some of the single track.
Yeah, it's definitely
going into the woods.
It's not quite as maybe like buffed out as what some of us are accustomed to.
Yeah.
Established buffed out trail. Yeah, so we're trying to get Marco's feed back up. And definitely the live tracker's a little bit delayed. So that was actually bib 219 that came through in 5th.
Oh.
Not bib 3.
Oh.
Or at least that's what the tracker finally updated to. So I'll believe the tracker for right now. If that is the case. That is Genki Onishi.
Yep.
Who I don't have any background results on. So we will kind of wait to see how that updates. But that is what we're getting off of the live tracker from Aid Station 3. Presently came through 7:44 laps. So that must have been with Courtney a full 30 minutes back from 4th. So that gap has stayed pretty similar. But if it is bib 219 Genki, then he's moved up. Genki-san, he's moved up quite a bit in the men's field from the last Aid Station. Courtney officially in and out of Aid Station 3. Looks like she spent about 3 minutes in Aid. I think that was bib 3, maybe heading into the Aid Station right there that we just missed. Oh, bib 7. I can read numbers. Bib 7 on his way in. That's Takashi Do. So on one of the members of the Japanese North Face team making his way in. He was someone that we were talking about coming into Aid 2. So still running fairly consistently in that group is what it looks like.
Yeah.
So the question is, where's Alexander? He should be in this group as well. And I'm wondering if some of these men, though, don't have GPS trackers. Like Genki wouldn't have a GPS tracker. Do you know what I'm saying? Like it looked like there wasn't anyone coming in with Courtney on the GPS track because they only gave GPS trackers to the quote top 40 runners. So we will likely have some men who outperform maybe their rank coming into the race and end up kind of moving up to the field. And I'm wondering if 219 would be someone in that category.
Yeah, I just did some searching, but I didn't find anything major of like what he's done.
Yeah, sitting down, getting some more food in, getting some calories in before this next section. A long section again, 27K between here and their next aidable location.
Yeah, this next section is a big section.
Do we have Marco's audio? Marco, we can hear you.
You can hear me okay?
Yeah.
But I have Kevin next to me.
It's breaking up a little bit on our end.
We're losing audio.
Yeah, we're working on fixing this audio issue with Marco in the field here while we get images from the F3 aid station. Doi. Okay, Takashi Doi. Thanks, Sean. So yeah, sitting there, what you're seeing is bib number 7, Takashi Doi. Seated, getting in good calories, taking time. Someone mentioned that, yeah, there's a lot of kinesio tape on many of the runners that we're seeing out there today, including on Takashi just then. But it looks like he's getting up and getting ready to go, having maybe a little bit more food there before he makes his way out. Again, this next section, carrying enough hydration is going to be, I think, a real part of the challenge. It's 27 kilometers. There's no aid on it until they get to aid station checkpoint 4, which is 27 kilometers from here. So it's quite the haul. You know, we're talking 18-ish miles, essentially. 2.5, upwards of 3 hours, depending on terrain that's presented to them. And there definitely is some road and some trail mixed in there. So I don't think it's going to be a terribly fast section of the course, but right now almost 8 hours on the clock, heading into a very long, hot, exposed section. I know it's only almost 8 a.m. over in Japan, but it's definitely already starting to heat up, and it's incredibly humid out there as well.
Hello.
Yeah, Marco, that sounded actually, I feel like we just heard you a little bit better for a second.
Yeah, is it better now? Can you hear okay?
There's like a weird reverberation that we're hearing. Maybe it's clapping.
Yeah, likewise. But so I just spoke to Kevin. He has to go and just start moving to the next station. But I did some quick interview, and so we'd like to do a quick recap. So Courtney is feeling very well, but obviously he's getting really warmed up. So Kevin is going to go to the convenience store on the way to the next aid station to get some ice. And so he was also commenting on how difficult it is to get ice on the UTMB course, but how easy it is to get it in Japan. So I think that's the only thing that Courtney was asking for. But otherwise, she's feeling really well, and he was hoping that he doesn't tell any jokes, because it usually means that Courtney's having a good day.
That's awesome to hear. Yeah, so I'm catching Jeff up because he just stepped out of the studio. So essentially, and for anyone who might have missed some of the audio, came through pretty well, but a little bit choppy. And essentially that it's definitely warming up out there, and he's going to go pick up some ice on the way to the next aid station, and commented about how it's actually like fairly easy to pick up ice, it feels like, in Japan versus on like the UTMB course, for example, where it's like a much larger struggle to try to find ice in Europe, for example. So, right. And he's hopeful that as long as things continue to move well, he won't have to tell Courtney any jokes, because if he doesn't have to tell any jokes, it means that she's feeling good.
Good.
So we really like to hear that.
Let me try to fix the audio on our end as well, and then I'll come back to you when there are more runners coming in.
Yeah, thank you so much, Marco.
All right, head back to you.
Alrighty, Marco's going to work on the audio at the F3 aid station. We've got a camera runner leaving the aid station, accompanying this runner back out towards where he will turn onto the trail. We actually got some insight from John in the chat. The Japanese intel on the ground is pretty awesome. Takashi Doi ran around a 2:30 marathon at the Osaka Marathon last February, and is also the winner of the TJAR, which is a race from the Sea of Japan to the Pacific over the Japanese Alps. So,
whoa. Yeah,
I know. I'm like, let's go do that race.
He looks good. Look at him.
Yeah, he looks really fresh. He
looks smooth.
He took a moment at that aid station to really get in quite a bit of calories, it looked like. And again, they're all leaving with, it looks like, at least a liter of fluid. I'd probably have left with a third bottle, I think, for this section.
Oh, I would definitely.
Even if I'm just carrying a soft flask, right, in my hand that I'm going to like drink in the next 30 minutes, I feel like
That you could stash real quick.
Yeah, that once it's empty, I can stash into a pocket. I just feel like a leader on this, what is essentially an unaided, getting hotter. Yeah, like 16 or 17 miles. Like it's like very, it could be upwards of 3 hours depending on the terrain that they're coming up against.
Yeah, and if it's getting up in the 70s, most runners should probably be drinking a liter an hour minimum.
Yeah.
In that kind of heat with humidity.
Yeah, so this is Bib 3 making his way in, and no wonder we had problems telling the two Japanese North Face runners apart. They're basically in identical kits.
Yep.
Takashi is in a tank top. Here is the North Face Japan teammate, Bib number 3, Tomonori Onosuka, coming into his crew right now. Looks like he's going to get, that looks like a kind of a wet, cold rag, maybe.
And he looks like he's very focused to get in and out quick.
Yeah, moving really expeditiously. Looks like he's going to put a tank top on as well. Just changing once again, wiping down everything.
Special thanks to our coffee boy, Zach Marion, in the house.
Coffee boy.
We really appreciate it.
Thanks for taking care of me. The gummies are delicious. I have a little candy stash back here. It's how I make it through the day. It's how I make it through most days. Live commentary isn't that different.
I save my gummies for race day and long runs. I'm just sitting here burning fat.
Yeah.
I'm getting dirt. I'm glad you guys can't see Corinne's giving me evil eye right now.
Technically, while I am depositing more carbohydrates, I am also burning fat. That's how RER works.
It does.
Oh, Anthony Lee in the house. Okay.
Look at that.
So the question is, he rushed through that last aid station in a pretty big way.
What his transition is here. Is it going to be 20 seconds again?
Yeah, it's like, in talking to some of Anthony's friends too, like that rushed fierce pace can sometimes come back to bite him, right?
Yeah,
like
you can.
You need, taking an extra 5 minutes here could save you 30 minutes or an hour down the road because you didn't address something that needed to be taken care of. You didn't put water on you or ice on you. There's Alexander too. Our French fans will be happy to know that he has made it into this aid station. The green hat, I'm pretty sure, is what they've been yelling in French in the chat all morning. Yeah. So it's good to see that we've located.
Translate on that.
We've located the green hat.
The green hat is here.
Yeah, Bib 208, getting plenty of fuel on board, taking some time to drink some more fluid while he's in that aid.
I'm trying to see how much. Oh, we lost feed. I'm trying to see how much they're actually putting in. Like, that's an interesting, like we were talking about, I'd be taking at least 3 flasks minimum. Maybe I'd probably take at least 2 liters through this section.
The hard thing about some of these races too, right, is that you can't, if you could switch packs really easily, right? And it's like, I don't know what the requirement here, like, are their packs tagged? Because if your pack wasn't tagged, I might even pick up a pack that has a bladder in it for this section.
Right.
If you've got the mandatory gear that you need, I would consider doing that just to know that I could carry enough fluid.
Already out.
Running with an extra water bottle though that he'll drop on his way out of the aid station, so he can get a little bit more water in and a little bit more water on him. Just deposited that.
He's got an extra handheld.
It looks like he's got an extra flask. Okay, Anthony, this makes me happy.
He's being smart.
That is a smart move. Very quick in the aid station yet again, but I do think that we can confidently say he left with 3 soft flasks, which I think is smart for this section of the race course.
Yeah, there is a pretty good, solid required kit for this race.
I mean, they have years where the weather can be so atrocious. They've had to cancel the race mid-race due to snow. I can see Marco. The image of Marco is nice and clear, but I don't know that we have his audio back up yet, do we? We're picture-in-picture with Marco down in the right-hand side. Hold on, Marco. We don't have audio yet. No way. Okay. Jean, you're my new favorite person in the chat. So, Doi, which I'm saying right, Toy with a D, Doi. is one of the Bambi 100-mile race directors, which is a 100-mile race that only accepts newcomers to the distance. He works full-time for the Osaka Fire Department, so can't accept money from TNF as a public servant.
What?
So he's basically a North Face ambassador because he's a public servant and works for the fire department.
Wow.
That's so cool.
Cool.
He's my new favorite runner in the field. Courtney, step aside. New favorite runner in town. That is really, really cool.
It is cool.
Also the Bambi 100 mile, where they only accept newbie 100 milers.
That's pretty cool.
So everyone that's doing the race, it's their first time doing a 100 mile.
Cool.
That's really cool. Okay, there's Alexander leaving the aid station, taking some time to readjust some stuff in his pack. I also think he left with an extra soft flask.
I hope so. I hope they all did.
I know, we just don't have confirmation of that, which always stresses me out. And here comes many runners just bursting out of the aid station.
Yeah, that hasn't come across the live feed yet.
I think that was Tomonori who came running out past him. One of the other North Face athletes, bib number 3, Tomonori.
Oh, right. He came in.
Onisuka, yeah. They were in the aid station at the same time. What a wild sport that we do. Just a bunch of us showing up in Japan to run 100 miles around Mount Fuji.
Yep. Okay, we just got some of the live feed has
finally updated.
Yeah, finally updated. It looks like that's the top. I guess we haven't quite got the top 10.
In or out of?
Out. The top 9 have been officially updated so far. I think it will update here pretty quickly.
Yeah, because we've had at least 12 runners, and Alexander is not on that list yet, and he's definitely out of the aid station.
And we've got this whole group that's in the, let's call it 4th or 5th through
let's say 5th.
8th and 9th.
Yeah.
Those are the ones I would be watching out for to move up to maybe nab a podium spot.
Yeah,
by the end of
very
this race.
potentially. Anything could happen with our two leaders out front, Chin and Deng, but the 2 Chinese athletes who have been leading, have been in the lead group, if not leading the race.
The pace.
And they definitely are pushing the pace. They've extended that lead out a bit. I would not be surprised if something happens to one of those 2 athletes, right?
Yeah.
I think both of them blowing up is probably not likely, but one of them maybe falling apart a little bit could happen. And then you've got a slew of Japanese athletes knocking on the door who are really, there to make a move if the opportunity presents themselves.
Yes, I agree.
And one other name I missed who came through there was Roy Murata. Came through bib 224. One of those Japanese athletes who was in the mix through there did make it through. I was just reconfirming bib numbers based on the live tracker. So yeah, we have our men's top 10 out in and out of aid station 3. It's going to be a hot second before we see our second place female at the last aid station. Courtney DeWalter had a 30-minute lead over second position.
And I'm going to guess she's probably extended that lead just a little more.
I would assume that it's opened up a little bit more too. So Yukari Somaya should be the next woman to come in. Nicole Bitter was seated, left the last aid station in third position, but a full 30 minutes back from second. So we do have massive gaps at the front of the women's field. And then 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, we're all actually very close together, both coming in and leaving aid station 2. So I don't expect a lot of shakeup to happen between 1 and 2 and 2 and 3 on this section, but I do think it's anyone's game as to anyone's guess who's going to come in 3rd, 4th, 5th for the women.
Right.
That's an Adidas Terex athlete.
Yeah, I didn't catch the bib number.
I know Shoon's racing, but I did not catch that bib number either. Yeah, Shunsuke's racing. He's another race director in Japan. He's the race director for the Fun Trails races. That I'm really hoping to get to go do maybe in November.
Cool.
This year. But I don't have another listed Terex athlete in the field anyway. It's always a mystery until it's not, until it presents itself.
This showing a little bit of the road they have to go under before they go back on a trail.
Yeah, a pretty quick section of road before they make that right-hand turn.
Yeah,
off
there's a
of it.
little bit of an out and back into the aid station, and then they turn around and go right back out and then onto a trail. And like we've been saying, this next section is a big section. So this is where race plan comes into play. Really paying attention to a course, because a lot of times that those kind of sections, if you haven't really studied the course very well, you could make big mistakes in these kind of sections. Just because this is a really big section, 26.7 kilometers. At a key point in the race, I would add too.
Yeah, it looks like it's basically a gradual climb for the next 10 kilometers or so. You know, maybe gaining, I don't know, 1,500 feet maybe over 6 miles, about 10 kilometers, a descent, and then kind of like a gradual up back to aid station 4.
Yeah.
Again, at the 97 kilometer mark, so 27K from where we are currently out on the race course. So a long, hot, tiresome section potentially.
Yeah, and they're going to be hitting this section in basically the where the heat really starts to hit, where we're going to be getting to the high point heat-wise of the day.
It's definitely already warm. I mean,
yeah,
Kevin
it's
said
only
that
8 o'clock a little after 8 o'clock in the morning.
and Kevin's like, I've got to go find ice to bring to aid station 4 for Courtney.
At 8 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're not even at the peak heat. Typically is about 1 or 2, 3 o'clock in the afternoon.
Yeah.
So they're going to be dealing with heat for the next 5 to 6, 7 hours potentially.
Yeah, it's.
So we could see a big shakeup in this race later today. Yeah, I mean, we're at 73% humidity, only 1.3 mile an hour winds. So it is
negligible,
a calm day.
Calm, stale,
humid day.
Hot day. Oh, we both grew up in the Midwest, so we know that. We know those conditions all too well.
It's like, oh.
We have bad feelings about it.
That's why I moved west.
Yeah. You and me both. Moved west, never looked back.
Exactly. I'd much rather run in the heat we ran in this morning. Dry heat.
Love
in
a dry,
the sun.
Love a dry heat.
Working on my tan.
Give me a dry heat every day. I don't even think I burnt that badly, if at all. That's definitely not my Irish and Scottish descent. We'll give that one to the Eastern Europeans. Okay, I'm just seeing if we have an update in our live tracking situation. Okay, getting a better look at this aid station. It's not quite as nice as the last aid station that was in that big kind of open, cool wooden structure. This is definitely much more prototypical in a park, in a beautiful park, but definitely, you know, all the aid ready under the white tents. We had a fire going this morning at aid station 2. It looked really cozy and comfortable.
I highly recommend this race if anybody has not done this race.
Donuts.
Oh, look at
chocolate.
That. I mean, and look how organized they are.
It looks like those look like milk bread, like really kind of just like delicious white red potato chips.
Oranges, potato chips, bananas.
Plenty of hand sanitizer.
Probably some BCAA drink, I'm assuming that is.
Yeah, that's what it looks like, yeah.
The staple of a ultra aid station, Coca-Cola.
Love to see it.
Oh no!
Said no one ever.
It can't be
Zach
Pepsi.
Marion off camera needs to be Pepsi. Boo.
Boo. Coca-Cola's way better.
Voted off the island. Don't give that man a mic.
Voted off the island.
Leave him in the peanut
looks like
gallery.
we might have Marco. Do we have audio on him.
Hello, hello.
Oh my goodness,
Hey.
we can hear you. How are you?
Good. How are you? We fixed the audio and video.
Yay!
Yay! So I'm in front of the tent. Oh, I mean the support area with the Topo athletes. So Anthony, as well as I think who went out number 10, Nishikata Hayato, the Japanese runner. So let me grab the support member and have a chat with them and see how Anthony and Nishikata were feeling. Excuse me, can I interview you for a second?
Okay, sure.
Okay. So hello, how are you?
Hi, I'm good. Hi.
How was Anthony feeling coming into A station?
A1 or this station? He looks a little bit like he seems very hard, and then but he stayed just for maybe 1 minute, less than 1 minute, and then just instructed us, he wants this, and then he just went out. Yeah, it was very quick.
What did he want?
He wanted actually Yuri 君、彼何リクエストしたっけ？リクエスト？ここで何が欲しい？
Anthony が。What did Anthony grab from the A station?
けど、ハイドレーション系、貯水する、プレジションフィールかな、新しい。
Mostly for hydration, so it seems like he was overheating a little bit.
それぐらいであとは他何も持ってきてないですね。通常通りのベスパ2つと、多分なんだろうな。グミかな、グミ1つと、あとみかん。
He's already gone.
A few Vespa, and then just the usual stuff, and some mikan, like the Japanese Mandarin. And yeah, so that was all he needed. How about Nishikata-kun?
Nishikata-kun. He hardly stopped. I mean, he's the kind of person who doesn't want to stop by any aid station, so he just come by and then he left immediately. So we couldn't even capture him.
All right, thank you so much. Yeah, just for some more context, Nishikata-kun, Nishikata has been a phenomenal runner. He's a very small runner, so you may not catch him on the way in and out, but he usually run very fast on the road. And I think he came in 5th last year in Fuji, and his full-time job is as an engineer at Suzuki. So it's a very interesting, a full-time salaryman doing really well in international as well as local races. He also did the IGA, I think the 250 group race 2 years ago, and he came in 9th or 10th as well. So a really strong long distance runner, good at climbing as well. All right, that's it for me from now, and I will see if there are any more runners coming in, and I will catch them for interviews.
Yeah, sounds good. And we'll be waiting, obviously, for the women behind Courtney to make their way to you too.
Yeah, I can see Zach already outposting right there. So as soon as Nicole come in, I will switch the camera over there and get some interview shot as well.
Awesome. Thank you, Marco.
Thanks, Marco.
All right.
Anthony Lee not taking any time in aid, huh?
No, he's in and out.
I feel like someone needs to have a talk with that boy.
Well, I think one of the things that happens too with these races that when you're getting into the heat part of the day, I'm very similar. I don't talk.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not going to talk to my crew. I'm just getting what I need and I get moving again. And if I'm having a little bit of a rough patch, if it's just hot, I'm just like trying to deal.
Yeah. I mean, I tell athletes all the time too. It's like, I don't want you to be rushed, but I want you to be efficient.
Yep.
And so I think it's probably a balance there too of like, I don't want to see athletes rushing through aid stations, but I want them to be kind of in and out. There's no reason to hang out there longer than you need to, but you need to get what you actually need there. And I wonder if there's another 30 seconds that could be spent drinking a little extra fluid before you leave, or taking a moment to pour some water over you. Or
I think it is smart to drink extra at those aid stations, especially when you're going into a long section.
Mm-hmm.
Unless we didn't, one of the things the camera wasn't on him the whole time, so we don't know how many flasks he left with, but he definitely left with more than 2. So if he has a couple more flasks stuffed in his pack somewhere, then that's a good thing. But if he didn't, then like you said, he should have taken more time. But we'll see. You know, that remains to be seen.
Time will tell.
Yes, right?
Time will
Dun,
tell.
dun, dun.
Lessons will be learned the hard way. No, but it seems like he's having a much more composed race than I think he was here last year too, wasn't he?
That I do not know.
I think he's been here at least once before and had things go a little bit sideways. But yeah, we've got athletes kind of all over the aid station zone now. Men coming in left and right. Getting a lot of food here too. Race nutrition sometimes can only get you so far. If they're already getting warm, their stomach might be upset. So taking a moment here to eat a little bit before they take back off is a really good idea to kind of make up maybe some of those calories that you've been a little bit short on. So that is good to see those athletes doing that.
He did do it last year, by the way. Anthony Lee ran a 23:33 at Mount Fuji last year for 18th place.
Cool. So he's definitely currently running better than that. The question is what will happen in the back half of this race, and if he's setting himself well to run a strong back half of the race, which I think he is capable of doing. It's just a matter of really setting yourself up like in a smart manner to make that happen.
Yeah, and sometimes when the heat first hits, it's hard because the body's starting to adjust to the new situation, and so sometimes in an aid station or two, it's a little rough.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like, even though you might not be totally behind, you're just like in kind of a quiet place for a bit.
Yeah.
While the body like adjusts to that new temps that are heating up. So it's definitely warmer. We were talking about how it's getting warm, and Kevin is going to get ice for Courtney.
Yeah, I think that's a Chinese athlete in the normal kit. Wang Ho Chung leaving the aid station there. Yeah, but there's I think close to 20 men in the aid station. I think something like 12 to 14 of them have left. So it's definitely very packed together in this part of the field. A lot of athletes in the aid all together as we speak. And then my next question is,
where is the second woman?
Yeah, where is Yukari Somaya, and will it be Yukari?
And Nicole.
I think it'll likely be Yukari. The question is, where is Nicole in relation to her?
Right.
I think there's a 30-minute gap between the two of them at the last aid station. I think the likelihood of Nicole making all of that up in this section is very unlikely. But the time could have come down quite a bit potentially, or been extended. So I'm very curious. That will be very telling in how well they're both moving in relation to one another. So that's kind of the gap that I'm curious, the gap between Courtney and the chasing women, but I'm really curious on the gap between the women in second and third, and the women really kind of in that chasing for the podium spot, because they are pretty packed up when they came to that last aid station. But Courtney came through a while ago.
Yeah, it's been a while.
It's been.
I can tell you exactly.
I'm really bad at public math. She came through at 7:47 elapsed. So 30 plus minutes.
Yeah, we're talking
35
minutes ago.
So she's gained at least 5 minutes
more
on the women behind her.
Yeah, she had about 30 minutes at the last checkpoint.
Yep. Courtney DeWalter.
And in my experience,
you monster,
she does not fade much.
No. When she has to go
if
to the
anything, she speeds up.
She has to go to the hurt locker sometimes, right? We've seen that. UTMB was a moment where I was like, Courtney's human.
Yeah.
Watching that, I was like, okay, Courtney's human. And no one was close enough to her that day for that to be completely dissolved. But it wasn't impossible. That was not an impossible
Did you hear
moment.
her podcast interview about the pain cave?
Oh, yeah, I love it.
That's probably the coolest way to think about the pain cave.
Yeah. Yeah, I dig it.
I do too.
She's just in there.
Always thought
she's
about
in
it.
there redecorating.
Mine has always been making friends with it, you're hanging out. You know what I mean?
No, she's in there
it's your
with a
bro.
chisel.
We're
She's
gonna
with a
hang
chisel.
today. No, she's making it bigger.
Yeah, she's redecorating.
Yeah, she's getting her chisel.
There's
and
a hot
making
tub
the
in there
cave
now.
a little bigger. We're gonna add a west wing.
Yeah, 100%. She added a west wing last year during UTMB.
Yeah.
That is for sure.
You could tell though the last couple downhills last year, that the race season was catching up with her.
The legs,
her downhill legs were not quite there. Anyway.
It was startling.
Yeah, where you're like, ooh, yeah, this race season's catching up.
Yeah. It's just, it was an insane triple.
Yeah, that's a big triple.
That felt like none other.
I've done the double, but I haven't done the triple.
Yeah, it's not for the faint of heart. This is bib number 216. Another Chinese athlete coming in, Liu Yang. making his way in. Grab some fruit, and now is going to go see his crew, it looks like. All black and a long sleeve.
Ooh.
I'm hot, like too warm, just
Watching. Yeah. Yeah, that's.
I really like that organized row of chairs.
Yeah.
It looks like we're getting ready for like a little ceremony of some sort.
Right.
Lots of volunteers are looking really excited. We're anticipating our next female runner coming into the aid here, I think, momentarily.
I'm going to see if I can find where she is
Oh,
on
yeah.
the tracker.
Yeah, is her GPS tracker pinging out there?
We're going to look. Except I'm spazzing out on my laptop right now. I can't control.
You can do it. We believe in you.
Thanks, Gran. I appreciate that. All right, let's see.
Yeah, again, we're looking for Yukari Somaya.
No, man, there's a big group. That's really. I'm gonna.
She's just in the pack.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to zoom in here to see if I can figure this out.
Yeah, it's kind of a constant rush of athletes coming in right now into the 70K mark. This morning feels like such a long time ago, and yet it was only 8.5 hours ago. Just another day in the office.
Wait, what's her number? Was it 303?
301.
No, it's Courtney.
Oh, sorry. 301 was Courtney Walter. 302 is Nicole better.
No, it's not who I'm looking for.
303.
Yeah, 303 is who we're looking for. And
She
302.
She is. Let's see.
We're doing some intensive internet stalking, essentially.
Yeah, it doesn't give what mile she is at or kilometer. But she's on her way. She's 1, 2, 3, 4.
She's quite ahead of Nicole better.
Yeah, she's about 4 places back from people coming into the aid station on their way.
That have trackers on them anyway.
Oh,
I think
right.
there are people that are probably outrunning having trackers on.
I forgot about that. But we're not looking at everyone in the race, right?
Yep. So that is a little bit limiting in that sense, but it looks like she's held on. I mean, there was a 30-minute gap between Nicole and Somaya-san at the last aid station. So I would think that gap is probably holding on this section of the race. Curious to see if that like, to me, that's what I'm curious about. Like, has that gap changed at all? Courtney has clearly opened up her gap more. We're talking around we're moving towards 40 minutes of Courtney being out front right now. She came through, 7:47 elapsed. So we're talking 40 minutes right now between Courtney and anyone behind her. So continuing to open up that lead in a pretty significant way. And she just makes it look easy I mean, obviously, like, it's hard, it's hot. She's asking for ice, etc. But, like, I watch Courtney race and I'm like, I know that you're moving faster than everyone else, but it doesn't, like, I'm not like, wow, you're moving faster than everyone else.
Yeah, I know.
She makes it look
pretty easy.
Easy, I think, is what it is. Or like she's just out for a long run.
I have to say that I'm glad I'm here to witness it.
I'm always glad to witness it.
You know, in real time, we've been several seasons of her just like next level.
We're in our Courtney era.
Next level, yeah.
You know.
Yeah.
We're in our
Courtney era. There was an Ann Trayson era. Now there's a Courtney DeWalter era.
Yeah, if you want Courtney DeWalter to run Leadville, let's peer pressure her to do it.
Yeah, put it out there. We need her to go get Ann Trayson's record.
I mean, I think when I look at what she's done and what still stands to really be accomplished, I feel like Leadville is something that she's got to be thinking about just because she lives there. Ann Trayson's record still stands. That's like something
old
that's a worthy goal, right?
Yeah.
And
I
then
agree.
one of the only things that I feel like she has attempted and it hasn't gone well is the Colorado Trail. So I feel like Leadville and the Colorado Trail have to be something on Courtney's horizon in the next, let's call it 6 months to 3 years.
Yeah.
That's got to be on the short term plan.
Yeah.
I would think.
Yeah, everyone peer pressure.
Yeah.
At every angle.
Everyone keeps sliding into her DMs, just inundate her with it. Hey, have you heard about Leadville?
Hey.
Hey, so what about Leadville?
So Leadville.
So a bird told me that you should run Leadville.
We could add backmasking subliminal messages to her Spotify account. It just says Leadville.
I love this.
Leadville.
Kevin, hit us up. We've got some plans.
Leadville.
Kevin's like, I want to travel to go to races. You can
have
sleep
to
in
get
your
Ann
own
Tracy
bed if
Drecker.
you run Leadville. Like, how nice is that?
Totally, it's her back. It's her.
Literally.
It is her backyard. Okay.
Yeah, they've got a hose out there. If I was athletes, I'd be over there just hosing my entire self off, I think, heading into this next section.
Yeah. Yeah, it is. Yeah.
Okay, I'm
Yeah.
trying to keep an eye on some of the runners' numbers coming in versus what we're seeing on the live tracker to kind of start to project a little bit more where we think Somaya's. Oh, there she is.
Hey,
Speak
look
of
at her.
the
She's
devil.
smiling.
She looks so happy.
She's been smooth.
We're talking 43 minutes is the gap.
So she's lost a little more, but
Yeah.
she's running solid.
No, she looks good, and but what I mean by that is that she's not clearly favoring one of her legs. Her stride looks normal. She
Yep.
came in smiling,
Smiling, waving.
You know, is filling up her bottle. I'm assuming she's got crew here, based on her last aid station.
I wonder if she's just drinking extra.
Maybe like she knows that that's what she wants to take with her.
She's getting Coke.
Yeah, there's definitely some mud out there. We've definitely seen plenty of runners with mud on their backside, down their legs, etc. So it's definitely not completely smooth sailing. No, she seems in really good spirits.
Yeah.
And again, debut 100 mile.
I know.
Incredibly impressive.
Yeah, I'm impressed with her so far. She's just been just fully calm and collected. Grabbed a banana. Looks like she's going to go over to her crew. She doesn't seem hectic at all. Like just walking over.
Yeah, she was really calm.
And
she
running over to her crew.
I mean, yeah, save some time.
Yeah.
It's like you're going further into the aid station to get to your crew. It's distance acquired.
Yeah.
I love it so much.
After I was there for 10 days, I came back and I had every time I would greet someone when I got back to the States, I felt like I needed to bow.
You had the little bow going on.
Because you had to you bow all the time. I
My
love that
dad
part.
does that. So we lived in Japan for 6 years, and my dad does that whenever we take him to any foreign country. He's like, I'm in a foreign country, I have to bow. Because that like his foreign country experience is like living in Japan. And so whenever we're in France, my dad is bowing. Like it's just you can take the man out of Japan.
Right.
Can't take the bow out of the man. It is very endearing and very cute.
I love it.
But yeah, no, it's my dad.
Man,
Taking my
it
dad
is
around
a
Paris is hilarious.
bluebird day.
Yeah, they were saying maybe overcast. It is definitely not overcast.
Not on this part of the course. And one thing I think that's in the storm by the radar tractor when I looked it up was coming out of the southwest towards Japan, and Fuji, the race finishes, this last part is on the northeast side, so the opposite side of the mountain. So that means that storm could build on the one side of the mountain where they started.
Yeah.
But it might not roll over the mountain until later. It might hold it off, which would
Totally.
keep it clear on this northeast side because the predominant storm's coming out of the southwest.
Yeah, there's Marco. Marco's probably going to try to sneak in there and talk to
Yeah.
her crew once she gets out there. It feels like she knows half the people at this aid station. She like was making the rounds saying hi to a bunch of different individuals, it felt like. So
Yeah, totally, didn't it?
before she finally made it over to
She's
her
going
crew
around
person.
bowing to her friend over there and saying hi, and then she's waving to everyone and she's
just
chatting.
out for a nice Friday. Do we have Marco's audio?
We're trying to get Marco's audio, but we're not getting it.
Yeah, we'll get a recap. Oh, there we go. Marco, we can hear you now.
みんな多分めちゃめちゃ暑くて水足りない人多いと思います。
そうですよね。
はい。私、ホクロクまで1リットルでいける自信ないですもん。
Just a quick recap of what Semiya-san just said. So she said she's feeling really well, but she's also sweating a lot. So she's a little bit worried about hydration, but now with some rehydrated, she feels much better. I think she said she's also thinking people are overpacing a little bit, and hydration is going to be a big issue for the next session. So she's taking it more conservatively.
That's super, super smart. It also seems like she knew everyone in the aid station. Do you know if she, like, it seems like she, like, made some rounds before she finally made it to her crew.
アメリカからの中継からの質問ですけど、なんかボランティアさんたちにみんな挨拶してるのがなんか知り合いですかみんな。
あ、みんな仲間です。普段お世話になってる仲間です。
ありがとうございます。Yeah, these are all friends. She said.
I love it.
I'll leave her alone for a little bit, and then I will go back to her support crew and ask for a couple more questions.
Awesome. Thank you, Marco.
Thanks, Marco.
Yeah.
We are right. She's friends with everyone.
She does. She knows everybody at the aid station.
That's really cool.
Yeah.
I have to say that I've gotten the opportunity to race a little bit more locally over the last 2 years by choice, which has been really fun. To have like at least a practice race or a key race that's at home or regionally relevant to me. And it's so fun because I know so many people out there and vice versa. And it's such a different experience when we go to these big races in Europe, for example, where you're just another bib in the crowd. And it's really cool. Like she's getting to do that here. It's like one of the biggest races in Japan, but it's like still it's still a largely Japanese race, which means, yeah, she's got a ton of friends that are out here.
Which is really cool.
It's like Western states for a lot of us too, right? Like much smaller, obviously, than this. Many, 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 many hundreds of people smaller. But it's like you run through an aid station and it's like you know everyone there somehow.
Yeah. And she just seems very calm and under control in this. And she's thinking.
And she said, you know, I think people are being like a little bit risky. Like I'm sweating a lot. I want to be conservative. I need to take care of myself. I'm worried about this next section. Like she said everything we're thinking.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know, that's and she's 70K in. So she's very much with it.
Yeah. We're not even halfway yet.
Yeah. Yeah. We're not even halfway. And it's somehow still before 9 a.m. in the morning there. And runners are looking really, really warm. It's incredibly humid. The chance of rain has gone down quite significantly. It's not overcast. It's very much a clear, sunny day out there. You've got some like semi-equatorial sun. I just feel like the solar radiation is not played up enough, and you add humidity to that. I mean, that's why Tokyo, we were all worried about the heat for that Olympic Games. It was going to be the hottest Olympic Games on record. And in part, that's because, well, it's in July. But there are a lot of factors that make a situation like that super warm, and a race like this in the spring is not immune to those same issues. And so it's good to see runners being very smart when they can to protect themselves, to hopefully allow themselves to have a good back part of the race.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree. And especially with this big section coming up. Like we've talked about, I've talked about it multiple times here, but we're talking about almost a 17-mile section with no aid and a big climb, about a 1,500-foot climb. So
yeah, like that just kind of grinds for about half of the distance.
Yeah,
or so.
Think about how that feels when you have like low-grade climbing for a long...
I call it douche grade.
Exactly.
And it's one of those...
I got in trouble by my 12-year-old recently for saying that.
Oh,
it's like, Dad,
sorry.
that's inappropriate.
Sorry, 12-year-olds.
I was like, that's what everyone calls it. It's just what we call it.
I hope there are no children watching this. You should be in school, I think. But yeah, we're gonna actually throw that map up, I think, because we can show
here's the profile.
what we're talking about. So F3 is where our cameras currently are at, and the runners are making their way towards F4. And the map does not make it feel like it's very hilly. There's a lot of gradual uphill,
But
and then there are
look at
these
the
punchy
left.
climbs.
Those are in meters, not feet. So
You
right-
triple everything.
Yeah, triple everything. So we have that's a long, and look at that. The first half of that climb is like you're talking about. It's the douche grade style climb.
When you're fresh and feeling strong, you're like, I am so fit. I am invincible. I am the best runner in the world. And when you are tired, it's like, why is this
and
Mount
it's
Everest?
hot with no wind.
Solar, stagnant air.
Yeah, uphill running for
We're
a
really
long,
selling the sport of ultra running
for
right now.
kilometers and kilometers and kilometers, and then it gets steeper, right? That the second half of the climb is steeper than the first half of the climb, so it's going to be a taxing section, and then they have a steep descent, and then it's a rolling, and then half of the second half of it is uphill again to aid station 4. So again, aid station 4, F4 is the finish line as well, but they'll go through that before they go out onto a pretty technical loop. So here's a good 3D of it. They're going F3 to F4 right now. The leaders are, and that's where they're heading out. Our cameras are at F3, and then you'll notice they go through F4 where the finish line is, and then they go out into this loop to F5, F6, F7, and F8. And that's a lot of trail. We've been told
a lot more single track, a lot
more technical.
It's punchy in places. It's very rocky in places.
A lot of 1,000-foot climbs that are going to be steep and technical.
Yeah, kind of death by 1,000 tiny cuts right at the very end of the thing.
I love it.
You're supposed to do this race. I don't know why you're not.
I have done it.
I know. You need to go back.
I'm going to go back. I want a day like that, though. I want a hot day.
Yeah, I think I want horrible weather.
Horrible weather?
Yeah.
Yeah, you're definitely Wisconsin. I was Missouri, Midwest, so it was hot and humid. I do good in hot and humid.
I want the sky to fall down. Okay.
That is a beautiful image right there. Now notice we were looking at images earlier in the day, and there was less snow, but now we're kind of looking at the more of a northern aspect of the mountain. So there's a ton of snow on that side. And I was talking about those storms coming in from the southwest later today. It may hold off for for this section of the course, which is more on the east and northeast aspect. So now the runners are coming into F3, which are on the northern end of the mountain, and then they're going into the northeast and east side of the mountain for this final, the second half of the race. So the mountain may create its own kind of wall for a while and hold some of that weather off.
Yeah, a little bit of a rain shadow.
Yeah, exactly. And so it may, because we saw some haze early in the day because the race starts on the south side and runs around to the west side, and there was a lot of haze, which was the kind of front end of the storm coming. But now on this side, it is a bluebird day.
And then the next two women we anticipate to come into the aid station should be Nicole Bitter, and we know that Zach is setting up at that aid station, and then actually the athlete from Hong Kong, Yanchi NG from Hong Kong, who we talked to her crew at the last aid station. We were able to interview her crew, and the crew had been like, she's here way too fast. She needs to slow down.
Yeah.
So curious to see her and Nicole Bitter. Their trackers are really close together right now. I'm not sure what that's actually going to look like when they make it into the aid station, but they should be the next two women to come in here. And once they've come through, we will probably send Marco ahead to F4 at that point.
Yeah. Yeah, because I think at the last, they were all about 30. At the last, at F2, 3rd, 4th, and 5th, and 6th, we're only about 36 to 40 minutes behind 2nd. So we'll see here if they're still about the same gap, or if we're dealing with if they've faded a little bit, or if they're running smart. Obviously, Yukari's running really smart in 2nd. She's being conservative. So it'll be interesting to see if that gap of 36 minutes shortened a little because she's being conservative, or because she's being smart, she's actually increasing her lead in second.
Yeah, I'm really curious. So Somaya Yukari-san, who was our second woman to come into this aid station, has left. She did spend 10 minutes in aid, just to kind of so Courtney spent 3 minutes in aid. Our second place woman spent 10 minutes in aid, but has left. She left at 8:39 elapsed. And again, that was I'm going to call her the darling, but she knows everyone in the aid station. It felt
cute.
So Somaya Yukari-san has made it out of the aid station. It feels like it's her birthday. I don't think it is, but it just kind of feels, it's the energy she seems to be running with. So she is out on course. But she spent 10 minutes in aid. So that's time earned back by the runners behind her potentially as well.
Yep. In 51, she's 51 minutes behind Courtney.
Exiting the aid station.
Yeah, exiting.
So again, Courtney, when she came in, Courtney had a 40-minute lead, and when Somaya Yukari-san left, all of a sudden, it's a 51-minute lead. So you can see how time really flies by very quickly all of a sudden.
Yeah.
But she also said that, she was worried about how much she's sweating. She's worried about this next section. She's worried about how warm it is. She wanted to make sure she had enough fluid. So she really took her time there. And that can pay off.
It really can. And it is harder because Nicole and these other runners that were all in a group in the last aid station, when you come into an aid station with the potential to be on the podium, it gets in your head a little bit. Because if you got other people who are crewing next to you and you kind of came in together and you're thinking about getting out of there, whereas when Yukari came in, she just, she took her time, she did everything she needs, she has no one pressuring her right now. And I think she's running a smart race, so we'll see how that pans out later. But sometimes being in a group can not be beneficial because you tend to rush a little bit. And you might see another runner come in and come out quicker than you, and then you're like, oh, I got to go, So we'll see.
Just tracking trackers. They just all of a sudden update, and you're like, panic. So Nicole Bitter's tracker hasn't updated in 13 minutes, so it's very possible that she's a lot closer than what her tracker is showing on the map.
Yeah.
They should be updating every couple of minutes, and hers is not updated for over 13 minutes. So
yeah,
I would say that's an anomaly.
And our friend Jean has made another good point. He goes, on such a small map, it might look rolling, quote, but it can be a series of small, steep ups and downs, and that's true. That's one thing I was saying earlier. The map really, and even the profile, doesn't do justice to the terrain. It is steep, and those climbs are steep, and a lot of it. And it's not like the United States either. Like a lot of the United States trails have a lot of switchbacks.
Yeah, no, there are no switchbacks.
No, you just go straight up.
It's like, path of least resistance,
go straight up,
directly up the hill.
Yeah. These are not mountain bike trails.
Yeah, they're not graded for your mountain bike pleasure. They are.
Yeah, there's no berms and sweet little short switchbacks and long meandering switchbacks. It's just boom up.
It's get your money's worth. Vertical affront.
Yeah, and if you're just joining us, that's one of the things we were talking about earlier when we had some drone footage of some of the surrounding ridge lines, and they're very steep, and the topography is very extreme when something goes up. So it just juts up out of the valleys. And you can't really see it here because we're kind of in a forest, surrounded by forest and in a flat valley, but the ridge lines are fairly steep.
Yeah, so again, Courtney DeWalter is currently leading your women's race by about 51 minutes, running in 5th overall in the field, making it look, I want to say easy, which I don't think is accurate, but is. Like she looks calm. Kevin's not having to tell her dad jokes yet. She did ask for ice at the next aid station. Fueling seems to be going well. I don't think her stomach is turned on her. Fueling is something that she's been working on really hard. After I think kind of botching it at Hard Rock a number of years ago, where the race fell apart for her kind of due to some nutrition hangups.
Yeah, I know Tailwind has really helped her.
Yeah, she's really kind of put a plan together that seems to be really effective for her. So yeah, very, very impressive to see kind of those small tweaks really seem to be paying off. They're not like, you're not changing your plan 180. It's like these, like you're turning the dials a little bit, right? Yeah. Like you're finessing things.
Yes. And my buddy Ben Cook is asking, is the chain section still in the race? We're not sure.
That's probably a question for Marco.
Yeah, if we can remember to ask Marco the next time we have him on, maybe.
Yeah. I think if it is, it'd be in the section that they're heading into out of aid station 4, correct?
I'm trying to remember.
Because I know there's some ropes out there.
I remember the rope sections, and they were steep. But it was on... I have to think about it. It was in the... I wonder if I don't know. Hold on. I might be able to pull a folder off my laptop with an old PDF or something or a screenshot. I'm going to try to find that, actually. We'll see where that section is. We'll see if I can find something on that. I'm sure I might have it on my Google Drive somewhere.
Yeah, and we're keeping an eye on the runners coming in because we are keeping our eyes out, in particular for F3 and F4, i.e. our women sitting in 3rd and 4th position in the race.
I do. I have the PDF of the course from 2015.
Nothing about that surprises me. I'm sure it's like cataloged appropriately and everything.
Oh, it totally is. I was a graphic designer and had my own business. Of course it's a catalog.
Yeah, no,
Are you kidding me?
It is very, very organized. I have no doubt.
Actually, it was totally different in 2015 now that I'm pulling it up. We started around where they are now.
Oh, cool.
On the north side of the mountain. So...
And then ran counterclockwise?
Okay, so where they go into the Lake Districts is where all the rope sections are.
So, yeah. So
they are going to do that.
In the back, like, 3rd to final quarter of the race, that's where all that
That's where the hard
are.
terrain was.
Interesting.
And that's where...
Brutal.
Because I went out easy, I had...
Legs
for all that hard stuff. I was like... It was very... Like, this is what... The race is going to shake up.
Yeah, in a big way, I think.
In the men's race especially, I think it's going to shake up. Because I've got somebody talking to medical.
Yeah, I wonder if they're dropping out. Oh, is this John Ray Onifa?
Oh, I think it is.
I think he's dropping.
It is. Stingray is...
Yeah, Stingray. I unfortunately think Stingray might be removing
I noticed
himself.
on the tracker he faded a ton
He
on this
moved
section.
way back on this section. But yeah, I do think that this is Stingray.
Oh, right, he did. He mentioned his back was bothering
I mean, he's
him.
raced like 4 ultras already this year.
Yeah, that's a lot.
Yeah, he's talking about his back.
Okay, I'm going to...
Yeah, she was. She came in 5th with one male. So technically 5th and 6th overall, and then Courtney left in 5th.
Okay, I'm trying to compare the 3D map with my old map. I think they finish in the same direction. So they make a loop, and they finish in the same direction as we finished. Very similar. not quite the same. The finish isn't quite the same, but the same section, I think, where the rope sections are. So, Ben Cook, I think that might answer it. I'm pretty sure that they go through that at the end in the last couple of sections.
Very brutal.
And it's steep. I mean, it was, in sections, it was shoulder height with, you know how roots will go across a trail and the trail washes under the roots and it's like almost like a handlebar sticking out of the ground? It was sections like that were like shoulder height. They were on like a knife ridge. There was some really technical stuff. It's a technical section of the course, so they do finish on some very technical terrain. And I think people that, look at this on paper, you'll be surprised if you go there and get on the course how technical the trail sections are in spots, especially on this northeast side of the mountain where they're going to finish. It'll kind of slap you in the face a little bit.
That's what it sounds like. Nicole Bitter's tracker has finally updated, which is great. And just kind of rounding the lake is what it looks like before that kind of final march over towards this checkpoint. So I actually don't think she's that far away.
So if you're just joining us, we are at checkpoint 3, Mount Fuji 100, and 70.7 kilometers into the race. It is heating up. It's about almost 9 o'clock in Japan right now on Saturday, and it is a bluebird day on the north side of the mountain. It's getting hot.
Yeah,
it's 20 degrees Celsius. So we're almost at 70 degrees, but we're at over 70% humidity. So it's a humid day. The sun's out. Luckily, they go back into some trail, and there is some wooded sections that will help with shade, but there is no wind today. Looks like our humidity's dropped a little bit. We're down to like 67%, but it is a calm day, no wind, or at least not very much. It says about 1 to 2 mile an hour winds.
Yeah, you can see the trees blowing a little bit more, which is a good sign.
Yeah.
I will also say, based on the tracker, it looks like Peter Mortimer should be making his way into the aid station here pretty quickly.
Yeah, he's moved up.
Yeah.
Since the last checkpoint.
Yeah, and I think that Nicole shouldn't be that far behind him either. But it does seem like he's one of the next people with a tracker on, who should be making their way into the aid station. He's bib 1007, and I do think that he should be kind of rounding into the aid station here pretty quickly. He'll be very identifiable.
And I train with Pete quite a bit. He lives in Flagstaff, and he tends to start out very conservative and easier, and then he will get faster and faster, and he's good on technical terrain.
Oh, so the back part of this race is going to really
suit him. He's a really, really good power hiker, and he's a good downhill runner.
That's always pleasant. I love when the race just like happens to suit you.
Yeah, right? Especially the back half.
Yeah, that's an ideal scenario. Don't hate that for him.
Yeah.
Yeah, he'll be in his dapper shirt too.
Yeah, he's easy to spot. 6'4", beard, plaid shirt.
Very, very easy to spot. He stands out.
Oh. So we are waiting on third female.
Yep.
To come into checkpoint 3 at 70.7 kilometers. And we've now had, I was going to do a quick check of how many, we've had quite a few men come through this. I was trying to get a quick check. We've had the top 40 men come through at this point who have left.
They're moving well.
Yeah. And they are the top 40 are about an hour and 45 minutes apart from first to. That's a pretty tight race.
Yeah.
I think it's also the top 12 are inside of an hour.
Yeah, that's
an hour is nothing in a race
where you're only 70K in.
Yes.
To 160.
On a hot, humid day.
Yeah. Things could fall
with
apart
a
for a
lot of
folks.
technical terrain coming.
Yeah, it's definitely not an easy gimme back half of the race.
Yep. Well, in the first half of this race, definitely will favor the runners, and the back half of the course will favor the mountain runners.
Yeah, although I do know it sounded like from talking to Zach, after Nicole came in, the big climb between aid 1 and aid 2 was more of a proper climb.
Surprised her, I think.
Yeah. Yeah.
Which I think a lot of people from international runners will be surprised by if they haven't been there before.
How punchy some of it is, I think, in particular.
I just remember it being like, oh my gosh, this is way more like primitive and hard than I thought it was going to be.
This aid station right now. Do you think that works? Just
Paging Pete Mortimer.
Yeah, negging the runners a little bit from
Mr. Mortimer. I feel like it's like Ferris Bueller's Day Off.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Yeah, so 9 a.m. Friday morning presently, the runners kicked off their race just around midnight / very, 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 very early Friday morning. I like to call it 12:05 a.m. so that I know what day I'm talking about. But they've been running for 9 hours on the clock. We are currently at the 70.7 kilometer aid station. This is only the third checkpoint for this race course, which means that there have been some very long sections of this race without aid, including the next section of this course, which is 27 kilometers between aid 3 and aid 4. Yeah, so right now, waiting in aid, should be seeing Peter Mortimer, Nicole Bitter, along with our athlete from Hong Kong, should be making their way into this aid station momentarily. And for those of you who are watching or who just joined us and are fans of John Ray Onifa, a.k.a. Stingray, he has dropped at this aid station. We just saw him come through moments ago and go see medical and remove his bib there. Zach, you just joining us from behind your desktop monitors as we crack super sick.
I'll just randomly jump in with whatever.
AJW's going to be so proud of me. Listen to this, AJW. It's not a beer.
Crack a bubbly with Corinne Malcolm.
Yeah, I'm taking over the podcast, AJW. Crack a bubbly with Corinne Malcolm.
It's got a better ring to it.
That's going to be my April Fool's joke for next year.
Starting a new podcast.
Starting another podcast. Don't worry. I can do that.
That's what this space needs. More podcasts.
More podcasts by Corinne Malcolm in particular.
Specifically Corinne Malcolm.
Yeah,
podcasts.
I don't have two already. Yeah, no, and Jilzy was asking, hopefully not too bad for Stingray. Yeah, it seems like his back was bothering him. I don't know if it's a kind of acute on chronic injury or if something happened out there on the race course, if he tripped or something, but his back was bothering him. He dropped back between aid 1 and aid 2, dropped back further between aid 2 and aid 3, and finally went in and kind of notified medical and the race organization that he would be dropping out. At that point, kind of turned in his tracker and his whatever else he needed to turn in.
He seemed in pretty good spirits about it.
Oh yeah, he seemed completely okay.
Yeah, he didn't seem like he was overly upset or emotional. He was just it's kind of what happens sometimes. When you race as much as he does, it's kind of a potential.
Yep, 100%. It's a very happy runner. Bib 1005 making his way into the aid station. Big wave for the camera. We'd love to see it.
When you're
I think that's Slovakian.
When you're that late in a race and you've got that big of a smile, you're running it right. You're enjoying your day.
Yeah, that's Velibor Jovanovic from Slovakia. Slovakian feels much safer for me than trying to read kanji. Yeah, but again, we're hanging out at aid station 3 in part because we want to see Nicole Bitter. Nicole Bitter, run faster towards us, please. Zach is staring off into space. Jeff's mic's hot. He was really worried that he was just going to be talking into the abyss if he didn't double check his mic being on.
I just ate an apple.
Yeah.
It was delicious.
It wasn't even that covert.
I know. I'm sure you probably could hear me crunching.
Yeah.
We were all just, you were picking it up on both of our mics. You were picking it up. I'm just kidding. You weren't.
Yeah, no, our technology.
We just randomly mute Jeff's microphone just to give us
when
give us
we
all
get
a break.
tired. When we get tired of Jeff's antics,
Just let him keep talking like he's doing something.
You're right.
Yeah.
I just think I'm talking.
Give Jeff a podcast.
I don't need to talk anymore.
You're like, I talk.
The pseudoscience of ultra with Jeff Brown.
The pseudoscience. Oh.
You know I like to tease you, buddy.
Yeah, it sounds like when Stingray got into the aid station, his crew tried to help stretch him out a little bit, like put him on the ground, moved some things around, and just couldn't get that back to release. Honestly, what I've decided is that I always have to have a PT on my crew. My friend Nikki's a brilliant PT, and she's been one of my pacers and crewed a number of 100-mile races. And I'm just like, you know what? Why would I go to a race without you at this point?
It is nice.
Just put me back together. Oh, my foot hurts? Fix it.
I kind of want a masseuse on mine.
Yeah, really. But see, a lot of PTs are really good at manual therapy too. So it's just like
for a quick one, especially targeted.
Yeah, when you're like, hey, I need to keep running this race. My hip hurts. And they're like, we've got this. That's all I need. Though sometimes I was like cramping and she just like threw a piece of tape on my leg and she's like, that'll do. And I was like, okay. And I didn't cramp for the next 20 miles.
It's all like.
It's all mental. Placebos work on me really well.
I was going to say, if placebo works, it works.
Yeah. Bib number 48 as well in the aid station there, it looks like. Bib 48. Another Japanese runner. Yoshinori Iri in the aid station. Bib 20 also in the aid station. They're coming in hot and fast right now. Junji Iwananami in the aid station as well. All getting lots of water. It looks to be the big thing before they head back out on course, as they carry a lot of mandatory gear in this race. It's for the runner's safety. It's going to include things like an emergency blanket, a rain jacket, oftentimes rain pants or a pant layer of some sort, oftentimes a cap, gloves, etc. There we go. 2 maps, some food, or a flashing reflective light, adhesive elastic or bandage, personal cup, oftentimes your phone. Yeah, a warm fleece or a long sleeve layer. Pants, travel insurance, it's always good. And then a backpack to carry it all. So, yeah, plenty of stuff to schlep with you around the mountain.
A lot of stuff. And that's always like a challenge when it's like hot and humid.
Yeah, it is. You're like, cool, I can feel this rain jacket through my pack on my back right now, and I like don't love that it's completely hydrophobic. You're like, I'm pretty sure I'm getting increasingly
with
sweaty.
The big words.
Hydrophobic?
Yeah.
It's not that big.
I know, but you just pulled that right out.
You're like, wow, your vocabulary.
Your vocabulary is
on.
amazing.
Peter, we're not losing it. We've only been doing this for not even 9 hours. We took a break and went for a run in the middle of it. It was pretty great. But that being said, it's somehow 5 p.m. already. We're in a studio with no windows.
It's only 5?
I have no idea what time of day it is anymore.
5:07 here in Phoenix.
Yeah, we don't even know what time it is.
Yeah, but that does mean that Chris is going to be here in like probably 30 minutes.
He'll be here very shortly.
We're going to have some new energy
Yeah,
join us very quickly.
What time are we here till?
AGW gets here at 7. Chris is on at 6, so we can kind of sort of do what we want, I guess.
Sweet.
You guys are free to go do whatever you want. I'll give you the keys to the truck.
Yeah, leave. Yeah, leave.
We've already talked about that.
Yeah, we are.
Bye, guys.
We'll leave you in the very capable hands of Chris and AJW for the overnight shift. If you
Fuji after dark.
Fuji after dark.
Yeah.
I'm all about trail running after dark. But yeah, so
But
right now
the
sorry.
afternoon for the race.
Yeah, exactly. No, it's kind of ideal. It's definitely ideal. We're
actually gonna miss the shakeup. We're gonna have to just sit around this evening.
We're gonna be back at the Airbnb just watching the YouTube.
So we know what's going on.
Peter Mortimer.
Yeah, Pete.
That's a new colorway, I think, from Rabbit. It's looking fresh. Little high vis with like the fluorescent pink or orange or whatever's going on in there. Very classy.
Hunter chic.
We call that Wisconsin chic.
Yeah, he looks nice and he looks focused.
Yeah, but that also means that Nicole Bitter should be not that far behind him. They've been running fairly close together for much of the race. But yeah, that is Peter Mortimer on your screen. Flagstaff guy.
He is.
Big Flagstaff guy.
Yeah, Pete's Meats.
Pete's Meats. Is that his business? Or is that what you call him?
We like
either way. It's kind of weird.
No. We both like a lot of protein, animal protein,
Gotcha.
and we both have Traeger grills. And
oh my goodness,
our buddy Nick has good Traeger grills. So we all like.
Chris Warden's in the chat right now. Chris, why aren't you just in studio? You're supposed to be here in like 50 minutes.
Oh.
Courtney's not 4th overall. Liam, just to catch you up. Courtney's in 5th overall. There is a bit of a gap between 4th and then kind of the chase pack of men's top 10, which includes Courtney, in 5th place in the overall. Again, leading the race is our duo of Chinese athletes, who we believe are still together. One of them seems to have a tracker that works, and one of them seems to have a tracker that doesn't work. So I'm assuming they're together, and that is Deng Guomin and Chin Guida should be together. In 3rd position is likely Yuya Kawasaki, and then the very fast, very talented, very young, what is his name? I'm just staring at like a whole sheet of names, and that's not helping me.
I might have a
Is
list.
it Trento? That's what in my head it's Trento, but I don't think that's accurate. Kento, there we go. But his last name starts with a T, right?
Yeah, Tamuro.
Kento. I was just mixing his names together.
Tamuro.
Should be in 4th position, and again, first ever 100 miler, has a 14:08 5K PR, a 61-minute half marathon PR. Is still hanging on to 4th position.
Yeah, he's fast.
Oh, we can hear Marco. Marco, how's Pete Mortimer looking?
Yes, I just talked to him very briefly. Actually, let me go to him again. Hey, Peter, you want to say hi one more time to the crew?
Hey guys, I miss you back home, and Jeff, we got some running to do when I get back.
Yeah, buddy.
After your little Cocodona adventure.
How are you feeling?
Good. I'm just trying to go really smart. You know, it's warming up, and I'm trying not to push it too hard. So I don't feel like my usual competitive self, but I got a long way to go still, so we'll see what happens.
Yeah.
So
all right, take your time.
Yeah.
All right.
Pete's Meats in the house.
Yeah, Pete.
Peter Mortimer, Flagstaff, local yokel. That does mean Nicole Bitter should be coming into the aid station very, very soon. I think they were kind of expecting her in around this time. Pete's probably going to go say hi to Zach, is my guess. He should have crew at this aid station.
Yeah, Nicole is not that far back.
Yeah, no, she should be. Her tracker kind of intermittently seems to update, but she should be one of the next runners to come into this aid station because she hasn't been that far behind. Pete, for the whole section between 1 and 2 and through this last section as well.
Yeah, the hardest part on the tracker is just it doesn't tell. I wish it gave us at least a stamp of what kilometer they were at when it last pinged them.
Yeah, no, it's nice that we know that they exist on the map, but it's like not helpful because we have no idea where they are truly in time and space.
Right.
We always want more, don't we?
Yes, we do.
We're just needy, greedy humans.
We're broadcasting this live from Japan, but yet we want exact kilometer markings on the live tracker.
Is that so much to ask, man? The technology's there for that. I mean, we do it in 200s. It gives you a timestamp and the miles.
I'm gonna have a seat on it.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, again, if you're just joining us, this is the Mount Fuji 100 mile. It's technically the fourth stop. The fourth and fifth stop are both this weekend of the Gran Canaria World Trail Majors. A very just a fun series of races that's really kind of like taken off this year. They're all established races. It's all the premier distance, the most emblematic distance of the race at each of the stops. So the 100 mile here at Mount Fuji, the 115 kilometer at Madeira, etc. And it's just been really cool to see a group of independent races kind of band together to create a unified series that seems to continue to care about the runner's experience, trail running's kind of growth and brand and culture, as long as like environmental impacts and supporting the local communities that the events take place in, all of which I think is really important for many of us in the trail running community. And so
absolutely,
I think that they have become, most of these races were bucket list races before the series came to fruition early this year, kind of end of 2023 into 2024. Like Hong Kong 100K is a great example of that. Trans-Gran Canaria, another great example of that. Quebec Mega Trail happening later this summer, a great example of that. Ultra Trail Cape Town, a race near and dear to my heart, another one of those races. They're all singularly bucket list races, and now they're part of kind of one unified series where the race directors can benefit, the races can benefit from one another. And we're excited to do things like this, like bring you the first ever, I think, like fully English commentary of the Mount Fuji 100 mile.
Yeah. And we're now looking at American Pete Mortimer. He is crewing or himself.
Yeah,
solo.
I thought that he had crew.
His partner Siska is there, but I'm wondering if he just decided to go off drop bags.
Yeah, he's like, you know what? No stress, no pressure. Go to an onsen.
That's what I would do if I was just
Eat
me
some
and my
good
wife.
food.
I wouldn't make my wife do it.
Yeah, you'd be like, go eat some good food. I'll see you later.
Yeah, Coffee Boy will be back later.
Yeah, Coffee Boy will be back in 20 hours. Bye, babe.
Just have a coffee ready for me. You
Yeah,
can be
I'm
coffee
going to need
girl.
a coffee, and I'm going to need you to crew me tomorrow once the race is done.
Done, because I'm going to be destroyed.
But for the race itself, I think I'm good. Thanks.
So it looks like Pete's got his stuff together. He's getting ready to get out of there, looks like. And we should have Nicole Bitter soon coming in. I just got another ping on her on the live tractor. So she's still a little ways out, but not too much farther. But it looks like, I did the other women have trackers on?
They did. I know that the athlete from Hong Kong does. She's bibbed like 307 or something, 308 maybe.
Yeah,
303.
I'm looking, but there's a 308.
Yeah, that's reload. 303 should be closer to her.
There's 304. Whoa. I am spazzing out on my track pad. Lost the map for a second.
So 307. Yang Yichi should be fairly close to Nicole.
Yeah, I see her. She's not that far back.
Yeah, 307. They were fairly close together. That's the athlete from Hong Kong.
Yep. Yeah, they're all still 104 as well was in that group, that chase group. One, two. Was in 6th. Yumi Hosokawa is not too far back from that pack either.
Cool.
Has moved up.
That's awesome.
Yep.
See that race in between like 3, 4, 5, 6, I think is going to be where a lot of that movement happens.
Yeah, I agree. Let's see if I can find who else is coming. Looks like, yeah, there's definitely going to be a little bit of a. I'm interested to see the last slot in the women's podium. Pete's out smiling.
And there's a tiny bit of an out and back into this aid station, so I wonder if he'll see Nicole or not. It looks like
she's
split.
not quite there yet.
And they split right there, so it does not look like he'll see her. Not enough of an out and back to get eyes on Nicole. Yeah, I'm going to kind of flit ahead a little bit too in there with our trackers, because the other thing that we're going to keep an eye on is that our lead men are moving their way towards F4, which is again that start finish area. I don't know, is there a static camera at F4 from the race itself?
They just showed it. The race live stream just showed the aid station. It was just basically a bunch of bags out right now, and
Okay.
they didn't have anything set up yet. So they are currently setting up F4.
Okay. Cool. Yeah, I think the Chinese duo leading the race is probably making their way towards that aid station. They're definitely getting close, and so when we do have people in aid, even though Marco might not be there, having a split screen to that aid so that we see those runners come through would be nice.
Yeah, they're getting close.
Yeah. And I think one of them doesn't have a tracker that's working, essentially, because I don't see 202 at all.
Yeah, his tracker is not showing up.
And so I think 202 and 203 are probably fairly close together still. Again, that should be Deng's tracker is showing up, but Chin's tracker is not. So we'll be looking for those two trackers. And then behind him is going to be the likes of Yayu Kawasaki and Kento Tamura should be kind of, their trackers are actually really close together. I don't know if that's an updating issue.
Here, I'll look at the stamp.
They updated
they've both
recently.
been stamped recently, so they're really close to each other.
Yep. So it looks like I'm assuming 1 and 2 are basically together, and then again, back further in the race, 3 and 4 are also together. More or less.
Yeah. And then there's a pretty good gap to Courtney, because she was in 5th, right? Yes, she was. I'm answering my own questions now.
100%.
Corinne is completely ignoring me.
Basically.
For goodness sakes, Bronco, quit talking.
No, you're doing great. Multitasking. Yeah, more and more runners just keep pouring into this aid station. Lots of Coke, lots of extra liquids going in, people filling up extra bottles, etc. I think he's got 22-ounce hard bottles in that pack. That's honestly not a bad idea, particularly for this section where you might want extra hydration.
The bottom right-hand corner of the screen does have the aid station 4.
Sweet.
You see they've got all their bags out sitting there, and it looks
Yeah.
like a giant gymnasium.
Yeah, and they run through town, so a pretty solid-sized town. So they're going to be on roads coming into this next aid station, quite a bit of road sections. So, which in the heat of the day, asphalt.
That's going to be hot.
So they're coming into these, it's almost all either road or pathway. I can't tell for sure on this map. But it looks like some side roads coming into this gymnasium for F4. And like I said before, the F4 section, I'm really interested to see how they look, because this was that really long section, like 17-mile section without any aid, and it is getting hot. We are getting.
I've got lots of friends that are like, it's so cool that you're in Japan. And I'm like, I'm in Phoenix, baby. Nicole Bitter on your screen.
Yay.
There she is, your third female, making her way into the aid station. Zach is going to be stoked to welcome her there.
Yeah, I'm interested to see how, after she leaves, we get an interview with Zach and how she's doing. Because she's really good at having a game face.
Yeah, she can be pretty stoic, I think.
Yeah. Yeah, so here she comes into the aid station. A little bit of an out and back into the aid station, so they got to go in, check in, crew. It is a crew spot, so she'll see her husband.
All the gummy candies. With all the gummy candies. Sorry, I've got to remember to talk into the mic sometimes when I'm too chill.
Totally.
I forget that I'm not just like on a headset.
Yeah, we're just kicking back at this point. All right. Definitely, there's some mud on her shoulder. There's been some. I would. That's what I'm saying.
Oh, it looks like she's gone down.
Yeah, and
in this last section too.
Yeah.
She was not. She had some dirt on her going to the last section, but not the amount of dirt she currently has on her body.
Well, and I think that also we were talking about this, how these sections are a lot steeper than you think. So the downhills are tricky, and if it's slippery from the previous 10 days of some rain, because like I said, the underbrush can be pretty overgrown in spots. So it can be really tricky. Some of the terrain.
You're getting audio from the camera with Marco.
So we're gonna hike up there in between so we can close that gap a little bit.
Because that's a long.
Yeah, right. But after that one, it gets a lot tighter.
Okay.
It's a lot tighter. So this is the one you want to just take your time, stay focused.
予備の梅干しももう出していくか。
Want to see it?
I'm
trying to see how much hydration she takes.
また残ったな。
Just talk about how long it is. Eating some bread.
This one's open, and then I'll just stick it in this pocket underneath your water bottle. On those. You want any graham crackers or anything like that? You like that? You want me to send you the other half of it? Send you out with it? Okay. Yeah, I think so. I think that's going to be the key. You're going to keep moving. All you got to do is move slow.
Oh,
keep eating.
That's me. I'd have my team go to 7-Eleven and
Yeah,
buy like all the onigiri.
This next stretch is similar to this last one.
They're just like the seaweed wrapped rice balls that have like
more
all
water?
sorts of different stuff in them. Oftentimes like fish.
Yeah.
I don't know if you can come with me.
Yeah, I can stay in here. I can stay with you.
Oh,
There's more
that
water.
back.
Yes.
Egg sandwiches.
I guess I could just go.
Oh, you're thinking down there.
No, it's fine. I'll just run and go.
And we're charging up your.
Your batteries.
Yeah.
Okay.
We'll have toilet. You don't want to bring the sandwich with you?
Toilet.
She's running to the restroom maybe.
Save that.
Yes, she was running to the restroom.
Nice, Marco. It sounds like they're getting her really well prepared for this long section, recognizing that it is going to be a long, hot section.
Yeah, I was overhearing like Zach was basically giving her some pep talk, but also like telling her how the course would look like. So take it easy. Zach, now as you're waiting, can you give a few seconds to say a few words to the team?
Yeah, how's it going, guys? Shout out to Arizona. Keeping it real in the desert.
How's everything so far? Like exactly as you predicted, 9:30-ish coming in.
Yeah, no, she's right where she needs to be. She just needs to take it one piece at a time and not think too far ahead. It's a long day, right? So staying on top of food and hydration is going to be key. It's going to get warmer, but I think we're going to get a little cloud cover around noon, so that should be helpful in taking a little bit of the pressure off of the heat that we're getting out here today. So we'll probably get her iced up at the next aid station, even though, and make sure she's staying cool and on top of stuff. She came in saying, I got to keep eating, so that's a good sign if she's eating.
Right. So like she was like digging into the sandwiches, which is
she's
good.
liking the sandwiches. We've got her stocked up with some Japanese candy on the way out, stuff in her pack. So she'll be nibbling on that along the way between aid stations. Yeah.
Just curious, what do you have in a sandwich?
That's just cheese and bread. Yeah.
Nice.
Just good old fashioned cheesy bread.
All right. Thank you so much.
Yeah, no problem.
Thanks, Marco. So Nicole is in third.
Yeah, third place in the women's race, and we can actually get a split on that time back as
Courtney.
well from second. It
Yeah.
should have updated. Nicole in. So yeah, I mean it's 15:40. It's 55 minutes.
Yeah.
Between Nicole and second place.
Yeah, 55 minutes. So
That opened up 25 minutes on the way into that aid station, basically.
yeah.
And she's an hour 40 back from Courtney DeWalter.
Yeah. Yes. So Yukari is now increased her gap in second. Courtney has increased her lead at this checkpoint in first. We'll see how far back the other women are. They were really, really close together in the last checkpoint. So second aid station at about 52K. They were third through sixth were only 5 minutes apart. So they were like about a minute apart each. So it looks like that gap might have increased a touch.
Yeah, I would say that's kind of what it looks like from my perspective.
And especially from the tracker. If the tracker is accurate, it looks like Nicole has like increased her lead over fourth just a little bit. She was pretty much together with fourth and fifth in the last aid station. So she's done a solid job on this last section. Looks like she's doing a good job of taking care of herself. And like Zach Bitter said, her husband said, it's a long race.
It's a very long race. There's so much time ahead.
Yep, just settle in. She's a veteran. She knows what to do. So now we're watching Nicole Bitter leaving aid station 3 in third place. About 55, we said? 55 minutes behind second.
Yeah,
And about an hour and 45 behind Courtney DeWalter in the lead.
Yeah, and didn't spend all that long in there. She obviously took a bathroom break there, but got back, got her pack on, got out of there. So definitely took some time, but also managed her time really effectively and got out of there fairly quickly.
Yeah, that was a pretty quick transition.
Okay, it looks like Marco is going to take off to head over to F4 with our camera person. He's going to go try to catch up with part of, look how loungy we are. We're just completely chilling. I've got my shoes off. We're having a great time.
I totally just threw you guys under the bus a little bit on that one. Sorry for not warning you for the cut.
Thanks. Do we have camera on the ground? I'm always like, put the camera somewhere else. Do we have camera on the ground at F4? F4 being aid station 4? We've got nothing. Love when that happens. Because what we are looking for, essentially, is at least one of our Chinese athletes, if not both of our Chinese athletes, is making their way kind of through that town.
Yeah, Den and Chen.
Yep. Chen and Den.
Yeah, we don't know. One of the trackers are not working.
Yeah, it looks like Deng's tracker is working. We're assuming that he is fairly close to his teammate. So we'll kind of keep our eyes on that. And then behind them, We have Kawasaki Yayu-san, and Kento Tamaru in 3rd and 4th position. We think they're actually pretty close together too. Kento's tracker hasn't updated in a second, in like 6 minutes, so I'm assuming that he's much closer to 3rd. But yeah, that's kind of what we're looking at. We're kind of jumping in between aid stations. This is a static camera at that gymnasium at F4 as we await our lead runners there. Marco, our infield correspondent for the English channel, is going to be bouncing over there very quickly, trying to catch up on all the action. And it looks like the cell service over there is pretty stable, so we should get decent audio, decent camera from this location as well.
And it looks like by the last ping on Den's GPS, it was about 4 minutes ago. He was at 94.5 kilometers, and the aid station's at about 97. I just figured out something on the map.
What did you figure out?
You can actually put your cursor over the actual track, and it tells you exact kilometer they're at, or anywhere on it. Just drag it along the line, along the.
You genius.
Dun 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 dun.
Oh, we're so smart. It only took us 9.5 hours to figure out how the tracker works.
But now I can give you more detailed information. We can give you more data. So he should be coming in anytime. He's probably 4K. 5 minutes ago, he was 4K out from the aid station.
Okay, so he's getting close.
He's getting close. He should be coming into that aid station anytime.
And we're assuming that he is probably with the other Chinese athlete. We definitely are missing a tracker.
Yeah. So we don't know until we get a visual on them on the video. Is this the aid station?
This is the aid station.
Yeah, F4. Here we are.
Yeah, Chingueda should be
so
the
we're
other.
waiting the men's leaders right now. We think they're still together, but we're not sure. They were at the last aid station.
They were
Chinese
within
runners.
2 minutes of each other, kind of the last 2 aid stations. So we're assuming they're probably near one another, but we will not know until we see them, given our lack of tracking on one of them.
I remember this section.
Cool.
The paved trails. This is what we finished on, stuff we finished on last time, I think. Or either that or looked really similar.
You're like, I'm having weird flashbacks.
I don't know, but you know when you have those weird flashbacks when you've been somewhere and you see it again, you're like, I think I've been there. I think I've been in the pain cave there. So we are a little over 9.5 hours into this race. We're looking at aid station 4, checkpoint 4. They just came out of it. They're getting ready. The leaders should be coming in. Men's leaders should be coming in any second at 97.4 kilometers. This aid station is, and it is only the 4th aid station at almost 100 kilometers. They have had a lot of long sections, and from here on out, they'll have aid stations more often for this last part of the course. The second half of the course, but they have had just coming off a 17-mile section without aid. And this is where it's hot and humid and calm winds today. So this is where people could make big logistical mistakes in this last section if they didn't carry enough water. Is this a runner?
Yes, 203.
Looks like he's by himself. There is no one behind him, so he is solo.
Yeah, and that's the one tracker that we do have that works from these 2 Chinese athletes.
So this is Den from China.
Yeah, bib 203, Deng Guomin, representing the North Face, China. We are also looking for another Chinese athlete. Chin Kuda should be bib 202. We believe should be fairly nearby, but we will have to wait and see what his tracker says.
Yeah, we don't know yet. But he's coming into he's approaching aid station 4. If you're just joining us, that's in the top right corner of your screen, F4. That does not mean female 4. That just means F4 checkpoint.
Yeah, it's the checkpoint 4.
It's the aid station.
I know we use F4 a lot to talk about where women are in the course of F1, F2, F3,
yeah,
F4.
In the United States, for sure.
But that is not the case here. So at the last aid station, Deng Guomin had a 1 minute and 40-second lead over fellow Chinese runner Chen Guodo. We currently only have one runner in our line of sight, that being, again, Deng Guomin, bib 203, making good work of this section, looking really strong, 9:37:51 on the clock on his way into the aid station. And yeah, we'll be really curious to see if there has been a shakeup in the men's podium positions between F3 and F4 on their way to this new checkpoint.
Yeah, I want to know what's going on. Where's the other tracker?
It's a friggin' mystery. He doesn't exist. Yeah, based on the trackers, it actually looks like Kento Tamura has maybe overtaken Kawasaki. So it's potential that the very young, fresh 100-mile runner might be sitting in third position.
Well, he's been this last
minimum
section has been a lot.
It's just like your ability to comfortably move at X, Y, or Z pace on a flat surface is, there are moments like a long road section into an aid station where that can really matter.
Yeah, for sure.
There he goes. He's officially into the aid station.
This is our men's leader into 97.4 kilometers.
So basically 100K in well under 10 hours. He's moving pretty darn well.
Yeah, he is. Sitting in the low chair. I like all these low chairs. Like super small and petite.
Do they get to keep those aid bags? They're really cool. They all have like
probably
Ultra Mount Fuji branded like crew bags.
I bet you get it as part of your goodie bag.
Now I have to do it. I want one. We lost our feed into the gymnasium, it looks like, here momentarily. I'll see if we can get that sorted for you, Kyle.
Oh, here we go. Is that him?
I believe so.
Is that Chin? I can't see his number. It's
yeah,
on the
it's
side.
20 something, so I believe that's him.
Yeah, so his tracker just isn't working.
Yeah, so 202, just for all of you guys who are maybe following the tracker, 202's tracker is not picking up, and so we seem to have a tendency to lose him on the map, but he is alive and well and officially into this aid station. I'm wondering what that time differential is. It's not much.
Yeah, it's not much at all.
I
mean, it
it's
can't
probably
be more
still
than
around that
it's
2
still
minute
about
mark.
it was about 1 minute and 40 seconds at the last aid station when they left.
Yep.
And I think they're still about the same.
Yep. Yeah, that is the world's tiniest camp chair. Doing a shoe change over with the North Face athlete, Deng Guomin. Does he need to change his chips when they do
you
that?
have to change your chips on that? That seems tricky.
Seems annoying.
Yeah.
I don't know.
We've been here all day, and Corinne's getting a little... She's like, that's annoying.
I'm like, that's annoying. That's dumb. No, they're doing great. We're waiting for an official split, though. I'm not sure why it's lagging. Maybe none of his chips work. His GPS tracker doesn't work. His chips coming to the aid station don't work. Yeah, they are. They're removing the zip ties. Or they're using... Oh, they're like their twist ties.
Oh, that's smart.
That's really smart.
But that is it is kind of annoying that you have to switch on your own shoes because it is a pain. Because in ultras, you want to switch shoes at least once. We've already talked about this earlier, and we'll repeat it to you who are out there and haven't heard it yet.
Yeah, essentially, you compress the foam in your shoe.
Yeah, you do. Over about 40 or 50 miles, the performance of your foam.
Your fancy foam that you love a lot that makes you feel really fast.
It compresses. It will rebound after 36 to 48 hours, but it has to rest. And so switching your shoes about halfway, it gets good performance.
Yeah, to what looks like the exact set, like just a
He's
new,
just switching
a new
the
pair.
exact same shoe,
Same
which
model,
is
new
super
pair.
smart.
50 seconds was the gap.
Wow, that's nothing.
Yeah, 50 seconds, so less than a minute between the two of them coming into the aid station. So they are keeping it really, really close. And that also means that probably in the next 2 minutes, we should see our two Japanese athletes also making their way into the gymnasium.
Yeah, they're not that far out. So
the race finishes here as well, like outside this building?
This is where it finishes. So just right outside this gymnasium in the park, here's the, let me give you an update. We're 6 minutes ago. Kawasaki and Kinto were really close together, less than probably 500 meters apart. And oh no, wait, I just got another update. No, it just re-upped. So it's hard to tell. Kinto was 6 minutes ago, so I think he's in front of him.
I think Kinto's in front of
He is.
Of Kawasaki.
And so that means they are, I'm going to give you the exact 93 kilometers away from a 97. So
we think they're probably 3 to 4 kilometers
3 to
out.
4K out.
Approximately.
Yeah.
Given GPS air.
Yep.
Of up to 10%.
Because, yeah, exactly. So we're going to see. We'll see how far
What was
back
the
they are.
split at the last aid station
It
between
was-
the two Chinese athletes and the chase pack of the two Japanese athletes?
It is.
Find the right tab. I believe in
Good
you.
grief, I have so many tabs. 6 minutes. Thank you, Zach.
Okay.
6 minutes between 2 and 3? Or 3 and 4?
4 minutes between 2 and 3.
And then another like 2 minutes back to.
And then 6.5 minutes between 3 and 4.
Well, 3 and 4, we know that gap has closed down to nothing or has completely flip flopped.
Yeah.
The two Japanese athletes are together now, at minimum, if not.
And Kinto might be ahead.
Yep.
Our super fast road runner.
Yeah, our 61-minute half marathoner.
Yeah.
Aid Station Fireball, who's been in the chat all day, we've decided that we think he might, like, there are definitely a handful of 63 and 64-minute half marathon guys in trail running, you know, including people like Jim.
Not very many
101s. 61-minute half marathoners in the sport of trail and ultra running. Like, that is
smoking fast.
That's really freaking fast.
And he's a 14:08 5K-er.
Yeah.
PR.
The speed just keeps going.
Yep.
Yep, so we'll get an official out split here too between our top two men, but your race leader who came in first, leaves in first after a quick pit stop, changed his shoes, got the chips on them changed over.
He's running a solid race so far.
Looks really smooth. Yeah, the question is that they've had a lot of smooth running over the past 97 kilometers. They've also had some steep punchy nonsense, but they are moving into what we would consider 60 kilometers of the rugged stuff. We're talking ropes, we're talking rocks, we're talking technicality, we're talking slow terrain.
Yeah.
Over the next 60K.
Yeah, this is going to be This is a test of if these guys are good mountain runners.
Yeah,
technical mountain runners.
100%. On fatigued legs, too. That's a whole other element.
Travis in the chat is asking you, Corinne, what's the source for 61 minutes? I'm seeing 64.
That was from Marco.
Yeah.
Wasn't it?
Yep.
Yeah, that might have been from Marco.
Yeah.
Our correspondent.
Yeah, so Travis Longcar, who's our one of our data homies at Free Trail. He's the creator of Free Trail Fantasy, which you all should play before Madeira starts tomorrow at 4 p.m. Pacific, midnight in Madeira. Play it for the Golden Trail World Series, the Golden Trail World Series race. Play it for Canyons. Play all the Free Trail Fantasy. But, Travis Longcar. It came from Marco, who's our field correspondent.
I think this next section, the loop back to this aid station for the finish is really going to separate those who have strength in their legs and are able to handle that technicality, because it requires a little bit more than just raw speed. It requires a lot of stability muscles that are going to get tested pretty aggressively leaving this aid station and coming back. So those who have done the strength training, this will be a separator for that.
Yeah, there's a really interesting some research on body types at least in male endurance athletes between road runners and mountain runners, and where it was a French study, and they put the two they pitted them against each other as far as like VO2 max and all of that, but then they compared their body types, and because the mountain runners were visually more muscular and a little heavier, because it's so much power when you do mountain running, right? With the downhill eccentric load, the power of going uphill, right? Even power hiking hard. You just are way more muscular. So
Chris Warden in the house, I think he's just been on his laptop in the parking lot sending direct messages to the YouTube chat. Taking a little nap before he pulls the all-nighter.
Yeah, so we should be seeing very soon. We should be seeing third and fourth coming in the men's race into checkpoint F4 at 97.4 kilometers. And they've been doing a pretty good pull on roads coming into this checkpoint. Came off of trails, and it's a pretty solid section. And they'll leave this one, and it's rolly for a bit, but then it really gets technical, especially from F5 through F8.
This is leaving the aid, right?
Yes.
So this is your second place male athlete leaving the aid. So there is definitely he took a little bit more time, I believe, at F3 before making his way out.
Yep. This is Chinese runner
Chin.
And we are awaiting Kinto and Kawasaki coming into checkpoint 4 at 97.4 kilometers. We are 9 hours and 50 minutes into the race. So these guys are going to be sub 10 hours through 100K, the top two guys.
Yeah, super, super fast.
They're flying.
They're moving really fast. And it's like, is it sustainable? We'll find out. It might take a little while for that to become completely apparent.
I'm going to have trouble going to sleep tonight.
Yeah, no, we're going to be sitting at the Airbnb just with YouTube open, listening to Chris and HW ramble on about something. Probably making fun of us is more likely.
Hey, Jeff, if you're bored, you can have your shift back.
No, I'm not taking that 2 a.m. shift, man.
Yeah, Jeff's like, I'm not waking up at 1:30 to come over here. I will be up at, what time are we waking up at? We have to be here at 5?
Yeah, we have to be here at 5 a.m.
We have to kind of watch Courtney, though.
I'm going to let you watch Courtney, and you're just going to come wake me up. Just, like, beat on my door.
I'll check on Courtney, and if I think she's going to be early, I'll come wake you up.
I'll give you guys a text. I'll keep you guys updated.
Yeah,
Sweet.
Because, I'll be in here.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And I need my beauty sleep for Kokodono.
Well, yeah.
Have you seen how ugly I am? I need beauty sleep, Corinne.
Okay. Whatever you say. We're not falling apart in studio at all. 10 hours in, doing good. Our two lead men, both Chinese athletes, have blasted through F4, the fourth checkpoint on this incredible Mount Fuji 100-mile course, and are well on their way into what we think is going to be the most technical part, most challenging part of the race course. We will then we're waiting for our next two athletes, which we believe are the two Japanese runners, including last year's second place finisher.
Here's the map.
Yeah, Yu Kawasaki, and an up and coming first ever 100-mile debuter, but very fast road runner. Also ran the Doyenthenon 100K last year, so has some experience running some very rugged, very slow mountain terrain. Should be coming in 3 and 4, and we'll be keeping our eyes on the aid station as we await those two runners to come in. Kento Tamurai should be in that mix. So, and then I think at that point there should be a fairly big gap, and that gap is actually going to be back to none other than Courtney DeWalter, who we believe is still running in 5th overall at this point. But they are currently, Chris, on a 27-kilometer section without aid.
That's one of the things that's kind of wild about this race as I was going through and preparing my notes. Oh, sorry.
We don't have audio on Chris. Now we have audio on Chris.
There are some really long stretches for a 100-miler in between these aid stations. I kind of was like, there's 8? Like, that doesn't seem like enough to me, but then again, I'm not familiar. And also reading that chart is a little bit misleading because you have to kind of meter it up, so to speak, because you think, oh, well, like I think it was said just a little bit ago when you were on with, or when you were talking about one of the people in the chat, that's meters. And it's not rolling right up the side of the hill, like you said. You know, more of an East Coast thing than a West Coast thing for sure.
Yeah, no switchbacks. Lots of roots, no switchbacks, some rocks. Nicole Bitter came into the last aid station absolutely covered in dirt.
Oh my!
So I'm not exactly sure what's been going on out there, but it's definitely a little bit rocky, a little bit rugged, a little bit sloppy.
A little bit of trail carnage.
A little bit of trail carnage.
Well, I think one thing to point out too, this next checkpoint, F4 to F5, is kind of rolly. It's not super crazy yet, but after F5,
things get real.
That's when it gets technical. They go back out into the lakes area that's very technical.
Where we believe there's like ropes and chains and
I'm pretty
steep,
sure
rocky
that's
stuff.
the same section we finished on in 2015.
Okay.
And it's
brutal.
It's gnarly. There's some gnarly sections in that section. So I think that's where the rope sections are. Again, I forgot to ask Marco the last time we had him on if that's the section, but
we're not good at our jobs. Clearly.
But I do. It's very technical in that last part, and so this will definitely favor those who are really good mountain runners, good power hikers, good downhill runners on technical terrain, steep terrain. I remember there being a lot of steep downhills too there at the end. That just, a lot of little over 1,000 foot or so 1,000-foot climbs and descents in there, and it's kind of, if you look at it, it looks like from F6 on, it looks like a little bit of an EKG machine.
Oof. Yeah, and it does look like, based on the most recent tracker updates, that we will probably see Kento Tamura come into the aid station ahead of last year's second place finisher Yayu Kawasaki. And that is an interesting kind of like place to be heading into the back third of this race where things are going to get really real. I mean, you have to also run where you're feeling good. I tell athletes all the time, you have to run the mile that you're in. Yeah. You have to take the easy miles where they're presented to you. The last couple miles, which were very road based, are definitely playing into Kento's hand in that sense. And so I wouldn't slow him down on that section, knowing that there's mountainous stuff coming, because he's got to take the easy miles where they come.
Yes.
And then do what he can in the terrain that may or may not be more challenging for him.
Yeah. One of the things that's been kind of fun to, as I've been doing my research and also just trying to keep up with the names and pick them up, a lot of these runners are not first-timers in this race.
Yeah, there's a lot of people that do it year after year.
Absolutely, and that was actually a really staggering thing to me. It was, several of these runners, as I'm looking for their best recent results, it's Mt.FUJI 100 2023, 2022, 2019. They come back year after year for this race. You can tell it's a big deal. It's akin to Western states here, I think, for a lot of these runners. And I heard you talk about that from a familial standpoint in terms of some of the runners coming through and seeming to know everybody that is helping.
Yeah, it was cool. The woman who's running in second, literally knew everyone. It felt like her birthday.
Yukari.
Yeah, made the rounds in the aid station. It was so cool. Something, Chris, so that you know this when we end up eventually relinquishing the mics completely over to your control, is that our second place runner, Chingudo, so we have GPS trackers on probably the top 40 runners or so. There does not appear to be a working tracker on him. So his chip is reading at the aid stations, but his GPS tracker for the map, for the mapping, does not seem to be working. And he did leave. We got an official split for the exit time at the aid station is 1 minute and 10 seconds. So he lost about 20 seconds in the aid station. But again, like, these two guys have been running within 2 minutes of each other for the entirety of the race at this point.
It's pretty amazing.
It's incredibly amazing.
You know, but then again, you know, I don't know what kind of a strategy people employ, you know, that, you know, maybe race elsewhere. I mean, it's kind of been cool to learn about this race from scratch, and not only learning about the athletes, but the terrain and also the other races in the region, in the APAC area.
Oh my goodness, there's so many cool races. It's like, yeah, I want to go do this, but I also want to go do like just like a Japanese season or an Asian season of racing. The races in Vietnam and the Philippines and Hong Kong.
Yeah, I mean, all over the Korea,
let's go to South Korea.
Thailand. Like, all of these races seem to come up over and over again in these competitors' results. I mean, it makes sense. But then occasionally you'll find some people on both the men's and women's side, oh, there's a Black Canyon result. Oh, there's a Canyons result. And, you know, last year's URAY 100 winners in the field, you know. So, I mean, there's a little bit of, you know, I guess the same way that, you know, we've got some Western runners such as Courtney, Peter, Anthony, and Nicole. You know, they come over here, you know, I mean, obviously the Asian runners.
Oh, who do we have here?
Sorry, I'm just.
Oh, no.
I'm just. We always get
Kento.
distracted. Yeah, that's Kento coming through to this next aid station. Our speedy road runner, debut 100-mile runner.
Yeah, he was hard to find some information on. There was.
He does have. I just want to point out that that's not a soft flask in his pack. He has like a plastic water bottle.
Plastic water bottle.
So I don't know exactly what's going on, but again, a 27-kilometer section without aid. Things can happen out there. Things can get really weird out there. But yeah, he's got a plastic bottle in that one pocket,
and a soft flask in the other.
Yeah, maybe it's very possible. We didn't get to see him leave the last aid station. It's very possible that he left with 2 soft flasks and a plastic bottle.
Oh, in the back.
Yeah, he just might not have had, or in his hand even, he might not have had a third bottle, and he realized it's 27 kilometers, and so he left with a plastic bottle. That is very possible. Where he's like, you know what? I think I'm going to want the extra 20 ounces.
Yeah, I'm interested to see how he acts in the aid station too once he's done running here in Cruz. You know, because this is his first 100, and you know, it isn't his first ultra, but it is his first 100, and sometimes there can be small mistakes in hundreds that come back to bite you in the last, like, you know, 25% of the race. So we'll see how well he does here. But as this goes into the true mountain stuff.
Well, I've always looked at running, you know, going from the 50K ranged up to the 100-mile as like playing a game of Jenga. And the higher you build the tower, the longer you go, the more just tapping things wrong or possibly, you know, just not seeing something the right way can come back to haunt you and cause things to crumble. But, you know, that's part of the experience. I mean, you know, I would think that for the most part, most runners, there are exceptions, but tend to, you know, not always get it right the first or even the second time. So,
yeah.
But he looks good so far. I mean, there's, you know, can't take anything away from what he's doing so far.
I mean, he's obviously not blowing up yet because he just moved his way up into third in this section.
Yeah, like clearly moving very, very well. So I just wanted to check because there were a number of Japanese runners at Cascade Crest last year that I ended up running a lot of the race around to male runners. And I just pulled up one of their names just to see if they were in the start list. Sure enough, they're on the start list for Mt.FUJI 100 miles. So it's just like, yeah, okay, it makes sense, right? Like this is, you know, like one of our, you know, big continental races.
Mm-hmm.
He's running really smoothly.
Yeah, the weather seems to have been pretty peaceful based. I had spoken with Pete Mortimer last night. We had a brief call and kind of wanted to get his thoughts. And And the first thing I noticed was that it was clear behind him. He had Mount Fuji in the background, but he had originally said when I spoke to him prior in the week that it had been raining all week and that he was afraid it was going to be a mud fest. And it sounds like there are some areas of the course that are still, and the water is still kind of damp, but like not the downpours that he was fearing as the race is underway.
Yeah, obviously there is some mud on the course. We've seen runners looks like they've taken some slips. There's mud on butts. There's
there's definitely mud on people for sure.
It's definitely in spots.
And Marco's been doing a fantastic job. Like,
yeah, it's been really excellent having him in the field in a big way.
Yeah, he's definitely the depth of this broadcast, and obviously you two have been doing a great job as well. I've really enjoyed it. Jeff, you like totally slid into this. Like you've been doing it a lot longer. Number one, but
yeah, I'm a greenhorn.
Well, you're doing great, and
he's doing excellent. I told him it's like a long podcast, and he's doing great.
Well, last year I had Jeff on with me after his run at Sedona Canyons, and I thought he did all right. I thought and I didn't realize till later when he told me, he said he hadn't gone to bed yet after the race. So he was
You're like, oh,
kind of
no
running
wonder
on
you were
fumes.
kind of weird.
But no, I mean, you've been doing great, and Marco has added so much, depth and flavor locally on site. It's just been great to follow all day. So much so that I decided to come in and hang out here tonight.
Cool.
Yeah, we get to pass the torch. You're on for the whole evening. Yeah, so Niwa Nozumi Niwa, who I ran so much of Cascade Crest with last year at aid station 2 at least, was in the 30s, just bopping along in the field. He's
cool.
In his late 40s. I was like, oh, these are my people. This is great. You're my 100 mile folks. Keeping those Hard Rock qualifiers alive is what's happening.
Yeah.
Because this is the last year that Mount Fuji 100 is a Hard Rock qualifier.
Oh, I didn't realize that.
Yeah. I think because of the course changes, it doesn't have quite enough elevation anymore, and so Lake Biwa, which happens outside of Osaka in the fall around the largest lake in Japan, I think it's in October, will be a Hard Rock qualifier going forward starting this fall.
That makes sense.
Oh, cool.
And that was another race as I was going through my runner reviews.
That comes up a bunch.
Notes. Oh yeah, absolutely. A lot of the top of this field has multiple top 10 finishes at that race as well.
So if you're just joining us, this is third place Min. He is at aid station 4 at 97.4 kilometers. He was in fourth at checkpoint 3, has moved into third.
Yep. Yeah, and honestly, his fellow countryman, second place finisher here last year, Yayu Kawasaki, should be coming into this aid station, I would think, momentarily.
Yep. Yeah, he should be coming in anytime. It's showing him, the last 2 minutes ago, it showed him almost there. So he should be in any moment. So third and fourth are right next to each other. First and second are right next to each other. Probably within a minute or two, there he is.
I'd say the body language is a little bit different between...
Yeah, he looks like he might be hurting a little bit.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, so he's a Japanese Goldwyn sponsored athlete here with his crew at the aid. I have to say, kinesio tape is on every single runner as well. Not even using the low chair, just into a full squat. And I noticed this about the runners I was running with at Cascade Crest. They'd come into the aid station and just plop onto the ground. And I was like, there's no way I'm getting back up. But you have to imagine, you've been running for 10 hours.
Yep.
It's now about to become the hottest part of the day.
Yeah, it's just now.
It's just starting, but you've been feeling that way.
Remember, it's
for
only
probably 2.5 hours
in the morning. The humidity has been dropping a little bit, but I was trying to get a temperature read, and I think that I'm not sure where that temperature read in the bottom left corner is coming from exactly. It tells you where on the course. Oh, it is right. Oh no, it's not there. It's a different place because it's at 20 degrees. 66.9 degrees, and it's saying overcast. So it must be, is that the start? Sorry. Sometimes the names all kind of run together for me. Yeah, I was trying to see where that forecast is coming in, because it keeps saying overcast, but it's sunny where this area is, because we are now kind of on the northeast side of Fuji. There are supposed to be some clouds roll in around midday. There is a potential storm system coming in from the southwest that is supposed to bring maybe some rain tonight.
Yeah, the odds of that, I think, have decreased a little bit over the course of the day.
Okay. So they may just get some clouds.
Yeah, and I think the clouds would be nice. When I was helping out with Further in Palm Springs, the heat would really start to feel pretty oppressive by like 10:30 in the morning, which you're getting kind of similar like high temps as well.
Yep.
Not the humidity, but we had an afternoon where all of a sudden these clouds rolled in, and it felt so good. Like that little bit of cloud cover made such a massive difference.
Look like Kinto's out.
Okay.
In third place. He came in third, leaving in third. We'll get a checkpoint here. It'll update pretty soon, and we can tell you exactly how far back he is from second. But we've got quite a race for the podium in the men's race.
Yeah,
it's
you
a
know
tight
what?
Race.
Courtney's going to be there to clean up anything that falls apart.
I know. She's lurking.
Yeah, currently in
like
fifth overall.
She does.
We anticipate that she'll be the next runner into this aid station, more than likely.
Yeah.
I do believe her tracker is the next tracker that we see on our map to be coming into this aid station.
Yeah, and she is 3 minutes ago. She was at 93.4 kilometers, so only 4K out 3 minutes ago from the aid station. So she's not very far.
Yeah, no, she's like rounding kind of the big corner into town, and then she will be into the aid. Yeah, we got some IT band pain. It looks like we've got some kind of lateral quad, some hip tightness. It looks like on our Japanese athlete that's still currently sitting in the aid station working some stuff out with his crew.
And this is my assessment. This is from not carrying enough hydration in those long sections, because all that stuff starts to tighten up. And once you go there, it's hard to come back from that.
Yeah, and the aid stations have been very far apart all day. It does make this a very challenging section of the race.
Yeah, this is where carrying a little more water weight is probably a smart idea. You might be a little slower through these sections, but then when you get into this last like 60, 70K of the race, where the aid stations are closer together, you can go lighter, and you are ready to bring it.
Yeah. Truly ready to bring it.
Yeah. Instead of just trying to hang on.
Yeah, so getting, which I talked to you about earlier, Red Bull in the system. So taking in some not caffeine, but taking in an energy beverage. That's got something that's going to act kind of as a stimulant and keep them awake. The taurine and caffeine. But benefit of using something like Red Bull in a race like this, where it's going to be warm and hot, is that it's not a vasoconstrictor.
But it has caffeine in it too, right? So the caffeine
it depends.
Would be a
It depends on the like formula of the product, but a lot of times they rely on taurine as the stimulant.
Right. I think Red Bull has both.
Yeah, I think it depends on the.
Well, I want to know what after we've been talking about this since yesterday.
Yeah.
I really want to know what has just taurine in it and not caffeine.
Yeah, but I think that's the real deal when it comes to running in the heat.
Just do a supplement, right?
Because it doesn't
just do a taurine
vasoconstrict.
supplement.
Yeah. Yeah, you're on the risk with caffeine of having some vasoconstriction, which can lead to
This
some.
is a shot of Kinto leaving the aid station.
Yep. With
In
2
third
soft
place.
flasks, no large plastic bottle this time.
Yeah. And this next section is, hold on, I will tell you, 15.6, so about 9 miles.
Man, that split between the Chinese runners out front
9 or 10 miles.
and third opened up in a big way. The split out, leaving that aid station, went from 5-6 minutes, 12 minutes for the athlete on your screen, out to 23 minutes. So the two Chinese athletes at the front have a 23-minute lead over the pursuing podium pack.
Yep. Which in technical terrain is nothing.
It could be nothing.
If they fade, if they're starting to fade,
if someone's walking and you can run at all, it's a big difference.
Yeah.
A 0-minute mile, a 30-minute mile is faster than a 0-minute mile, right?
This is true.
What's happening right now in the aid station? What we've seen, like moving is faster than having to be there. And regrouping is okay.
Yeah.
And
this is Japanese runner right now. We're looking at Japanese runner Kawasaki. He is in 4th.
Yep.
He was 2nd last year at Mount Fuji, and he's been rubbing his IT band, been rubbing his hip flexors. He put extra tape on. It looks like he's struggling a little bit. Yeah, this is we should have Courtney DeWalter coming in.
Really any second.
Her last checkpoint about a minute and a half ago. She was about 3K out. So she should be within 2 kilometers probably or getting close to 2 kilometers out.
Yeah, and it's a road run on the way in.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a road run and paved pathway.
Yep.
They're in a more urban area right now. This is where the finish line will be later in the day, and they leave out of here and do some more road sections for a bit. They get into a little bit of some trail sections, back into another road section before the next checkpoint, and then they get into the true mountain stuff from F5 on. I'm
going to throw it to the map.
Yeah, so we can kind of see the profile here. We're looking at F4, which is the finish line as well, at the end, and they've got some rolling stuff. You can see those bumps between F4 and F5. Those are trail sections, but in between in the lower sections, those are road sections. So this still has some very runnable sections in it to F5, but once we get out of F5, it's the true technical stuff, the true mountain stuff. So the last, 40, almost 50K, 40K.
Is not going to be as fast as the first 50K.
No, it will not.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is.
It's not going to be a 4.5 hour 50K.
No, it's not. Yeah, so we'll see. We could see some potential shakeup. We'll see in the men's race. It depends on these two Chinese runners are really good mountain runners as well. If they're well balanced runners, then we could see them continue to keep this lead and maybe even increase that lead. But if they've taken care of themselves, they looked pretty smooth.
Yeah, they both looked like they were running really well.
They definitely got game faces on.
Yes, in a big way. They seemed very, very in the zone.
Yeah,
like not rushed. Like they both sat down at the aid station.
Yeah,
they were very efficient, but they both did sit down at the aid station. They got food in, they got hydration in, they got new bottles, and actually one of them changed shoes. Our race leader changed his shoes, so it's like they didn't. It wasn't like they ran in, ran out, hectic and frantic, but they 100% did, take care of business in there and get back out on the road.
Yeah. I'm trying to figure out where we are right now on this.
Just outside of F4, waiting for Courtney DeWalter to come in.
Yeah, we're waiting for Courtney.
No, because I can leave with Zach. Or like we'll just leave together. We have 2 vehicles. We're talking. Mute me. Okay. We're done talking logistics. Zach was panicking that I was going to abandon him at the studio and never come back for him, and he was going to sleep on the couch here. Which is impossible because ADW will be way too loud.
It would not be the first time I've slept in this place.
Yeah, that doesn't surprise me at all.
Nor the last.
The couch that's back in the other corner is actually quite comfy.
If you stick around with us long enough, that will happen.
Yeah, it's 100% what's going to happen. So interestingly, our 4th place male runner is still in the aid station. He's still on the floor here trying to stretch things out. And that to me is not a great sign at this point. He has now been in the aid station for, I can do math.
He keeps doing a lot of different
13
stretches,
minutes.
focusing on like the hips and the IT band.
Yeah, he's been in the aid station for 13 minutes at this point, and I'm a little bit worried that he's not leaving this aid station. If we're being completely honest with ourselves.
It's not looking great.
No. They're troubleshooting. They're seeing what they can do, but it's not looking good, which you hate to see.
He's still in it, and he's still giving himself a shot. It looks like he like you said, he is troubleshooting. He's going through the okay, what can I do? What can we do to get through this? Because he's still in 3rd.
If anyone has a lead on what kind of camp
4th.
chair that is, can you drop it in the live chat? Because I want one.
The world's smallest director chair.
Actually, I might know. I'm asking our guy, Jean.
That thing folds about to the size of a sheet of notebook paper from the looks of things.
Okay, I've asked our friend on the ground to tell me what kind of chair it is.
You're not going to find that at Walmart. That thing is like a quadruple folding notepad.
I'm going to go run a race in Japan just so that I can come home with one of those things. It'll fit. It'll be my...
I was going to say you could fit 5 of them
Here in
your,
America, we need
carry-on.
a double XL.
It'll be my personal item. No, we own like one of those like love seat camp chairs, like the 2-person double seater. So this would be like the exact opposite of that, which I kind of also love. But yeah, no, he's been on the ground in the aid station now for going on 14 or 15 minutes, which is not a great sign. Stretching it out. We don't have audio from in this aid yet. It's possible when I think Marco is not quite there yet, but he should be soon actually. When did he text us? Marco should be there.
His field beat, like his other field reporter camera is out there. That's the other feed that we have.
Okay.
But we do not have Marco set up yet. So he should be trying to get into the aid station currently, I'd assume.
Yeah. Yeah, but I'd be curious talking to this runner, talking to his crew about kind of what the current state of things are as the other runners get set up around, or as the other people get set up around him to aid their runners who are making their way to the aid station.
He's talking about his knee, too. Or at least that's what he's pointing to and rubbing.
Yeah, something's gone a little bit awry.
Yeah. We should see Courtney anytime. There's Courtney.
Courtney DeWalter, speak of the devil.
Coming into the aid station. She looks smooth.
Yeah, she's got the sunglasses on. She's good to go.
She's redecorating.
Yeah, if Courtney feels good, this is where you'll see her start to pick some dudes off.
Yeah, well, she's about to move into 4th overall by coming into the aid station, basically.
Yeah.
By leaving the aid station, she'll potentially move up 1 spot.
Yeah.
I can't tell if that's a smile on her face or a grimace.
Right. And we know she's really good on technical terrain. She's really good on this last 60K of the course is going to suit her well. So if she's feeling good, I'd be looking over my shoulder if I'm those top 3 dudes. because they went out hard.
My proudest achievement in all of my ultra running career is having gone 1-0 against Courtney Dauwalter. We took first and second at the inaugural URAY 100, and I ran scared for my life. I had to pass her at mile 70 and ran scared for my life the rest of the race.
You wouldn't beat her anymore.
Absolutely not.
She's improved.
And I have declined.
I was undefeated against her as well until last year at Hard Rock. But we had a good fun banter about that because she's always dropped. Like there's 2 times she's dropped in the past, and I had this joke with her that I told her at Hard Rock. I said, like every time you've been in front of me in a race, you've ended up dropping, and every time you're behind me, you've won. And she's like, huh. And so then this last year, we were climbing the first climb together, and I jokingly at the top of the first climb, I said, at some point I'm getting old and slowing down, and you're gonna have to like fly and be free and go in front of me. And she goes, I don't want to go in front of you.
She's like, I drop out when I'm in front of you.
Yeah, and so but she ended up doing it, and she got the course record. And so when I congratulate her afterwards, when we hugged, in her ear, I just go, fly, be free. You're free.
I love it so much. Yes, if you're just joining us, the aid station that Courtney is about to run into is right around 100 kilometers. It's just shy of that. It's about 60 miles into what will be a 100-mile or about 160 kilometer day. She put the sunnies on when she saw Kevin at the last aid station. She's got a smile plastered on her face.
Yeah, she's looking better in this aid station than she did in the last one.
Yeah, I think so. She looks a little bit more composed. It felt like she looked a little bit frazzled. Sunglasses do help, I will say. They definitely make you look a little bit more composed than you might be feeling on the inside. You can't see the fear in someone's eyes when they're hidden by
sunglasses.
I
always say you got to fake it till you make it sometimes, too.
Yeah, but she doesn't look like she's slogging it out right now, despite our camera footage not being the smoothest camera footage.
Yeah, she looks like she's moving well.
She's acknowledging people. She's not head down, like super in the pain cave.
Yeah.
Like she's actively acknowledging folks, and I think that's a great sign. Travis Lawncar, you monster! Did you just send me did you find the link? Oh, you know the way to my heart. AGW in the house as Courtney Dauwalter.
Walter coming into aid station 4.
Yep, exactly. And if she leaves here, she will likely move into 4th overall. What did Zach just say?
He said greatness just entered both buildings.
Oh. Okay,
he said something worse.
Courtney's with Kevin in the aid, getting cleaned up, getting cleaned off. I think Kawasaki's still on the floor in there.
Yeah, I think he is too. Look at that old school iPod shuffle.
Oh yeah, always. Always.
I used to have multiples of those.
Oh yeah, I still have 2.
Yeah, like the corded.
Yep, 100%.
Yeah, they last forever.
They come in handy. Yep, so she's doing her pretty usual aid station routine. She wiped down her face. She's applying chapstick. She got her eye drops in. This is like the April Fool's joke that Solomon played with her where they released a pack that like had floss built into it and that kind of stuff. So Courtney's taking care of business to reset before she gets back out there on the course. But she's looking smooth.
She looks good.
Super fast. I think she's leaving.
What? She was like there like less than a minute.
Yeah,
She's
there's
so
Kawasaki.
dialed.
Kawasaki's still
So
there.
she is in fourth overall now.
Yep. By leaving this aid.
And she is not that far back from 3rd. If I was.
And remember, the man in 3rd, it's his first ever 100-mile.
Yeah, Kinto. If I would be looking over my shoulder.
Man, we might be up early tomorrow morning.
Oh man,
she's
she
moving
is gonna
really well
crush
out of
it.
there.
Yeah.
She is moving really well out of there.
Yeah,
We're going to be awake way too
She's
early.
in hunt mode.
Courtney.
Yeah, she's in hunt mode.
Courtney, slow
She's
down a
she's
little
gonna be
bit.
on the podium overall.
Slow down a little bit so that
She
Jeff
could
and
win
I
this
can-
overall if there's two guys in the if they went out too hard.
If someone blows up, if there was a race that Courtney was going to win outright right now, it could be this race.
She's not that far back.
Never say never.
Not with the way she closes too.
Exactly.
Look at that standing ovation as she leaves. Everybody coming out to cheer her on.
I'm really interested to see.
She's 17 minutes back, just under 17 minutes back of Kento.
Dude, that's nothing.
That's nothing.
No,
With
and
60
40
over
minutes
60
off the overall lead, which again
Is
not-
nothing.
Yeah, we have like 60, almost 70K to go. That's nothing going into technical hard terrain in the last 55K or so.
Terrain that she is so comfortable in,
Yeah, she's
too.
good at.
You know, like, I cannot speak to, obviously, to all three men in front of her. And I do know that Kento has done, he did Doyenthan on 100K. That is not an easy race. It is definitely challenging. It is definitely slow. It is definitely technical. But, there's a lot of variables at play in which Courtney could come out on top and none of us are sleeping.
I'm supposed to be tapering for Coca-Cola.
No. You're getting a cortisol rush instead. So sorry.
I'm so glad I have the 2 to 5 a.m. shift now.
She's probably finishing before 5 a.m.
At this rate, yeah.
I might have to go to bed early tonight.
Yeah, we're going to go get dinner and go to bed immediately.
Yeah, I was going to say, go to bed soon. That way you can wake up and catch
wake
this.
up and catch it.
Tomorrow just got weird.
Yeah, that just changed my whole
I
thing.
mean, it literally is running out of the aid station as well or better than the previous 3 athletes.
Do we have 5 mics for tomorrow morning?
We might need them.
Are we ready?
Just call us the source.
All of us are just going to be sitting. Me and Jeff are just going to share a mic back and forth.
Yeah, we'll put you guys behind we'll bring Jamil in somehow. It'll be fine.
This is going to be like a Heal the World concert. All of us just geeking out about this.
Yeah, just absolutely crushing it. Yeah, I'm gonna go look at some splits. We gotta.
Who we have
This
here?
is the guy that came in with her at that last aid station.
right.
Remember, Genki? I think that's I love his running pack.
Whoa, look at that thing.
That is custom.
Look at those illustrations. That's cool.
That is super sick. The bucket hat, the custom pack.
The dude's got style.
Yeah, I want to say we should have a split from him.
I don't know if I could do the bucket hat with a little dangly on the bottom of it, just floating around.
1026. I'm looking at
Yeah, Genki. Yeah, he kind of came out of nowhere. I don't think he is being touched in a very specific way. Those Achilles are getting worked on is what that looks like. So he is one of those guys who I don't think has a tracker on him, by the way.
Yeah, I heard that it's limited to like what they thought were the top X
Yeah, so
amount.
I don't think he has a tracker on him either.
So
202's tracker's not working, and I don't think Genki has a tracker on him.
So to steal a phrase from a friend of ours, this is the random baller moment, perhaps?
I mean, he could be the random baller of Japan. You know?
Yeah, he could.
That's what we're saying. Brett Hornig, get at us in the chat. Conversational pace.
And Courtney's only 18 minutes back of third.
Yeah, just under 18 minutes back, right?
Yeah.
And was moving much better. in
I
and
feel
out
like
of
she's
aid.
moving much better than the other guys. So, and she's really good in technical stuff. So this race is going to shake up a little bit.
Absolutely.
I love that you guys are talking about pizza right now. So she was about.
That's all.
So she was
AJW,
under.
and if you can hear a bunch of whispering in the background,
It's AJW
we got
trying
AJW
to
in the house, so
whisper.
he's like always talking. His whisper is
a
loud.
yell, is a scream.
They're talking about pizza.
We heard him walking in the building. So what is the gap between Courtney and first place at this aid station?
About 45 minutes or 40 minutes.
That gap is now 37 minutes. Or the gap went from 37 minutes to 40 minutes. So the gap has, she's lost a tiny bit of time to the Chinese guys, but it's staying in that kind of 40-ish minute.
Is that tracker in or out though?
That is.
Because if it's in, then Courtney was in and out like that.
I was looking at the third. I was looking at out at the third aid station.
Okay.
And at the third aid station, she was out 37 minutes after the lead male.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's
Math is hard. We've been doing public math.
Yeah.
It was 40 minutes. It was exactly 40 minutes. So it stayed the same.
She's holding, yeah.
Yeah, she's holding. Boys. Who run the world? Courtney runs the world.
Yeah, that pack, now that I can see the full thing is.
Yeah, it's fully
is
custom.
top-notch.
I'm into it.
If only we knew somebody who had access to companies that made packs that maybe could, help us get that kind of custom line going.
Yeah, it looks like he might be
spending a little bit more time there.
Yeah, he was there a lot longer.
I do like the two hard bottles. He's like, you know what? We need lots of fluid. We're taking two 22-ounce bottles with us. I'm going to finish this one while I'm here. Has Kawasaki dropped or is he still in the aid? Marco, where are you at? There's Alexander's crew. His audio's not coming up. Okay. He's there.
Are you responsible for this?
No.
Are you making fun of our candy stash?
Not so much. I'll polish these off though.
So judgmental.
The fake Pringles.
You know, well, I guess this would probably be a pretty opportune moment. Are you guys ready-ish
Yeah,
to do a
absolutely.
handover?
No.
They're like hovering.
I know. AJW has a fistful of Pringles. It's a perfectly opportune moment to make him talk on a microphone.
Someone needs to get the coffee maker cranked.
Well, it sounds like we have to go to bed early if we're going to make it back in time to see Courtney.
I
So
drank a coffee at like 4 p.m.
I know, we're so screwed. But we're going to go, I think, eat some snacks.
There's like a gnat flying around my head.
And then go to sleep. It's a paid actor. And then go to sleep so that we can be back in time to have 5 to 6 people on the mic, I think, to call Courtney's finish. But yeah, it's been real hanging out in the studio all day long. The live coverage isn't going anywhere. We're going to hand off to the very competent, very confident Chris Warden and the man who needs no introduction, AJW.
Well, somebody better introduce him
And he
because his
currently
mouth
has-
is full of food right
Yeah,
now.
he's
He
got a-
can't talk.
he has
He's
a
got a
mouth-
mouthful of food.
and
If he
no
does,
microphone.
he's spitting crumbs at me.
and no microphone. So this is great. We can make fun of him all we want. But I think that's what we're gonna do. Jeff and I are gonna sign off for today. But we're gonna be back bright and early apparently because we're committed to seeing the back part of this through. Sleep be damned. You ready to go get dinner?
Yeah, let's go get dinner.
Okay. Much love, team. We'll see you in the morning. You're in great hands.
Giddy up.
Good evening, I guess, if you're tuning in from where we're at in Arizona. I'm Chris Warden.
I'm Andy Jones-Wilkins.
And this is the Mount Fuji 100 live right here on Mountain Outpost. Mount Fuji, of course, one of the World Trail Majors, and we are doing our best to bring this event to you, not only because we've got friends and family in some cases running this race that are, from the West, but I think it's good for us to really learn to explore what other races there are beyond our own backyard.
Yeah, I'm excited about it, Chris. We've talked a lot about the way in which Mountain Outpost has expanded their coverage, our coverage of races domestically, and this is a really kind of a seminal moment as we're enhancing our reach internationally. And I can't think of a better place to do it than the Mount Fuji 100.
This is the first time I've ever worked out of the country, so I don't know about you.
Yeah, I know. I mean, it's well said.
For those that are just tuning in, we are going to go through our lead men and lead women here in just a little bit. We're trying to compile the way that the tracker works is a little bit tricky, so once we've got a full handle on that, what we can tell you just off the top is that Courtney Dauwalter is doing Courtney Dauwalter things.
Yes.
Out way ahead, I believe in excess of 80 minutes ahead of the second place woman at this point in the race, and has inched her way into the overall top 5 and left the last aid station in 4th place.
And I think the Courtney we're seeing today is actually kind of a rested Courtney. Keeping in mind the year she had last year, and what she tends to do in training. This is a targeted effort at a kind of an iconic race, and she's crushing it.
Absolutely. Of course, this would be her second World Trail Major win here this year, which would put her in the driver's seat as far as the World Trail Major Women of the Year.
Oh, yeah.
We'll see how things turn out, but based on everything we've seen and our experience in covering Courtney, we've seen Courtney run several races. We've done coverage for it. We've just witnessed it in other occasions. As far as we're concerned, as long as she keeps doing what she's doing, then she should be fine. And to that end, one of the things that Jeff Browning and Corinne Malcolm, who were on the shift before us, and Zach as well mentioned, is that when you're at that level, whether you're a Courtney or a Jim or a Killian, you just kind of do your own thing and you leave it to others to try and beat you doing your own thing. When you're at that level, like you don't let the pressure of the field get to you, at least from what I watch, from what I see. Well,
yeah. And you're Courtney Dauwalter, you're kind of used to this, especially after her year last year. So, I almost want to ask her, the old Ann Trayson question of like, are you racing the competitors, or are you racing the course, or are you racing the event? I mean, the way she's running today, it looks like she's just racing the course. Like whoever's out there, whoever is doing their thing, like she's going to do her thing. I want to ask you, Chris, I mean, neither of us have been to this race before. With Jeff, who was on earlier, has been. But what are your thoughts? I mean, I know you spent your day at work today, mostly watching the live stream, as did I.
Oh, yeah.
What are your initial thoughts on this somewhat iconic Japanese race? We know about Japanese culture and the way in which they value and celebrate, especially endurance exploits that take a long, long time. But man, this race seems to cross every T and dot every I. What are your thoughts, just like seeing the visuals and seeing the kind of scene over there in Mount Fuji? Do you want to sign up?
Well, I don't know if I've got another 100-miler in my body. If I do, I think that I've got a specific target for that. However, I would love to take a stab at a shorter distance on these trails. Yeah. I think that would be an amazing experience. The video that we've gotten, I mean, every shot, every wide shot, every drone shot that we see with Mount Fuji in the background is awe-inspiring.
Yeah.
It's the same thing that we get here when we see coverage of Hard Rock, or when we did Kendall Mountain Run a few years ago and you see the San Juans. Like, that's really the essence of what makes this sport so special.
Or
is
the shots we had at Run Rabbit Run. When
Absolutely.
We covered that in September.
Yeah.
Like it's just, it seems like one after another, and huge props to World Trail Majors and certainly Mount Fuji 100 just to kind of be in the mix. And wow, they've like rolled out the red carpet for these athletes.
It's racing tourism, really,
Yeah.
is what it is to me. I mean, I now use the idea of going and running a race. Obviously, I'm not running 100Ks or 100 miles necessarily, but if I can find an event that's nearby to a destination that I've been wanting to check out, it definitely moves the needle.
Yeah.
So I think that that's something that, I think that seeing World Trail Majors such as Mount Fuji 100, I spoke with Pete Mortimer yesterday, and I'll talk about the conversation that we had in greater depth over the course of the evening. But this was kind of half race, half his son's birthday present to take the family over to Japan. So they've been going out and having fun and eating ice cream and going to amusement parks and doing things as a family. And then Pete just has to step away for a day to go and run 100 miles. And he wants to do well, and we'll talk about what his goals are later on. But, they're just there to have fun.
Well, Chris, I think anybody who's been watching this for any reasonable amount of time knows you're a foodie. Like if you were over there, you're over in Japan, you're hanging out, you got 6 hours between times you're going to see your runner.
Mm-hmm.
Like what are the top 3 things you're going to want to eat?
Oh, I'm definitely going to try and gorge myself on as much sushi as possible. I'm going to look for the nearest tuna and octopus I can find. And then, of course, definitely also try and find as much beef that I can't afford to eat as well.
I want to stop on that because you're a steak guy, you're a beef guy. I am too. Like what's the deal with the Japanese beef? Like why is it so good?
Well, it's just in at least my understanding, and I'm speaking from a position of ignorance. I've done just a little bit of reading about it, but it's just simply the raising and care of the cattle is what makes a lot of that beef and that livestock so special. So,
oh man!
But
can you imagine finishing this race and just rolling up to some place and having some steak and some sushi and just like game on?
Well, even during the race, I mean, and it was something to me that was kind of unusual, and I've seen it at events. I remember at Hard Rock specifically watching more than one runner have sushi during their race, and they were obviously they're doing it here. They're noodles. What was, Zach, you might remember, what was the noodle dish that they were, or not noodle dish, but the sushi dish that was the deep fried rice wonton looking thing?
God.
Those things look like the perfect running
See,
fuel.
I just don't think I'd ever get out of the aid station.
Well, I find reasons for that here. So, I mean, the food is pretty darn good at a local event here. So,
well, they do a good job here.
Yeah, but yeah, I think that's also been a lot of the fun of watching this race from a distance is seeing how things are done in a different place.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I've been out at Hard Rock. I've been, Run Rabbit Run now. I've watched enough Western States video and been out on the course. But when you open your horizons and broaden them through the World Trail Majors, getting to see these opportunities, these other events, really is special.
Yeah. And I think what I like what we are doing here at Mountain Outpost is like opening up just opportunities for people to see the event, to experience. Yes, we're following the elite runners, but we're also just showcasing what it means to run around Mount Fuji.
Yes.
And I think that people have their stereotypes, understandings, expectations of what that is. But until you see it in real time and see athletes and and that's what I love about this. And this is an exciting race, of course. We're the English language broadcast. think it was, perhaps of both distances. You know, I was talking to Stephanie Howe, a colleague of mine at CTS, and she's running the 70K.
Nice.
And she was like, this is amazing. And, you know, they roll out the red carpet for the athletes and just really do it because they love it. And I'm excited to spend time here in Arizona.
This is our training run for what's happening in a couple weeks here.
For Cocodona, but
so
at the risk of getting ahead of ourselves, this is super fun.
Yeah, no. But Zach is capably handling the board, making sure he toggled some things here and there. So I think we've got our audio back. But thanks to those of you in the chat.
And no one heard it.
Well,
then we got to say it again.
Jilsey, Courtney did pass check 4 at about the 10-hour, 25-minute mark, which put her in 4th overall, first woman by a significant margin. Courtney, as we mentioned, doing some amazing things out on this course. The top men, I believe first and second were about 39, 40 minutes ahead of her, and third was about 17 or 18, which, you know, you can speak from experience to this more so than I can. That's not an insurmountable lead at this point. I mean, it's entirely possible that Courtney move into the top 3 or even higher between now and the finish of the race.
Oh, yeah. Oh, for sure. Especially the way those guys went out hard.
Yeah. I think a lot of people went out quite fast in this race today. I was noticing that. And seeing that, you know, I wondered who might potentially find themselves, burning up on the back half. But having watched, I believe that our top 3 on the women's side are Courtney Dauwalter. Second place is Yukari Somaya, I believe, was in second last I checked. And this is Yukari's debut 100-mile. And then in third place was Nicole Bitter. So a couple of familiar names for us there. And we're looking forward to following the rest of their progress. I love the fact that Courtney and Nicole are both crewed by people we're familiar with.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
Zach and Kevin.
Definitely doing things to help elevate our broadcast just by being there and being accessible to our man on the ground, Marco. Marco is doing a fantastic job getting intel information, and he and his crew that are running between aid stations totally love the job they're doing so far.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely aces work. So kudos to Marco, and thank you.
A little feedback from Marco after he talked to Kevin.
Yeah.
Courtney's crew. Courtney's moving very well, an hour ahead of target time.
An hour.
He went up the mountain before the descent to F4, and he could barely catch Courtney. I only needed to climb 1 mile, and she needed to climb 3. I barely arrived just in time to see her coming. Funny story, first time I met Kevin was when Courtney dropped his ass on the descent to the river crossing at Western States. He's going to take a break, old poor Kevin, because he doesn't have much time. She's moving so fast. So Kevin's not even going to swing around to F5. He's going to just swing around to F6 and take a little chill time because Kevin, poor guy, has to keep up with the Energizer Bunny, and that's not much fun.
One of the interesting things about this race is that the aid stations are much closer in the second half than the first.
They're packed?
Yeah. In the first 50K, there's only one aid station between the start and Fumoto at F2. But in the back half, there's no situation where there are more than 10 miles between aid, with the exception of Fujiyoshida to the finish.
Yeah.
So Kevin is going to get a bit of a break, but not a ton of
Not
a break.
a ton of break.
So I believe Ken Guidu is our men's leader at this point.
Yeah, I think.
Okay.
Yeah.
And what we're getting from our boots on the ground, Marco Louis, moving very well, tagging behind the current second place, I guess they're running kind of in tandem right now, Guomin Dang, who is running Western States this year, and said to just kind of tag behind but not pass. And they're amazed at how Courtney looks, and said that they wouldn't be surprised if she caught the men. Zach, you got something? Oh, I saw you grab the mic. I wasn't sure if you were gonna.
Always prepared. Always
That's
prepared.
what we appreciate about you. And that's one of the things about going through this field is seeing some of these names that I wasn't familiar with and looking through their resumes.
Mm-hmm.
And Guomin Dang running Western States this year. This is a perfectly timed tune-up race, the equivalent of Canyons. So
it is, but it's 100 miles.
That's true. That's a good point.
I don't know if there's enough time to recover, but I also don't know much about Guomin. And
well, that's the beauty of this kind of coverage, is that we're going to learn together.
I think Courtney's timing of doing this before Hard Rock,
That's
on
fair.
the other hand, is really good.
Well, they're not that far apart anymore.
Well, they're
only
only
2 weeks
13 days apart.
Yeah. So, no, I guess that it perhaps will serve both of them well, or it could possibly wear them down a little bit. The thing is, we just saw what Courtney did last year, so we know what to expect there.
I want to, if you don't mind, I want to
Sure.
comment on a little bit. I just got a little bit caught up in the chat, and I saw some folks talking about, and it's a apt comparison, talking about the potential parallel between Courtney Dauwalter and Ann Trayson. And I think we're at the point in Courtney's career where that's actually a legitimate conversation.
Sure.
Like, the way in which Ann conducted herself over those 16, 17 years of dominance, 14 Western States wins on the road and the track and the trails and the Grand Slams and so forth. And the way the sport has evolved to this day, and the way in which Courtney dominates the sport. I will say this, and I want to say this as somebody who is a lifelong, or at least for the last 2 decades, a friend of Ann Trayson's. I got to know her when I lived in the Bay Area. She's a wonderful person. She's battling some health issues right now, but she's just a wonderful person, and really values her love of the sport and the sort of mark she left on the sport. And I think a few times in the last 5 years, we've seen athletes, particularly Camille Herron and Courtney Dauwalter, sort of be able to sort of go after an Ann record or an Ann accomplishment or an Ann something and establish themselves in their own right. I think what we're seeing now with Courtney Dauwalter, assuming she's able to continue what she did last year into this year and potentially into next year, is an actual apt comparison. 5 years ago, we would have said, Ann's the greatest female ultra runner of all time. Everyone else is in second place. Kind of like the Giannis Kouros thing that we would have said a decade ago on the men's side. This is not to take anything away from what Ann did, but as Peter Defty mentioned in the chat, Ann was a runner, and she would be the first to admit this, she ran angry. She ran to beat everybody, to beat all the guys, to beat the Tarahumara when they came to Leadville. She ran angry. The only sort of parallel in modern sport I can think is Lance Armstrong in the way he rode his bike angry in the Tour de France.
I can see Tiger too.
And Tiger,
Yeah.
well, chip on his shoulder, going after it. Courtney runs happy.
Very happy.
Courtney runs with grace. Courtney runs with love. Yes, she has her good days and her bad days, but she runs in a way that's completely different than Ann. I think we're seeing a little transition on the men's side with Jim going from running as like the cocky, brash Muhammad Ali type, when he first burst on the scene, to running in a way that if I do my work and I can get it done, I can win. I think Courtney kind of has transcended that. So I'm an old school guy. I'm an Ann lover. I'm still going to be there. But I think Courtney's probably a year away from these dominating performances. I mean, her 15:29 at Western States last year, admittedly, it was like freezing cold that year. But, man, she crushed it. And she does this. She gets the course record again in the other direction at Hard Rock in July, and then throws in something in the fall, probably flat and fast, and she's right there. So sorry to go on a little bit of a tangent right there, but man, that she is right there, and we've spent the better part of 2 decades saying, yeah, but she's not Ann. Whether it's for Camille or for any of the number of people who've won Western States multiple times, like Nikki or anybody else, I think she's right there right now.
I think that's fair. I think that's absolutely fair. I'm going to do a quick rundown of
please do.
Of the leaderboard on the men's side. On the men's side, we have 8 men that are through the current aid station that you're looking at right now, which is the Fuji Hokuroku Park Gym, which I believe, my understanding, is also the finish line. That is about the 100K mark, give or take a couple of kilometers. But Guomin Dang, Guido Kin, Kento Tamura are your top 3 men. Genki Onishi, as it were, the, quote, random baller, I guess, as he was not one of the runners that was afforded a live runner tracker, currently in 4th. Ryo Murata in 5th. Hayato Nishikata in 6th. Takashi Doi in 7th. And our first American runner, Anthony Lee, was in 8th. At least that was what I had. It looks like there's something on.
Oh, good
there
to
we go.
see Anthony
Lee.
moving well.
Yeah, and we can provide some background on some of these runners. I don't have a lot on, Guomin Dang, as we mentioned, is running Western States this year. So this is, I would assume, the last big event that he's got.
One can only hope.
Guido Kin finished 2nd at Trans Jeju 100K last year. In 3rd place, Kento Tamura. This is the 100-mile debut for Kento, and the only ultra result I could find is that he's 30 or 29 now. So a couple years ago at the Ukushinano 50K in Japan, took first overall there. Genki Onishi, I definitely have to do some research on. Ryo Murata, I don't have a lot on Ryo either. Hayato Nishihaka, I did find won Ure 100 last year.
Are you serious?
Yeah, dead serious. So currently running in 6th place, bib number 5, Hayoshi Nishikata. I apologize. Won the Ure 100 last year, so no stranger to racing on this side of the globe.
By the way,
yeah,
those of you in the chat, send us some grace with the pronunciations. We're doing our best. You know, Zach and Chris and I and Jeff and Corinne, we know, like I learned early on in my career, there's no more important word in somebody's life than their name. But give us a little grace. We'll certainly, as the race progresses, we'll do our best with the pronunciations. But thank you for that.
Takashi Doi finished 2nd here in 2022 at the Mt.FUJI 100. Finished 17th last year at Tour de Jean. So these Japanese runners are no stranger to high-level competition.
Yeah.
Not just there, although, as I mentioned with Jeff and Corinne, this race seems to be kind of like a corollary to Western States here, as it seems like it's a big gathering of people. Because if you look at the list of finishers, they come here year after year.
It does seem. I was observing that as well. It does seem like a bit of a homecoming. You know, Japan is a small country, but there's islands. They're spread about. It does seem like a gathering of the community.
Absolutely.
At Mt.FUJI 100 every year. I want to just give you a little, our man on the ground, Marco, who's just been incredible all day, and I'm sure will be incredible all night. Got some feedback from Guido Kin's support crew. He's moving really well. He told him to tag behind Guomindang, but don't pass him. So maybe a little bit of gamesmanship down there. If he does that and they just sit and kick, they might have a smiley American girl coming up behind him. The quote was, personally, I'm amazed by how great Courtney looked. She had some eye drops, put on lip balm, and she's moving again. By the way, if you've ever seen Courtney Dauwalter in an aid station, she does that every time.
Yep.
Eye drops, lip balm, a little bit of food, boom, gone.
She's very dialed into what she wants
Absolutely.
at every aid station.
So we are 11 hours and 10 minutes into this race. Wow. I mean, and that's, so if I'm not mistaken, they will circle through. It's kind of the circling through the start finish area. Then they do that loop, more or less like a 65K loop, and they come back and finish.
Were those the drop bags on the right-hand side of the screen? Mercy.
Oh, my goodness.
And all the same color?
Being the drop bag guy in this race is not an easy assignment.
This map just makes me happy. Like, for the entirety of the race, you've got, you're circumnavigating Mount Fuji, which, of course, is iconic whether you're from Japan or not. And so basically the racers start in the lower left-hand side of your screen going F1 through F4, which, as we mentioned, is also the finish line. But they actually do a loop at that point. So it's kind of a one-sided Q-tip or lollipop where they don't actually go all the way back to the start. But they'll be finishing at F4 there. So we'll keep an eye out to see which runners are approaching F5. We should be getting our first runners at F5 fairly soon.
And the interesting thing about that, talking to Jeff, who's run the race before, that section, while it looks rather benign in the map, is got some kind of technical, sort of little punchy and not so little punchy steep climbs that are going to kind of wear you down, especially in the last 50K of 100. So, there's a lot of racing still left to be done. 100%.
Oh, perfect.
And those are the athletes coming into it. Okay.
Yeah, what you're seeing on the screen right now is the live tracking that Mount Fuji 100 is giving. So you can see the cursor kind of blipping about F5 there. That's the next aid station they're coming into. And this runner number 203, that was our men's leader. 206, I believe that was our second place, who was with an unchipped runner. So there is a third male runner in between those 203 and 206, and 301 is, of course,
Courtney Dauwalter.
I can get there. That is our Courtney Dauwalter. Oh, this is a very, very testy. There she is, Courtney Dauwalter, right there.
So in fourth place overall, we're calculating?
Fourth place overall currently. And she's got three men in front of her, two of which who looked fairly decent, one of which who did not look super decent.
Yeah.
And also we've got, one of the male athletes up there is a 64-minute half marathon runner, a 14-minute 5K runner, a 29-minute 10K.
Goodness me.
So he's got leg speed. However, the course up to this point favors those with leg speed. It's a lot of dirt road. There were some climbs, obviously. There were definitely some big climbs in there, but lots of dirt road, lots of very runnable sections. It is going to be this section of the course that we will see from where it says finish line. They make a little loop over to F5, F6, F7, F8, back to the finish line. Those Fs are aid stations, by the way, not female leaders.
Correct. Yeah.
So if you hear us say F1,
yeah.
F2, that is not referring to the female leaders, or F6, F7. Those are the aid stations. So they make this little loop here after they get to F4. And as Jeff Browning pointed out, this is the most technical, difficult portion of the course. You can see over on the course map here as you leave F4, slight downhill, but then this is where the little punchy climbs start to add up. So those who maybe have burned a match or two a little early, might not have enough spark to light the fire to the finish line. And particularly if you don't have legs and you have these last from F7 to the finish, the downhill looks nice if you have legs to utilize it. If you don't, it's going to be just as slow as the uphill, and that's where Courtney Dauwalter can make some moves and end up on this podium.
And if you look at those 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 climbs, you know, they're all ramping up. You're not getting as good of a downhill after those climbs.
Yeah, you can see that progression.
As you are. I mean, they're ramping up. And then, of course, yes, as Zach mentioned, you get that nice, hopefully screaming descent. But if your legs are trashed, if you've done this runnable stuff or that run along the rim too fast early, it's kind of going to be a stump to stump.
For those that are just tuning in, our cameras are actually in between aid station shots right now. They're following the action out there. We do have a static shot of the 100K / finish line aid station area. We've only had less than 10 runners make their way through. Actually, we probably had about 10 by this point.
Yeah, we've had I think it was last I looked was 12 men and then Courtney Dauwalter.
Okay,
so we should have our women's second place,
and we'll keep an eye out. That could in the last checkpoint, I believe it was Yukari Somaya that was in second, and Nicole Bitter was in third, but they weren't that far apart. So there could be some movement there, and also at the very front of the men's race, as they approach F5, we could see some movement there as well.
And remember, right, for the English language broadcast, we just have one team on the ground.
Yeah.
Right. So
Correct.
we're sort of blending together the Mt.FUJI 100 camera crew with our one English language team on the ground. And you know, the way Courtney's running, it's been really difficult to kind of manage what we would traditionally like to do here at Mountain Outpost, which is to remain in an aid station until at least 4 or 5 or 6, you know, finishers go through or runners go through and then move up the course. And so you got to bear with us, you know, especially since this is our first foray into, you know, this kind of situation.
A foreign race, and we're highly dependent on what we get from their live stream. So for those who are interested, this is what they are doing right now. And if I were to pull in that audio, I don't think many of us would understand. So we're kind of mimicking them and going over the course and giving our explanation of it and what we know is coming forward. They're doing the exact same thing right now, just because these are some kind of more remote areas. So they don't have a lot of opportunity to get cameras and drones up like that we would traditionally have or try to have. So they're reliant on their aid station as well. Now we have our field team out there, which is helping us greatly, but they have been running crazy all day long and have not had time to recharge the batteries in a lot of their stuff, or they just have run out of batteries or themselves. So Marco's doing a fantastic job out there.
Yes,
We are sending so much love to Marco and the crew because they have just helped us immensely. And so we're just doing what we can with what we have, which is what you do in ultras.
And this made me think a lot about what our Japanese friends were doing on the Black Canyon course with their coverage. They were kind of at the mercy and behest of our camera crews, with the exception of the crew that they had that was following the action on their end. It's kind of fascinating to be on the other end of the stick in that regard.
Exactly. That was the biggest thing for me, is I was like, oh, now we're experiencing what they experienced. And every time we messed up somehow, they had to deal with it. So, no, rising tides lift all ships. You know, hey, whoever thought 5 years ago we'd have live streams and be able to watch a full broadcast of a race.
In multiple languages.
In multiple languages across the country. I mean, this has just been a huge learning experience for me, having stepped into this role more recently, and what Jamil and the team at Aravipa have done with creating Mountain Outpost and what we've been able to put together over the last handful of months has just been eye-opening to me to see what it takes to do this And
It's wild, isn't it?
My criticisms have completely been muted because it is not as easy as you would think. When you come into this job all bright-eyed, bushy-tail, and you think that you're going to be able to conquer the world, and then you realize and get humbled real quickly that the team that has been putting on the Eurosport and has been making UTMB happen came out to Canyons last year, turned around and went home because they couldn't put on a broadcast. They realized, oh, this is a different beast than UTMB is.
Yeah. No, and I think that that's important to keep in mind, and also if you're thinking that we could be doing more in terms of the audience, tell your friends, get other people to watch. Trust me, if enough of you watch that they can ship us to Japan next year, I am not going to fight the travel involved with that. So Zach, like if we can get, I don't know, maybe about 100 times the viewership here, then we can
just a few small things to tweak, and I think we got it. But no, thank you everyone for supporting us. On that note, the fact that we even have, currently we have almost 6,000 views on this today.
Yeah.
And this is a Thursday afternoon, Thursday morning, Thursday afternoon. And, it's not one of the races that maybe in the States we were all looking forward to, but we're really excited to be able to bring this to everybody, and we're grateful for everybody's support in it. There's a bajillion ways you can support, but the easy, free ways to do it, subscribe to Mountain Outpost.
Mhm.
Go hit the like button, subscribe to the channel. We've got Cocodona coming up in a couple months. We've got Western States coming up a month after that, or weeks.
Yeah, I was gonna say
we've got a lot of races in the next few months.
We've got Cocodona, Western States, Hard Rock. Leadville, Run Rabbit Run.
11 days to Cocodona.
11 days to Cocodona.
11 days to Cocodona, which is going to be
11 days of Cocodona.
Exactly. It's going to feel like just as many days of the race. But we've got that. We've also got High Lonesome that we have just wrapped up contracts with them, with Caleb over there. So we're going to be broadcasting High Lonesome. We have already wrapped up contracts with Y East Trail Fest. We're going to be back out there supporting our guys over at Daybreak Racing because they believe in what we do so much. And this really is just the future of the sport. And then after that, thankfully, we have a month to recuperate and to get our wheels back underneath of us. And then we've got a crazy month happening in September with the Rut, Run Rabbit Run, Mammoth Trail Fest, and then we've got a number of other races lined up that we are excited
Well,
to
and then
bring
the
you guys.
crown jewel, Javelina.
Absolutely. Looks like we've got some
Got
runner
some
footage
boots
back
on the ground.
This is our race leader, who is our extremely fast athlete, enjoying up some of the road sections. This is a lot like racing in Europe, where you get up into the mountains and then you bop into a city. So you get these thoroughfares and these roads that you can run a little bit on into the next aid station. So he's going to be able to utilize some of his speed there, but he's got to go through a lot to get there.
Yeah, so this is the Oshino Aid F5 at about mile 70, the 113K mark, give or take. And this is our race leader. Is that, would that be Guomindang? Yeah, that's Guomindang. That is our Western States runner this year.
Yep.
Currently in first.
34 years old, won the Ultra Trail Ninghai 100K.
Finished fourth.
Or finished fifth in that in 2018, fourth in that in 2019.
Was only a minute ahead of Guido Kin, so we'll see if
we might see Guido soon.
Yeah. I also got some intel. We had some intel from Marco regarding American favorite Anthony Lee. Said that at Anthony's last stop at the mile 61 aid that he was struggling with dehydration and kept looking for vending machines between F3 and F4, albeit with no success. Must have been really hurting out there.
There's a vending machine option at the Mt.FUJI 100. Is
I
there?
guess between the aid stations potentially.
I'm gonna check the vending machine box in my entry next year.
Anthony was running with Hayato Nishikata, the Ure 100 winner from last year. Actually, Anthony and Hayato had both won the Ure 100 recently. But Nishikata had a swift in and out and was trying to catch up with another runner, Takashi Doi. So that is the update on Anthony Lee as of right now. Sounds like he's still in the top 10, but might be encountering some.
Do you know the whereabouts of Yuya Kawasaki?
We were kind of wondering that. Actually, Yuya was finished, I believe, second here last year at the Mt.FUJI 100 and was dealing with some issues at one of the aid stations, but we haven't heard anything further in that regard.
Got it. Okay, because he was second here last year, first in 2022 Shinetsu 5 Mountains Trail 100K, in a blazing time of 12:53.
And we'll see if we can get some intel on the course from Marco as well.
Looks like Marco's also found Wang Ho Chung, and he just arrived, and he's going to check in with his crew after he leaves.
Wang has had some success at other Asian region races, such as Trans-Jeju 100K in Korea, with a third-place finish there in 2017, and an 11th place finish at the Hong Kong 100K in 2016. I know that Jamil has run the Hong Kong 100K. He ran that, I want to say, maybe
it's been
3
around
years
a long
ago.
time.
Yeah,
lots of stairs,
legendary
a fair bit
race.
of great race. And here we've got some footage
and
again.
Then we got,
this
that
must
is
be Guomindang leaving.
Yep.
So 113K in. Aid Station 5.
We'll see if we can find out exactly what his...
It is cool, as Zach said. Mount Fuji 100 very much has that feeling of you're up in the mountains and then you drop down and you're in the town and running the roads for a little bit, and then you're going to be back out there.
His arms look really relaxed.
Yeah, and he's traveling light.
So at 11:22:40 was his aid station timing mat time.
And yeah, so he's just on this little double track. And no one would expect he's going to jump right onto the trail and anytime soon.
And
he's moving well. $113K, so right about 50K, 53K left to go. And again, as Bronco told us earlier in the broadcast, it gets kind of techy and punchy here in this last 50K. Kind of surprises lurking around every bend. And as the climbs, they're short and steep, but they keep grinding. Pretty much all the way until about 140K. Then you have that nice downhill to which Zach referred earlier, and then a big grinder toward the end. Again, here we are back in the gym at the start-finish slash.
Are we in a commercial break or? And we're back.
That commercial's kind of harsh. There's guys falling off mountains and crying to their mamas. Again, this is our static cam from the start-finish slash. What would it be? About 108K, I think, point in the race.
98.
98K, so right around 100K.
Yeah, 97, 98K for the Fuji Hokuroku Park Gym.
Gosh, I got to say, just watching the broadcast all day, they've done a nice job with these indoor facilities and kind of running into them, well organized, clearly, understanding what the athletes need and catering to their needs. It's really, really good to see. Not surprisingly, a well organized race as established as Mount Fuji 100 that would do this, but wow, it's good to it's really good.
And occasionally catching a glimpse of our our Japanese friends, basically the core base broadcast team. We'll see if we can get their names.
Yeah, and that's where we're getting a lot of the footage from, of course.
Absolutely, yeah. Thanks to them. This is, of course, yet another race in the World Trail Majors. This is the 4th in the series. Is that correct, Zach?
I believe so.
Yeah.
Yes. We've had Hong Kong, Black Canyon,
Gran Canaria.
And I think Madeira's this weekend also, right?
Whole lot of action.
Yeah.
And
here we go.
That would have to be
ちょっとの差しかなかったので、これがどれぐらいになるかです。
息吹のトラッカーもチングイルイ選手は持ってない様子なので、前にいるのか後ろにいるか近くにいるのかちょっとね見通せないところありますけど、意外と早くついてきてるかもしれないですよね。はい。で先ほどからもご紹介してますけど、今年1月の
Okay, so that is F5. So do they have like inside and outside?
Yeah, they have a camera out there.
Okay.
コーラを干して。
Well, I mean, it has to be a huge operation. I mean, you're talking 3,000 runners, which is, you think of the largest American 100-milers, Javelina, Leadville. I mean, this is multiples of that in terms of the number of runners.
Yeah, I'm getting a little. I'm catching up in the chat, and I admittedly I've traveled a fair bit. I traveled a fair bit in my younger years, but have not yet been to Japan. I'd love to go sometime. It sounds like an incredible place. Gene Eve says vending machines are everywhere in Japan. Cold drinks in summer, warm drinks in winter. They're great. So, okay, I understand now the vending machine thing.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Because I'm thinking as American, what are you going to go get? Like a payday or a Snickers or something? Sounds like vending machines are at a different level in Japan. Like
my understanding is that you can get like a full meal out of a vending machine.
Yeah.
I mean, or like a bowl of hot soup. I mean, not like the old coffee machines that you would have like in the bottom of like an old church or something like that. But like,
yeah, so I mean, if you're out there and you understand the Japanese vending machine thing, weigh in the chat. I'd love to hear. I'd love to hear from somebody what the most incredible thing you've ever gotten from a Japanese vending machine is. And I say this as I'm waiting for our beloved producer, Zach, to vacate his chair and go get us pizza because we don't have those vending machines down here on 24th and the freeway at Mountain Outpost headquarters.
To be fair, though, we've been set up with a whole lot of food and snacks.
Oh, okay.
I've got a whole aid station back here for you guys.
It's like a Patty Curry aid station over here.
Absolutely.
For sure, minus the potato soup.
The chickpea salad sandwiches.
Bean roll-ups. But you've done well for your.
I've tried, guys. I've tried. I'm also one person behind the screen here, and I'm commentating.
And also,
I mean,
I want to
come on.
actually give a shout out to, and I apologize. Is it Jean or Jean? I thought it was Jean in the chat, who has been
not Jean. It's John.
It's Jean. Has been absolutely amazing, and thank you. I want to say personally. First of all, Jean has been a contributing member of our chats ever since we've been doing them, like several years. So thanks for that. Second of all, being somebody who lives in Japan and able to give us a lot of detail and background as we're looking at Gidu Kin leaving the looks like leaving the aid station at F5.
Attempted to, then he turned around for some reason. Yeah, he's looking a little more worse for the wear than our first place male.
Dang looked fantastic, and Kin looks a little bit, doesn't look bad, but definitely working harder.
Yeah. But let's get back to the topic at hand. Cucumbers, ramen, sriracha ramen, fresh eggs, strawberry shortcake. I mean, curry, ice cream. They have ice cream vending machines. Okay, people.
U.S. needs to catch up, man. I don't know. We already have a problem with obesity in this country, so do we need to have
100%. Oh, and Matt Feldake in the house. Nothing gives me more joy than hearing Chris Morden's sultry pipes on a live stream.
Well, Matt, I know that you're no stranger to the live streams as well, and I appreciate that. But I hope that you've got higher aims in life than to kick back and listen to a live stream when I'm
and
on
dude
it.
and Matty boy, rest up. We got Cocodona coming up.
Yeah, we're gonna have a whole lot going on when we get there. Of course, that's just coming up in just a handful of days. But of course, right now our focus is on the perimeter of Mount Fuji at the Mount Fuji 100 mile in Japan. This is the English language live stream of the race brought to you on Mountain Outpost. I'm Chris Warden.
I'm Andy Jones-Wilkins, and it looks like this is our second place runner.
Yep.
Departing the aid station. Looks like he's running on a little grassy road. I suspect he'll be on that for a little bit and then head into those mountains that we see on the horizon. It is, a little bit before noon, 11:35 a.m., I think, in Japan.
So based on what we just saw, it looks like the lead, which had been just inconsequential, about a minute at F4, at aid station number 4, has stretched out to about a full 10 minutes there.
Between Guomindang and Gidokin?
Yes.
Okay.
It was 7 minutes between both of their in. I'm interested to see what the out was, because he took a considerable amount more time.
Second,
and that's what I was going off of. I was like, I couldn't tell if that's an in or out. Oh, it looks like out is 11:26 for Guomindang, and it was about 11:35, 11:36 for Gidokin. So that's what I'm kind of basing it off of. It's not exact, but
7-8 minutes in an aid station versus 4.
Yeah, no, that and that does. I don't know if it necessarily means so much in terms of how the runners are running in terms of speed, but it definitely shows like how many problems they feel like they have to solve at any given point.
Correct.
So
I promise I'll stop after this, but hot corn consomme.
Feed this man,
Hot
Zach.
corn consomme.
Feed this man.
My favorite ice cream, and marble fudge. Good Lord. I need to go to Japan. Oh, and they have alcohol. And they have alcohol vending machines.
In the chats, I want to hear what kind of pizza do I need to give AJW. Whatever you come up with, I will order.
There we go. Come on, chatters. You know, what kind of pizza do I need to make it to 5 a.m. Arizona time? Let's do it. Alcohol vending machines. Now, that's a new thing. My sons would have loved that when they were younger. All right. Well, Chris, here we are once again at Mountain Outpost headquarters here in downtown Phoenix, covering for the first time the Mount Fuji 100-miler, the 4th in the 10 Series World Trail Majors. Just incredible footage from the race. Our partners across the world in Japan just sharing with us their beautiful country, the beautiful footage of what is turning out to be quite a dramatic race.
I got. Looks like we got a heads up from Ho Chung Wong, the Hong Kong runner, from his wife who's crewing him. Said he's tired, not having enough training. He was actually just recently at F4. But the good news is that the race is heading to the hilly section, and that's his strength. So they're looking forward to that. And back to comparing a couple of the racers. One that has been showing out very impressively today, Kento Tamura, as we talked about. You know, that is our fleet of foot runner that you were talking about. That is the 62-minute marathon or half marathoner. Is that correct? Looks like the second half of the race is not going to play to his strengths, at least documented strengths. Who knows? Maybe he's been doing some secret work in the hills and ratcheting it up. But I think that it's going to be interesting because the way that this race pans out, and this is just kind of piggybacking on what Zach Marion said, is that the second half of this race is more of the grindy, hilly portion. So when you look at runners, I think that those, and I can't testify to everybody's strengths and weaknesses, and I don't ever want to discount anybody, but the runners that we're familiar with, like, for instance, Anthony Lee and Pete Mortimer, and also the 2023 Ure 100 winner, Hayato Nishikata, that's going to be like
that'll
right in their
play
wheelhouse.
into their wheelhouse.
Yeah. Courtney, obviously the same way.
Nicole Bitter, maybe not so much.
Yeah, I mean, because we think of Nicole as being like a Western States Bandera, Javelin 100 type runner. I'm not saying she can't succeed in the mountains. She's, I believe, done very well at Leadville and Run Rabbit Run, but
well, and she does anything.
Yeah, she's all around runner.
Yeah.
But I think that some of the runners that maybe are not considered, to have that knockdown, drag out speed, might come to the forefront in the last 38, 40 miles.
Yeah,
so it's gonna be fun to watch.
I agree. It's going to be very fun to watch. And as Bronco was saying too, it's not only that it's got these punchy, grindy climbs, but it gets a little techy. It's kind of rocky. It's kind of, the trail that trail that they took around the eastern flank of Mount Fuji was sort of buffed out and nice, and so I think there's a lot of race left, and I think it's ultimately going to favor those people who can grind it out. So here we got some footage from, I'm guessing,
this is our second place woman at F4. That is
so that'll give you an indication of how far ahead Courtney is.
Yeah, Yukari Somaya, bib number 303. This is her debut 100 miler, but no stranger to long distance, as she won the Shinetsu 5 Mountains Trail 110K in Japan last year, which, if you do research for this race, that's one that comes up a lot.
Yeah.
It's one of those things, like, for instance, if you were doing Western States research, you're going to see a lot of names like that run the canyons.
Right.
Like this, that seems to be like kind of a corollary race, because in the 40 or so names that I reviewed, the Shinetsu 5 Mountains Trail races came up quite a bit.
Well, and just doing a little quick comparison as I'm looking at the results, her 13:38, which won the women's race in 2023, the men's winning time was 12:53. So she's kind of an hour plus-ish behind the men's winning time. She can run.
This is great coverage. Yeah, Marco, thank you so much to you and your crew. We're going to keep our cameras here on Somaya here as long as we can. Looking very good so far. As you could see, a big smile on her face when she came into the aid station, heading over to work with her crew person.
And she's been running like that all day.
Yeah.
She definitely was someone who came into the first couple aid stations and commented to her crew, and we heard this through Marco at a quick interview. He actually got to interview her in an aid station at one point. She was just so willing to talk.
And, that's great.
And she's very well known in the area. She was saying hi to all the aid station people. She was getting tons of love, but she just runs with a lot of joy and happiness, and she seems to be someone who has openly said, I'm afraid that they're going out too hot, so I'm just running my own race.
Which is wild, because she's moving really quickly, too. And if she thinks she's downshifting, we might have somebody we're going to have to follow well beyond the auspices of this race.
Definitely keep an eye on this one, because she, as well as a lot of the Asian countries' racers, are coming out and just starting to destroy it on a world level. That's one thing I do love about the Japanese culture, the way of the warrior, the Shaolin warrior, right? It is just so much we are here to just execute and do our thing. Mm-hmm. And they bring that same humble energy, but also they are just complete crushers at everything they do.
I just sorry to interrupt, guys, but look at the calmness with which she's handle. This is some great footage right there. She's just handling it. She got down on that little chair, doing a little adjustment of her shoe.
Also, let's talk about something else
testing out her
in the culture. everybody is using those really small chairs. And this, okay, here's the physiology brain in me going off right now. I'm looking at all of these athletes come down and they're getting in those deep squats in those little chairs. And I'm not talking
stretching.
This isn't just like her. This is almost everybody we have seen come into the aid stations, men and women, are sitting down in like really lower chairs. And culturally, you see that often when someone wants to sit in the street and have a cigarette. They go into a deep squat and they'll have their cigarette. This is something culturally that we need to do in the U.S. a lot more, because they are so much more mobile in the hips and so much more flexibility in the toes because of this. And all of their runners are doing this. And that's something that I'm like, you know what? If we can culturally say that they have incredible athletes and also culturally they just embrace mobility a lot more, hey, I'm all for it.
I have an ultra running friend who is a PT, and she swears by it. And one of the pieces of advice she gave me when I was doing ultras was to basically the first thing that I should do if I start to feel a little bit out of whack is to basically find a tree, squat down near it, and like just kind of like hold on to the tree for balance, but just stay squatted to try like
the Mike Morton stretch.
I mean, just look at that. Her legs are at least at like 130 degrees. I mean, that's a chair you'd see in a pre-K classroom.
If you had me do that,
and she's just doing it, and she's doing it, and she's
I'm DNFing at that point. I'm in that chair and I'm not coming back out. Not because I don't want to. But
I would totally. I'd be like,
not.
okay, I'll call it at 100K.
I can't even sit. Like, I have to lean on a table. If I sit down, then my legs are not going to start operating again.
Chris, you mentioned something pretty interesting about that. Grab a hold of a pole or a tree or something like that and lean back into a squat.
Yeah.
Mike Morton was famous for that. And if you look back at some other race recaps, and I remember reading this in 2010 when I wanted to run my first 100-miler, and I read about the Mike Morton stretch. And Scott Jurek actually commented about it, how he watched him do this in some of the track races where he would just grab a hold of a pole and go into a deep squat while he was holding on to that pole, and just how much that opens up your hips. It opens up everything in terms of a lot of your lateral muscles in your hips, also your adductors. It gives your hip flexors like a good rest, and also really stretches your glutes and your hamstrings. So it's like, and your calves as well. So it is a stretch you can do that will get everything. And if Mike Morton found some pretty good success with it, and we're seeing it all over the place here, I'm in. I'm game.
So, hey, out there, if you're just wondering who the hell Mike Morton is, just ultra sign up him. But he set the course record at Western States in 1997 and came back and set the 40-year and older record in 2013. So just do the math. The guy is a beast.
The likes of Jeff Browning and other amazing athletes have attempted to take down
and
that record
and
yet. Failed several times.
Thank you, Jason Kowalski. Yep, the Mike Morton stretch.
Just as a basis for comparison, of course, you're watching here second place woman, currently second place, Yukari Somaya, at the fourth aid station here, just at the 100K mark at the Mount Fuji 100. Courtney Dauwalter's out time at this race, or at this aid station, was 10:26:55. So you're talking basically at this point an hour 20 and change of a lead that she's got at the 100K mark. And based on the way Courtney was running, and not that Yukari is looking bad, but Courtney is moving at such a pace that gap is only going to widen if things keep continuing the way they're going right now. Yeah, Travis mentioning that. Yeah, it's 1:16 and growing, and simply because Yukari is taking her time, which is probably, I think that's very smart for a debut 100-mile attempt.
I really feel that she's running her own race, and she's recognizing that second place to Courtney Dauwalter might as well be a win.
Yes.
In a lot of respects, I think Courtney's racing more men than she is women these days. And so she just recognizes that, if she runs her own race, she's going to do as well as she can, and that's going to be a great debut 100-miler. And honestly, if I'm second place behind Jim Walmsley, Courtney Dauwalter, or anyone like that, like, I consider that a very successful inaugural attempt.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
And she speaks like a seasoned veteran that's not looking to chase, that she says, I want to run my own race. I don't want to get caught up in it.
Marco just gave us, Marco is basically right there with Somaya, mentioned that her stomach is getting tired and not comfortable eating solid food, but she's in very good spirits. Like, that's what we said. She does look like she's in good spirits, all things considered, and, being very deliberate in her actions at this aid station.
And she there at F4 is sitting at just under 100 kilometers into the race. And so, this is the point where your stomach does start to go south. This is what separates the 100K from the 100-miler.
Absolutely.
Everything for me that goes wrong, like, I'll typically hit a little bonk somewhere around 50K into a race, and I can hold it together till 100K. But after 100K, that's when the demons come out. That's when I think you've hit that tipping point into the depths, or what our queen Courtney DeWalter loves to call the pain cave. That's when you really start to dive in. You're not just dipping your toes in anymore. You're going all in, and after 100K, it's a slippery slope.
Well, when you're explaining the progression of distance to people who might not quite understand, it's not as simple. I mean, it's 4 marathons in terms of distance.
Look at that smile leaving the aid station.
But it's not like you're running 4 marathons. It's an entirely different ball game. Your final 50 miles, your final 25 miles are an odyssey compared to the first 25 miles.
It's the cumulative fatigue.
Absolutely.
It's the idea of, you've been going at it where the heat, things start to get overly hot, right? Like the jet engines need to cool at some point. And the longer you go, and it doesn't matter if you're out there going at a very easy pace, eventually an easy pace is a really hard pace. And that's just due to the cumulative fatigue, or what a lot of physiologists and coaches would call like cardiac drift.
Yeah.
Where it just your heart rate decouples from your effort and starts to automatically increase throughout the day. Now, these athletes have been up since midnight running this race.
Yeah.
I would imagine that, and I've never had a midnight start, but I could only imagine that by the time you get to the start line at midnight, you've already got a day's worth of fatigue in your body. I mean, maybe you were relaxing as much as you can, but your nervous system isn't completely shut off that entire day. Your circadian rhythms aren't completely shut off and down. So you've just added a day's worth of fatigue onto your legs and then asked them to go run 100 miles. That was one of the hardest parts of running Run Rabbit Run 100, is that you're up for 6 hours before the race even starts. Mm-hmm. One of the beauties of Leadville 100 is you're not awake until you hit May Queen at mile 13. Yeah. You've run a half marathon half near asleep.
Yeah, I've always had a hard time with the weird starts. Grindstone, I did a handful of times with the 6 p.m. start. Which
that would be awful.
Yeah, it's rough just kind of getting through that day before the start.
Yeah, because you have to dedicate X amount of time to getting your body set right for it.
And it's kind of cruel. They have the pre-race briefing, the mandatory pre-race briefing at 1, right? And it's over by, 1:30? And the race starts at 6. And so you just sit there.
Who came up with that, Laz?
Yeah. It's almost Horton. Well, this look at this. This just looks lovely.
Yeah, and Keith, that is one thing. Like, for instance, we locally here have some fixed time races that are
those are great.
Like
coming up
we
in
have
the hot time.
We have Hotfoot Hamster and Jackrabbit Jubilee, and they have 7 p.m. start times for a 12-hour race. So, yeah, I mean, that's definitely it's something you don't have to do, a race such as this or Grindstone in order to experience it. But yeah, I always am amazed at the people that come in at those races, the local ones, the fixed timers, that start at 7 p.m. and then run through the night.
Actually, the hangover runs that are like everyone uses for a tune-up for Javelina, those are like 5:30, 6 p.m. starts.
That's true, but they're also like 50K. I mean, some people do the 75K, but the 50K is kind of the main event.
Only
there.
Weird people like Nick Curry.
Well, because he's always training for something so specific.
Yeah.
But
by the way, ran into James Bonet today.
Nice.
Yeah. He's got his hands full with coaching both Nick and Jamil.
and having 4 or 5 kids.
Yeah, 5 kids.
So I just got the official timeout split from Yukari, 11 hours, 50 minutes, 44 seconds. That there's a sizable gap. Courtney was 10:26:55, Yukari 11:50:44. So you're talking 84 minutes between the two of them, between first and second on the women's side. On the men's side,
Again, and this is at the what mile?
100K mark.
100K mark. Yeah.
And on the men's side, we've had just 2 that have gone through aid station number 5, which is Oshino at mile 70. Guomin Dang, your race leader on the men's side, at 11 hours 26 minutes, and Guidu Kin at 11:33:45. The next runners we expect to hit Oshino would be the third place male, who would be at last check Kento Tamura, or the first woman, Courtney DeWalter.
Yep.
Those are the people we genuinely expect to see next at the Oshino aid station.
And it looks like there's a 16K. It looks like it's about 16K from F4 to F5. Not a lot of elevation gain. So we would expect to see Courtney in the third place male shortly.
Yeah, so there was about I believe an 18-minute, it was 40, so 22-minute gap between the first 2 men and the third man at the last aid station, and then Courtney was 18 minutes behind
The third man.
The third man.
Okay, all right.
But was looking far better.
Oh, yeah.
So we don't quite know what to expect, but we'll definitely keep it tuned here.
And do we know, is Marco on the ground at F5? At Oshino? Or this might be third place man at Oshino.
Oh, yeah, that's entirely possible. If that is, that definitely is. I recognize the kit now. So that is Kento Tamura at Oshino. Kento Tamura.
There he is, 29 years old.
Very, very, very fast. A 62-minute half
marathoner. Okay, so foot speed.
Yeah, this is the guy Zach was talking about, being a 14-minute 5K runner. So stepping up in distance by a wide margin here, acquitting himself very well.
And that was a quick aid station stop.
Yeah, in and out. That's actually kind of surprising.
What's he doing here?
Oh,
a little hosing off. Look
Okay.
at that. He's taking care of himself.
Which is good because he's moving, in and out of the aid station, but at the same time, not.
Yeah, and if he's a foot speed guy, he could just make some distance on these roads. That was good to see. He's not panicking. He's not.
And it looks like we've got another runner. Is this at Oshino or is this at?
Gosh, these volunteers look so happy.
The 100K mark. I think everybody on this course looks like they're having a great time.
They really do look like they're having
a couple
a
of the
great
runners
time.
maybe not so much, but everybody associated with the race seems to be all smiles.
Jordan's in the house. It must be getting late.
Yeah. Must be. It's approaching Zach's bedtime if Jordan is here in the house.
The night shift is here.
Yeah, we're also looking to keep an eye out for Nicole Bitter at aid station number 4, hoping that we'll catch eyes on her fairly soon.
Is Zach on the ground crewing?
He is on the ground crewing. So it's actually kind of surprising that we haven't seen Nicole yet because she was right behind Yukari. At aid station 3, I believe. So I'm trying to take better notes so I can keep up with all of the action here. The tracker is.
Look at those. What's that food there? That's some good looking stuff right there. Oh, okay.
Like a donut?
That wouldn't be bad.
Oh, okay. Donuts eclairs. It's still just before noon there.
Oh, look at that!
That looks like a donut. That's a
donut.
There's multiple varietals
Yeah, I think.
Whoa! Check that out.
Those are strawberry or raspberry candies of some kind.
All right, folks, we are getting the inside scoop on the Mount Fuji 100. Those look like little chocolates.
Those are cream
bread.
Is that what that says on the side of the box? All sorts of goodies.
I could use a handful of those right now.
One of the things that I get a kick out of.
Oh, and then look at this stuff.
That is.
You can do your laundry.
No,
it's Amino Vital. Yeah,
I'm not familiar with it, but one of the things that it sounds like the runners have, especially the Western runners, have been taking in is the availability of gummies.
Yeah,
just gummy
all
bears,
kinds
gummy
of
worms,
gummy things. In general.
Loving that aspect of what's available. And Jean pointed out earlier in the chat, and I caught that he said that they're actually plant-based, not gelatin-based in Japan for the most part, which I thought was pretty interesting.
Really?
For
gummies.
Gummies.
Plant-based gummies.
So,
Who
Jean, Jean, who is a regular in our chats, has been living in Japan for some time. So he's been our cultural correspondent, I should say. We should send him some Mountain Outpost swag or something like that, to be honest. We'll see if we...
No, we got
Jean. I think I just called that there. I think I'm gonna see what I can do to send you a shirt or some swag or something like that. Hit me up via message, and we'll see if we can send something your way, because we're grateful to have you here. So
there we got the course map. We've
I
hit the
love this
12-hour mark. Courtney Dauwalter in the lead with an hour and 24-minute lead over her closest competitor on the women's side.
I saw a friend of yours in the chat earlier, surprisingly. Tropical John.
Tropical John,
I believe
in the
he was
house.
in the chat. So
hey, he's got to be into bed right now, but yeah, Peter, I know that you're half Japanese. Good to hear from you, and throwing shade Ann's way, as I would expect. Would expect nothing less from you, Peter. Peter Defty, the owner of Vespa Nutrition, all-around good guy. And if you ever see him with a shirt on, call me. Because even at his advanced age, he throws out the no shirt pretty much all the time, and he's a hairy one.
Do you guys want to see something really cool?
Oh, of course.
We've been doing it all day. Really cool. Why stop now?
That 301 is Courtney Dauwalter. 206 is our third place male.
Oh, wow.
So I'm just saying, she is closing in on our men's podium.
Oh,
and that gap is decreasing significantly.
I said that earlier. I said that I actually had her picked for the overall podium, and I think that would be absolutely awesome. A race of this stature for that to happen.
She is just about into aid station 5 here, F5, and 206 has just left. And I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but didn't look too fantastic taking off out of that aid station. Our second place didn't. Third place looked okay.
Yeah,
Courtney's chasing.
The first place man and the first place woman look far better than
everybody
the rest of the
else.
field right now. So.
Hold on, it's coming. Wait for it. Wait for it. Go.
You're awesome, dude. We got this. Oh, it looks like it went back in time.
Oh,
there we go.
She's in
Courtney
aid
Dauwalter
station 5.
is in Oshino. All right.
We know we knew that's what you tuned in for, folks, and we're bringing you as much Courtney as we can. So, looking fantastic. Look at that, smiles and just having a good time out there.
She looks like she's really kind of, I wouldn't say turned the corner, but she was kind of like leaning into the looking into the pain cave a little bit, and it looks to me now that she's just like, this is where I shine.
And also
113 kn.
She's giving Kevin an aid station off.
Yeah,
and filling
he's
her
taking,
own bottles.
he took the aid station off. He needed a break.
He needs some rest. Meanwhile, Courtney is just, all smiles.
And she's on her way out.
And she's on her way out
already.
Unbelievable.
That is Courtney doing Courtney things.
So we're talking at
Dewey to it right there.
5, about 12:04, give or take. We'll get the official out time, and I'll compare it against.
She's gonna hose off a little bit.
She's just cleaning her hands and probably brushing her teeth.
She always washes her face. Watch her keep. She's not gonna get her feet wet. She is no dummy.
Yeah, she's very careful to not. But we're talking, 12:04-ish.
She's like, what, do I go this way?
So, give or take, she cut the lead, or she cut the lead that M3 had on her from 18 minutes to about 8.
Yeah.
In one aid station.
Yeah.
In one stretch. So, Courtney,
and that was,
and
by the way, Americans out there, that was in 10 miles.
Yeah.
So 8 minutes and 10 miles. So, and then between F5 and F6, it's less than 10K. One little punchy climb. But as Zach called it, he saw it on the stream.
Kento Tamura? Yeah. So
by F7, she's going to be in the top 3.
So let me. Okay, so Kento actually lost ground on the lead men. Went from about 22 minutes to 30 minutes back. But Courtney, on the other hand, just scooting.
Professional guys.
Hey, and Travis Lawncar talking about the Mountain Outpost merch.
Yeah.
Dude, I've been pounding on Jamil for this ever since he rebranded with that cool little red outhouse look. It's not a matter of if, but when. Maybe we'll roll it out for Hard Rock.
It's on the way. It's on the way.
So
FYI.
So Courtney
Let's
is
hope. Maybe Cocodona would be a good place, although we're gonna have the pajamas for that.
Courtney is 6 minutes back of Kento,
third
of third man.
But let's just call a spade. How far back of the lead man? There's still plenty of real estate out there.
From the lead man, we're talking
hour
36.
I mean, come on.
36 minutes. So 11:26 was when Guomin Dane came through, aid station 5, and Courtney was at 12:02.
Yeah.
So actually, it's about 37 minutes. 12:02:54.
You know how easy that is to reel in? Like, it's not that easy, but with these punchy climbs,
that's our live shot, guys. No, it's not. Oh, it's not? Oh, okay. Sorry.
That's a good look at Chris's svelte figure.
Oh, my. Okay, perfect. Can we show them the map? I would rather show them the map than show them us. But so this is, as you can see, basically just to the right of center is where a lot of the main pack of the men's field is starting to head now. F4. That is F4 as in aid station number 4, not fourth place woman. F5 further to the right is where we just saw Courtney Dauwalter and our top 3 men come through in the last 30 minutes. There. Oh, perfect. Awesome. Thank you. That was Oshino aid. The next aid station is
easy for you.
Yamanaka
Korayura.
Yamanako Kiara or Carrara.
Jordan crushed
Thanks,
it.
Jordan. But that is the next aid station, and that is at mile 76, 77, about 123 kilometers in. It's only a 10K between Oshino and that aid station.
Yeah.
So
with a little bit of a pitchy climb.
Yeah.
You know,
something to definitely keep in mind. That stretch of between F5 and F6 does have a quick jaunt uphill and then back down. So you can see that between F5 and F6, they've got to jump up. Looks like it's about maybe a 400 meter, 500 meter climb, give or take.
Yeah, 1,500 feet for those of you want to translate that, and then right back down.
Oh, I've been,
and then it's grindy between between F6 and F7.
Toggling my brain between miles in the metric system has been good practice all day long. So
there are our friends doing the Japanese commentary on the ground, I think, at the finish line.
Yeah, I would assume that they're at that aid station, at Fuji Hokuroku.
No, at the one
that's
Fuji
Hokuroku Park.
That's right.
Yeah. That would be where I assume they're set up. So
looks like we have a remote camera out there now chasing someone down, a little double track along the agricultural area. Of course, in the foothills of Mount Fuji, you've got incredible soil, a good year-round climate. So probably lots of agriculture these folks are running through in between these aid stations and these population centers.
Jean, if you've got Instagram, find me on Instagram. I should be pretty easy to find. I'm going to talk to Zach and Matt about sending you a swag package in appreciation of you tuning in with us today and helping us out with some cultural points on our broadcast. We would definitely have less of a robust broadcast without your help. So I just want to say thank you.
And by the way, that's true for everybody in the chat. We love it, and we're getting into the witching hour now. We're going through the night here on Arizona time. I know for East Coasters in North America, it's you're probably in bed. You're probably waking up in time to maybe see Courtney's finish, but chime in on the chat. Tell us what you're up to. Maybe you're enjoying a beverage this evening. Let us know what you're drinking.
Remember at Run Rabbit Run when we had somebody in town that was watching, basically correcting us with some information.
And they showed up.
Literally came and sat on the couch with us to tell us more information about the race.
Absolutely. If you're in range of our voice and you want to come in, we're here at our Vipa studio. We can.
If you like pineapple on your pizza, you might have a bite to eat too. Yeah. But no, I don't think we've got any way to monitor the doors down at the end of the studio. So
no,
we're upstairs.
We're kind of shut up. We're kind of shut down at this point. Although I did see Patty and Hannah and the team. They're in full blown Cocodona planning mode. So they're out in the warehouse.
So are we.
Yeah. So are we. So are we.
We're looking forward to that.
Trying to bank some sleep.
Folks, for those just tuning in, I'm Chris Warden.
I'm Andy Jones-Wilkins, and we're here for the Mount Fuji 100-mile live stream for the first time.
Yeah, we are doing the English language broadcast for Mountain Outpost as part of the World Trail Majors, an acknowledgement and celebration of this amazing sport that brings those of us together from across the country and around the world.
And I'm struck by this event in particular. They've done an incredible job of, bringing this country and the unique characteristics of the area around Mount Fuji, to our television screens.
Absolutely.
And do so in that classic sort of Japanese, respectful, honorable style. So it's great to see, and we'll be here with you all night and all day into tomorrow. So thanks for following along.
Yeah. To talk about, for those that are tuning in from, the Western Hemisphere, we do have a handful of runners that we are keeping a closer eye on, admittedly. Of course, on the women's side, Courtney Dauwalter is doing Courtney Dauwalter things. Last I checked, had about an 83-minute lead on your second-place woman, Yukari Somaya, who is running a fantastic race for her debut 100-miler. I don't want to take anything away from Yukari, but Courtney is Courtney, and doing an amazing job here on the course today. Last we checked, in third place, and we'll be able to confirm this the next time they hit the 8, is Nicole Bitter.
Yeah.
Nicole Bitter doing very well over there. The first part of the race plays to her strengths. We've kind of concurred on that. But her being an all-purpose, all-around runner, we don't necessarily expect that there be any sort of drop in performance. It's just that we know what she's stronger at, and it's basically being fast.
Yeah, and I think she'll gut it out. I mean, unless something happens with her stomach, as happened with her at Run Rabbit in one of our more recent live streams. But I think she's gotten to this point. I think she's probably going to make it. Probably finish within, I want to give it 2-3 hours of Courtney. A good, respectable finish, and going all the way around the world to run a race. It's going to be good stuff. Skylar Hall chiming in on the chat. Apparently, he knows how to break into the studio.
I wouldn't be surprised by that.
So, Skylar, come on down. We could use your energy.
If anybody knows where the bodies are buried, it's Skylar.
It's Skylar, yeah.
Looking at the men, the men from the West in this race, we've got a couple of note. We've got Anthony Lee, no stranger to the higher end of the placement in American races. Anthony Lee has won URAY 100. Loves the high altitude stuff. Colorado guy, climbs, as many mountains as he can find, and then, climbs them again. And also Pete Mortimer, a local favorite of ours. In the interest of full disclosure, he is my coach. And
that's an assignment in and of itself.
He's a miracle worker, let's put it that way. So Pete Mortimer running Mount Fuji 100 for the first time, basically turning it into an extended family vacation. I talked with him yesterday as he was sitting in an amusement park eating ice cream, black ice cream, as it were, which is kind of funky.
Really?
Yeah, but yeah, Pete is over there. Number one, doing a family vacation thing, and number two, using this as kind of a de facto training run for Tour de Jean, which he'll be running later this year.
Right, because he's got this weird triple of this. I think he's going to do URAY.
Yep.
And then one other sort of stupid 100-miler before he goes over and does Tour de Jeans.
Yeah.
Right?
So Pete is running this race. And his goals, when I spoke to him, fairly reasonable, fairly modest. He wants to finish in the top 10.
Yeah.
But he's not going to put himself in any sort of danger. Like I said, he considers himself in a training cycle, so he's treating this accordingly.
And he'll squeeze into the top 10, in the last 30 or 40K. We're getting some thank you, folks, for weighing in. Liquid Candy New England IPA from Tarantula Hill Brewing in Thousand Oaks, California.
It's like they know you.
Wow, that sounds yummy. Dragon's Milk Bourbon Barrel Aged Stout from New Holland Brewing.
Now you're speaking my language. I like Dragon's Milk.
From Santa Cruz. Thank you very much. Good stuff. Keep it coming. Dragon's Milk, Tussey Mountainback, loves the Dragon's Milk. So, yeah, keep those recommendations coming.
I'm normally not a beer guy anymore, but when I do drink it, it's usually a bourbon barrel aged stout or an old style.
Wow,
or hams. I do like
hams. Hams has a fair bit of old style ishness to it.
Pretty much. It's my Midwestern roots, calling out to me. But if I'm not drinking a hams or an old style, it's usually like a Firestone Walker Parabola or something of that realm.
Like thick and hearty. And
like
you could
something
you could eat it with a spoon.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
So we're gonna.
But we're cranking up the coffee maker here at Mountain Outpost.
I actually
HQ,
brought a cup,
and because we're in for the long haul.
Yeah, we're gonna
our lead out. Here's some good.
There we go.
Here we have Courtney out on the road. Looks like we have camera chasing her down. She just looks steady and smooth like she always does.
I can tell you from experience that this is a hard job, being the follow filmer for Courtney on flat ground. Like, I mean, I'm sure it's harder even on hills because I've seen Jamil do it, but I've followed Courtney on ground for as long as I could in a flatter area, and it is not easy. Even when she's, 60, 70, 80 miles. Is that Mount Fuji in the background? That's a money shot right there.
So here we are a little bit after, those of you just tuning in again, the 12-hour and 18-minute mark. So it's just a bit after noon Japanese time. They've been heading out. They've been out after it for 12 hours. Courtney Dauwalter is through the 113-kilometer mark. So she has approximately 53 kilometers to go. And there she is with Mount Fuji in the background. Looks like some early spring fields.
And also, like, one of the things about Courtney's race here, like, it's going so well and she's so confident and so stable in what she's doing that she gave her crew an aid station off.
Yeah.
Like, that tells you. I mean, Kevin was able to skip this past aid station that she went and fueled up at herself.
Yeah.
Because she was wearing him out trying to keep up.
Yeah.
That's pretty amazing. But yeah, I would surrender at about that point as well, because you're not going to win that race. And frankly, Courtney could win this race entirely. Still. Absolutely. So there were people asking about where she is at currently. She is in first place in the women's race by a wide margin, about an 84-plus minute margin last we checked from first to second place. Now, overall, she's about 36 minutes back of the men's leader based on the most recent aid station tracking. Your current overall leader is Guomin Dang, who hit the fifth aid station at Oshino at 11 hours, 26 minutes. Guido Kin was in second place at 11:34. Third place, 100-mile debut runner Kento Tamura was in third place at 11:56.50. And Courtney was nipping at his heels about 6 minutes back of Kento, having cut that deficit from 18 to 6 in the previous 10K. So Courtney is on the hunt for the overall top three right now.
Chris, this does remind me of her run at Hard Rock, which we were also on the call for, where she just kind of started out in that sort of diesel engine mode. But then when she knew she was going to have a good day and things were rolling, once she got past Grouse Gulch, it was game on.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. And this seems to be definite game on Courtney mode. And as I mentioned, she's had kind of a chill start to her year. I mean, not nothing.
Yeah.
She never does nothing.
Trans-Gran Canaria.
Yeah, Trans-Gran Canaria.
But for her, that is kind of an easier.
Kind of an easy, chill thing. And then she can roll from this into Hard Rock. And wow. The overall win is not at all out of the question at this
Absolutely
point.
not.
Yeah.
If she keeps picking people off. Now, I will say Guomin Dang looked really good the last time we saw him at the aid station at Oshino, which is about 70 miles in. I mean, it would take her having a great day and him probably having his day go sideways in order for her to catch up, because he did look that good and was moving well. Now, in second place, Guido Kin didn't look that great, looked okay. So that'll be interesting. And Guido is 7 minutes back of Dang based on what we saw at the most recent aid station. Thanks, Jean, for clarifying. I guess that at CP5, no runner had support. I wonder if that means that Kevin has F6 off.
Yeah, it might. It might.
But, Kevin definitely Kevin, who is crewing Courtney, of course, and Zach, who is crewing Nicole, thanks to the both of them for, giving our coverage team on our boots on the ground, Marco, some unfettered access, really, chatting with him and giving us the skinny. And I'll be honest, that's part of the beauty of the progress of the coverage of trail and ultra running, because I remember back in 2018, 2019, when we first started this journey as a part of Mountain Outpost and Aravaipa, that people were a little bit hesitant and a little bit leery of answering questions when I would come up and ask, "Hey, how's your runner?" They looked like they were, "Oh, they're fine, they're good, everything's fine, they're okay, yeah, they're crushing it." Now we've gotten to the point where we're getting intel and we're getting communication from these runners and their crews where the crews are like, yeah, they're not having a great day or whatever it might be, or, their stomach isn't feeling great. I mean, we had Yukari in second place. Woman, she's basically said that her stomach, like she's feeling good from a psychological, emotional standpoint, but that her stomach was not playing along. So I think that the more we cover these races and the more people understand we're just trying to grow the sport and give people a reason to cheer for these athletes, I think that the coverage is only going to improve because everybody is learning that we are simply just here to bring the story of the race and not trying. We're not gotcha journalists or anything
Not
like
at
that.
all.
We're these are our friends in a lot of cases. And that actually makes it a little bit tricky sometimes because you kind of have to navigate occasionally when somebody is having a crappy day, or, for instance, you obviously have your podcast when you want to talk to somebody about something that is like a hot button issue or maybe a sensitive subject. We have to learn to navigate the fact that we as fans and friends of this community, it gets a little bit tricky, but thankfully, I think we've shown these runners and these crew people and officials in this field that we're here to try and just help move things along and open up the sport to new eyes.
Well, and I appreciate Jean's comment. I also appreciate Aid Station Fireball. And I'm reminded of Mark Twain's famous line, don't ruin a good story by sticking too closely to the truth. And of course we are reporting the truth. We're here reporting on the Mount Fuji 100-miler. But the beauty of trail and ultra running is it is ripe with storytelling.
Absolutely.
Our good friend who's a head of marketing here at Aravaipa Mountain Outpost, Matt Feldick, talks about how, yes, we're covering races, but we're also telling stories. And, we're not able to do it in this race because it's just so massive and it's on the other side of the country. But what we try to do...
I think we're on the other side of the globe here.
Other side of the globe, country. What we try to do especially with our homegrown coverage of Black Canyon and Cocodona and Javelina and even Run Rabbit and Hard Rock and the other events we're going to do this year is their stories from start to finish. And I mean, I had a person come to me a month and a half ago who was telling me that she was stairwell girl. And I was like, what do you mean? What do you mean? And it was in a text. What do you mean stairwell girl?
From Run Rabbit Run.
We were at Run Rabbit Run. Chris and I were, as we are tonight, kind of on the graveyard shift, working through the night. At one point, we had no drone footage. We had nothing. It was dark at the aid stations. We're just kind of talking, making stuff up. We sort of texted to each other, and you got your gimbal and got your phone and just started kind of wandering around the aid station, checking in on runners and their crews. And all of a sudden, someone chimes in on the chat and says, I'm looking for my friend. Last time I saw her, she was in the stairwell of the aid station. And she became known as Stairwell Girl. And you're looking around and trying to find her. And that's the kind of thing. We bring those sorts of little stories to life that then can become more meaningful stories and can become sort of fun lore for someone to talk about 6 months, a year, 2 years, 5 years later.
Well, let's be frank. This sport, the coverage of this sport is not dynamic 99% of the time.
Right.
It's not like football where it's hard-hitting action every 15 seconds, or hockey where the action is constant, or basketball.
Or even baseball, where you're going to have the sacrifice bunt to move the runner along. We're not having that going on right now.
I mean, and our excitement is watching people eat food.
Yeah.
And, coming in and out of aid stations and hosing themselves down, as dirty as that sounds. But, part of what we love about doing this, and I think I can speak for you in this regard, is, for instance, when you're talking about a 100-mile race, or, as a race that we're going to be covering in a couple of weeks, that's twice as long, we get to know people as we're covering them and learn their stories, and also their fans in the background and in the chat giving us all of this information, this intel. That's part of what makes this coverage so much fun to do, is that, we get to learn so much about these people. And and then we find out later that they went back and they watched or they heard about our coverage and how we just happened to, mention their name in passing or talk about their experiences or what we saw of them. That happened to me after Run Rabbit Run. In the airport, this guy comes up to me and he was the second to last finish and remember that we had, cheered him in on the live stream. That's part of what the magic of covering the sport is all about. It's a privilege and it's an honor to be a part of what we see and to be able to bring it to other people. I mean, yeah, it would be great if we had a ton of people watching at a given time, like if we had, tens of thousands, but it's not necessarily realistic simply because this sport is not only a labor of love to do and to cover, but to watch.
Yeah.
It absolutely is. So we're grateful to everybody that tunes in because you're why we're here. Whether there's, 300, 3,000 or 30,000 of you watching, we're here to tell the story and to try and provide color for what you're seeing. Right now, obviously, we've got we're lacking camera feeds. Do we have anything, Jordan, that we can bring them? Do we have any even static cams? Oh, okay. So yeah, so basically and we're dealing with, number one, we've got the live feed from the Japanese language team, and then we've also got a single camera crew that's basically furiously chasing the lead,
like trying to figure out how to go, where they're going to go, and how they're going to go there, and if they're going to go there. We do endeavor every broadcast to bring equal coverage of the men's field and the women's field. Typically in a race that Courtney is in, it frankly becomes a little bit more difficult because she tends to gap the rest of the women's field so significantly that unless you have unlimited resources that you can deploy across the course, you're not really going to be able to do that. Yeah. So this race coverage is a good example. And I think it's something obviously we're going to learn from as a race team. But I want to say something sort of zooming out a little bit more big picture too, is that, Chris, you've been here since the beginning, those early live streams in 2018, 2019 that sort of started small with the homegrown Aravaipa races. And really last year in 2023, we really, moved our game beyond the Aravaipa races to particularly to Hard Rock. Well, first to Bandera at the very beginning of the year in January, then to Hard Rock, Run Rabbit Run. This year we're exploding beyond that. This race, perhaps some other World Trail Majors, the partnership with Daybreak Racing and Free Trail, and for example the broadcast that was just last week at Gorge Waterfalls, the event, Tim Tollefson's event at Mammoth. So we're really growing what we're doing. Western States, Mountain Outpost will be the chief broadcasting partner at Western States this year. It's really exciting, both for us in our small way as commentators, but also as a way to bring the sport to more people in more places, in more creative ways. And yes, here we happen to be sitting at a hiatus where we're 12 and a half hours into the race. Our cameras on the ground are not there. The Japanese coverage is taking a little bit of a break, but you're here. You're here. You're hanging out. You're interested. You're engaging with us in the chat. We love that, by the way. We love to engage with you in the chat, and we thank you for tuning in and look forward to bringing you the rest of this race and then our whole lineup of races going through the rest of 2024.
Just a heads up, we do have our first man through aid station 6. That is the Yamanakako Kirara aid station. That's the only time I'm going to say that. That is Guomin Dang still holding the lead. Crossed that timing mat. It's about mile 76 at 12 hours, 28 minutes, 58 seconds. Had an 8-minute lead on second place Guido Kin. We'll see if Guido was able to close that gap. I'll be honest, ATW, I don't know if I like Kin's chances to cut into that lead based on what we saw out of the two of them when they were both leaving that last aid station.
Yeah, I think Guomindang looked better.
Absolutely.
Made quicker work of it. Here we've got the tracker. I think Zach's going to refresh it.
So, yeah, we've got 203 on his way into F6 right there.
Yeah.
But this is really what we're looking at right there, where we've got Courtney on a climb here. So this is a climb up to this ridge, and then they drop down into the aid station.
So, wait, okay, so that's
Courtney DeWalter and Tamura.
That's Kento Tamura.
Kento Tamura, yeah. So
third place male.
Third place male. Third place overall. Might not be third place overall by the time they get to that age.
Correct, yeah.
They are literally, I mean...
What's that distance, give or take? Just kind of eyeballing it.
500 meters.
Oh. and it's a climb. And so, and again, not taking anything away from Kento, we talked about his flat out knockdown, drag out speed. He's a 62-minute, an hour 2 half marathoner, a 14-minute 5K runner. But this is
also one more thing to add into it. He just pinged 1.5 minutes ago to Courtney was 3.5 minutes ago. So that's where Courtney was 3 minutes ago, not currently, and that's where he was 1 minute ago. So that I imagine that gap is even shorter.
And as fast as he is, and as well as he's been moving, he's being chased by somebody who will not be denied right now.
Yeah.
I have run from Courtney in a race, and let me tell you, it is a thing of fear to see her charging up a climb behind you because she is just a robot. It just, that little bounce, if super efficient little stride she has, she grinds up these climbs. I mean, I had to turn my headlamp off just so she didn't have anything to chase.
It's my favorite thing to do in terms of great gamesmanship.
I had to play games in order to not get destroyed by her. So, yeah, no, she is absolutely on a hunt right now. I can guarantee you she can see him up there at this point. He's directly above her, a few hundred feet above her
right now, and then they're going to hit that ridge and then descend.
And one thing that Courtney does really well, she's a great descender.
Yeah,
like, she's a really strong hiker. She can climb and hike really well. And there isn't anything she doesn't do really well, but her strength is her downhill. She's really good on downhill. So that's where she'll usually make up a gap. And if he's hurting at all and his legs are starting to give way, that downhill we discussed earlier, that downhill's, it's more of a loss of time than it is a gain of time when you're comparing it to what other people can do on downhill.
Yeah.
A 12-minute downhill is not unfathomable when your legs are destroyed, and an 8-minute downhill per mile downhill is pretty reasonable if you have legs.
Yeah.
And that's a 4-minute gap can disappear in, a mile and a half.
We'll be following that very closely.
Yeah.
Obviously.
Watching dots, baby. We're just watching dots. We also do have an update from Marco, our Japanese correspondent. He is heading out to that aid station, and he's hoping to get to F6 where he will catch that live for us, and then he will hang out there until he's got to make his way back to the finish line. So we're going to get as much as we can from that F6. We felt that it was better to chase the front and stay there for longer than it was to keep going aid station by aid station. So he's going to park it there at F6 for a while. We're going to be able to see the runners come through, and then he's going to take off to the finish line. We're going to catch the finish of this race, and we're going to see what unfolds over the next handful of miles, which... This is ultra running, baby. Anything can happen.
Mm-hmm.
Apparently, it's based on what I'm hearing in our back channels, that getting to F6 is a bit of a haul. Like, it's a 30-minute drive, if I'm understanding correctly, to get from F4 to F6, which is pretty amazing considering it's what just based on in terms of trail miles, you're talking
21K, 22K.
Yeah.
Not very far, but you got to go around a lot of mountain. You got to go around a mountain to get there.
As we mentioned, you can see in the right-hand side, F5 Oshino, where much of the lead pack has has recently departed on the men's and on the women's side, and then F6 where only one runner, Guo Mindang, has made it through there to this point.
Yamanaka. Oh, sorry, missed it. I know Jordan helped us with that pronunciation. But. One more time, buddy. Yamanaka Koka Kira Gararara. I tried.
You get an A for effort.
It's a lot of letters. That's a lot of letters right there.
Yeah, that's. I'm just gonna say aid station number 6.
Yeah, we'll just call it. Sorry, friends out there.
We tried.
We are doing our best.
As far as
with following the dots.
Well, I mean, sometimes when you've got a race such as this, that's all you can do. You know, that's all we've got is what we've got. So.
Look at how much more relaxed we are here in the States. Just chilling.
Yeah, I mean, we're just having a blast watching a race that, frankly, I had very little knowledge of prior to about 3-4 days ago, where I had started to cram to get some information.
Oh, for sure.
So we'll be following, and we are approaching the stages of this race where, if there are moves to be made, it's going to be happening fairly soon.
So we did receive word from our man on the ground, Marco. He is heading over to F6. We'll be there shortly.
It's the old saying, less than a marathon to go.
Yeah, and that's sunset shots of Mount Fuji.
Wonderful.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's one of the cool things about following this race. When Corinne and Jeff and Zach were in here, on the call earlier, getting to watch what they were seeing, as far as the background palettes and seeing Mount Fuji in the background, because it was clear skies earlier today. It looks like it's kind of gotten a little bit overcast, but this morning, Mount Fuji time, as it's currently it's not even 1 in the afternoon.
It's not even 1 in the afternoon. Yeah.
The race started at midnight local time for those just tuning in, so that's why it didn't start at 5 or 6 a.m. like your traditional, maybe Western Hemisphere races. So we're hoping. I would think that. Well, let's see. By my shift ends at 2 a.m. I mean, we might get our first finishers by the time I'm off the air.
Yeah, that would be
50K or less, and that's 5 hours and change the way they're moving. It's entirely possible. And I know that Corinne and Jeff, one of the things that they were talking about is that they don't want to miss Courtney's finish.
Yeah.
So they were
we might have 6 people on the
mic.
They
were excited to go back to the Airbnb and grab a nap. It might be a short nap.
Yeah.
Because they got to eat too.
Yeah.
So, yeah, thanks for. Do we have another feed? Sweet.
Thank you, Jordan. By the way, we've got our man on the ground, Jordan, who's been Chris and my late night partner many times now. Most notably at Run Rabbit and Javelina. We kind of go way back at this point.
Yeah,
and,
we go back months.
I suspect we'll be doing this a couple more times this year. But here we go at Yamanaka Koa Kirarara, our lead man.
No, that's not.
That's not our lead man?
It can't be. No, that's the name of the aid station.
No, but is that the lead man?
Oh, yeah.
At the aid
no,
station?
it could be. Let's see.
I know it's the name of the aid station. I know I sound dumb.
No, that was all me. That was all me.
All right, Jean put it in there. Yamanaka Ko Kirara. Thank you, Jean.
because our first two were 202 and 203. That is, I think that's Guido Kin.
Let's see if we can get a bib. Flap that puppy down.
No, I think that's Guido Kin because Guomin Deng was wearing a blue kit, if I remember correctly.
Is he rocking plated shoes?
I can't remember.
It looked like it.
I'm not a sneaker file.
Yeah.
Where you at, Brett Hornick?
Hey, Brett, if you're watching, are those plated shoes? Keith is noting that that's second place male. Leaving F6, kilometer 122. So 44 kilometers to go. We're thinking Guido Kin?
Yeah, because Deng left that aid station at about 12:33. So you're talking maybe about a 10-minute gap, give or take, between the first and second man. Now, the interesting thing at age 6 is who are we going to see next? Are we going to see...
Are we going to see...
Kento Tamura?
Kento? Or are we going to see Courtney?
I would say...
What do y'all think in the chat?
Do you think that...
Looks like
Courtney
Guido's starting to run again.
Do we think that Courtney is going to be overtaking Kento here for third overall?
Any shoe geeks out there, can anybody identify those shoes? Love to hear from you. So that's Guido, 122.5K, literally 44K to go. And he's running. I love these town shots.
Okay, so it's actually, there's a 10-minute, 17-second gap between first and second because he was out at 12.
Look at that
That's a beautiful shot.
What a beautiful mountain.
My father was stationed at the base of Fuji back before I was born. He said that he thought about climbing it with some Marine buddies, but they got as far up as like a trolley would take them and said, "That's good, we're good," then headed back down. That was at least the way he explained it to me. So he's never been much of a hiker. So
that's beautiful. Update on Anthony Lee. We'll try and get that.
Last we saw, Anthony
Lee
was
asking
not.
About that.
He was having some issues. I think that Marco had said in terms of how he was feeling. I mean, he was still moving okay and was still on the inside of the top 10 overall at the time. Let me see if I can look up.
Keith is pointing out that they look like the Adidas carbon shoes that Tom Evans wore. I assume you're saying in Western States. Those little bouncy shoes he wore.
Yeah,
and then Skylar Hall's giving us a lesson in pronunciation.
Oh, that's
sit down, Skylar.
Skylar the educator.
Yeah.
That's
Williams.
like his rap name, like Tyler the Creator. Skylar the educator.
Williams College Eefman. Thank you very much. Sit down, Skylar.
Yeah, from Anthony Lee's crew, to reiterate, we had Marco catch up with him earlier, that Anthony was struggling with dehydration as he approached the 100K mark and was running with Hayato Nishikata and eventually fell behind. For those unfamiliar, Hayato Nishikata, who was running with Anthony for a while as they approached the 100K mark, won the URA 100 last year, and which puts him in company with Anthony Lee, who was won the 100 URA
and in a time of 31:52, which is fast for that race.
Yeah, I think it's in the top 5 overall.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And yeah, he and Anthony seemed to be a very similar strength with their results at URA, so they were. It's only natural they were running together. I don't know if that would be like. I think it's wonderful, but. To have that background,
look at that
entirely. You're basically circumnavigating the entirety of Mount Fuji on this race. You can't get a much cooler backdrop for a race that never leaves you.
What a beautiful spot for an aid station too. Just
absolutely,
kind of.
But yeah, you can see that it is now overcast.
Yep. And again, it's not even 1 o'clock in the afternoon there. They've got overcast skies. You see a lot of race officials and so forth in jackets and long sleeve shirts and pants. It's I know they were talking about it being warm, but
Jean dropping the knowledge here in the chat. There's a Japanese proverb that says, "You're crazy if you don't climb Fuji, and crazier if you climb it more than once."
I love that.
That's
I
great.
love that.
Oh,
what was that, Jordan?
What did we have there? It looked like we had
man,
No, I wanted to see what they were doing. It looked like
looked like
somebody
we
was
had
taking some
something
pictures
cool.
there. No, I would rather. Yeah, what's going on here? Is this a runner making their way into?
Oh,
Looks
is that
like-
Pete?
No. Well, okay. So Pete Mortimer is in this race, and he is very distinctive.
He
in
is.
comparison.
He's very tall.
He's 6'4". He's got a big beard, and he's from the UK, so he is very easily identifiable. I can't necessarily catch everybody by their kit, but having known Pete for a long time, he's an easy ID. Looks like we've got some movement at the aid station. I do like the fact that we've got a static cam aimed at the mountain. That's really pretty cool. So, if nothing else, we've got that in the background, and that just brings a smile to my face. But for those just tuning in, we are waiting on the third runner to hit this sixth aid station at the Mount Fuji 100.
We have two through.
We have two through. We have Guomin Dang in 12:28:58, and Guidu Kin, who was about, what did we say, 10 minutes behind, I believe.
Good.
Shout out to Zach Marion, making sure that we stay fed.
That the nighttime crew is well nourished. And looking at the dots.
Uh-oh. Well, it could be, also like whatever kind of ping lag we're looking at here. So, yeah, those two are basically our third place man and our fourth place, or and our first place woman right now. 301 is Courtney DeWalter. 206 is Kento Tamura.
29 years old from Japan.
Of course, Courtney, 39 from Leadville.
Mm-hmm.
When do you think she's going to go at, I heard them talk about this earlier. There aren't a lot of hallowed marks left in the sport that have been standing for a long time, but there is one in her backyard.
Leadville.
Yeah.
Yep.
Maybe it's about that time. Corinne was joking, for everybody to flood her DMs to say, hey, if you haven't heard there's a race in your town that you could probably go and try and go after the course record because it's been untouched for decades.
30 years, 1994, and Trayson ran in 1806 at Leadville. And nobody's really gone under 19 on the women's side since then. Ann was racing the men, unabashedly racing the men back then, and that's just stout. Now the course is a little bit longer, a little bit more single track, but I think if Courtney wanted to focus on it, and it's actually a good race for her because it's basically two 50K runs with two huge climbs in the middle. I think that would play to her strength rather well. But, Courtney does what Courtney wants to do.
Yeah.
And
this is true. And
yes, she lives up there and trains up there. But, yeah, it would be great to see her take a go at going sub 18. I never thought any woman would go under 16 at Western States, and she did 15:29. I couldn't believe it. I thought I'd seen it all when Jim ran 14:09 there, but if I put those two performances side by side, Courtney's wins in a landslide. So yeah, if she decided to jump into Leadville,
so
there'd be lots of eyeballs on that.
So actually, it looks like Yukari has put some time on the rest of the women's field. Yukari in second place right now in the women's race. Yukari Somaya at F3's out. Nicole Bitter was about 50 minutes back, 52 minutes back, and now if when she hits F4, she's going to be about an hour 10 back. So it looks like
really?
The rest of the women's field has fallen back of the two leads. Courtney DeWalter, which is kind of staggering now if you think about it, because that means Courtney is about 2.5 hours up on the rest of the field.
Yeah.
Like 2.5 hours ahead of third place.
Yeah.
You know, before the 100K mark. Like this is Nicole Bitter.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know,
not just a slouch.
Yeah, you're talking, having a 100 winner, multiple top 10 Western States, finisher, one of the best runners of her generation, of all surfaces, all types of terrains, and Courtney's just hammering it and smiling the entire way.
Of course. Jean makes a good point. Asks maybe a philosophical question, wondering if maybe Courtney avoids Leadville out of respect for Anne. And knowing Courtney, I could kind of see that. I mean, she races for herself. She races that she wants to race. She doesn't think about course records or times. I had her on my podcast and talked about her doing the Western States Hard Rock double, and she was like, well, I'm not even going to think about Hard Rock until after I run Western States. But Jean, that's a good question. I mean, I know Courtney knows and understands the history of the sport. I think she clearly knows and understands how she has cemented her place in the history of the sport. It also might just not fit into her calendar. It's not that spaced between UTMB and Leadville. That's a tough double. Hard Rock, she's definitely focusing her energies on, getting the course record in the other direction this year, so that she's got the course record in both directions. I could certainly understand her doing that. But, she is a respectful person, and it could be out of respect for Anne. She lets that course record sit there, but I also think that she might just want to do it because it's something that she hasn't done before.
Yeah, and I would think that at this point, Anne would probably be of the understanding, like, it was bound to happen, you know, so... so for those that are tuning in on the World Trail Majors side, I haven't checked that chat in a while. So yes, for those of you watching, no, you're not losing your minds if you're watching on the World Trail Majors channel. The Japanese proverb was on the Mountain Outpost channel. So, welcome to those of you that are on the Mountain Outpost channel and on the World Trail Majors channel, because we've got more than a couple hundred on each of those channels. So we appreciate people, and I'll do my best to toggle back and forth. I just had my phone just kind of set on monitoring that as well as our back channel information. So,
which chat's better?
I appreciate all chatters equally. So, and thank you to everybody that's tuning in. Like, frankly, we're not doing this without your viewership and your participation. We're grateful to have all of you. So, keep tuning in and, keep supporting us. And maybe next year they'll fly us there to do the coverage live.
Wouldn't that be great? And we could just eat. We'd all be down for that.
I'm kidding. I don't see that's in the cards. But we will be traveling around the western part of the United States to do other coverage this year.
Absolutely. I mean, on deck for Mountain Outpost coverage this year. Certainly next up is Cocodona. We've been talking about that already. That's 5 full days of beautiful distraction from your work life because it's
background noise.
Monday through Saturday race. Mountain Outpost is going to Western States this year, where we've had a peripheral role in the last couple of years, but will be the principal delivery mechanism of that that live stream. Hard Rock, just 13 days later, all 48 hours. Let's call it what it is, probably 52 hours when all's said and done of coverage of Hard Rock. That takes us through July. A little bit of a hiatus in August, although I'm sure there's something that's going to pop up. And then in September, Mammoth Trail Fest, Run Rabbit Run, and in October, our own personal favorite, the Javelina 100. But you're going to have to go it alone this year.
I know.
At least until I finish, because I'm getting back into 100-mile racing this October. First 100-miler since 2021. And I'm going to run Javelina, hopefully get in with a few hours to spare so I could come on the live stream and call the golden hour and a few other things.
And to just run down the rest of the World Trail actually, strike that. We are going to tune in, and
We've
that
got
is
some
Kento
footage.
Tamura right there. Your third-place man hitting F6. That's aid station 6. Kento looking better than he did when we last had eyes on him, for sure.
Yeah, he's moving well, and wow, he's going.
He's in
I guess he's headed for his drop bag.
Yeah, it looks like F6 is a crew and drop spot, or crew and drop bag spot. They're all set to go for him right there. And no, Kento definitely looked better at F6 than he did at F5.
And look at him just taking a sit down right away. Bottles.
This is Kento's first foray into the 100-mile distance. So we're curious to see how he does. He is, without having done a full sweep of the field, probably the fastest pure shorter distance runner.
Mm-hmm.
As we've mentioned, he is a sub 62-minute half marathoner and a 14.
What is that?
14-minute 100K. Or 5K runner, rather. 14-minute 5K
If
runner.
any of you are watching this and you can tell us what he's gutting down there, it looks like some sort of a powder in a thing.
Maybe he's just shotgunning the tailwind.
He might just be taking the... Oh, this is good. Look at this guy. Oh, he's crawling around. I love this. Again, here we are at F6, kilometer 122.
Looks like he's taking a quick break here. You know, if you're needing a minute to compose yourself, what better place to do it than 76 miles into a race?
Look at this. I love it. Gran Canaria World Trail Majors versus World Trail Majors. Thank you. Matt Feldick, our friend on the ground up in Flagstaff, chiming in. We miss you, Matt. I know you're up to things, and we're going to see you a lot next week after next at Cocodona. But wow, look at this guy. So, of course, crew proceeding, replacing batteries in the headlamp.
Might as well get the rest while you can, you know.
But
yes, Travis, that is fun dip that he was.
Fun dip!
There.
Oh, I love a little fun dip. You still love the little white sugary the stick.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Wow. Is Kento just taking a little snooze here?
I'm curious to see how far ahead he is of the.
Oh, well, hello.
Here we go. I assume they've got eyes on somebody that everybody wants to see here. Is that on the left-hand side, or is that a...
This is... Oh, look at Kento.
Kento getting a rest. Yeah, power nap right there. I mean,
hey, good for him. I mean, he's taking advantage of it. Of course, crew is just busying his pack for the night.
Well, it's only 1 in the afternoon there.
That's true. We're busying our packs for the night.
Yes, we are loaded for bear.
By the way, it's only and Kento, and just like that.
And that is, I mean, and this is at mile 76, so, you know, quote, less than a marathon to go. So, probably.
Oh, he's got the gun going?
Theragun, yeah.
Shoe geeks out there, what are those? Are those the Tecton X's? Right, they are Hokas. He's grinding away at his upper hip. Randy Cufaro votes for Pop Rocks.
Could be.
Oh, remember those? Hey, Bobby Brady died of Pop Rocks and Bubble Yum.
What?
That was a rumor back when I was a kid, probably when you were like not born yet. Pop Rocks
You're
and
not
Bubble
that
Yum.
much older
remember there
than me,
used to be,
AJW.
there were spider eggs and Bubble Yum.
And Bubble Yum,
Yep.
yes. I do remember that one.
Yep. All right. It looks like our camera is just heading out, is anxiously awaiting.
Well, if you're going to go out and seek any one runner for an English language broadcast of an ultramarathon, it's going to be this runner.
Is that just a sweet bike trail right there? Fence on both sides. Oh yeah, lines. I bet you there's people out there sweeping them. That is nice. All with the mountains in the background.
Based on the rough measurement, she's about a mile out.
Tara G asking if F6 is the name of the aid station.
No.
But the name of the aid station is really hard to pronounce.
It's right next to the F6 on your screen.
But if you look on your screen, that's the name of the aid station. And that's where this guy is getting wailed on by his crew. And that's the mountain.
That is just a beautiful
is
shot.
The namesake of the race.
Of course, this is the Mt.FUJI 100 live on Mountain Outpost and on the World Trail Majors channel. This is about just past the 3/4 mark of the race. So we are getting to the point where some of these runners are probably, to use one of your phrases, smelling the barn.
They are, but there's also some grindy. If we could get the course profile up, if you look from F6 to F7, you look at that section, it grinds up, and then that climb after F7 really kicks you in the teeth before that what appears to be a nice smooth downhill. Both Zach and Jeff commented on that before that final steep climb after the F8 aid station. So a lot of work still left to be done from kilometer 122.
There we go.
And there's Courtney.
We've got our Courtney DeWalter sighting. So I guess one of the things we're going to have to determine is whether or not this is the Kevin gets a break aid station that we talked about. Of course, that is Courtney. Oh, that's a shot right there. Courtney DeWalter with the Mt.FUJI in the background. That's a perfect shot. Of course, then we've got Kento Tamura.
And
still in aid.
He's still in aid.
So that is the...
He's not napping anymore.
That's the third place man right now, Kento Tamura. And then Courtney DeWalter, as you can see, entering the aid station in hot pursuit. And
look at that shot. There's that beautiful lake. Goodness me.
Makes me almost want to run.
Oh, and Kento.
Miles. Okay, so Kento is fueling up as well.
Maybe getting some food now, but for my money, I'm sensing a pass. I'm sensing an aid station pass here. I've seen enough ultras to know that I think poor Kento is going to be flushed out the back here.
Courtney looks a little bit more business in this shot right now. Kento looks like, if I had to guess, if I could read faces, Kento's trying to find something that agrees with his stomach right now. He looks like he's hurting a little bit. Understandable. I mean, as we mentioned, this is his first attempt at the 100-mile distance, and he's 76 miles in. Courtney coming in. Okay, now she's picked up that smile.
All right, again.
She's actually right there with... Oh, there's Kevin.
And there's
right there.
Kevin.
Okay, so Kevin's break was F5 where there was no crew.
F5, and now Kevin's back. So here we go. Wash face, eye drops. The routine we've become familiar with. He's going to stuff some stuff in her pack.
Yeah, I think that this is the point where she probably has started to enter the pain cave and is getting to the business point of this race.
By the way, for those of you who don't know Kevin, he is just such a great dude. I met him about 7 years ago at Western States. Just a wonderful, wonderful guy. Their relationship is so full and complete, and you can just see all business here. They're not asking each other any questions. They're pretty much not even having a conversation.
If anything, he's probably just trying to distract her.
Yeah, here are the eye drops. The routine that Courtney has in these aid stations is really, really. Now this looks like a pretty.
That's our second place man right there. That is.
That's
Guido
Guido.
Kin.
Yeah. Oh man, that looks like a crappy climb. Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
It's like Blair Witch Project meets the Children of the Corn.
Yeah.
The hell.
Courtney. Okay, so this is potentially Courtney's next target. As Courtney is looking like she's all business at aid station number 6, and the third place man. Last we checked was on the ground and trying to get some calories in him, and that was Kento Tamura. So we'll see if Courtney departs the aid station before Kento, but it looks like she has passed and into third overall, assuming things are the way they seem right now. We'll get confirmation of that when we get some tracker numbers, but as you can see, the unmistakable Mount Fuji in the background. Okay, what a shot.
Look at that shot.
That's Guido Kin right there, coming up the hill.
Wow, they grind right out of it. That'll get
Look
a little bike.
Far
yeah, they get a little bike trail out of there, but then great shot by the team on the ground there.
Yeah, thank you so much for these beautiful shots. I think that this is actually the official Japanese feed that we're getting these from. Okay.
Now what is that? Maybe a little.
Looks like an aid station, perhaps. Or a platform. Okay, so Courtney looks like departing the aid station at F6. This is about 76, 77 miles in the race. And you can see in the background.
Kento is still on the ground.
Yeah, so Courtney is heading out, and Courtney has taken over third overall at the Mount Fuji 100. And back to smiles. I think that she just needed a few calories and a few eye drops, and she's all set to go. And Kevin is left holding the bag, or the flask, as it were.
But Kevin has a fair bit of time. It looks like he has 12K until F7, and it's definitely a net uphill to F7.
It's probably about a 30-minute drive, so he's probably got a good, 15, 20 minutes where he can
he can stop and grab. There it is. So Courtney's going to do that brutal climb with the Children of the Corn climb up that sort of that just looked rough. I hope the camera guy can stay out there because that was some good footage of just how kind of it's all fun and games till you get punched in the face kind of thing. But Courtney Dauwalter
picking him off
into third place overall comfortably and through 122K.
Yeah, let's keep it on Courtney here as long as we've got her. It's just
in 12 hours and 12 minutes. So, and here's our boy Kento, still regrouping.
Okay, so a little bit further back on the women's side, bib number 307, Chi Yan has passed Nicole Bitter at the Fuji Hokuroku aid station at the 100K mark. So Chi Yan has moved into third, but there's a significant gap. About third place is 2 hours and 40 minutes back of Courtney.
Goodness.
And about an hour and 25 back of Yukari Somaya.
Mm.
So 1 and 2 are way ahead. I mean, the difference between first and third is it's coming up on 2 hours 45 minutes.
Meanwhile, Courtney is 25 minutes back of second place, and 35 minutes back of the overall lead.
Yeah, I think that it's going to be tougher for her to pick off these last two guys. Frankly, because Guomin Deng was looking so good. I think that
there's Kevin.
Do we have
audio?
Audio on.
夫のケニーさんですね。
コーラと少し普通の水を混ぜたもの。
コーラと水混ぜて。
It's like electrolytes.
彼女のなんだっけパッケージとして準備しているものですね。はい。
いつもあれですか、江戸で立ったまま座らないんですね。
So at last, so she just stand there and so any stretch it. So is this also her style in a aid? So some runners massage or so any other. So she's just stand up. So is this also her style?
Yeah, she doesn't like to sit down if she doesn't have to.
そうあんまり座るの好きじゃないらしいです。なんかこう逆にダメージが来るから座りたくない。OK。
Let's just stay standing and then keep moving.
そのままこう走る方がダメージが逆に少ないっていうことですね。
残り40キロでどうですか見てて。今日調子は。
Last 40 kilometer from here to go to finish line. So you how do you feel running today's condition?
It got really hot and humid. She got super thirsty, but she drank a lot today just because it was so hot.
Today is hot. ちょっと暑いんで少しダメージを持ってただドリンクをちょっと多めに取ってますというところです。はい。
今日天気がいいのでこうサポートしながらどうですか景色とか。
61-minute half marathon guy.
Third place man, Kento Tamura, looks like up and moving. Introducing himself to a new distance PR with every step at this point.
Absolutely.
Yeah, that was Courtney DeWalter's husband, Kevin, that they were interviewing. Basically, it sounds like she was getting some electrolytes in her, and maybe it was a little bit more humid than she would have liked at that point. But Courtney is on her way to the next aid station. That would be F7, which is...
Looks like 14K.
Nijumagari at mile 84. Thank you very much for tuning in, everybody, to the live stream of the Mount Fuji 100 on Mountain Outpost. I'm Chris Warden with Andy Jones-Wilkins. We're just kind of following along the same way everybody else is, really. We've got a little bit of intel feed on our back channels, but we're, unlike some of our races, we're kind of limited in terms of what we've got for camera views. So we've got the Japanese feed live stream that we're kind of, piggybacking their signal on, and then we've also got a dedicated English language crew as well. But for the most part, we really, are kind of just trying to relay and convey at this point. And as you saw, Courtney DeWalter has moved into third place overall at the 6th aid station, about 77 miles into the Mount Fuji 100, and looking pretty strong. I'm going to have to do some math here to verify, how far back she is, and then we'll kind of assess whether or not we think that she's got a chance to potentially move even higher. I think.
Yeah, I mean, I think with what are we figuring? 20? What did you say? 22 miles left to go? No, 20.
About 23 miles.
23 miles left to go, with a couple of burly climbs, but also a nice downhill. I think she's got a shot at finishing this thing in the certainly under 20 hours.
Yeah. Which would have to be a women's course record.
I
at
would
this
have
point.
to imagine.
Yeah.
I know the course has evolved over the last couple of years, but it's got to be. And it was nice to hear Kevin you talking a little bit about the heat and humidity. Humidity is not something that Courtney deals with very much, living in Colorado and predominantly doing races where it's less humid than certainly on the foothills of and flanks of Mount Fuji. So.
Yeah, the podium for this race typically is 23 to 26 hours. So if Courtney is pacing for a sub 20, then it's got to be.
I mean, she's on 13 and a half right now. Let's just give her 7 hours to do 24 miles. That's 20.
Yeah. It's pretty amazing if you think about it. I mean, which means also that based on the fact that it's only 1:20 in the afternoon, she might finish before dark. So, it's moving very well. Yeah, thanks to those of you that are tuning in on Mountain Outpost as well as the World Trail Majors channel. I admit I'm trying to do a better job of following along with that as well. Looks like we have a buddy of ours in the chat, Shad Burkholz.
All right, Shad, how you doing, bud?
Shad is a friend of the family, notorious for logging dozens of miles in a single live stream shift.
Yeah.
I believe it was during the inaugural Cocodona where he logged, I think it was like 85 miles of follow filming in a weekend, all up and down like one stretch of Flagstaff streets.
Yeah. Hey, Shad, you coming out for Cocodona?
We'd love to have you.
Going to be on the ground? We could use you.
Always. Shad, you're always welcome to come and hang out with us.
Oh, yeah.
We'll
put you to work.
Last time I saw him was at Jackpot. Didn't have a great day there, but it was great to see him and to share.
But
some time with
he had
him.
a good enough day to hang out and chat with us when it was over.
Absolutely,
yeah.
Absolutely. So thanks to those. It looks like we've got at least a couple hundred in both the World Trail Majors channel.
What are they talking about in the World Trail Majors chat?
Looks like it's pretty much the same
Pretty
thing.
much the same stuff? All right.
And so I'm trying to flip back and forth between to make sure
I'm
that
not a good chat surfer. I'm sticking to the
I'm not
Mountain
used
Outpost.
to chat surfing like this, but I'm trying to make do. But Shad said he's going to be here the whole week.
Oh, very good, Shad. Well, come on up to Flag, and
I want to see if Shad logs more miles than the Sedona Canyons runners.
Yeah.
That week doing the filming that he does. So, people like Shad are who make these coverages possible.
Yeah.
He gives of himself and of his time to be a part of our broadcasts, and we're grateful to have people like him.
And by the way, there are so many people. I think of our good friend Rob Martin.
Absolutely.
Who found the sport of trail and ultra running, 5-6 years ago, and he comes from a backpacking and hiking background, and he raises his hand and volunteers for the most bizarre shifts in the middle of the night, and holding his phone, and just comes back race after race after race. We depend on those volunteers and those people to kind of do that behind the scenes tough work of bringing a live stream to, we get to sit here in the relative comfort of the studio, but I know you run around with your phone from time to time, especially when you get bored.
I'll be honest, AJW, like part of the fun of doing these is the latitude that, whether it be Zach or Matt or Jamil, like they've let me do whatever the heck I want.
Yeah.
I mean,
you'll just send a text and be like, "Hey, I'm thinking of running around an aid station."
Well, that's what
with
I
a
do.
gimbal.
When we're at an event and, if I'm not on the air or if I'm not slated and scheduled to be part of the coverage team in studio, like I will hop out and I'll just start filming. I mean, they might use my coverage, they might use it, they might not. At Black Canyon, I basically just, rather than going to Deep Canyon Ranch where everybody else was at, the last World Trail Major we covered, I went to the Black Canyon City 8 and just kind of caught runners coming in and out there. And maybe they used some of my footage, maybe not. I texted whenever I had some sort of juicy tidbits, but
that's the beauty. Or like we've been talking about earlier at Run Rabbit, when it was like dark and there was nothing going on, and it was just like, "Hey, Chris, go out there and talk to people."
Well, it's like talking about, this is still kind of a startup / grassroots concept of coverage. We're all still learning, and that's one of the beautiful things. And I'm so glad that, we have people like, having Corinne Malcolm on our team today was, I was so jazzed and so amped when I saw that she was going to be a part of it, because there are so many, like some of the stuff she mentioned on our conference call. I know you caught it later, but like some of the little tips and tricks of the trade, I'm like, oh, I didn't think about that.
Yeah.
This would make our broadcast even better when I'm on the air, and I know that they kind of feel the same way, that the other people who give of their time and effort to cover this sport, we understand that it's a collaborative spirit right now.
Aaron Barber, race director here with Aravaipa of the Dirt Series, chiming in. Rob Martin is the man. Thanks, Aaron, for tuning in. We'll probably see you out and about at Cocodona, because I think you're running it.
John, your friend 1164 Jeremy and is approaching F4, so we'll actually, let me write that down. Like I said, Jean has done so much to help this this coverage. We're grateful to have him tune in. So we'll give his buddy a shout out here. So do we have are you able to search by bib number? Bib number, yeah. This is what they're saying. Well, I let's keep it on this for a couple moments. Mm-hmm. Any Mount Fuji shots that we get, I'm down for. I mean, bib number 1164. Jeremy White.
Last seen 3 minutes and 20 seconds ago. Looking at about 92.9K.
Okay. So approaching the 100K mark, as John mentioned. So, and that was, you said Jeremy White?
Jeremy White, 1164.
That name sounds a little bit Western to me. Mm-hmm. So shout out to Jeremy. For those that are wondering about our other Western runners, I'll see if I can catch some intel on them as well. The search for the runner tracking is, I'm not quite as nimble with it. It's a little bit of a different platform than I'm used to. So, bear with us as we try and follow. Last I checked, Anthony Lee was in the top 10 on the men's side. We'll see if okay. So departing F5, Anthony Lee was still in 9th place.
Also, for those of you keeping score at home, our fearless leader, Zach Marion, has showed up with a nice hot pizza to keep us going through the evening. So thank you, Zach. Shout out for that.
In 48th place on the men's side, Pete Mortimer. Pete Mortimer Just kind of hanging back a little bit. I know, like I said, that he is not using this as a, quote, competitive race. He is looking for a good training run for Tour de Jean later on in September. So that's where he's currently at. Let's see if we can catch up on the Western women in the race. So Courtney Dauwalter, of course, as we mentioned, is just absolutely crushing it. I'm a little bit concerned as I have not seen any recent tracking that. Okay, so Nicole Bitter left that aid station. Okay, so according to this, Nicole is dropped down to perhaps 5th on the women's side. Let's see. In 4th place on the women's side is Kanako Itamoto. Kanako Itamoto finished 10th here last year and also finished 20th at Black Canyon. So has raced here in the U.S. So Kanako Itamoto has currently moved into 4th place on the women's side at the Mount Fuji 100 mile.
Nicole does from time to time have this kind of issue around 100K where whether it's her stomach or her quads or different parts, it seems like when she gets through 100K, she tends to have can storm through, but there's something that happens in that time, and it may be, I hope it's not, but it may be one of those examples of that happening today.
It's like Travis is going to be doing some, Travis Longcar is going to be doing some filming at Whiskey Row.
On the ground in Cocodona.
We might have to talk to him about putting him to work in other ways as well.
Yeah.
That is the aid station number 6 at the Mount Fuji 100. We've got a handful of runners through here now at this point. Okay, thank you very much, John. It turns out that Jeremy White is a Kiwi, so from New Zealand. Yeah, the only thing more I could ask for is if it were clear skies as opposed to overcast. That would make this shot even more perfect. But we're grateful to have it, and like I said, I really don't have a desire to run many more hundreds in my life. But if this is the backdrop that you get when you always turn to your right and you get to see this, come on now.
I think the runners are pretty excited that it's overcast right now, though. Let's be honest.
This is true.
It was a pretty warm morning. Lots of soaking. It's also super humid. They were saying a 70 to 80% humidity out there. Like, these athletes definitely want some of that, that cover. Because when you're getting hit by solar radiation on top of humidity, not being able to sweat and cool yourself down, and when you're moving through that brush that's, thigh height or chest height, and that moisture just doesn't have any wind to take it anywhere, and it just is dormant, and it comes out and it's warm enough that stuff starts coming up, and you just feel like you're baking out there. There's just like nothing to cool you down. You're humid, so you can't get the sweat to evaporate off, and you don't have a breeze to do anything with, and you have the sun pounding on you. It's just a compounding factor of death out there in Fuji.
Yeah, it's pretty amazing looking at the current state of the women's race as Courtney Dauwalter has opened up what amounts to basically a 3-hour lead on the 3rd place woman. Second place woman is about an hour 20 back, and that was at F4 at the 100K mark. And I'm just going to assume that gap is widening by the second.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Oh. Damn it, it's behind. We'll have something for you all soon.
Oh, cool.
Just a heads up, it's coming.
Another great shot of Mount Fuji. So this is actually from the top of that hill climb as they leave F6.
There it is. That just looks.
That's
oof. There we go. There's Courtney.
That's what we had for
That's what we were looking at when we saw that. As I noted earlier, that Blair Witch project meets Children of the Corn section of the course. Here it is. I mean, there's
Look
nothing.
at that rut.
There's nothing glamorous about this. For those of you who came of age in trail running, watching Anton Krupichka run across high 10,000-foot peaks, this is the other side of that. Just a grindy. There's probably like wheat chaff blowing in the wind, and it's like a 14% grade and
Drop the
straight
camera guy.
up. There's no switchbacks. It's like, who put this here?
Also, for those of you that are no strangers to the live stream, Anton Krupichka reference, so take a drink.
You can check your bingo
bingo card, whatever you may do.
Yeah.
When AJ,
look at her
great shot.
go.
Look at that.
And if Courtney is hands on legs, you know that it's
all smiles.
All right,
For
here we go.
heck's sakes, Courtney, stop making it look so easy.
just truly a one of a kind.
That just looks like a kick in the teeth climb, though. I mean, I got to say it.
That was not good footing. You're walking through kind of like a really
it was like
windy
rutted and off camber and
rutted off camber, and nothing was even in front of you. Everything was like just like one step to the left here, one step to the right here, two steps to the right there. It was the worst like salsa cha-cha you could possibly do up that mountain. And she just, grinded her way up on top and was just smiling.
Yep. I was like, oh, I guess I'll start running again now.
Yeah, no, I'm here. This is what we do. But look at that sweeping view. Ugh.
It's amazing. This is the kind of shot. This is the promotional material right here, showing Courtney Dauwalter coming up that hill with Mount Fuji in the background. Like, if you're trying to sell anybody in the world on this race, that's the shot you use right
Don't
there.
show me that climb, but show me the views, and I will absolutely sign up.
Corey Baumgartner with a quote that is I believe Andy Glaze definitely relies upon. Smiler, you're doing it wrong. Yeah, that's one of the things about this race that is unique compared to things that I'm familiar with on a personal basis. You've run a lot all over this country, and you've run back east, and I know that you might not have those 10,000-foot summits, 12,000-foot, sections, but the trails go straight up the side of the hill, straight up the mountain.
Yeah, especially the stuff on the East Coast. I mean, very much like it just follows whatever the miners or homesteaders or whatever they were doing, especially in places like Virginia, West Virginia, North Carolina, Georgia, New England. So you just gotta grind it up. And it's fun, but that, looking at that climb, I mean, that climb right there, I know it's probably not that long, and but nothing at all glamorous or joyful about that. Frankly, just kind of depressing. It kind of reminds me of the third canyon at Western States, the one that everybody forgets about, which is Volcano Canyon, where you leave Michigan Bluff, you drop down, you cross Volcano Creek, invariably get your feet wet, and then you just go up this kind of nondescript climb that gets steeper the closer you get to Forest Hill, and it's just kind of mentally grinding. And this one here, it comes at whatever we're at, 127K into it. You're not quite smelling the barn yet. But you've certainly been out there, 13 and a half hours for these front runners. And it's just like, who put this here? Who on God's green earth put this climb here? Sounds good.
New Gore-Tex products are made for life. Made for getting out there. Made for life's adventures. Made for life's highs and its lows. With durable products that stand the test of time. Made for going further. Together.
And he is going to be the winner of the 2024 amazing performance. She's going to be facing the finish line of the Gran Canaria Classic. Our confidence was stand through the cattle guard and towards the finish line. Your 2024 champion.
New Gore-Tex products are made for life. Made for getting out there. Made for life's adventures. Made for life's highs and its lows. With durable products that stand the test of time. Made for going further. Together.
And he is going to be the winner of the 2024 amazing performance. She's going to be facing the finish line of the Gran Canaria Classic. Our confidence was stand through the cattle guard and towards the finish line. Your 2024 champion.
New Gore-Tex products are made for life. Made for getting out there. Made for life's adventures. Made for life's highs and its lows. With durable products that stand the test of time. Made for going further. Together.
はい、皆さんこんにちは。
こんにちは。
岩瀬さんが今休憩に入りましたので、私トレイルランニングジャパンの岸が、これからちょっと進行を務めさせていただきます。
よろしくお願いします。
はい、よろしくお願いします。マウント富士100、今日は山梨県の富士北陸公園富士山、名水スタジアムからお届けしております。はい、今注目のレース状況になってきて、ずっと、デンゴミンさんとチングイド選手がワンツーを。
Welcome back, everybody. This is the Mountain Outpost coverage of the Mount Fuji 100. I'm Chris Warden.
I'm Andy Jones-Wilkins, and you can see our pizza right here. We are set to go. We've got some coffee, thanks to Zach and Jordan.
Not officially sponsored by Domino's.
No, we are not. And we've got some footage here in the F6 aid station.
So that would actually be Genki Onishi. Genki Onishi is in 4th place right now on the men's side, 5th overall. I believe that was, well, actually now I'm not quite sure.
Hang on, who do we have in the foreground here?
That would be, let's see, that is bib number 219 and 224. So that's Genki right there. I recognize the pack. He has the customized pack. So the other runner was bib 224.
A quick observation on these large orange bags. I saw them when Kento was in earlier. It looks like, I'm just seeing in the frame right here, we've got 3 of them in sight. It looks like each runner's crew is outfitted with a crew bag of some sort.
So that is Ryo Murata on the left, or was on the left. Okay, so...
Oh, and here's a runner leaving.
That's Ryo Murata. Currently sliding into 4th place, I guess, technically on the outbound.
Okay, why am I missing Ryo? Sorry about this, folks. We're just...
I actually don't have anything on Ryo.
Oh, okay.
So, no, you're not.
Somebody who maybe was not on our radar initially?
Well, same with this runner right here, Genki Onishi. Genki... Yeah, it's cool vest guy.
The cool home. And, by the way, cool purple shorts. I mean, this guy's got the style going. And is that a bucket hat? I'm not mistaken. That's a bucket hat.
And less KT tape than most of the guys in front of him, too.
Purple shorts, custom pack bucket hat. Boom!
He's looking good out there. Yeah, no, Genki was Onishi was the first runner that I couldn't find anything on. Maybe I'll see if I can. He wasn't part of our preview slate, but as Brett Hornig would say, maybe a random baller?
Maybe a random baller.
So, and then the other runner we mentioned. Okay, so that's crew right there.
So do we have audio on Marco? Hey, Marco, can you hear us? Maybe he has to unmute. Yeah, he just said. Hey, Marco.
Hey, how are you doing?
Good. How are you?
Great. So I have Genki Onishi's support just right next to me. He arrived 1 minute before Onishi came in, so I just want to ask a few questions. どうだったんですか？さっき彼は。
頑張ってるみたいで、はい。ありがとうございます。
調子はどうですか？
はっきり言わないんでちょっとわかんないんですよ。なんかいつもあんな感じで、はい。
はい。So I'm not quite sure how he's feeling because he's always so shy and not keeping it to himself. But he seems to be in good shape. He was also just observation. ありがとうございます。He was also in just my observation. He was quite aware of the runner before and after him. So Ryo Murata was just right behind him, sitting behind, as you mentioned earlier. So as soon as he saw Ryo going out of the A station, he also get on his back and then go out already. So I think it will be a pretty tight running pack, two of them at least going up the hill out of the A station. Yeah. Maybe we can also show a little bit of the A station right here. You can see more support crew are setting up the spaces. Right in front is the topo area waiting for Anthony. And then in the front, there's also waiting for the Hong Kong runner, Wong Ho Chung. And then, yeah, so things are going on. I think there will be more people coming in a little bit later because the field has been spreading out quite a bit since we left F4.
Hey, Marco, can you give us a first-hand account of what it feels like on the ground right now? What are the temperatures like? Is there any breeze out there?
Yes. So as you can see, I was wearing my shorts earlier, but now I put on my long sleeve. So it's cloudy as well. So it's not as hot. So runners coming in is also not sweating a lot. And especially now they're going up the mountain. Onishi was mentioning earlier as well, like going up the hill, he was wearing a tank top that he actually feels a little bit chilly. So starting from here, it's going to be a little bit chilly as they head into the mountain area.
Hey, Marco.
Yeah.
We saw a little bit of footage of that climb leaving the aid station. Can you share a little bit more detail about that climb? It just looks miserable.
Yeah, maybe we can pan it over here. So with the camera right over there.
Yeah.
I mean, it doesn't look as bad.
Not from there, but we saw it up close.
Yeah, so it's quite technical. So from leaving F4, Hokuroku was where the trail actually begins. So the real race, especially for the mountain areas, really start after F4 to 90 kilometers. And this is the last session, the last 40K or so, when they're heading into the more technical area. They will go up and around, and before descending, doing like a 20 turns, heading into F7. So that will be, I would expect a lot more things happening, a lot more drama happening going in the next 40 kilo or so.
Yeah, because it looks like there's quite a bit of climbing between F6 and F7, with just a descent right before coming into the aid station. Is that so? It's probably there'd be a fair bit of maybe back and forth even in there.
Yeah, I think so too. Like also historically knowing how this session looks like. So at the beginning, if you look at the elevation charts, it may not look that scary, but actually there's no flat to run unlike the first half of the race. So there will be a lot of ups and downs, technical, rocky trail. So a lot of, like you said, back and forth going to happen.
Yeah.
Marco, of the runners that have come through here, who has looked the best in your mind and who has looked like their day might be going a little bit sideways?
All right, so I arrived after Courtney, just right after Courtney left the station. So I only saw the last 3 or 4 runners who have just come in and out. They all look pretty well. I had a chat with the support of second runner, Chen Guidu, and she was telling me Chen wasn't feeling as well, and he was throwing up a little bit. So there might be, as you can see from the split as well, he was dropping his pace a little bit, heading into F6. So there might be some more slowing down, going out, and especially going up the hill. And Courtney may catch up some time with him. And then in terms of the two men, Onishi and Murata Ryo, who just came in and out, Murata does look moving a little bit better than Onishi Genki. Genki was, like I said earlier, he was quite conscious of how other runners are doing. And he made a comment, I will be happy if I'm top 10. And then everyone else around him was saying, no, you can do much better than this. You are at number 4 right now. You're not that far behind. So I was like, okay. But so as soon as he saw Murata Ryo was going out, I can tell his switch was on again and running pretty smoothly as he head out.
Well, it looked like right before you got there, Kento Tamura was looking like he took a lot of time in that aid station, and we were kind of concerned, obviously, as we know this is his first 100-mile attempt. Were you able to find out maybe from his crew how he's doing, or?
No, I think his crew has already left, so I hadn't get a chance to talk to him and his crew. But yeah, like you said, judging from his experience being his first 100-miler and with a very strong experienced road running background, so there are definitely a lot of road speed in his legs. But heading into the mountain area, like I said, it will be very technical as well. So I'm expecting also, again, some action, especially back and forth maybe with Courtney between the overall third and fourth place.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting to follow the very front of the men's pack and see, who can hold off Courtney.
Yeah.
At this point, there's only 2 left.
Yeah, exactly. All right, let me go back to the field and do some more research and head back to you. If I have any more actions to call, I'll let you know.
Perfect.
That's great. Thank you, Marco.
Doing a great job out there.
Thanks.
That is Marco, our field correspondent, and I did, note that Chen Guidu is how we would pronounce the second place man. That's how I'm going to try and remember to do it moving forward. But he was moving kind of rough. They set up that hill, and maybe had a bit of a stomach issue. So we could see Courtney potentially move up to second overall here in the next few miles. We'll be following that, of course, as we follow the rest of this race. I'm going to do a quick little scan of the Westerners in the race and see if I can figure out
While you do
where
that,
they're
it
at.
looks like we've got camera eyes back at F4. You might recall this is that just short of 100K.
Yep.
Nice bike trail section along the river where they come into the big gym that also serves as the finish line of the race, where they've come around 100K. They come into this what is the 100-mile aid station, 100K aid station, and also the finish line area, and then begin this long 68K loop that brings them around and then back to this spot to finish. So, Chris, with our on our English language broadcast, we're mindful that many of you might be staying up late, particularly on the East Coast, but maybe even on the West Coast, and seeking information about our American and North American runners. What do you got so far?
Okay, so for those that are just tuning up, looks like we've got a runner coming in. Is that into the... Okay, that's into F4.
It's into that 100K mark.
We'll follow him in, but we'll kind of audit where we're at right now. On the women's side, Courtney DeWalter has built up what is, at this point, I can only term as a staggering lead. So Courtney is currently in the lead, and I have to base this off of the F4 times because Courtney is 2 aid stations ahead of the rest of the field. And so Courtney DeWalter, second place woman is Yukari Somaya, who is in her 100-mile debut. She's 84 minutes back. In third place is Chi Yi Yan, currently 168 minutes back. And rounding out the top 5, Kanako Itamoto, who finished 10th in this race last year, currently in 4th place, but 182 minutes back. And Yumi Hashikawa, currently 191 minutes back. That's your top 5 on the women's side. On the men's side, it's much tighter. And let's see if we can... And further back, actually, let's get this out, that Nicole Bitter, I believe, is in 8th or 9th place. It's kind of hard to tell. She has definitely fallen off the pace, as she was the 3rd woman into the F3 aid station. Currently at the F4 aid station, there are 8 women in, and she is not one of them. So something has happened between F3 and F4 where Nicole is seeing her day possibly go sideways. We'll be keeping tabs on that. In terms of the men's field, we mentioned Guomin Deng, currently in first place. about 10 minutes ahead of Chen Guidu. About 10 minutes ahead. In third place, we're looking at
Kento.
Our 2:12 or our 62-minute half marathoner. That's Kento Tamura. About 40 minutes back. In fourth place, that was Genki Onishi. And in fifth place, Ryu Murata. Genko is about an hour 16 off the pace, and Ryo is an hour 17 off the pace. So they're fairly close together. In terms of Americans and Western runners, Anthony Lee is, I believe, in ninth place. Let's see if Pete Mortimer has left. No, okay, so Pete Mortimer has not yet hit aid 5, but Pete Mortimer hit the 100K mark in about 48th place. So that's where the Western runners are currently in the Mount Fuji 100 mile.
A little bit on Anthony Lee. I got to spend a fair bit of time with him at Hard Rock last year in 2023. He was out there pacing and crewing for a Japanese runner running her first Hard Rock, and just an outstanding community member. Anthony is. He's giving of his time. He's obviously a very talented runner himself, but also just really engaging and in bringing Asian runners into the sport, particularly in the North American scene, and just being actively involved. I mean, it happened to be that I was hanging out with Megan Hicks from I Run Far and a couple other people from the media, and Anthony was there, and we were all doing like you do a lot at Hard Rock, just kind of killing time and waiting about, and Anthony's just the real deal, and I think for him coming over here to Mount Fuji and running this race, and just being the guy he is, it's really good to see. And frankly, same with Pete. I mean, I know Pete has a big ambitious goal for his summer and into his fall with Tour de France, but he's also just taking his opportunity to enjoy a family vacation in Japan and oh, by the way, run a 104-mile race around this beautiful mountain. So cheers to those guys, and folks, we'll endeavor to keep you updated on our Western runners as we can. Information, as it is all the time in these races, is somewhat spotty. We'll give you the information that we can. And
Hugo, as you asked, where Alexander Boucher is, well, there he is, right there.
Coming on into the
this is F6, right?
F6 aid station. Yes, I think it's just mismarked up at the top, but that's definitely the F6 aid station. Where we were just chatting with our team on the ground.
So some on-demand coverage right there.
That's right.
Makes it a lot easier when your runner comes in right at that moment.
And again, folks in the chat, ask your questions. Let us know who you're looking for and what you'd like us to, what you might need to report on. We do have the live results posted at the top of the chat.
Yeah, that's a searchable index there. I mean, we've got eyes on people. It looks like Alexander and Anthony have been kind of jockeying back and forth on the bottom half of the top 10 here for quite some time as they're in and out of the aid stations. So both having a pretty solid race.
Let the record show that Jean, who like many viewers on the live stream will often say, "Oh, I'm going to go to bed." He said that about an hour and a half ago. He's still chiming in. He's probably laying in bed, just live on the chat. Thank you, Jean. We love you. Stay on here.
So Yukari has actually hit a departed F5 and did so in the 13-hour, 43-minute mark, which means that Courtney has extended her lead from 84 minutes to 99 minutes. So Courtney
That's some good math right there.
Yeah, Courtney has extended her lead over second place on the women's side to an hour and 39 minutes at the 70-mile mark. So Well, yeah, and that's another, and we're going to have to pay close attention to that because on the overall standings, she is closer to the first place man by far versus the second place woman. So we'll definitely be following that. Courtney's F6 departure time was 13:11:40, whereas
what was
Guomindang was 12:33. So you're talking 27. That's about 38 minutes. As the time, she cut a couple minutes off.
Yeah.
But as time grows, or as the distance grows shorter, rather, it may not be feasible for her to catch M1. I mean, it's entirely possible. But from what we're hearing in our reports in the field, M2 is definitely being hunted right now. So,
and as Marco noted, this portion of the course, especially this lengthy section, this 14K section between F6 and F7, is mountainous. It's remote. It's steep. It's technical. Kind of plays into Courtney's wheelhouse. And so, she's just about an hour out of this aid station. I think we'll get a little bit more indication of where things stand when they roll into F7. I'm not sure if we have – I know we won't have Marco on the ground in F7, but if we have obviously from the Japanese coverage, we probably have some cameras on the ground there.
Emily, you were asking about Courtney's gap from M2. As they departed this aid station here that you see, F6, it was about 28 minutes, but from our sources, that gap may be closing quite quickly. So we'll see what we can find out when these runners hit F7. If you're looking for the dynamic live results tracker, this is basically the tool we're following. It is the link at the top of the Mountain Outpost feed. So if you want
you can see it at the top of the chat.
Yeah, Travis, we were talking about this earlier. Thanks for sharing. The fastest time on any the fastest women's time on any Fuji course is Kimiko Miyazaki's 22:14:15. So 22 hours 14 minutes. I think that's under threat right now.
Oh my goodness! Yes, if I were a betting man, I would take that. I would take the under.
Yeah, I mean, you're talking. Courtney has got. Probably 20
miles.
Yeah, 20 miles to go. And
she's got 8 hours to do it.
Yeah, I would say that that it's under threat here. So
regardless of the changes in the course and so forth.
Yeah. And well, I guess it is technically like 103 miles is the actual finish of the course. So yeah.
That's walking slowly.
Yeah.
There's our man on the ground, Marco, doing his thing.
That's Alexander, French runner.
Looks like he's getting ready to get out of there.
Who had been kind of leapfrogging with Anthony Lee from Colorado.
That's a sweet shirt. I kind of like that pink thing across the front. That's also a full pack.
Yeah, I was going to say, I just assumed it was the required gear list that was causing some of these packs to seem quite
You know
big.
what I wonder, and maybe this was covered in the earlier in the broadcast, I'm seeing no polls.
Not allowed.
Are they not allowed?
Correct.
Okay.
Polls are absolutely not allowed.
Right up
But
there with Western states.
Just to go over that
the mandatory list.
Oh, perfect. Thank you.
Map with detailed race course information, mobile phone, rechargeable, also have all the information in it. And then personal cup for drinking, water, you have to carry a minimum of 1 liter. You have to leave every aid station with a minimum of 1 liter, which I think everyone's been wanting to do anyway. Food, 2 lights with replacement batteries or portable power chargers. Flashing reflector red light on your back at all times because they are running through cities. So they have
Jeff
to have that
mentioned
reflector.
that it was a little bit of a weird thing to deal with that following people.
It can put your mind through a little trip in the morning for sure. Survival blankets, or emergency bivvy, a whistle, adhesive elastic tape, 2 of those, portable disposable toilet. That's like the waist baggies.
Yeah.
Rain jacket, and again, it's seam sealing, all that kind of good stuff. Warm fleece or long sleeve shirt, cotton not allowed. Warm pants or tights.
That go down to your ankles.
Or a combination of tights and high socks. As long as it covers everything, you're good. Warm gloves, mittens, and a warm hat that covers your ears, a first aid kit, overseas travel accident insurance policy, race bib, and the IC chips, whatever.
And let's not ignore the footnotes. The footnotes at the bottom of the mandatory gear.
Oh yeah.
Hey, it looks like
look at that, Zach. Those are the footnotes.
Marco is saying that he's got Alex's
Marco
support.
has Alex's crew.
So if we can slide over back to F6 here, Marco Louis is on the ground.
That is one of the most extreme mandatory gear lists I've seen. Make sure you unmute.
As you can see, so the runners leave this aid station and head up that hill right there, and when you look at it up close, it's gnarly. Oh, there we go.
There we go.
If we can get audio from Marco. And did you notice that all of the crew have bibs?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's cool. See if we can get that unmuted and bring Marco and Alexander's crew in. They muted on their side?
They're muted on. They have themselves muted.
Oh,
yeah.
Marco, it sounds like you've got yourself muted. If you can.
We need to have Marco's video. This is the field view video.
Okay. We've got our back channels brilliance. Oh, there we go.
Yeah.
I hear.
There we are.
I hear your microphone cover. There we go.
Okay. All right. So I have Alexandra support right here, Cecile with me. I just wondering how did he go?
I think it feel good. He tell me of course he's tired like all the runner because it's a long race. He just tell me he have problem to climb. It's difficult for him, but when I don't know the name in English, but to come back
downhill,
it's okay. So now it's very strange for me because I have something like 45K and I don't see him. I can't support him, so I go to the finish line, and now we just need to wait to see the result. But it starts, we say, he become Pac-Man on the end of the race. It's a little Pac-Man. So he hit all the runner. I hope perhaps he hits 1 or 2 runner.
From your knowledge about his running career, how does he usually perform in the last part of the race, especially with so much climbing?
Yes, for example, in the UTMB, he do something like that. So on the last part, in the 40 last K, he really become Pac-Man and he hit 2 or 3 runner. So perhaps, but it's complicated. It's tired. It's normal. It's very long. We have hot weather on the morning, so I think it's a little bit dehydrated. But he hit well. He drink well, so I hope it's okay to finish on the top 10. So
maybe eat a few more trail runners on the way.
Yeah, but it's top 10. It's perfect. I'm here for a top 10, so it's okay. It finished on top 10. So yes, and yes, we are happy because it's not raining. I hope so. So it's the perfect weather to. So, see you on the finish line.
See you on the finish line. Thank you so much. I hope you get some rest before he goes to the finish line. Yeah, you should go take some rest.
My noodle in the car, waiting me.
Go get it.
So I go to eat my noodle.
All right. See you in a bit.
Thank you very much.
All right. So that's Alex support, Cecile on the camera.
So yeah, Alexander is currently sitting in 8th place right now, about 97 minutes back of the lead, but firmly entrenched into the top 10 at this point. So as long as he looks good, their desired goal of being in the top 10 looks extremely attainable.
Yeah, I also want to make a quick comment on that. You were asking earlier how the runners were moving. So earlier we have Alexandre and also Doi Takashi, who came in at about the same time. They both look really good and in good mood. Takashi Doi in particular, he was in very good mood, and his crew was very methodic as well. He came in, he said, I need to change socks, change shoes, give me the bottles. I don't need that. So it was going through the motion very, very quickly. But he also took some time to just sit down on a chair, have some hot soup before he started moving again. He seems to be in really good condition right now.
Takashi Doi has run this race multiple times in the past. Do you know if he's a closer or if he is the kind of person that runs hotter and better in the first half of the race?
From my experience, he's a consistent runner. So he doesn't go very fast in the beginning or slow down in the end. So I expect maybe, again, some more yo-yoing with Alexandre. And I think Anthony may be coming in a little bit later. I asked Takashi earlier, and he was commenting Anthony was going up, descending the last downhill with him. So he was expecting him to come in quite soon. But then so far, we haven't seen Anthony just yet. And Alexandre was also running along with Anthony quite a bit. So Anthony may be apparently slowing down a little bit. And meanwhile, Takashi was just keeping his own pace consistently throughout the race so far.
Well, that's all I have. Did you have anything for him, AJ?
Yeah, Marco, will you be able to stick around a little bit and see if you can see Anthony come in?
Totally. Yeah, I will let you know when I get Anthony on the crew on the camera later.
That'd be great.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you.
Awesome. All right.
Marco out on the field doing a bang-up job as he has been all day. So glad that he's a part of our team.
Oh, yeah.
Quick heads up on another Western runner. Nicole Bitter has hit F4, the 98K mark, currently in 10th place on the women's race, about 3 hours and 36 minutes back of Courtney, who is just simply blazing right now. We're keeping an eye to see whether or not she actually gains ground any further on the front of the men's field. She was about 38 minutes back of overall leader Guo Min Dang and about 28 minutes back of Chen Guidu, and has moved into 3rd place overall in this race. Although we have reports in the field that Chen Guidu is not having the greatest moments right now. We'll see what happens, but sounds like his stomach was giving him some problems as he was heading up that hill that we talked about earlier. Folks, if you haven't seen any of these runners come up this hill, the next time we get the opportunity to show it, it's pretty amazing, and it's a beautiful shot. It's basically when they come out of a lower area where the 6th aid station is, they have to climb this hill, and you've got a shot of Mount Fuji in the background. It's just one of those beautiful, beautiful shots. That is the hill, actually, I believe, that they climb.
Yeah, and Marco gave us some good intel into it. It's just a rugged, straight up, no switchbacks, kind of through a stubby kind of farm field.
Very East Coast kind of.
Yeah, I mean, it just looks like where ultra runners go to die or something. But it's rough going. And, of course, we saw Courtney top out on it and burst into a smile, probably because she was glad it was finished. But, Chris, I wanted to just comment a little bit on a comment that just came up in the chat about because it's probably not premature to at least broach this topic, but a listener asked, V. Vega asked, last time a woman won was the overall winner of a major 100-miler, Ann Trayson ? I think a lot of that will depend on your definition of major 100-miler.
Well,
I know on the North American side for sure, Camille Herron.
Absolutely, that was who I was going to go to.
Camille Herron and Devin Yanko are two names that come up immediately. You know, I don't know if you would consider Tunnel Hill or Umstead major 100-milers, but certainly the times in those two races that they both ran were major efforts and are still course records in those events. So
and also whether you're talking trail or like ultra in general, because Camille has also had overall wins at Jackpot.
Sure.
And
so a lot of it would depend on your definition of major. But if you're talking about like a major mountain ultra, a major mountain 100-miler, I mean, we've certainly seen women do very well at those. Courtney was the overall winner at the Moab 240 several years back. I don't know if you would consider that a major at that in that context. But I think a win at this race in this context under these circumstances after her year last year, on the one hand, I don't think would surprise very many people, but on the other hand, would certainly be yet another notch in the Courtney Dauwalter, all-timer belt.
I think, okay, so, I mean, when you look at the, quote, World Trail Majors or the other major races that aren't World Trail Majors, such as, Western States, UTMB, Javelina, Hard Rock, I mean, I don't think there's been a situation where a woman has won one of those races outright, but I think that the next level would be like, for instance, Western States qualifiers. If you win a Western States qualifier outright, that's an amazing feat, So I think that, given the fact that, Camille did win Tunnel Hill and Devenyanko did win Umstead, I think that those would qualify as women winning maybe not a, quote, major race, but a high value, high profile race outright. I think that's
a few years ago, Stephanie Howe won Bandera outright.
Oh yeah.
It's 100K, but I think to this day she would even compared to her Western States win, she would probably say that was the best race she's ever had. Stephanie, by the way, is in Japan right now running the 70K here at Mt.FUJI. So.
That's right. Travis mentioned that Tara Dower just won Umstead outright as well.
Yeah, Tara Dower did win Umstead outright. So I think that I think it's an interesting discussion and an interesting conversation to have. Anne never actually won Western States outright. She finished second one year. She finished third another year. The year at Leadville of her 1806, she finished second overall. In many ways, her career paralleled what we've seen with Camille, where she won a lot of, fixed time events and things like that outright. But an interesting discussion to be had, and certainly I think as we see this race unfold, and perhaps even Hard Rock this year. I mean, it was not out of the question to think about Courtney winning a Hard Rock outright in 2023. I think ultimately having Western States on her legs prevented her from doing that. But this year, she's not going to have Western States on
Anthony
her legs.
Lee right there.
Oh, there's Anthony Lee right there. And he looks like he's taking a little break.
Looks like he's hurting pretty good.
Yeah, we may hear from Marco, but Marco may also be respectfully.
Yeah, I was going to say we don't want to get too. I mean, definitely keeping eyes on him and one thing, but definitely make sure that he's got his space and not be too invasive or anything. So, but I mean that's part of the sport. I mean, it's not always sunshine and roses, and sometimes you have to. Cover what people are going through.
Marco's commenting on our back channels that he's giving them a little space, which is.
No, and Marco, we're grateful to have you there and providing this coverage. So, again, you're doing an ace's job out there.
It's one of those things, unfortunately, like we root for these guys and these gals day in and day out, and putting yourself out there like that is really what this sport is about. And I think that this sport, more than most other sports, you spend so much time in the saddle, or I guess feet in the boots, whatever you want to say. You spend so much more time there and so much more emotion comes out that it's undoubtable that we're going to see the highs and lows of everybody's race. And that's what we want to see. We want to see the gambit, because I think that's part of what makes this so beautiful. And we don't ever want to focus on somebody's lowest points, but kudos to Anthony for being out there and putting, his hat in the arena and challenging himself at a place where he's historically, done well and not done well and wants to do better. I love it. I'd rather see that, than just all smiles and all joy all the time.
What you're seeing right there, that is bib number 10, Jun Arakawa, no stranger to this race, having run it the last 2 years. Jun finished last year in 10th place and the prior year in 13th place. Interestingly enough, his 10th place finish last year was in a 22:17:14, but his 13th place finish was 21:07. Although, as we've mentioned multiple times, this course has been altered and changed over years, so I don't know what the 2022 race looks like in comparison with last year or this year's. But that's 210.
So we're thinking that's Wang Ho Chung.
Oh,
Wang Ho Chung from Hong Kong. 210, not 10. And again, as we were talking about earlier in the gymnasium, he's on one of those Zach's favorite little tiny chairs. He's got his legs at about 130-degree angle, and making. We did get some Marco. While we don't have the camera on him, Marco has chatted a little bit with Anthony. Says his quads are hurting and he can hardly run. Stomach is fine. Wong said he's feeling a bit tired, but no problem finishing the race. And there he is up from that tiny chair. And that's Wang Ho Chung from Hong Kong. Been at it for a while. Hong Kong 100K back in 2016. An 11th place finish there and a 3rd place finish in 2017 at the Trans Jeju 100K in Korea. He looks happy. He's about ready to head out to the Children of the Corn section. Blair Witch project, depending on your point of view.
Depends on how old you are, I would think, at that point.
Yeah.
About a 15-year difference between those two movies.
That's true. Yeah. You could, or, yeah, either way. Those of you youngsters out there, you should go rent them both. I would suggest seeing Blair Witch Project first. Watch it in the daytime. And take a little break and watch Children of the Corn at night. But that's just my advice. Here he is. I think he's got a little bit of kind of bike trail stuff, kind of going around the back of the lake, and then boom, into that climb. Marco gave us some pretty good perspective on a little while ago.
Sherm Bia in the chat. Sherman is regular in these streets, both in the chats and in our area in terms of races. Some kind words for Anthony Lee, talking about how humble he is, and how it hurts to see somebody like that. Struggling right like he is right now. And Sherm, you nailed it. I mean, that's part of covering these races. It can gut you sometimes. I mean, when you're out in the field, and as I mentioned earlier, a lot of these people are our friends. These are people that we've run with and we've gotten to know, and seeing, some of these people in pain, it's a fine line between wanting to bring the race coverage, but also affording people the space and the respect they deserve and need in order to work through whatever they're working through. It's kind of a double-edged sword. I mean, I love being right there and talking, and I have to admit there are times when I've got a gimbal in hand where I'm glad that I keep things on mute because and I'll tell them point blank, I'm like, this is muted and I'm not going to share it. And then, I've heard some things. So.
And then you unmute it and share it.
No. Trust me. Hey,
you wouldn't want to do that. That would burn a bridge pretty quick.
I feel very fortunate to have had the opportunity to develop, a rapport with a lot of these runners and crew and coaches, and I would not want to do anything to violate.
By the way, cool little kind of sub text or subplot about these live streams is this kind of exposure. This is probably a lovely Japanese park that most folks in the world wouldn't have a chance to see unless they went over there. And the race runs through here, and kind of nice here it is coming into the aid station. Our coverage team is good. I think this is the Japanese coverage team doing a good job. This is coming back up the course, I think, as they've followed a runner out.
So they're heading back towards where Anthony is posted up.
And again, Marco is on the ground and giving Anthony his space. We know a lot of North American runners are.
And Anthony knows the drill too with the coverage as well. He knows that we want to keep eyes on him and get the heads up, but at the same time, we want to afford him the respect and the distance that he deserves. So
what's amazing is, this is a major aid station at a major ultra marathon, and you can just see how stretched out the field is. It's 1, 2, 3 runners coming through here at a time. There are still hundreds and hundreds of runners left to come through here.
Yeah, we'll see if we can get do we have Marco? Well, let's do it. Okay, well, be just a minute.
There he is.
Hear me okay?
Yeah, we got you.
Awesome. So I spoke to Anthony. So obviously, just behind me, he is having some time to rest and having his crew to massage his legs. So I spoke to him, and he said his quads is just hurting so much he couldn't feel the ground. So he's having trouble running, especially downhill. But he said he's still staying quite positive. He said he will keep going for sure. He just need a reset. So right now he's just lying down, taking his time, but he's feeling quite positive.
Oh, that's great. That's good. So he's just going to hit the reset button and hopefully get back out there. Marco, I really respect the fact that you were sort of keeping your distance. Does he seem despondent, or we all know Anthony is just such an incredibly positive guy. Is he maintaining that kind of positive attitude even though he's having a struggle time right now?
Yeah. So he's definitely not deflated. He's more like, okay, I'm tired. I need a reset button, but I will continue. So he's still keeping his cool, but obviously he's very tired. And walking into the aid station, I can tell from his face that he is physically suffering a lot. And he also slowed down quite a bit. Like I mentioned earlier, Doi Takashi was running down with him from the hill, and they were running neck to neck. But then the gap that happened between then and here, meaning he has been walking quite a bit, coming to the aid station. So he just needed that break for now. The massage has been going on for 10 minutes already. So maybe hopefully that will give him some much needed energy to continue.
Marco, we also saw some great footage of Wang Ho-chung, who, on the other hand, looked very good. He was stretching. He was taking in his calories. His crew was working with him. I know you mentioned that his wife was too shy to be on camera, but what sort of feedback did you get from Wang?
Yes. So, by the way, I'm also from Hong Kong, so I'm definitely rooting for my home city runner. So I spoke to them, and I spoke to Wong and his wife as well. Wong, he said, "Oh, of course I'm tired," but he Actually, from my observation, he looks better than I last saw him at F4. And when I spoke to other runner who knows him quite well as well, is he is much stronger and usually thrives in like a UTMB sort of course, which is like more mountainous, more technical. So when I asked his wife, like, how is he feeling? She said, well, he's actually getting better from now on, and he's getting excited to finish all the road behind him and now going to the mountain. So hopefully he will have some great fun. The other interesting thing, I think not also mentioned too much by both local and international media, is Wong is of course very well known in Hong Kong, but he also switched less from elite running and spending more time on educating and helping with the younger generation, younger trail runners. So he's spending more time doing that. And his wife and himself was commenting, I'm not training as much as I should if I'm running competitively. So he's doing this race partly to see his sponsor team from Normal. And so this like his sort of like tourist tour. That said, he's still doing very, very well. And like I mentioned earlier, he's just looking better than he looked earlier.
No, he's looking very well for somebody who is, quote, maybe not training as much as he should be. He's having an admirable race and in line with some of his more recent finishes and places.
Yeah, exactly. All right, so let me camp out a little bit longer, and if I have anything more to update, I will let you guys know.
You let us know.
Thanks a lot, Marco.
All righty.
Thanks, Marco. Of course, we are... I'm actually surprised we haven't seen any runners hit F7 yet. Our first runners hit the F6 out. I mean, this must be
let's see
brutal stretch. Can we pull up that?
Where is we have not had a second.
No,
we haven't had a second female through F6 yet, have we?
No, I'm thinking it's about 25 to 30 minutes out.
All right, yeah. So we'll hopefully Marco stay on the ground there.
Yeah, I think at this point, I mean,
もうトップ3の表彰台
our second place woman, Yukari Somaya, was 99 minutes back of Courtney DeWalter.
Yeah,
which would mean that she's probably at least 45 minutes out.
Yeah. So is this?
Looks like.
Is this F? I mean, I know it's labeled F6, but this is F6. We just haven't seen this view of it yet. Okay. Yeah.
Of course, it is. There aren't a ton of people here yet, but
there will be
as the race progresses. For those who are not aware, there's over 3,000 runners in this race. So. We're obviously dedicating our coverage to the front of the pack here, but when our coverage ends, this race is still far from over.
Oh, yeah.
So if you're interested in specific runners that might not be towards the front of the pack, you can always check on the link at the top of the live stream chat.
This is bib 211.
The top of the Mountain Outpost chat. Thank you, Jordan. You can grab the mic and let us know if.
Yeah.
I have no problem being corrected. It happens all the time. But yeah, no. You want to check at the top of the Mountain Outpost chat for that link to the runner track.
Look at that nice water set up there.
That's fancy.
Yeah, they don't even have to bend down. That's beautiful.
So you're asking bib 211. That is Nagisa Itagaki. I am not familiar.
Look at the size of that pack. I mean, Zach went through the mandatory gear a little while ago, and
I believe Nagisa is currently running in 11th place at this point.
Some coffee, some Amino Vital. By the way, thank you, fans of Blair Witch Project and Children of the Corn on the chat. I think we're having a little showdown between which one's scarier. If we throw in Deliverance, we'll get kind of three different corners of the globe, and maybe if you're looking to kill time between runners, you can watch some scenes from all three of those. But But this runner's about to take that big old heavy pack up that nasty Blair Witch Project Children of the Corn climb that we've been talking about so much. But he looks good.
That's the CCC, Children of the Corn climb.
That's right.
Yeah. See what you did there.
Another quick update. It looks like our first male is rapidly approaching the 7th aid station. Doesn't look like we have any coverage there yet, but we should be seeing a crossing from him there soon.
And that F7 aid station is Nijumagari at mile 84 to, that's about mile 84, 85, give or take a few meters. It would be the 136 meter mark, or 136 kilometer mark of the race.
There you might be smelling the barn with you got 30K to go, 18 and a half miles. For those of you who like to keep score in miles. Zach is leaving us, so now Aravaipa After Dark starts in full blown. Full blown
Party time.
Spirit.
All
right, Jordan.
Right there was Yosuke Kawachi. I don't have any background on Yosuke, but I'll see if I can get some. That was bib number 43.
Again, we are 14 hours and 42 minutes into this event. It started at midnight local time, 8 a.m. here in Arizona. Chris and I and our producer Jordan are coming to you live from Aravaipa / Mountain Outpost headquarters on 24th Street in Phoenix, Arizona. And we hope you are enjoying this coverage of the 4th World Trails Major of the season, the Mount Fuji 100-miler. This great footage is brought to you by the folks at the Mount Fuji 100. We are broadcasting the English language version using their cameras, and we do have an English language reporter on the ground, Marco, who we just heard from a little while ago. He's posted up at aid station F6 for the time being. For those of you who might be wondering about the F in front of the aid station number, it's not indicating a female place, which we are somewhat familiar with here in the United States, but rather just how they code the aid stations.
You can see a shot of what's available.
Yep. Salted. Yokan, fruit candy, rice cracker. Thank you for this footage.
Yes, thank you.
And again, as Chris just mentioned, over 3,000 runners in this event. There have been a grand total of 10 through this aid station so far. So I suspect those boxes will need to be filled multiple times over the next couple of hours.
And shout out to the internet for enabling kanji translations, because I would be quite lost without them. I've been getting pretty good at cutting, pasting, and copying. Oh, they've got pork miso soup.
Oh,
that's a good one.
Sounds good to me.
They have a aid station 7 in, but they have an aid station 7.
Yeah, I was noticing that. I don't know if that's just simply like the default preset.
Wow, look at that.
Wow, that's no joke.
She's got a, oh my goodness. I
Oh,
want a
man,
bowl of that. I
yeah,
could
I
go
was
for a
gonna
bowl
say
of that
this-
right now.
This.
Again, we had a great interview with Kevin, Courtney DeWalter's husband and crew a little while earlier. It was warm and humid at the outset of the race overnight. It has cooled off a bit and predominantly overcast skies, although it does appear to be a bit of sunshine coming through that side of the aid station. But again, this is some wonderful footage of the aid station from our friends on the Japanese coverage.
And the race started at midnight their time, midnight local time. So the 1446 means it is indeed not only 1446 in terms of race time, but in terms of military time. So 2:46 in the afternoon.
2:46 in the afternoon on the local time. And we do suspect, I mean, just doing quick little back of the envelope math, finish around the 18 to 19 hour mark is what we're guesstimating.
Yeah.
Last report, we're bringing it around again. Guomindang was in the lead. Chen Guido in second place overall, and Courtney Dauwalter in third place overall through the F6 aid station. We do not yet have a word on the ground from F7, but we know we're close.
Yeah, I don't have a split, but
we're showing Guomindang in F2.
Of course, Guomindang is running Western States this year.
He is.
So it'll be I think this is a good opportunity for us to familiarize ourselves with him before
indeed.
Before this June. Wonder if he'll be at training camp. Maybe we'll have to say hi.
Yeah.
Looks like we've got another runner coming in. It's bib number 21, perhaps. Oh, and every time I switch. Yeah, all of the top men are like, well, there is a bib number 21 in the race that was actually fairly close to the lead, basically in the top 20. Yeah, so that would be Tetsuya Saguchi right there. Yeah, after catching an eye on that aid station soup.
Oh my goodness,
looked fantastic. It's good.
Yeah.
Oh, absolutely.
Oh yeah, and the person stirring it with what looks like a paddle.
Yeah,
it's good.
Like I can sit and watch cooking videos, reels on Instagram and on social media like all day long. It's one of my weaknesses. There's also a Chef Hero. I watch his sushi videos all the time too. So
nice shot of Fuji with the lake in the foreground.
I think we're just so fortunate to be able to cover a race that enables us to catch these views.
Oh yeah.
It takes a lot for me to want to go and do a race that is this long and probably painful, but sites such as that definitely
will kind of prime the pump a little bit.
Absolutely,
won't they? Yeah. Really appreciate these mobile cams. They're moving. They're getting us glimpses.
We have
an
F7 out from Guomindang at 14:47.11.
Okay, 14:47.11. Let's those of you keeping score at home, make note of that. Chris will do the same, and that starts the clock now moving towards.
So with that in mind,
Guido, and Courtney Dauwalter.
So Guomindang was 10 minutes ahead of the second place man, Chen Guidu, at the F6 departure.
What was the split? Do you know his? Do you have his departure time from
14:40? Okay, so that would be.
Was it?
It was about 2 hours and 14 minutes.
It was a 2 hour and 14 minute section.
for the lead man.
Okay.
Guido was in second, about 10 minutes back, and the third place overall would have been Courtney there.
And she was about
37, 38 minutes
38
back.
minutes back.
So-
Okay. So we're starting the clock on that.
I think I recognize that kit.
Now that
is
be,
Somaya.
That might be Somaya.
Yeah, that's Somaya.
Oh yeah.
Yukari Somaya, our second place woman right now in her first ever 100-mile effort, acquitting herself very well at this point, looking really good.
And we know that Marco is still on the ground there.
Yep. You can see she's on the paved path on her way into the aid.
We both said the same thing.
Looking really. Is she like
she's happy,
high-fiving and man,
she's running with a great deal of joy. We were talking earlier about running angry versus running happy, and
that's a happy
runner right there.
Well, the only issue is that she's chasing the happiest runner right
Absolutely,
now.
But 100
looking good though.
122K,
and also
in under 15 hours. There she is.
That is so happy.
Yeah.
And also earlier, AJW, I don't know if you caught it on the earlier live streams when Corinne and Jeff were on the call. One of the things that Marco had noted from her crew was that she thought people were moving too fast.
She did.
Like she's been chilling in second, third place back and forth since early on. Earlier, she was kind of, I guess, jockeying with Nicole Bitter, like in the first 15, 20 miles or so. Now in unquestioned command of second place. Because
well, and as we saw her at the 100K mark, she just look at that. She composes herself. So who she kind of reminds me of? She kind of reminds me of Casey Lichtai. Smiling and happy and not worrying about what else is going on around her. Well, I noticed that at the 100K mark as well, where she sat down on the little chair. I bet she's going to do that again.
So, give or take, she's about an hour 45 back of Courtney.
Okay.
So Courtney has opened up the gap even wider at about 105 minutes versus the previous 99 minutes. But she's moving, very well still. Yukari is so.
Again, Yukari, as you commented, it's obvious that the Shinetsu Five Mountains Trail 110K is a test piece for particularly a lot of Japanese runners. Yukari won that in 2023 in a time of 13:38. And look, happy.
So okay, yeah, she's 1:45.10 off the pace from Courtney. So again, still moving very fast because at the last aid station check, not only was she 84 minutes back of Courtney, she was 99 minutes back of Courtney, but she was also 84 minutes ahead of her
third place.
Of third place. Yeah, there's a definite spread in the women's field right now. Chi Yan currently in third place, as far as we can tell. We don't know if there's been any movement between aid, but Chi Yan was
I'm not sure
84
she was
minutes
on
back.
Our early
early
prognostication either. Was
did
she?
not have her on my research. So a lot of times with some of these runners that I didn't have notes on, it was just very difficult to find information. But okay, so I can tell you she's from Hong Kong. Quick Google is your friend. She's an attorney, and she survived a cancer diagnosis.
Oh, my goodness.
So that is your current third place woman, Chi Yan. Of course, right now what you're seeing
Look at that. That's a beautiful little aid station table right there, or crew table.
That's for Yukari Somaya,
Yeah.
our second place woman. But again, just another example of people having stories.
Dora asking what she eating and drinking. I know we have Marco on the ground, and I suspect he'll have a chat with the crew after
Peter
Yukari
Peter asking
departs.
what she's taking. Did I miss that she is? Oh, is that an evidence of OFM right there? What is that?
Wow, look at that.
What-
Oh,
share
nice.
share your knowledge.
So what you saw her just eating was onigiri, which is a seaweed wrapped rice. They're sometimes stuffed with meats such as like salmon. Sometimes they're just seaweed and rice. Very good.
Man, these
very
people know
filling.
how to eat.
Onigiri
These
and
people know how to eat.
I think I recognize the drink in her hand as well.
Yeah,
that's a pretty universal can right there.
Yeah.
Looks like, yeah. And as Peter noticed, it sounds like she was taking Vespa as well. So
Peter will never miss a chance to pump up Vespa, which is fine. Maybe if we sell some more of it, he can buy a shirt. But this is some great footage here. She just looks happy, content, fueling.
yeah, I think that. I mean, I wonder if this is the point where the crew is saying, filling her in, like, listen, Courtney's almost 2 hours ahead of you, but you're also an hour and a half ahead of third. So just go out and run your best race the rest of the way and do your own thing. Like, I think that there's got to be a little bit of freedom from a mental standpoint there.
I think so.
No matter what you do, as long as the wheels don't completely fall off for anybody involved, you're pretty much locked into where you're at with about 25 or so miles to go.
Yeah, I'm kind of reminded of the way Katie Scheid ran Western States last year. When Courtney DeWalter was a good hour ahead of her.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Katie stuck to her game plan and also broke the previous course record.
Had an amazing
with her
run.
Second place finish. And so you look at an athlete like Yukari here. She's doing her own thing. She's obviously getting plenty of calories down, energy, and going to be ready to move for this. As Marco has pointed out, this sort of challenging technical part for the next. For the rest of the race, pretty much.
Yeah, for those just tuning in, I'm Chris Warden.
I'm Andy Jones-Wilkins.
And we're here at the Mount Fuji 100 here on the Mountain Outpost and World Trail Majors channels. Of course, we're broadcasting remotely from beautiful Phoenix, Arizona at the Aravipa/Steep Life Media Studios.
We are. It's 11 o'clock local time. Just turned the clock. It is 3 o'clock in Japan, where the race is taking place, 3 o'clock in the afternoon. It was a midnight start. But we are following along this incredible race with some great footage from our friends filming the race in Japan. We've also got an English language reporter on the ground, Marco. We'll probably hear from him in a bit after Somaya takes off from here. Somaya, I said that wrong. Somaya.
Yeah, and I think that the cool thing about this, and we talked about this earlier, that this is our first opportunity to be the, quote, alternate language
feed.
Because there were we had the main feed for Black Canyon, and we had a Japanese announce team for the World Trail Majors out on course, and they were basically drawing from our feed, our main feed, and then from their own broadcast team on the ground, which is what we're doing here. These are actually images like either from the main Japanese language feed or from our personal team where we've got Marco out there with his people. Oh, so
yeah,
this
is probably Marco and his camera.
Okay, so we are kind of the quote alternate feed,
right?
So, but this is also our first opportunity to broadcast an international race under the Mountain Outpost banner, and I couldn't be more honored to be a part of it.
Well, and it's amazing how we've progressed, right? It was just 2 years ago where most of the broadcasts that were done out of this studio were Avera Viper races.
Yeah.
Black Canyon, obviously, Javelina 100, Cocodona, Desert Solstice. You might have done a few other sort of small ones, and they were done in a very sort of kind of fly by the seat of their pants way. And then I distinctly remember sometime in the fall of 2022, sitting at one of our local restaurants that's no longer around, sadly, and kind of hatching the idea of trying to do coverage, race coverage of. I'm sorry, I'm going to interrupt myself because it looks like Anthony Lee
is back
has
up.
Gotten up from his little rest. And our team on the ground is getting some video. But we, hatched the idea of covering. Oh, volume.
The U.S.
Unmute.
broadcast.
Unmute.
There he
Thanks
is.
for all your support.
Thanks for running.
Yeah.
Thanks for running.
Yeah, thank you.
How are you feeling?
I'm feeling okay. I think the road sections really took a lot out of me. So, my quads are quite blown, which has never happened. And all my 2,200-mile races, this is the worst. So I don't know what happened. But yeah, I'm going to get it done.
Awesome. You took a good break, and so I'll let you go.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks, guys. Thank you.
Good job, Anthony. I got to admit, Anthony looks rejuvenated to a large degree here versus where he looked a little while ago.
He does.
He seemed to be, despite the fact that he was dealing with some, issues with his legs and everything, that he seems to be in good spirits. And, he's an experienced enough runner that he can probably hold it together for another 25, 26 miles to get it done. I have no doubt.
Yeah, no doubt. He'll finish this thing. May not be the race he wanted, but it's the race he got.
Yep. That's kind of how it works sometimes. So, this is Colorado runner Anthony Lee, one of our Westerners running the Mount Fuji 100 here this year, and obviously going to be one of the focal points of our coverage as long as we've got him. And in addition to Anthony, we've got a couple other American and Western runners. I stopped short of calling Pete Mortimer an American runner,
right?
Because he does, he's Great Britain runner. And also Courtney DeWalter, as we mentioned, and Nicole Bitter. Nicole Bitter, I did check to see, had moved into 10th place. I actually moved down to 10th place from where she was before. We'll see if we can get... I don't think she's left the F4 aid station yet, so we'll see if she holds 10th as she works through things in that aid station. Your men's leader, Guomin Dang, is currently at the 7th aid station. That is Nijumagari at mile 84, so less than 20 miles to go for Guomin. He had a 10-minute lead, but it looks like that's extended.
Because we do not have word yet of Chen Guido coming through yet.
Yep, because Chen Guido was 10 minutes back, and now it's been roughly 19 minutes since Dang left the F7 aid. Another runner that we are anxiously awaiting to see at F7 would be Courtney DeWalter.
Mm-hmm.
Courtney DeWalter was about 28 minutes back of
second place.
Of second
right?
place.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
So if she's holding form, it's entirely possible that that she has closed the gap significantly, or possibly
or made a pass.
Could be the next runner we see at F7. So.
And again, F7 aid station is 136K, which is just a solid 30K from the finish, almost exactly, with 2 more climbs of significance between there and the finish.
Our third place woman right now is Chi Yan, as we mentioned, from Hong Kong, an attorney who has beaten cancer.
Great story.
Great story there. It's part of the fun of doing this coverage. And we didn't know anything about Yan prior to, about 20 minutes ago, because, we researched everybody we could.
We did our best.
But
a 3,000 person field with people coming from all kinds of different backgrounds.
Like even trying to, navigate. Do we have something?
We have a split on the second male through 15:06:22, 19 minutes behind M1.
Okay. So so Chen Guidu is currently in second place, like you said, 19 minutes back.
Good rate. So he lost about 9 minutes in that rough section.
And let's see. Yeah, it took him 2:23 to do that last.
And Guomindang's was more about
2:14.
2:14. Okay.
So now the question is, when is Courtney coming into F7? We don't have camera at F7. She's having
love to see Yukari just taking her time here,
playing it smart, not rushing.
She's taking in quite a bit of fuel.
Yeah, that's pretty amazing. I mean, this is her first 100-miler. She's still in good spirits, moving really well. Time for a picture with people, and also, like we said, maybe she's kind of realizing she's sewn into that second place slot as long as she finishes.
Just continues to execute this way.
Yeah, just keep moving, because she's almost 2 hours back of Courtney and 90 minutes ahead of third place. The field has spread out so much on the women's side. It's pretty amazing, to be honest.
Yeah. Hey, Chris, do you know, is KT tape the official tape of Japan?
You'd think.
Yeah, I mean, I just think it almost seems to be part of the kit.
Yeah, I have noticed a lot of KT tape on the runners. Some people swear by it. I've used it for my feet and things like that. But they must be onto something. She's running a great race. But yeah, well, here's the thing: we're keying in on the front of the pack, and a lot of people are taped up in KT tape. So. They find value in it. So, if it's working for them, you might as well keep going.
That's right.
On the men's side, I want to see, other notable runners that people have been asking about. Alexander Boucher, currently running 8th place. Ho Chung Wong from Hong Kong, running in 9th place. Let's see where Pete Mortimer is at. Let's see if he has actually made it into the F5 aid station as of yet. Yep, he is currently. He's moved up to 42nd place from 48th.
All right, that sounds like Pete.
And again, I'm in the interest of full disclosure, he's a very good friend of mine, and he's my coach. And I think that Pete. It would not shock me to see Pete move up another 25 spots by the time this is all said and done, because he's always he relishes the opportunity to run people down, number one, and number two, this second half of the race plays to his strengths. He's not as fast as these other runners in terms of the flats and stuff. I mean, he can move compared to like most people, but he's somebody who really,
he's a grinder.
Oh, absolutely,
he's a grinder. Yeah,
very much so.
So Marco is still hanging around. I think he's going to go from here to the finish, or one more aid station. Is he going to go? Does he have time to make it to F8?
Perfect.
Yeah.
So this is Lake Kawaguchi. Is that the name of the body of water that's right next to the aid station there? Oh, okay.
Someone broke down the different meanings of all words.
Yes.
I can't find it anymore.
Well, I did have a discussion with somebody who was with our group run last night. Afterwards, there was a Japanese woman who was part of our group. As you can see, a runner heading out from the aid station, number 6. And she said that one of the things that is easier is that for the most part, is that bib number 1 and bib number 15.
That's a blue bib. I haven't seen a blue bib.
Is that from the 70K
does
perhaps?
the 70K kind of join in?
So this is Lake Yamanakako.
There we go. Easy for you to say.
Yeah, this is something you were kind of holding out on us, Jordan, that you are familiar with the Japanese language far more than AJW and I put together.
I just know way too much about it. I was there about a month-ish ago at this point. So
Oh,
nice.
That's my only reason why.
I also know. Well, I know that that I've seen Jordan definitely has some affinity for Japanese culture. I know that for a fact because I've seen you working on models.
Yes.
Of what is the not Robotech but
Gundam.
Gundam. Yes, that's what I was going to say. It was like seeing you work on some, like when we're doing a race, like for instance, Run Rabbit Run. I believe that he was working on a model at the kitchen table one day. So, but that right there is our second place woman, Yukari Somaya.
It looks like they've gone back in time.
Oh, okay, so yeah, that's right, because she just left.
Because we're at race time. We're at.
They're flashing back to her
this is our
excellent-looking lunch.
Yeah, they wanted to just take a look at what that magical thing she was eating was.
Yeah, a bit of a delay on that feed, but we should be back to something good here.
Now the next question that we're trying to answer for our English language feed is, where is Courtney?
Yeah, and Courtney's arrival into F7.
Shows her at F7 on the live. Okay, so I don't have a ping for her on the.
No split out yet.
Yeah. Which means that she's made up even more ground.
15-15. Let's just ballpark it.
Oh yeah, so
if your notes.
If she was at 15:15, then
Guomindang.
You're talking 9 minutes back from Chen Guidu.
Yeah.
And
let's just call it 28.
28
so that
minutes
would be
back.
a 10-minute. She was 38.
Okay, yeah, so kind of eyeballing it, Courtney has moved in within 30 minutes of
the lead.
Of the overall lead. We could have ourselves a very interesting situation here in the waning hours. I hope everybody is all napped up because this is about to get hectic.
She could run out of real estate, but she also could run these two guys down.
Yeah, the live tracker, I've been watching it pretty much this whole time, and she and first male Chen have been basically on the same pace.
So Corey, our friend in the chat, shows a 2:04 split, and Guomindang was more of a
Courtney is
2:11.
At 15,
55.
Okay, there we go. So it's down under 30 minutes, Courtney's gap to the overall leader. So again, our first three athletes are through F7, the aid station at kilometer 136, so 30K from the finish. Guomindang in the lead, arrived there at 14:47 elapsed, followed by Chen Guido at 15:06 and Courtney Dauwalter at just under 15:16.
So those were the splits.
10 minutes back of Chen and 29 minutes back of Guomindang.
So in this last stretch from F6 to F7, Courtney made up 19 minutes on Chen Guidu and 10 minutes on Guomindang.
So, I mean, at that pace, she'd run out of real estate to win, but, you never know what can happen to the guys in front of her, especially with a big downhill coming up, a big climb, and then a screaming downhill, and then another big climb.
Here's the thing, though, AJ, but I don't know if she's running out of real estate because she did not gain a ton of ground between aid stations 4 and 6. It was 6 to 7 where it was
true.
Suddenly she would gain 2 minutes here or 4 minutes here. In that case, she gained 10 and 19.
Yeah.
So
it was a really good section for her, and as Marco was suggesting, it's technical. It's, as he called it, the mountainous section of the course, which plays right in.
Yeah, Jason, if you're gonna nap, I don't know if I would necessarily set your alarm for 4 hours because.
Yeah, I mean, they've got 18 miles to go. I would set it for less than 4 hours.
It's pretty amazing. Pretty amazing. So yeah, they've got a 6.8 or so, about a 7-mile section to Fujiyoshida, and then the finish back at Fuji Hokuroku Park Gym is at the 103-mile mark. So it's about a 12-mile stretch from the last aid station to the finish. And that last stretch has a pretty sizable climb.
Yeah, you see that one? Yeah. So there's this punchy one, then a nice big downhill, and then a grindy one.
Yeah. So I think if you can see, so F7 is the third from the end line that you see on the course profile. So they've got to go up a hill, then down a long extended. Perfect.
Yeah,
thank you so
Jordan.
much.
That's a good close up of it.
So
they
they're
drop
departing
all the way
F7,
to 740 meters, even a little lower than 740 meters before
shooting back up to about 1,300, 1,400, and then down and then back up and finishing at just about 1,000 meters. So I think that under normal circumstances, that might be, not enough enough distance remaining for Courtney to catch a runner. Number one, the course definitely, like, with a big climb, big descent, and another big climb, that definitely helps Courtney out, I think, in that regard, because this last stretch, as you could see, had multiple climbs to it from F6 to F7. And that's where she made up the significant ground. And I think that also, number two, this is not a normal person we're talking about here. This is Courtney flipping to Walter.
Yeah.
So,
Jordan, looks like Marco's getting ready to set up. He's spent some time talking to Somaya's crew. Okay, great. And then I think what we're going to try and have Marco do is, after chatting with us a little bit about how Somaya's doing, to jet on over, or at least have the camera jet on over to
sure,
F8, their kilometer 147.8.
While we wait for that, we're going to go to the Fuji stream. They're doing an ad break.
Okay. Good. I'm going to hit the restroom.
これは何かな、日本人って性善説でランナーの努力や才能を称えますが、どれらのドーピングのユーザーかナチュラルか使用でどのくらい向上するのか気になります。もちろん表立って使用
New Gore-Tex products are made for life. Made for getting out there. Made for life's adventures. Made for life's highs and its lows. With durable products that stand the test of time. Made for going further. Together.
And he is going to be the winner of the 2024 amazing performance. She's gonna going to be facing the finish line of the Gran Canaria Classic. Our confidence was stand through the cattle guard and towards the finish line for 2024 champion.
Folks, thanks for tuning in with us here at the live stream coverage of the Mount Fuji 100 here on Mountain Outpost, the English language broadcast. I'm Chris Warden. Andy Jones-Wilkins is taking a quick break, and we're going to take a quick break in general to switch streams. And what we're going to do is we're actually going to start stream 3 here momentarily. And right on the flip side of that, we're going to actually interview Marco Louis, our man in the field, who has got some new info. And we'll be looking forward to talking with him. So just bear with us here for just a moment. If you're on YouTube, you really shouldn't have to do anything, right? It should flip over automatically. But we're going to switch to stream 3, so we'll see you in a few moments.
New Gore-Tex products are made for life. Made for getting out there. Made for life's adventures. Made for life's highs and its lows. With durable products that stand the test of time. Made for going further. Together.
All right, everybody, welcome back. We're kicking into stream 3. Thanks for hanging in. I'm Andy Jones-Wilkins.
I'm Chris Warden.
And here we are at the live stream of the Mt. Fuji 100 miler. We are 15 and a half hours into the event. The leaders are past mile 80, probably 82, 83, and on their way into the finish. Guomindang in the lead with about a 19-minute lead over Guido Chen, who has another 10 minutes on Courtney Dauwalter. So the top three runners all within 29 minutes of one another.
Yeah, that's right. For those of you just tuning in, Courtney Dauwalter has entered the top three overall and, frankly, gaining ground on the top two.
Yep.
As we mentioned right before we went to break, it is possible that she runs out of real estate, but she has been surging, absolutely surging, gaining 10 minutes and 19 minutes on the two men in front of her. And the way she's moving, it's going to be hard for them to deny her if she gives chase. One of the great things about this broadcast, though, is we've got our own dedicated team out in the field led by Marco Louie. And we got Marco out on the field with us right now. Marco, how you doing?
Hey, GW Chris. Good. How are you?
Wonderful. First of all, thank you very much for setting up this shot so perfectly.
Look at that.
Thanks for noticing that.
Wonderful shot of Mount Fuji in the background. Just absolutely stunning race backdrop for us to be sharing with you or sharing with our audience. What's on your mind?
Yeah, well, first of all, big kudo to the cameraman behind the camera. Ryota-kun has been doing a really awesome job. So has the other person, Noda-kun as well. So yes, I have some intel from the second woman, Samiya's the father, who was her support, and very interesting background stories that I want to share with the English audience. So
please,
Samiya is 34 years old, and she's a full-time housewife right now. So her dad was saying she got all the time to train in the mountain in Yamanashi, which is where the race takes place. So she knows the mountain very well in the area. That said, she only started trail running about 2 years ago.
What?
I was like, wow.
What?
Yeah, what? Exactly. Her background was, so she started running in middle school on track, and then she started doing ekiden going into college, but her dad was saying she was struggling quite a bit with injury, also with time, and she was pushing herself very hard. And after graduating from college, didn't make it to the A team in college, graduated, doing a normal job, and then she was trying to crack the 3-hour sub 3 marathon, and she couldn't crack it, so she was under a lot of stress, and eventually she switched to trail, and all of a sudden the whole world just opened for her. You guys mentioned earlier, she came in first in Shingetsu 5 Mountain 110K race, all out of nowhere. So no one knew who she was, and that was also Western State qualifying race, by the way. And then a couple months later, she went on to do a 70K race called the MEISUI Trail Journey, which is organized by the same organizer of Mount Fuji 100. She came in second. And when she came through the finish line, Kaburaki Tsuyoshi, the legendary runner who also started this race and started it all, and was like, on the microphone, said, I don't know who you are. Can you explain yourself, who you are, please? So it was like really running out of the blue in the scene. But now her dad was saying, no, well, she's just keeping her cool, trying not to overdoing it, and then just trying to finish the race. And so humble, even though she was like keeping herself very consistent, as I saw her over the last couple of aid stations, just keeping it very consistently, taking enough rest, getting change, refuel. One more thing is her dad was also mentioning she struggled a little bit with solid food, probably because of the heat during the day. But then as she entered F6, which is where we are at, Yamanagako, she's visibly feeling much better. She can start eating hot food again, so she's feeling much better, and hopefully she will finish strong in the last marathon of the race.
Yeah, no, she looks absolutely fantastic. I mean, you know, she seems to be, and it makes sense now that this is literally her backyard, because she seems to know everybody that's there. She's high-fiving people, taking pictures. She's definitely the local favorite right now in this race. And again, I gotta say, Marco, I'm gobsmacked to find out that this woman just started trail running 2 years ago and is now
Me too, mind blown.
At the top of the field. This is a name that everybody should tuck away in their pocket and keep in mind for future races, because obviously, even at she's 34 years old, she's got plenty of time ahead of her to really learn how to run at this level. I'm really excited to be able to see one of her, see her at this early stage of her career.
Yeah, it was also really cool to talk to her dad, who, as he said, it was very humbly, "Oh, I have no experience. What's going on? I think she's doing okay." And then everyone around him was asking, "Hey, are you a professional supporter for Samia?" No, I'm just a regular folk. I don't know what I'm doing. So I really like that vibe that the father and daughter was setting out at each aid station.
Well, sometimes it's just important enough for the crew to keep your runner on the course and moving forward, and he's doing a great job of that. That's for sure.
Yeah. One more thing, I don't know if you noticed. I'm shivering visually, so it's actually getting quite cold right now. So as the run coming through, so as a supporter, they need to put on the down jacket, and is visually getting feeling much cooler as they head out to the mountain again. I think maybe hypothermia will be another problem that people have to deal with after going through the aid station with dehydration during the day. So something to look out for as well.
AJW,
yeah, so it's getting cool, and it looks like even a little bit windy. We're looking at the trees in the back and the ripples on the water. So not only is it getting chilly, but the wind's kicking up.
Exactly.
Well, something to pay attention to for sure as the final miles of the race roll down.
Where are you going to be positioned, Marco, for the remainder of the race? Do you have any other stops between now and the finish line?
Yes, so we will stay here for a little bit longer to see if we can catch maybe the third woman from Hong Kong, Angie Yang, coming through. The support crew is already here. I talked to her a little bit as well. So after that, I'll probably head to the finish line to make sure that I can catch the winners, both men and women, coming in and do the interviews with them. But the videographer will be heading out to F8, which is the Nijimagari, where the top runner just ran through, to get some more highlight, because I think the shots were beautiful. We will be seeing the sunset at Fujisan, and I think there will be some nice footage for the audience.
And Yan, somebody who I did a little bit of research on here in the last couple hours, I didn't realize that she's from Hong Kong and also a cancer survivor.
Yes, that's right. So because of her unique story, I also caught up with her support crew a little bit as well. So she was quite well known in Hong Kong as well, because of not only is she an attorney, and she also is a cancer survivor. She just found it out by accident. She was a cycling athlete before she turned into running. So it was just by accident that when she goes to medical checkup, that she realized that she has cancer. She survived it, and now she's thriving. And gradually, she started picking up trail running and is showing more consistent performance, and just start going. And people are like really rooting for her in Hong Kong. Her supporter was just showing me on Facebook how many people were like commenting on how she and Wong Ho Chung, who came in earlier in top 10, were like performing. Like they have a lot of fans in Hong Kong.
Well, they're probably gathering a fan base across the world based on, you know, if other people are learning and finding out about her story the same way I am, then they can't help but be inspired.
Exactly.
Well, and you're a proud Hong Kong resident, aren't you? So you're a little bit biased.
No, I'm not. I'm objective journalist.
Right.
Right,
just like we're not rooting for Courtney.
Exactly. No. All right, guys. I will head it back to you, and I will just do some more research around and see if there are more runners coming through to do interviews with.
All right. Thanks a lot.
Yeah.
All right.
You know, thanks, Marco. You know, again, talking about the stories that we're able to pick up on with runners, you know, not only, you know, their inspirational efforts in terms of just being, you know, physically strong, but, you know, you talking about somebody who just picked up this sport 2 years ago, a housewife that did so, and then, you know, that's your second place runner in the women's race, and then third place is an attorney from Hong Kong who beat cancer. You know?
Is that? No, that's a male. That I thought maybe that was the third place. 222. Okay.
Yeah, and I have to admit it is a little bit tricky. Trying to, I mean, it's not as simple as seeing the bib, because we have to see the bib, and then pull the. Yeah. If I search 222, I get something in kanji.
Right.
And
yeah.
Then I have to filter it through a translator. So we'll do our best, but we're definitely. I think we're learning a lot today in terms of
absolutely
in terms of race coverage, and I know obviously, just speaking from an ignorant Westerner standpoint, I do love the fact I love watching people, who can eat with chopsticks like they've been doing it all their lives. Like that's awesome to me, and doing it during a race where like I can barely like hold a fork or an aluminum can. Like I think it's the coolest thing,
Just looping around after chatting with Marco, we have at least 10 runners through aid station F6. That's mile 122. We have 3 runners through F7. Those 3 are leaders: Guomindang, followed by second place Jen Guido, about 19 minutes back, and then another 10 minutes back from him, American Courtney Dauwalter, first place woman and third place overall. Second place woman, we've just heard from Marco, from her crew, Yukari Somaya from Japan. And we just learned that she's been trail running for a grand total of 2 years and is already building an incredible following in the sport. We'll continue to track those leaders. Marco's going to stay on the ground at F6 for a little while longer, and then circle back to the finish line to make sure he gets there in plenty of time to get his whole operation set up. But a video crew is heading to F8, which is just about 12 kilometers from F7 at the bottom of a screaming downhill, to hopefully catch some close-up footage of those early leaders coming through that aid station. So the leaders have about 15 miles, 25K to go to the finish of this 166.6 kilometer course. We are anticipating 18, 19 hour finish unless something dramatic happens in either direction. So we suspect 3 hours, between 3 and 4 hours from now, we'll be seeing the finish of this race. Probably much quicker than some of us anticipated.
So here's where we stand in terms of the women's podium. We've got Courtney Dauwalter in first, currently an hour and 58 ahead of Yukari Somaya.
Wow.
Or Somaya. Like that's an hour 57 ahead of second. Ahead of Chi Yan, 3 hours 29 minutes ahead of third place.
Ahead of third place.
Yes, I mean it's
and
really
that was
staggering.
and that was at F6, right? Or
that was at F5.
That was at F5, right? Because third place is not at F6 yet.
Yeah, no, I mean, and the thing is, Courtney is gaining strength on the field. It's not. I don't know if she's necessarily getting faster, but she's not.
She's slowing down less.
Yeah,
let's put it that way.
The attrition level is not showing up in comparison to everybody else.
And we did have a good shot a little while ago. Again, a little further down the men's field of Wang Ho-chung, another Hong Kong runner who was looking real strong, made real quick work at the aid station, and a couple other males in that 4, 5, 6 spot, Chris, that I'm not sure made our early pre-race prognostication.
Oh, you're talking about Genki Onishi?
Yes. Yeah.
No, Genki I had no information on, and it was honestly kind of hard to come by, and so he's kind of got a little
and
bit
then
of
also
random
we're not
status.
sure about Kento Tamura. We know he spent a fair bit of time in the aid station, was passed by Courtney in the aid station, and left rather slowly to head up the now famous Blair Witch Children of the Corn climb. But there's still a bit of a chase pack, if you will, stretched out behind Courtney, moving their way into that, potentially into that top 10 men's group.
Yeah, and Kento is lightning fast based on his results. An hour 2 half marathoner, 14-minute 5K runner. I mean, so the one thing about that though is that the second half of this race, or I guess more accurately, the final 35 or so miles, don't necessarily play to his strengths as it becomes a little bit more gnarly.
Right.
And that's where we expected to see the mountain grinders really kind of be able to take over the the front of the race. And in some cases, such as Courtney, that's been the case. Another guy who I associate with being incredibly, rugged is Anthony Lee. But we saw Anthony, and he wasn't looking too great the most recent shot we had of him. However, this last 30 or so miles is going to play to his strengths.
Right.
So
it may be that power hiking the ups and shuffling the downs will be enough to leapfrog over a couple people, and sometimes quads will rebound a little bit.
Sure.
But he said it himself in his 2,800 milers. He has not had trashed quads quite like this. So
yeah, it says something when you have as much experience as Anthony does for him to say that it's the worst.
Yeah,
worst that he's encountered in terms of his the way his legs feel.
For sure.
And I'll see if I can give us a heads up on our other Western runners here.
I wonder what's become of Nicole Bitter.
I'm going to check that.
We take a quick peek on that.
So Pete Mortimer is currently in 42nd place in the men's race. In the women's race, last I checked, Nicole Bitter was in 10th. I'm a little bit concerned because it looks like we've had as many as 18 women hit the F4 aid, and Nicole has not yet departed. So we'll have to see if and we do know, just based on splits, that Nicole did have a really rough stretch from F3 to F4. So we'll see what's going on there. I know that Zach is crewing her, and F4 also serves as the final finish line. Okay, if you can, I don't know if you've got.
This is the screen they see. I've got Nicole 302.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's showing way out over here.
Okay.
Is that off the course?
That is, looks like she's going off everything.
We're not sure where Nicole is, but at least her tracker is.
Her tracker is on a journey of its own.
Yeah. Jordan's doing his best sleuthing to see if he can.
Well, we'll keep an eye out.
We'll get confirmation on that, but it looks like, by all accounts, that perhaps Nicole has called it a day. This is the Mt.FUJI 100 Mountain Outpost live stream. If you're over there in Europe, this is our English language broadcast of the 4th World Trails Major. We're thrilled to be bringing it to you live from our studio in downtown Phoenix, Arizona, at the Aravaipa Mountain Outpost headquarters. Jordan is ably producing our overnight broadcast. Chris and I are here for the next several hours before Corinne and Jeff come back. We've had a great time so far. This is our first foray into full-blown international remote live streaming, and it's wonderful to be partnering with the good folks at the Mt.FUJI 100 miler, and we hope you are out there enjoying it. Europeans just getting out of bed, enjoying your morning coffee. Americans, maybe East Coasters, thinking you might not want to set an early alarm to get up and see the exciting finish, or perhaps West Coasters like us, just not sleeping.
Yeah, I'm kind of wrestling with the fact that I don't know how much sleep I'm going to get tonight. Because first of all, I want to see Courtney finish, but second of all, I have to be up for work.
You have to be up for work
in a
tomorrow.
few hours. But we're here right now, and this is
the
focus.
what counts. That's right.
Like you said, it's our first foray into international coverage, and you never know what's going to happen in international coverage. Wait, no, that's international waters. That's right.
I have to admit, when I got the our assignments and the coverage sheet and the schedule, it took me a good half an hour just to do the math to understand the time differences and everything else, and realizing it was a midnight start and practicing the names, which I haven't done a very good job of doing, but all in good fun. Thank you, audience has been very understanding, except for Skylar Hall, who had to get some jabs in for my poor pronunciation.
Well, the nice thing is that it's a flat round 8-hour difference, or it's 8 hours behind the next day, so it's a 16-hour difference.
Correct.
So
correct. Once the race started, I had it figured out, because it was like, okay, it started at midnight, which was 8 a.m. our time.
Yeah, which makes the coverage actually very easy. Like, we don't have to do any calculations of time, because when we're watching the race coverage, it literally shows the time of day is the time of race.
Right.
Which is just
that I
wonderful.
love.
Like, eliminates one level of thinking that we have to do.
Yeah.
So,
which gets harder and harder with each passing hour.
Jordan, do we have any coverage on the course at this moment? Do we have any static cams or anything? Okay, so we're just kind of flying around. Really? Okay. Well,
there we go.
Let's see if we can show the profile and show kind of where the lead pack is. Perfect. Read my mind. There's
actually a feature on the live tracking that shows that as well.
Oh.
Yeah, I did see that. Let's check that out, because
let's play with our toys here. Nice.
So if we're here looking at Courtney over here, it's actually going to show her current elevation roughly, showing that she's getting close to the peak of that.
And is the first place person
so
that one?
So yeah, but
and
the second place man at this point, his tracker, they said, wasn't working. So we're kind of flying blind with regards to where Chen Guidu is, but we do know that Guomin Dang is still in first. But Courtney's making it very interesting and forcing us to do a lot of on-the-fly calculations and following of her tracker. So the distance between F7 and F8 is not huge. It's about 7 miles. So if the first runners
and if you look at
F7 at 14:47, we're talking about an hour 6 ago. So we could probably be seeing runners hit F8 in the next 10-15 minutes.
Well, if you go, if you go back to the elevation chart, Jordan, was that in real time where they were, or were you scrolling back and forth?
That's based on the GPS.
Okay.
Okay.
So yeah, if we're going right there, that line is going to be where the current elevation is.
So yeah, thanks for.
Right, and take a look at that downhill.
That's
that's going to test your quads. The aid station must be that dot. Yeah. Yeah.
Shout out to those that are watching on the World Trail Majors channel as well. I'm trying to keep an eye on that, so we appreciate whether you're watching us on World Trail Majors or Mountain Outpost. Thanks to World Trail Majors for pinning the runner tracking to the top of the chat. Do we have that in ours as well, Jordan? Or okay, just wanted to make sure. Yeah. So yeah, we'll just pin that to the top and. And that right there is the shot of the course. So most of the runners are most of the lead pack is past F4 at this point, and what it does there is it's a point to point from start to F4, and then it's a loop from F4 to the finish as it kind of does a loop in and around another section, as you can see. And our lead runners are...
And according to Marco, that section there, that F5, F6, F7, F8 is technical, mountainous, more like foothilly, but definitely some grindy.
Well, we saw that
crunchy
that
climbs.
climb.
Yeah.
I mean, we saw the big climb coming out of F4 and how, I mean, you see Courtney hands on legs, working her way up. I mean, when a runner like that is trying to like replicate poles, so to speak, with her arms, that it's a pretty rugged climb. So yeah, thank you, Jordan. We've got the live tracking pinned to the top of the chat. For those of you that are just tuning in, welcome and thanks for being here. Let us know where you're from. Just shoot us out in the chat. We're trying to keep an eye on the lead pack as well as the prominent Western runners that we're familiar with here. Our coverage is going to go all the way through to at least the morning here. We're going to catch the lead men and the lead women as they all come in. On the men's side, it's been fairly close together even at this point in the race. I think that as far as I can tell, the lead men, like the top 10 are maybe about the top 8 are about an hour 40 apart.
Okay.
And on the women's side,
the top 3 are almost 4 hours apart.
Yeah. Courtney is just absolutely crushing it and doing such a fantastic job. She's got about an hour, or she's got a 2-hour lead on second place. And second place was about an hour 50 ahead of third.
Yeah.
And then it kind of bunches up a little bit, but the 1, 2, 3 on the women's side are pretty well locked in unless there's some sort of carnage.
Yeah, I really can't think of a string of ultra running results as long as Courtney's had from, if you assume a pause during the year of the pandemic, I can't think of a span of 5 to 7 years of any runner. This includes Andresen of absolute dominance with virtually no faltering than Courtney's had basically since 2018, and you kind of just keep waiting. Is the clock running out on Courtney, and then she just pulls something like this out, and you're like, I guess not.
We're seeing on the women's side, Masters runners, putting together some amazing results.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I don't think that the window is closing. I think that it's still wide open for at least another few years.
Well, and she's doing it at a time when women's ultra running as a whole, globally, is exploding. Participation in the sport, the strength and depth of the fields, the versatility of so many of these runners, the intelligence with which they run, the lack of attrition in some of these really stout women's fields. So she's dominating it at a time when the sport is, really getting more and more dense with respect to the strength of the fields, and it's just remarkable. And of course, she does it with a smile on her face. She does it with her very organic, training routines that she doesn't divulge a lot about, but
she's very secretive about that.
She's pretty open that, you know, she walks out her door